The weather the next day was very good. Suchin booked a helicopter and planned to enjoy the panoramic view of Sanya in the air. At 9 o'clock in the morning, there was a slight wind, and the weather on the half slope was very cool. The Suchin family got on the helicopter, and as the plane slowly ascended, everything on the land was getting further and further away from them. This was the first time for Tuanchuan and Lele to fly in a helicopter. They were very happy. They sat next to their parents and stretched their necks hard to see the scenery. When the plane flew into the sky, there was an azure sea below, and the four of them were shocked by the scenery. The front is blue sky and white clouds, and the bottom is azure blue water. Looking at the original horizon, the heaven and the earth seem to be integrated. The blue sea and blue sky are beautiful. Yan Bingxue took a photo with her mobile phone, while Su Chen and Tuanchuan Lele focused on enjoying the scenery. Dad, the scenery here is so beautiful. Can we make a video with the grandparents and grandparents? It seems that they can also see the scenery here. Suchin asked the pilots in advance that mobile phones can be used in helicopters. So Suchin called the two parents. Mom Su had just returned from shopping, and when she saw the video sent by her son, she immediately led Dad, Su, to the living room to pick it up. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun also turned on the cameras for the first time. As soon as the screen was turned on, they didn't see Su Chen and the others. What caught their eyes was a blue sky, the blue sky meeting the sea, as beautiful as a painting. There are some roars in the video, which are the sound of the helicopters. Propeller. Chen Chen, Bingxue, where are you? Why does it look like it's in the sky? Suchin turned the camera back, and the two little guys immediately got together. Grandpa and Grandma, we are in the sky. Baba Mama will take us to the helicopter. It's amazing to see the scenery in the sky. Grandpa and Grandma, we specially opened a video with you, so that you can also see the scenery here. It's really beautiful here. Suchin switched the lens to the rear again, aiming at the scenery outside. Su's father, Su's mother, Yan Zhenwei, and his wife looked at it seriously with smiles on their faces. It's so beautiful, Lao Su, the scenery in Sanya is so beautiful. Tang Shuyun also said, Old Yan, you said that when we went to Sanya last time, why didn't we expect to take a helicopter? The scenery in the sky is so beautiful. Last time we played at the beach, thinking about it now, I really missed the best. Suchin heard their words and said loudly to the mobile phone, Mom and Dad, Sanya is really good here. My father-in-law and mother-in-law bought a sea view room here. In winter, the two of us will come together again. We can see these scenery together. After playing a video on the plane for a while, after hanging up, Suchin shot a video and sent it to the circle of friends. Such a beautiful scenery, of course you have to know how to share it. After a while, many people liked and commented. Wow, the scenery is so beautiful. Brother Su, you and your sister-in-law are going on their honeymoon. Brother Su, I haven't seen you for several days. Now I feel bored at work, but it seems that you, sister-in-law, and two little treasures are having a good time outside. Congratulations. Brother Su, the honeymoon trip with my sister-in-law looks very pleasant. When you come back, remember to bring us your specialties. This scene was taken on a helicopter. Brother Su, you are so romantic, haha. Suchin looked at these messages, but did not reply, put the phone away, and continued to look at the scenery. WeChat rang, and he took it out to take a look. It was a message from Yuan Lao. Before that, Suchin also saw that he liked his circle of friends. Xiao Su, you, and Miss Yen seem to be having a good time in Sanya with their 2 children. At this time I shouldn't have bothered you because of work. After all, you are on vacation, and it's your marriage leave, but just in time. One thing happened, but I'm not in a hurry. When you're done playing today, give me a call, okay? Seeing this, Suchin immediately replied, no problem, Mr. Yuan, I'll get off the helicopter in about half an hour. I'll call you when I land. Half an hour later, Suchin spoke to Yan Bingxue. Husband, go ahead. If it's not really necessary for work, Yuan Lao will definitely not disturb us at this time. Suchin nodded and took the phone to the side to make a call. Hey, Mr. Yuan, what did you just ask me for? Xiaosu, I really feel so embarrassed to disturb you at this time. Yuan Lao said apologetically on the other end of the phone. Suchin said, it's okay, Mr. Yuan, tell me, we have been playing here for a few days, and we are very happy. If there is any urgent matter at the Dragon Academy, then we will go back early. No. Xiaosu, you don't have to come back. That's it. Our country held a Mecha Exchange Summit. This was the date set half a year ago. This summit is an international tradition. It has been held for several years. Once every 6 months, this time happens to be our dragon country. I shouldn't have asked you about this, but now you are the manufacturer of our dragon country Mecha, and you happen to be in Sanya. It is really suitable for you to attend this summit. Suchin understood what he meant and asked, Old Yuan, you mean that this Mecha Exchange Summit is in Sanya, right? That's right, it's in Sanya, and tomorrow afternoon, I discussed it with the leaders, and we agreed that it would be most appropriate for you to represent our Dragon Academy to participate. Do you think it's convenient for you to free up tomorrow afternoon? It should be. I don't know if it's tomorrow afternoon. There will be a dinner party tonight. Suchin thought for a while and asked, Old Yuan, is this summit just for the exchange of mechas? Yuan Lao said, Xiaosu, you are so smart, you should have already thought of it. In fact, this summit is said to be an exchange of experience, but in fact, everyone is watching each other, wanting to see the progress of various countries in the field of mechas. Now we are dragons. The country already has your mecha. This summit, I guess it will be very lively, and I don't feel relieved to give it to others. I understand, Mr. Yuan, don't worry, just leave this to me. Yuan Lao was immediately overjoyed. Xiaosu, it's great that you can agree. So I will send Fifan over tomorrow morning. He has attended a summit with me before, and he is very familiar with the process, so let him be next to you and give it to you. Arrange some chores and start fighting. Okay, you can arrange it. Suchin hung up the phone and went back to talk briefly to Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue said, Husband, let's cancel our plans for tomorrow. In fact, we've been playing pretty much the past few days. We originally meant to go to the beach tomorrow. Now that we have work arrangements, we'll go to this summit first. Husband, Yuan Lao entrusts you with such an important matter, because you are very important to the Dragon Kingdom and the Dragon Academy of Sciences now. To Anchuan Lele, and I will not care about having fun for a day or two. Proud of you. To Anchuan Lele also looked up and said, Baba go, you are our pride, come on. Suchin looked at their mother three, smiled and nodded. At 8 o'clock in the morning the next day, Lin Fifan called Suchin and said that he had arrived at the airport in Sanya. Suchin sent him the address, and an hour later, he arrived at the door of the villa. Holding a fruit basket in his left hand, a doll gift box and a car gift box in His right hand, he stood at the door with a smile on his face. Seeing Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, he immediately bowed and said loudly, "Brother Su, sister-in-law, I'm sorry." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue led him in with a smile. Tuanchu and Lele received gifts, and politely said, "Thank you, uncle." Lin Fifan touched their heads. "How cute. Brother Su, this house is really nice. Did you rent it here?" "No, it's our own house, you can sit wherever you want." Su Chen brought him a bottle of mineral water. Lin Fifan looked around and said in shock, "Brother Su, you guys came to play and bought a Seaview villa? This is too luxurious." "Brother Su, when I went to your house last time, I felt that you were a hidden rich man. Now that I see this big Seaview villa, I completely believe it." Lin Fifan's eyes were full of envy. For him, a migrant worker, it would take many years to buy a house in Zhonghai. He never thought that Brother Su had just graduated from college, and he actually drove a luxury car and owned a lot of villa properties. Sure enough, the difference between people is really big. "Brother Su, sister-in-law, I'm so sorry, Mr. Yuan asked me to tell you that I disturbed your honeymoon trip." Su Chen waved his hand and said, "It's okay, the summit is in the afternoon. Mr. Yuan said that you have attended it before, so please tell me briefly about the situation." Lin Fifan's eyes were moved. "Brother Su, you are really selfless, you and your sister-in-law are both heroes of the Dragon Academy." Yan Bingxue was amused by him and said, "Thank you for the praise, Mr. Lin. Our honeymoon trip is almost over, since we have important work and it happens to be in Sanya. My husband is willing to define it. You can talk, I will bring 2. Let the kids go upstairs to play, thank you for the toys you gave them." After they left, Su Chen asked about the summit, and Lin Fifan also entered the state, took out the laptop from his briefcase, opened the PPT, and introduced to Su Chen. "Brother Su, this Mecha Exchange Summit has a history of 5 years. It is held every 6 months in different countries. This time it happens to be in our dragon country. At the summit, all the representatives of mecha groups from various countries came. In name, this summit is for the exchange of mecha research in various countries, but in fact, Su Gu, you should have also thought of it, that is. Everyone wants to know, other countries, how far has the mecha research come? Mecha is the new type of weapon that the world is most concerned about. Like the previous nuclear weapons, having a mecha is equivalent to having the highest combat power. Therefore, all major countries have been working hard these years, but as you can see, if, without your participation, the Dragon Kingdom should still be working hard like other countries. This time the Mecha Summit is particularly important, because the first mecha of our Dragon Kingdom has already been made by you, Brother Su. Although it has not been announced yet, at the wedding of you and your sister-in-law, the mecha wedding has already been popular. All over the world, the mecha groups in various countries should have received the news. There are many countries that make mechas. But today, Brother Su and I have only highlighted 3 companies, namely, the Tweak Group, which you have dealt with before, Brother Su, the Bao's Group, and the Zhanwei Group, these 3 mecha groups and the Dragon branch of our Dragon Kingdom. The hospital has been regarded as the most likely to be the first institution to make mechas. When Lin Fifan said this, he couldn't help but look at Su Chen with admiration. "But our Dragon Academy of Sciences has Su Gu, you have joined, it is like a tiger with wings, in just a few months, Su Gu, your opportunity armor is done." Su Chen smiled and said, "Go ahead. Okay, Brother Su, your mecha will definitely become the focus of this summit. And the Dragon Academy of Science has also been pushed to the forefront. Others are worried about coming to Yuan, so I gave it to you. After everyone knows your mecha, today, at the summit meeting, the blame will definitely be directed at you. His expression was a little dignified, but Suchin didn't take it seriously. And said with a smile, how about pointing at me? What if they don't dare to take me? That's true, the summit was organized by an international organization, and even the T group didn't dare to mess around like last time, so this time the work is very safe, Brother Su. Suchin glanced at him and continued to look at the information of the three groups. After reading it, he said, among the three major groups, only the T group has a slightly higher technical level because of the strong support of the Great Eagle country. The current research of the other two groups should only be in the midterm stage. Lin Fifan said while eating the snacks Suchin prepared for him, Brother Su. You are right, in fact, our biggest rival has always been the T group, so last time you went to Haigua, the T group was pushed. It will be the first to stop it. But now we're not afraid of them anymore with the fighter armor you made. Brother Su, our Dragon Kingdom is the first country to make fighter armor. Even the Great Eagle Kingdom doesn't dare to be presumptuous. Suchin looked at his face full of food residue, and smiled, if that's the case, then today's summit, let's take it as a meeting with these people for a while, relax. Lin Fifan choked, coughed hard while covering his mouth. Suchin handed him a glass of water. Lin Fifan slowed down for a while, then looked at Suchin cautiously with a blushing face. Brother Su, why do you see that I'm a little nervous? When you mentioned these three groups just now, you were too nervous. Su Chen shrugged. Lin Fifan sighed and said angrily, Brother Su, it's not that I'm timid, it's that I followed Mr. Yuan to the summit last time and encountered a lot of things. These three major groups, in addition to maintaining neutrality against the T group, the Bao-S group is simply a lackey to push the T group. The two of them gas out of one nostril, and they don't take our Dragon Academy in their eyes at all. And at that time, the technology of the T group was indeed more advanced than ours, and the arrogant appearance was really annoying. Now that I think about it, they should have discovered titanium alloy materials at that time, but these are in front of you, Brother Su, not worth mentioning. Brother Su, I'm not nervous at all when I go to this summit with you this time. I think you will definitely be able to get our dragon country's face back. Hit those bastards with their treacherous faces. Lin Fifan waved his fist and said confidently. Suchin didn't say anything, just sneered at the introduction of Push T Group. Pushing the T Group, the last time the account has not been calculated yet. Today, he will have to play with them well. The summit started at 1:30 in the afternoon, and it was almost possible to enter at 1 o'clock. Suchin and Lin Fifan had lunch in the villa. The food was prepared by Su Chen himself. Lin Fifan took the first bite and was so moved that he almost cried. Whoop, Brother Su, your cooking is so delicious. It's my great honor to be on a business trip with you this time. I actually ate the dishes that Brother Su made by himself. No, I want to take a picture and send it to the circle of friends. My colleagues will definitely envy me. Haha. After the circle of friends sent it out, Lin Fifan's cell phone quickly kept ringing, and Suchin was also affected, one after another on WeChat. They are all from their Dragon Academy group. It's too much, Fifan. You can eat Xiao Su's cooking, can't you just enjoy Yourself? Do you have to send it out to greedy us? To be honest, Brother Su's cooking is really good. I feel hungry looking at the photos. This is the level of a star chef. Fifin, you have a good appetite, eat more, and help us eat one too, haha. After lunch, Suchin went upstairs. Yan Bingxue chose a black suit for him, a shirt and tie, cufflinks, a watch, and leather shoes. It looked very formal. Husband, you are going to this summit today on behalf of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. You have to dress formally and dress up to show them that you are amazing. Suchin smiled and said, Wife, I'm going to a meeting, not a fight. It's a meeting, but the tea group is not a good person. They can do everything. Thinking of the last time, Yan Bingshua's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. Suchin took her hand, hugged her gently in his arms, lowered his head, and said softly, Wife, this time you don't have to worry, the situation has changed. I am afraid that the tea group will not only dare not do anything to me, but also get on the pole to curry favor with me. Yan Bingxue laughed and said while helping him tie a tie, That's right. My husband was the first to make mechas. Now the major groups should all want you. Husband, take care of everything. After the dinner is over, I'll pick you up. At 12:30, Su Chen and Lin Fifin set off from the villa and clicked to the summit venue. The representatives of other groups had already arrived. All the seats in the venue were arranged, all were leather sofas, and the first row was the most important location. The people from the T group, Bao S group and Zhang T group have arrived. Sitting on the 3 sofas in front, there is a vacancy seat in the middle. And there is a small table next to it. Everyone else has only a small table. But there are small tables on both sides of this location, which not only have mineral water and fruit shared by everyone, but also snacks. This is also normal. Although the summit is discussed together, there are always special treatment for those with strong abilities. In previous summits, the people who were sitting in the center seat position were always the TT group. After entering the venue today, TT moved to the center for the first time, but before they sat down, they were stopped by the staff on the side. I'm sorry, the position of pushing T group is here, sir, please. Ike, the chairman who pushed T, frowned, glanced at the seat next to him and said, Did you make a mistake? The staff smiled and said, No mistake, sir, our location was arranged in advance by the organizer. According to the information submitted by each country, it depends on the ability. If I remember correctly, this rule is set by the Great Eagle country. Ike was blocked and asked unwillingly, Who is this position reserved for? The staff laughed without saying a word. At this time, Su Chen and Lin Fifin had already arrived. Lin Fifin asked, Hello, we are representatives of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. This is Mr. Su Chen Su. Where is our location? As soon as the staff heard Su Chen's name, the smile on their faces suddenly became brighter. Hello, Mr. Su, this is your location, you can see what else you need, we will prepare immediately. Su Chen glanced at Jack and smiled, Sir, please let me go, you are blocking my position. Jack looked back at Su Chen, and recognized at a glance that this person was the protagonist of the mecha. His heart trembled slightly. It seems that those videos are real, and the Dragon Country has really appeared mecha. Ike's heart was very shocked, and he couldn't help but look at Su Chen more. He really couldn't connect the 10-point young man in front of him with the maker of the mecha, but Su Chen can appear on such an occasion, and he was able to greet his relatives with a mecha before, so there must be a great connection between him and this Mecca. The position that has always belonged to him is now occupied by Su Chen. There was such an oolong just now. Ike knew that many people were watching his jokes, but he did not dare to offend Su Chen, so he silently went to the next position. Do it well. After Su Chen sat down, everyone looked at him. The previous video of Mecca welcoming relatives was very popular, and the Mecca groups in various countries held emergency meetings for this. If the Dragon Kingdom has really made a real Mecca, then the future world pattern is likely to have a very big change. The trend that they have been going hand in hand with these groups will also be completely broken. Is it all because of the young man sitting in the C-seat? Looking at Su Chen's young and handsome face, everyone was extremely shocked. They couldn't believe that such a young man could actually make a Mecca, and those old professors who had been stationed in the research front line for decades failed to break through the hurdles. Bao S Group and John T Group are also looking at Su Chen. This face is really impressive. It looks very handsome. After watching it in the video of the Mecca welcoming relatives, it is hard to forget it, so everyone recognized Su Chen's identity at this time. Before participating in this summit, the various groups were only in the guessing stage, but now the Dragon Kingdom is arranged in the C position of the center, which means that the information they submitted has far exceeded other Mecca groups. Everyone panicked at the thought of the big Mecca that appeared in the video of the welcome at the airport. And Su Chen's appearance on such an occasion made everyone firm up the connection between Su Chen and this Mecca. Is Su Chen really the maker of the Mecca? Seeing the staff busy beside Su Chen, the leaders of the Mecca groups from various countries looked solemn. Today, they must use this summit to explore the bottom of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and also to find out what this Su Chen is from. If he is the maker of the Mecca, then everything he masters will become the most precious wealth now. Taking this into consideration, everyone dared not show any hostility towards Su Chen, and even when Su Chen glanced at the audience inadvertently, everyone showed a standard smile, hoping to meet Su Chen for the first time. But Su Chen's eyes just swept lightly, and didn't stop at anyone. Ike, who pushed the T group, waved at Rika next to him, brought his tablet, and reopened the video of the Mecca welcoming relatives at the scene, and watched it several times. Needless to say, it can be seen from this video that a large-scale Mecca has indeed appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, and it can move with one move. The process of welcoming relatives must be controlled by someone in the cabin. This Mecca already has the functions that a combat armor should have, both in terms of external structure and internal system, and it is very precise. However, from the video, it is impossible to see the combat function of the Mecca. After all, it only completes the process of welcoming relatives. If you want to know how far this Mecca is, it seems that you can only rely on today's summit. Hope to hear something different from Su Chen's mouth later. When the host was talking on stage, the beautiful secretary who was next to the leader of Bao S Group suddenly walked towards Su Chen and the others, with a plate of snacks that were not the same, which belonged to their country. Feature. The best thing the Bao S Group can do is to hug their thighs. The TT Group has always been the strongest, so every time at the summit, he will be with the TT Group people and bring them all kinds of specialties from their country. It's disgusting to do shit in front of everyone. Su Chen thought of what Lin Fifan said when he introduced Bao S Group. At this time, he saw the female secretary smiling and walking towards him, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Hello, Mr. Su, this is a special product of our country, cherry blossom crystal cake. Our chairman Mr. Liu Shi asked me to give you a taste. I have to say that this Mr. Liu Shi, from Bao S Group, is really dog-legged and bold. He is very interesting to send this pastry to himself in front of T Group and everyone. Over there, Ike's face was already extremely ugly, and he squeezed his fist and said to Rika, this Liu Shi, what a bastard. Damn it. I used to flatter me every time, but now I see that the real combat armor has appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, so I started to give it to me. I really didn't take our push T and the Great Eagle Kingdom in my eyes. Go on, I will interrupt all technical support for Bao S in the future. Rika immediately issued the chairman's order, but she thought about it and said, Boss, it's a bit ugly for Liu Shi of Bao S Group to do this, but it's not inadvisable. If this Suchin really made a fighter, then he is a hot commodity. Ike pondered this sentence, turned his head and glared at Rika and said, I need you to remind me of this kind of thing? If I hadn't been concerned about his talent, how could I have given up my position just now? The people on the Zhan T side were also whispering. President, Bao S Group seems to have already acted, should we do it this time? Our country has always been inferior to the Great Eagle country and the Dragon country is not bad, and has never bullied the weak internationally, but the Great Eagle country is different. We have been neutral before, but now that the Dragon Kingdom has made combat armor, the situation may change in the future. If this Mr. Su Chen is really a mecha maker, if we can have his support, our group will have a place in the world in the future. Zhan T's boss Gu Wei raised his hand slightly and interrupted the assistant's words with a dignified expression. But his eyes could not help but fall on Su Chen. Judging from the moment just now, both Push T Group and Bao S Group are taking the initiative to show their favor to Su Chen. Although Push T's actions are not obvious, everyone understands that Ike's attitude just now has explained everything. At this time, should I do something myself? The summit officially started. The core characters were the 4 people sitting in the first row. The other group representatives took the lead. The theories they published were ordinary and could no longer be ordinary. Some people even copied others from the last summit. Group statement. Su Chen was bored and took the mobile phone to send a message to Yan Bingxue. Wife, what are you doing? Yan Bingxue, swimming with the 2 little guys' husband, why are you free to send me a message? Isn't the summit already started? Su Chen, it's just a boring speech session, don't worry, take a picture for me and come see you guys. Yan Bingxue quickly posted a picture of Tuanchuan and Lele swimming happily in the water. When Su Chen saw this picture, the corners of his mouth couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This time, the 3 people sitting in the front row suddenly became more nervous, thinking in their hearts, what did Su Chen see? Why did you suddenly laugh? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom's mecha has made any new progress? Lin Fifan also glanced down and found that Brother Su was chatting with his sister-in-law. He immediately raised his head and looked at the stage without looking sideways. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue kept chatting until Gu Wei of Zhan T Group came to power before putting down his phone and raising his head. After Guvi took the stage, he looked at Su Chen for the first time and finally had the chance to look at each other. Guvi smiled and nodded at him. Su Chen under the stage didn't move, as if he didn't see it. Gu Wei didn't care, he took out his speech and started to speak. He looked at Su Chen under the stage while talking, as if every sentence was for Su Chen to listen to alone. After he finished speaking, he also kept looking at Su Chen, his eyes seemed to be expecting his appreciation. Su Chen played with his fingers and seemed to have no interest in such an infinitely boastful speech. After Liu Shi of Bao's group came to power, the situation was similar. He was facing everyone, but his attention was always on Su Chen alone. Su Chen did not treat them equally, and lowered his eyes slightly, as if listening to the speech seriously. When it was the turn to push T group, Ike's performance was better than them. And the content of the speech was also richer. Su Chen stopped and found that everyone exaggerated a lot in their speeches, especially the push T group. Their technology was amazing, but Su Chen knew as soon as he heard it that many of the contents were difficulties that they had not yet overcome. After the three people's speeches, Su Chen already had a general understanding in his heart. Sure enough, the knowledge that the system gave him is completely epic. Making. At present, the research on mechas by other countries on this planet is still far in the middle of the theory. Without him, the real mecha would have to come out. Hundreds of years of historical evolution. Su Chen finally appeared as the finale. Lin Fifan handed him the speech and said softly, "Brother Su, come on." After Su Chen came to the stage, the venue instantly became quiet. The whispering just stopped abruptly, and everyone sat upright, staring at him on the stage. Zhang Ti even took out a voice recorder and wanted to record everything Su Chen said. If Long Gua has really made a mecha, then Su Chen's speech this time will definitely be very exciting, and they may gain a lot from it. Su Chen glanced at the speech, stood on the stage and smiled suddenly, then threw the speech on the table in front of him, and began to speak without it. Lin Fifan, who was under the stage, was stunned, but he laughed immediately. He believed in Brother Su, it was definitely fine. The speech this time was prepared in advance by Mr. Yuan, and what he said was similar to the content that they just pushed T. As usual, everyone's speeches are to brag about their theoretical knowledge, not to reveal the key content, and to be able to intimidate other groups and make them fear. This time, the Dragon Kingdom already had a real mecha, but of course Lao Yuan would not mention such a thing. Su Chen had also read the content of the speech before, and after knowing the central idea, he spoke it himself. Everyone was very serious. Liu Shi of Bao's asked the secretary to take notes. Seeing this, I quickly ordered Rika to record. In the beginning, Su Chen said all the things that are quite satisfactory, many of which were mentioned by everyone before. After speaking for more than 3 minutes, the heads of the major groups couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Su Chen suddenly changed the conversation, these things, in fact. Everyone is talking about the same, in fact, the real mecha that can be used on the battlefield is not a simple talk on paper. The mecha is very complicated, so let's take the system partition of the mecha. Said, the skeleton system that the external system is full of, I have not heard anyone mention it. As soon as these words came out, all the people in charge of the audience suddenly came to their senses, pushed T and sat up straight, with excitement flashing in their eyes. Are you coming? Su Chen is still a little younger, to actually say such an important thing on this occasion. Lin Fifan clenched his fist and then released it again. No, Brother Su won't mess around. Everyone was staring at Su Chen, but Su Chen suddenly paused at this time, and then said with a smile, the skeleton system of this mecha is just like the skeleton system of a human. Of course, the more perfect it is, the better. Then let's move on to the internal system. Is this the end? What is the so-called skeleton system? The big guys looked at each other in dismay, as if they had already taken a breath, but someone suddenly blocked their mouth and nose, so they couldn't swallow it, and it was very uncomfortable to choke in the throat. Lin Fifan was holding back laughter in the audience until his stomach hurt. Brother Su is so bad, haha, make fun of them. Su Chen's speech was over in 3 minutes. Except for the surprising sentence in the middle, which amused them, the rest were all scenes. After he finished speaking, he stepped down gracefully. The first 3 were almost suffocated to death. Finally, they waited for the question and answer session. As the most prominent 4 mecha research groups, Su Chen and the others were invited to the stage, and Su Chen still occupied the C position in the middle. According to the past tradition, most of the questioning sessions are prepared for the weaker mecha groups below. Since it is a summit, it is natural to give the disadvantaged groups some opportunities to learn and improve. So before, the people below asked questions, and the people above answered. As for the above 4, they all mastered the most cutting-edge technology at that time. Nothing to ask. But today the situation is different. The host has just announced the start of the question and answer session. Ike, who pushed T, got the microphone immediately and asked Su Chen, "Hello. Mr. Su, I just finished listening to your speech. I think it's very exciting. Regarding the mecha skeleton system you mentioned, can you explain it to everyone in detail?" The host reluctantly gave the microphone to Su Chen. As the organizer of Long Country, he did not want these people to ask Su Chen questions, but since someone asked, he had to follow the steps. After Su Chen got the microphone, everyone attached great importance to it. About the skeleton system, didn't I already say it on stage just now? If the skeleton system of the mecha is as perfect as the skeleton system of humans, it will naturally be more adaptable when it is on the battlefield. Ike was very dissatisfied with the answer. "Mr. Su, you understand, we are not asking this. What we want to know is whether the skeleton system has made new progress in the Dragon Kingdom." Su Chen smiled and said, "Yes or not, you should have seen it." This sentence meant something, and the 3 representatives on the stage changed their faces one after another. Lu Shi took the microphone and asked, "Mr. Su, a video appeared on the internet some time ago. A few days ago, a wedding of the century was held in Zhonghai City in Longhua. The protagonist seems to be Mr. Su himself. Does Mr. Su have anything to say about this?" Faced with this question, Su Chen still kept smiling. "Let's sit here today mainly to discuss issues related to mechas. Regarding my personal wedding, it seems that there is no need to take it to the stage to talk about it. Please don't waste everyone's money. Time." This was clearly playing Tai Chi, and both Ike and Lu Shi were holding fire in their hearts, but thinking that Su Chen might really be a mecha maker, they didn't dare to attack at all. Ike grabbed the microphone again and asked, "Mr. Su, as far as I know, some time ago, you represented the Dragon Academy of Sciences at the auction of Haigua to bid for the mining rights of a new type of ore. May I ask if this ore is used for mechas? What about research?" Push-T discovered that this ore can repair titanium alloys, but how to extract and use it, they have worked hard for so many days, but they are still confused, and there is no ore composition for experiments, and now it is just talk on paper. Su Chen said, "Mr. Ike, we can't spend 2.1 billion to buy a useless thing back, right? The new type of ore naturally has its uses. Then what's the use of it?" Ike asked immediately. At this time, Suchin smiled and said, "Mr. Ike, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to keep occupying the microphone like this, right? There are still many questions to be asked at the scene. The question and answer session of the summit is prepared for the representatives below, isn't it? Although it's my first time to attend this summit, I still understand the rules." These words made it clear that Ike did not follow the rules, and the group representatives sitting in the audience showed dissatisfaction. They originally came to the summit to learn, and their mecha technology lags behind. These major group, why did they come to the questioning session today, but they kept asking questions? The discussion below continued, and some people protested fiercely. Seeing this, Ike could only communicate with the microphone in his hand. Next came the questions from the representatives of the groups in the audience. They asked some very common questions about mechas, but Suchin gave some answers, because these technologies have long been used by the groups in several major countries. It's no longer a secret. After the summit, Suchan and Lin Fifan were the first to leave the venue. After Ike on the stage waited for them to leave, he ordered to stand up, kicked on the sofa, and then walked away angrily with Rika. Lucy also left the arena unhappy, while Govey didn't show any anger, but he was also full of grievances. The summit ended at 4 o'clock, and the banquet started at 5:30. There was an hour's rest in the middle. The organizer provided a separate room for everyone to rest. The representatives of the three major groups and Suchin were planning to go back to the room. This was the experience of the organizer, who suddenly caught up. "Everyone stay, this is the number plate of the dinner, including the table number and seat, please take it, and our dinner will start on time at 5:30. The manager handed out the number plate to everyone. Suchin was the last one to get it, but Ike and Ruzagovi saw it. The number plate he was holding was different from theirs. They were all plastic numbers in their hands. Card, but Suchin's number plate is made of metal with number 1 written on it. This is the chair on the chair. Thank you, we will be there on time. After Suchin got the number plate, he went upstairs directly. Ike returned to the room angrily. As soon as he entered the door, he started throwing things violently, knocking all the cups on the coffee table to the ground. Rika stood beside him, not daring to let out the air. Damn. This Suchin was doing Tai Chi with us throughout the summit, and he didn't say anything important. He also said some scenes during his speech. Is this obviously reserved? Rika didn't dare to talk, and when Ike finished the anger and calmed down a little, she said, "Chairman, Suchin's performance on stage is obviously intentional, he is very confident, and this time Lonka the Academy has always been placed in the best possible position, whether it's today's summit or evening's dinner. Although the organizer of this summit is the Dragon Kingdom, our summit has always been intervened by the international community, and the information submitted by the Dragon Academy of Sciences is the key to determining their position, so the subordinates feel that if there may have been an opportunity, and the maker of this mecha is likely to be Suchin." Ike took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I know this. If Suchin doesn't really have 2 brushes, how dare he make fun of us on the stage? It's really hateful. When did the Push T group get so embarrassed by the Dragon Academy of Sciences? I came to this summit in person, but a young boy gave it to me." Rika said cautiously, "Chairman, I know you are very angry now, but if Suchin is really the maker of the mecha, then he can make the first mecha, and he can Definitely make the second one, he is very important to us. Ike didn't speak, the expression on his face was thoughtful. On the other hand, Lucy was also furious in the room. It's so abominable. What exactly is Su Chen's origin, have you checked it out? A young man dares to do this to me, even Ike who pushed T didn't dare to slap his face in person. Boss, Su Chen's information has been found, but there is not much content. He seems to be a college student who just graduated this year. A few months ago. He worked in the mecha research departments on both sides of the Chaofan Group and the Dragon Academy of Sciences. What? 2 jobs, both about mechas? Lu Shi frowned. It seems that this kid really has 2 brushes in terms of mecha. No wonder he dared to be so presumptuous at the summit today. Can you find out the mecha that welcomed the new mecha before, did he make it? The female secretary shook her head. Boss, I haven't announced anything about the mecha yet. All the sources are only those videos on the internet, but that video has spread so widely, and there are many different perspectives. This matter is definitely, it's true. How can Su Chen, a fresh graduate, invite mechas and armored vehicles, and tanks as the welcome team? The only possibility is that he is the maker of this mecha. Lu Shi slapped the table and said angrily, damn. This stinky boy is very arrogant, but he can't offend him. If he is really the maker of nails, then we have to find a way to win him tonight. Row. I always thought that the T group would become the first country to make mechas, so I tried my best to befriend them at every summit. As a result, I didn't expect to kill Qing Yao Jin halfway through the Dragon Academy of Sciences. To break out of the siege and become the first. Go and prepare everything for me, I'm going to have a good meeting with this Su Chen tonight. Lu Shi gave a bunch of orders, and the secretary went to prepare immediately. On Zhang Ti's side, Govey returned to his room, took a bottle of vodka, and sat at the bar in the living room to drink. The assistant reported next to him, President, Su Chen's information has been found. He is a staff member of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, but he has only entered the Dragon Academy of Sciences in recent months. Not long before that. He has just entered Transcendence as a graduate. The group's mecha research department, I heard that it was Yuan Lao, from the Dragon Academy, who personally invited him to sit there. Govey took a sip of wine and said, so, our previous judgment should be correct. Although Su Chen was a little arrogant on stage today, he didn't take our 3 major groups seriously, but judging from the explanations he later gave to the representatives under the stage, he was indeed a very talented person. People. Yes, President, and he is also the hero of the mecha's wedding. Before the Dragon Kingdom has not announced it, he can make the mecha as his own wedding team. It is very likely that he made this mecha. Gu laughed a few times and said, I can't believe that we hired so many experienced old guys, but we lost to a young man who just graduated from college. This Su Chen is really impressive. It seems that tonight's dinner will not be so simple. Today, I rarely see Ike, who pushed T, being so sullen, and that Lu Shi, who played the dog's legs to the extreme in front of his former owner. Haha, today's summit is really exciting. In the evening, they will definitely try harder to win Su Chen, and we can't fall behind. Longhua has made combat armor, we can't be the first, but we can find a way to become the second. Our country has been lagging behind over the years. U pushes T group, and Bao S group holds the Thia pushing T group. and has been stepping on us all the time. If we can win the support of Su Chen tonight, then this situation can be completely changed in the future. The assistant was a little surprised and asked, President, don't we maintain a neutral attitude according to the original plan? If we win Mr. Su Chen, then our group will tend to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Compared with pushing T-Bao S, the Dragon Academy of Sciences is the best partner, and the Dragon Kingdom is also trustworthy. The banquet started on time at 5:30, and Su Chen and Lin Fifan were stuck in order again. The location was arranged in advance, so there was no need to worry. When Su Chen arrived, the representatives of the three major groups had already taken their seats, and there were only the organizer and the three major groups on the main table, and this table was separated by itself, so the guests on the other tables could not do anything at all. After Su Chen arrived, Lu Shi immediately greeted him with a smile, Mr. Su. Here you go. Su Chen nodded lightly. Lu Shi's secretary had come over to help him open the chair. She was very beautiful, and when she looked at Su Chen, her eyes were always consciously or not. Su Chen saw everything in his eyes, but his eyes didn't stay on her for a moment. He gently gestured to Lin Fifan. The other party immediately understood. Walked over to block the middle of the female secretary and Su Chen, and moved the chair again, and then Su Chen sat down. The female secretary awkwardly returned to Lu Shi's side, and Lu Shi's smile was a little stiff. Ike sneered, although he didn't say anything. The sarcasm was very obvious. The manager of the organizer came over and said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, many of the dishes tonight are seafood from Sanya. Do you have any requirements for the practice? Are there any taboos? The smile on Ike's face froze, and his heart was very unhappy. The distinction is too obvious. However, if Su Chen really made a Mecca for Longhua, it would be justifiable for him to be specially taken care of. If Su Chen is willing to come to his push T group and let him hold Su Chen up to the sky, he is also willing. There's nothing taboo, you can come as you please. Okay. After asking Su Chen, the other people straightened their clothes and cleared their throats, thinking that the other party would also ask a question, but the manager turned around and left. Seeing the reactions of those people, Lin Fifan couldn't help but lower his head and snicker. Su Chen lightly kicked his foot under the table and said in a low voice, this is just the beginning, please restrain yourself. When Lin Fifan heard Brother Su's words, he immediately pursed his lips and nodded lightly. However, Su Chen told him to restrain himself, just because he was afraid that he couldn't help laughing later. After the dinner officially started, each table had a dedicated service staff pouring wine. Su Chen's wine glass was the first to be poured, followed by Ike. After the two of them had wine in their cups, Ike, regardless of Lu Shi and Devi over there, directly lifted the wine cup and said, Mr. Su, today is the first time we meet. I appreciate young people like you very much. I love mechas and are very talented. I respect you with this glass of wine. I will do it first. Mr. Su is free. After speaking, Ike directly raised his head and drank the wine in the cup. But Su Chen didn't move for a while, and Ike slowly changed from a smile to a dumbfounded, with suppressed anger in his eyes. Su Chen said at this time, I'm sorry, Mr. Ike, my wife is very strict. This time I am Sanya, who came with my wife. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to go back after drinking. Does this mean stop drinking? But Ike had already drank all his wine. His hand holding the wine glass was stiff in the air, obviously unable to get off the stage. Lu Shi, who was mocked by him just now, laughed arrogantly. But as soon as he laughed, he saw Ike's murderous eyes, and Lu Shi's smile stuck in his throat, causing him to cough a few times. Suchen didn't drink, and Lu Shi and Gu Wei didn't dare to go up and make fun of themselves. The manager of the organizer came over with a wine glass and toasted everyone with a smile. After saying a few polite remarks, the organizer held the wine glass to Su Chen alone. Mr. Su, Mr. Yuan temporarily informed us that you are here today on behalf of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and we prepared in a hurry. Please forgive me, I respect you with this glass of wine. Suchen raised the wine glass with a smile, touched the other party in the air, and then raised his head and drank. The wine glass in Ike's hand was almost crushed. Suchen just said clearly that his wife does not allow drinking, and let him get off the stage in public. As a result, now, he had another drink with the organizer. Isn't this a clear slap in the face? This Suchen is simply too arrogant. Ike almost couldn't help it, when Rika next to him saw this, and tugged gently on Lake's sleeve, reminding him not to forget the purpose of tonight. Ike forced a sigh of relief and drank the glass of wine abruptly. Lu Shi and Gu Wei over there were also shocked. I really didn't expect that Suchen would dare to treat Ike and them like this. But the more arrogant Suchen is, the more certain they are that Suchen is the maker of the mecha, otherwise how dare a young guy treat them like this? After the manager of the organizer left, the atmosphere on the table suddenly cooled down. Except for Suchen and Lin Fifan, who were eating and drinking. As if no one else was there, everyone else seemed to be holding fire. Ike worked hard to adjust his emotions, took a few deep breaths, and then regained his smile, looked at Suchen and said, I heard that Mr. Su just held a wedding of the century a few days ago, but this video has spread to our Great Eagle country, and it can be seen from the video alone that the wedding on that day must be very exciting. Suchen nodded lightly. I'm young, I like romance, and I have a very good relationship with my wife, so naturally I will do my best to prepare my wife the grandest wedding possible. Ike smiled and said, this wedding is really grand, most people can't invite such a large wedding party. Mr. Su, I saw a large mecha in your wedding party. We are all dedicated for the group that researches mechas. I'm sorry, I won't sell you any more. I think everyone present should have the same idea as me. And everyone is very curious whether this mecha is the latest research from Longhua. Lu Shi was in a hurry, and quickly asked, yes, Mr. Su, has the Dragon Academy already made mechas? You haven't announced such a big news yet, but we can all watch those videos. It is very clear that there is indeed a large mecha inside, and it is very well made. Is this mecha the latest product of the Dragon Academy? Suchen knew that they all wanted to come and find out the truth. He chuckled lightly, and after a while, he said in the curious eyes of everyone, about the video of my wedding mecha welcoming relatives, neither the Dragon Academy nor I stopped the spread of the video. It's already been widely advertised. And the results are obvious, so why bother asking? Ike, Lu Shi, and Govey were instantly shocked. Suchen is admitting it. The Dragon Academy has indeed made a real mecha. And looking at Suchen's attitude, this mecha must be made by him. After answering this sentence, Suchen didn't talk much to them. No matter what Lucy asked, Suchen played Tai Chi with them. They were extremely aggrieved at the meal. Ike and Lu Shi's faces turned green. After dinner, there will be a reception, with a half-hour break. Suchen and Lin Fifan went back to the upstairs room to rest. As soon as they entered the room and closed the door, Lin Fifan couldn't help but sat on the sofa and burst into laughter. Haha. This meal is so enjoyable. Brother Su, it's the first time I've seen those two old men with such shriveled expressions. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. As expected, following Brother Su is the coolest. It would be great if I could take pictures just now. I really want to take these pictures back to the teacher and show them to our colleagues at the Dragon Academy. Seeing his happy look, Suchin just smiled and said with deep eyes, Fifan. This is just the beginning. Lin Fifan raised his head and looked at Suchin in surprise. Brother Su. What do you mean? Suchin raised his left brow and said handsomely, the main event will be later. The summit and the dinner party just now, I was just testing them, but as you can see, they obviously have no bottom line, so the reception later is their last chance, and they will definitely come up to find themselves unhappy. Lin Fifan nodded with a smile. Brother Su, you are right. They should have already guessed that. Brother Su, you are the maker of our mecha, and they must all want to win over you. Ruzi can be taught. Let's go. It's time for us to go downstairs, lest those few be in a hurry. Suchan and Lin Fifan returned to the reception downstairs. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Rika standing there, as if waiting for someone. Seeing Suchan, Rika came over immediately. Mr. Su, our chairman, Mr. Ike, would like to invite you to the bar upstairs for a drink. I hope you can admire your face. Lin Fifan said, Brother Su doesn't drink alcohol, didn't we say it when we just ate? Rika lowered her head and said respectfully, Mr. Su, Mr. Ike has prepared drinks, coffee and milk for you. I hope you can show your respect on the second floor. Lin Fifan said in a low voice, Brother Su, don't go pushing tea is not a good person. They can do everything, and they even tell you to go to the second floor alone. There are few people there, so let's be careful. Suchin winked handsomely at him and said, it doesn't matter, since Mr. Ike invited him so kindly, then I will go to meet Mr. Ike for a while. Lin Fifan was a little worried and followed. There is a bar on the second floor, and the environment is very good. Ike has wrapped the outside terrace, so he is the only one sitting there at this time. Seeing Suchin coming over, he immediately smiled, Mr. Su, thank you for your admiration, sit down, and drink whatever you want. Suchin just asked for a cup of tea. Mr. Ike asked me to come over alone. It's not just as simple as asking me for a cup of tea, right? He didn't want to waste too much time, because there were still two waiting to play. When Ike heard this, he immediately smiled and said, haha, Mr. Su is really a straightforward person, so I'll cut to the chase. I know that Mr. Su is very talented, especially when it comes to mechas. He has very deep insights. Suchin said with a smile, Mr. Ike doesn't seem to have a comprehensive understanding. My understanding of mechas is not just as simple as an introduction. At this point, Suchin decided to give them the next powerful medicine. When Ike heard this, his eyes really lit up, and he was very excited. Looking at Suchan, his eyes were about to burn. Mr. Su is really a bright person, I like it, haha. Mr. Su, since that's the case, let's open the skylight and say something bright. I invited Mr. Su to come here because I want to invite Mr. Su to join our tweet group. Lin Fifan suddenly became furious, but Suchin raised his hand to stop him from attacking, but said to Ike with a smile, Mr. Ike, this is still our Dragon Country's territory. It's inappropriate for you to say this openly. Right? Ike smiled, raised his glass and said, Mr. Su, when we push T Group to do things, we always go straight to the point. I know that Mr. Su is a talent of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Since I sincerely invite Mr. Su, of course I won't let him. Mr. Su suffers, the treatment given by our push T will never be worse than that given to you by the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Dragon Kingdom. Oh? Suchin replied softly, raised his brows slightly, and took a sip of tea. Half of his face hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to see his expression at this moment. Ike thought it was a playful expression. Mr. Su, you are still so young, and you have just got married. There is still a long way to go. If you have an old saying, it is good to choose a tree for a good bird, and pushing T Group will be a good thing for Mr. Su. A great choice. I know that Mr. Su has given a lot of hard work to the Dragon Academy of Sciences before, so we will never let Mr. Su help in vain. As long as Mr. Su is willing to come to us to push the T Group, then the national goalkeeper of our Great Eagle country will be open for you and your family. Mr. Su should know that the green card of the Great Eagle country is not so easy to get, but I can provide the green card of the Great Eagle country for Mr. Su's family, and in terms of economics, Mr. Su speaks as you like, as long as you are willing, arrive in the Great Eagle country. All subsequent expenses can be borne by our Push T Group. On the contrary, we will help you make up for your losses in the Dragon Kingdom. Suchin didn't speak, and the corner of his mouth kept a faint smile. Ike stared at his expression. He found that after he said so much, Suchin didn't seem to be particularly moved. It seemed that the chips he gave were not enough. So, Ike continued, Mr. Su, these are just financial compensations. Of course, we will not treat Mr. Su badly in our position. As long as Mr. Su is willing to come to us to promote the T Group, then we will promote the T Group Research Institute. The position of the dean belongs to Mr. Su, and all the facilities and personnel of the Push T Group are transferred and used by Mr. Su. Mr. Su, the group really hopes that you can join us. We have given the greatest sincerity. I don't know about you. Suchin raised his head, and a sudden chuckle interrupted Ike's words. Ike was a little uncertain, what did Suchin mean when he suddenly smiled? Are you moved by the conditions he said, or do you think what he said is ridiculous? Ike didn't dare to guess blindly, and still looked at Suchin with a smile. Mr. Su, I think you can think about this matter. After all, we have given the greatest sincerity to T Group. If Mr. Su has other requirements, of course, they can also put forward them. We will definitely recommend T Group. I will do my best to satisfy you. Suchin smiled and said, Mr. Ike, I can see that you have indeed shown great sincerity in pushing T Group, but I am not interested in these at all. I am a native of Longua, and naturally, I want to serve our Dragon Academy of Sciences. Service, not only for economic and material goods, but more for the glory of our country. Mr. Ike, thank you for the tea, I'm done with the tea, I'm sorry. Suchin smiled and left the bar. As soon as he left, Ike smashed the wine bottle angrily. This Suchin is clearly playing with me. What kind of country's glory? He clearly never thought of agreeing from the beginning. Lin Fifan was so relieved that he laughed out loud as soon as he came out. Brother Su, you are so awesome. I guess Ike is about to vomit blood now, haha. Suchin didn't speak. Lin Fifan leaned over and stared at him. Suchin glanced at him and said, Why have you been looking at me? Ask me if You want to ask anything? Lin Fifan hesitated for a moment, and asked softly, Brother Su, to be honest, the conditions offered by the tea group are really very generous, and it is difficult for ordinary people to refuse. Brother Su, are you really not interested? Su Chen patted his head with one hand and said with a smile, Lin Fifan, who do you think of me as Su Chen? Do you think that I joined the Dragon Academy just for the conditions that the dean gave me? I am in the Progress Research Department of the Chaofan Group. It is not difficult to complete the current mecha, but I chose to complete the first mecha in the Dragon Academy, because the Dragon Academy is an organization representing the Dragon Kingdom. Hey, Brother Su, I just asked casually, don't be angry. My brother Su is the best, and he is super patriotic and has a first-class sense of national honor. Hey. The two returned to the reception scene. Within 2 minutes, the people from Bao's group arrived. Su Chen originally thought that the beautiful female secretary would come, but she found out that the other person was also a girl who looked more than the girl just now. The secretary is even more beautiful. And she has a completely different style from the female secretary just now. The female secretary is a sexually sensitive beauty. The one here is a pure and cute girl. She has a small tiger tooth when she smiles. She doesn't look very old, she should have just grown up. Hello, Mr. Su, Mr. Lu, she wants to invite you to sit on the terrace over there. Can you show your face? Su Chen raised her hand to let her lead the way. The little girl was very happy, and quickly thanked, Thank you Mr. Su, Mr. Su, you are really kind. The little girl tried her best to show her little tiger teeth, looking at Su Chen's innocent smile, but in this smile, there was a bit of deliberate pandering. She walked in front. Lin Fifan sneered and said, This Lu Shi, why does he keep using this trick? Does he think that everyone likes beautiful women just like his old scumbag, and that female secretary didn't ask you about it just now? To the benefit, I immediately changed to another innocent girl. This little girl looks so small, and it is estimated that she may not be an adult. Lu Shi is really unscrupulous. Su Chen smiled and said, The Bao's group can sit in this position today. Isn't it because of the dog's leg? The characteristics of other people's groups. Lin Fifan followed with a smile. Unfortunately, the person they met this time was Brother Su. Lu Shi would never have imagined that the sister-in-law in Brother Su's house is as beautiful as a goddess, and with such a great beauty around, he will love him more if he finds it. The girl who came here. Brother Su will never take it seriously. Su Chen gave him a white look. Are you putting on a high hat for me in advance? Are you afraid I won't be able to hold it later? How is it possible that you can't think of me like that, Brother Su? I'm telling the truth, I still don't know what kind of person Brother Su is. If Brother Su really likes beautiful women, then you, the daughter of academician, you of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, Lily won't be getting closer to the water tower sooner than later. Lin Fifan. I didn't expect you to be quite gossipy. Hey, Brother Su, this isn't my gossip, it's something we all know about the Dragon Academy of Sciences, so Miss Yu Lily came to see her dad every now and then. You said they could meet at home every day, and she even ran. I came to see her father at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. This is obviously an excuse to see you. Brother Su, you are also firm enough. Every time Miss Yu comes to you, you are in your office. The one she looks at outside is an ecstatic person. The two chatted and laughed, and then went to the terrace. It was obviously rearranged. There was a set of luxurious leather sofas on the small terrace. Lu Shi sat in the middle like an upstart with no culture. When he saw Su Chen coming, he immediately ran to the side and gave up the best position. "Mr. Su, here you come? Hurry up and sit down. Go pour wine for Mr. Su, what are you doing?" Lu Shi directed the little girl. "Just now." But before the little girl approached Su Chen's face turned cold. "Mr. Lu Shi, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't mess with it. I said it just now. My wife is strict with it." Lu Shi smiled embarrassedly, waved his hands quickly, and asked the girl and his female secretary to retreat. He looked at Su Chen embarrassedly. "Sorry, Mr. Su, I didn't know you didn't like these things, don't worry, this must be the last time." Su Chen ignored him. Lu Shi adjusted his status and said to Su Chen, "Mr. Su. In fact, I invited you to come over today alone because I wanted to invite you to join our Bao S group. Mr. Lu Shi, I am from the Dragon Academy of Sciences." Su Chen said. Yes, I know this. Not only do I know that you are a talent from the Dragon Academy, but I also know that you have made a great achievement in Mecha. The mecha that greeted you before was supposed to be completed by Mr. Su. Well, it is precisely because of this that we hope to get Mr. Su's help. Mr. Su, our Bao S group has been working on mecha research for years. To be honest, although I look like a businessman, I actually love mecha very much. I also hope that Bao S group can to make a real mecha. If Mr. Su can join, I believe my wish will be realized soon. In order to express my sincerity, I have even prepared our contract. Mr. Su can take a look. Su Chen glanced down at the contract, but did not reach for it. Lu Shi swallowed his saliva and said with a dry smile, "The light here is too dark, it is really inconvenient for Mr. Su to read the text, so let me say it directly. If Mr. Su is willing to join the Bao S group, in terms of economic conditions, I will support Mr. Su infinitely. As long as you offer a price, Bao S group will definitely satisfy you, and I am also willing to give up my position as chairman of the board to Mr. Su. In fact, my purpose is very simple, I just want to see until the real mecha appears in our Bao S group. It really doesn't matter who the chairman is." Su Chen threw the contract back and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu Shi is really well-intentioned, but it's a pity that I'm not interested in Bao S group, let alone your country's contribution to mecha. With all due respect, Bao S group has been relying on the existence of Push T group all these years, and it is not because of the high-end technology that it is in this position. As far as I know, your highest-end technology has always come from Push, the support of the T group. Without them, you would not even be able to reach your current level, so even if I joined and produced mechas, the Bao S group would not be able to rank among the big groups." "Excuse me." In Lu Shi's pale and angry face, Su Chen handsomely took Lin Fifan away. Damn, this Su Chen actually laughed at our group. Haha, brother Su, you are so handsome. Bao S group and Lu Shi have always been dog legs. With the support of T group and Great Britain, they are showing off their power in the world. They really take themselves as such. What you said just now is really heartwarming. Brother Su, I found that you are really amazing. You can always stab someone's sore spot. Whether it's the T group just now, or the Bao S group just now, you immediately caught their fatal point. I really admire you more and more. Don't worship brother too much." Su Chen smiled. Lin Fifan answered immediately, Brother Su is a legend? No, brother is afraid that your goal is too big, and you will inevitably feel inferior when you can't achieve it, haha. Suchen walked away with a smile. Lin Fifan reacted and chased after him and said, Brother Su. Although what you said is true, why don't you save me some face? Although I can't be compared with Brother Su, you have always been my goal. Brother Su, and I will work hard to learn from you. Even if there is no way to achieve Brother Su's achievements, I can become Brother Su's younger brother and follow Brother Su. Learning, I will definitely be able to realize my ideals and ambitions. Brother Su, are the people from Zhanti back? It had been a while since the two of them returned to the reception, but since Gui's people never showed up, Lin Fifan had such a question. Actually, T has been in a neutral position all these years. Every time T and Bao S and the Dragon Academy compete against each other, they hide as much as they can, but in private, they have a good relationship with the Dragon Academy. I didn't dare to show it at the summit, but we lacked some materials in the Dragon Academy of Sciences before, and just after the news was released, the Dragon Academy of Sciences received an international express. Anonymously, the dean checked it and found that it was sent by Zhan Ti. After listening to Lin Fifan's words, Suchen thought for a while and said, If you say that, Zhan Ti is quite kind, and it is understandable that they usually remain neutral at summits. After all, whether it is their group or their country, their international status is the same. To be a little weaker, to survive in the cracks over the years, to be able to have today's status, must have come carefully. Since the Zhan Ti group has helped the Dragon Academy of Sciences before, we have to write down this kindness. If they come over later, I will talk to them properly, Suchen said. Lin Fifan nodded, Brother Su, you are really cool. After a while, the people from Zhan Ti's side arrived, and the assistant next to Gui came. Hello Mr. Su, my president wants to invite you over there for a cup of tea, do you have time? Suchen put down the wine glass in his hand, let's lead the way. Devi chose a reception room, which was quite quiet. After Suchen and the others entered, Devi's assistant swept the room with anti-monitoring equipment. Suchen noticed this action, and took another look. Gui quickly said, Don't think too much about Mr. Su, I'm not doubting Mr. Su, but it's outside. After all, and there are more people coming to the summit this time. It's a mixed bag, so I'm a little more careful in order to avoid unpleasant things. Suchen waved his hand, it's okay, it's good to do this, and it also protects my privacy. Devi was relieved to see that he was not angry. He took the initiative to make tea for Suchen and put it in front of him. Suchen discovered that the tea was actually Longjing tea from the Dragon Kingdom. Suchen took a sip and said with a smile, it's delicious. Mr. Su likes it. I usually like Longwu tea very much. This Longjing is my favorite tea. This is the newly picked Yuqian Longjing this year. Compared with the two just now, his attitude is very sincere. Suchen also remembered the kindness he had given to the Dragon Academy before Zhan Ti, and said directly, Mr. You have helped our Dragon Academy, so if you have any questions today, you can ask directly, as long as it does not involve confidential content, I will be able to answer you. Gui was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, I really didn't expect the Dragon Academy to remember such a small thing, it was just a little effort. At the time, and the Dragon Kingdom is as I thought, a country that values love and justice. Mr. Su, I won't waste your time, let me tell you straight to the point, I know that now you have made a mecca for the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. And Long Guo will be the first in the world to make a mecha. Our country has never thought about competing with the Dragon Kingdom, and our group will not grab the limelight of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. We will not compete for the first place, but if it can be the second place, it would be a great honor for me. One thing. As for the bright side, our group can propose to cooperate with the Dragon Academy of Sciences. You are the leader and we are the assistant, as long as you are willing to help our group research mecha. Although Zhang Ti did not put forward very rich material conditions like Push T and Bao S, they were very sincere. In short, they did not come to grab the first place, but wanted a share of the pie. I hope Su Chen and Long the Academy of Sciences can pull them to fight T. Mr. Gowei, although you did help the Dragon Academy before, we can discuss this affection from other aspects. If we want to cooperate, it is better to be businesslike, Su Chen said. Devi was a little nervous and asked, Mr. Su, what do you mean? Since you want to choose a partner for the Dragon Academy of Sciences, it is natural to speak with strength. After all, cooperation is a win-win situation for both parties, not targeted poverty alleviation. If you trust me and the Dragon Academy of Sciences, you can tell your current progress. This. Devi seemed a little embarrassed. Su Chen smiled and said, It's okay, Mr. Govey, I'll tell you the truth. If you really want to choose a partner, my requirements will be very strict, and if you don't want to disclose your current information, I won't be too much. What do you say? Let's take it as a tea today. What he meant was very clear, even if he really got all the information out. Su Chen still had to judge whether they could become partners based on their research progress. Not only can't cooperate, but also leaked the old bottom. But if you don't show it to Su Chen, then there is really no chance at all. Su Chen has already made a real combat armor. His research on mecha is far more than everyone in their battles, even if it is to announce their research results. I believe that for Su Chen, it is only a fur. As soon as Gevi gritted his teeth, he immediately asked his assistant to show Su Chen their latest research results on the notebook. Su Chen read it carefully, pursed his lips, and said, Mr. Gevi, with all due respect, with your current research level, you simply cannot meet the standard of cooperation with the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Mr. Gevi, I'm sorry, we may not be able to help you with this. If you have any problems with mechas that are difficult to overcome in the future, you can come to the Dragon Academy and have a seat. After Su Chen finished speaking, he left with Lin Fifan. Seeing that Su Chen had just left, the assistant stepped forward and said, President, shall we just let Mr. Su go like this? He has already seen the confidential content we are studying now. How could you just? Gu Wei raised his hand to interrupt her, and said softly, It doesn't matter. I believe in the Dragon Academy, I also believe in the Dragon Kingdom, and even more in this Mr. Su. He did think about it just now. We are not qualified enough. After we go back, let the big guy continue to work hard. Only by standing higher can we compete with the strong. Su Chen and Lin Fifan stayed at the reception for a while, and at 10 o'clock, Su Chen was ready to go back. There are still his wife and children waiting for him at home, and today's task has been successfully completed. When they dared to walk out of the hotel door, they saw two cars parked at the door, an extended luxury car and a luxurious RV. Ike and Lucy got out of the two cars respectively and walked towards Su Chen with a smile. Mr. Su, I was looking for you just now. I heard that you are leaving. So, you Have had a drink today, so take our car and go back. We can talk in detail when we are on the road. Ike smiled. Said. Not to be outdone, Lucy stepped forward and said, Mr. Su, let's go in our car. I chose an RV that has enough space in it, and there are all kinds of snacks and red wine in the car, so we can walk while we go. Chat. Ike glared at Lucy, who was not to be outdone. Lucy knew that he had completely offended the 2AT group by making such a fuss today, so the 2AT group would definitely not give him any help in the future, so he must seize the life-saving straw of Su Chen. He believes that Su Chen, the value that the dust can bring far exceeds that of the T group. Mr. Su, if you are still dissatisfied with the conditions that we just pushed T group, then we can discuss it later. You should know the strength of our Great Eagle country. I will give you the strongest support. Ike said to Su Chen, and at the same time glanced at Lucy over there arrogantly. Lucy said immediately, Mr. Su, although Bao's group is not as good as the Great Eagle country, our sincerity towards you is quite large. He gave up the whole group. Ike certainly didn't think of it. Mr. Su, if you have any other needs, we will definitely meet your needs. Let's get in the car and have a good chat. Su Chen watched the two of them compete with each other, dog bites dog, and chuckled in his heart. Mr. Su, take our car. Mr. Su, take my car. Ike and Lucy kept leaning towards Su Chen's side, seeing that Su Chen's face was not very good, and he didn't dare to go too forward. The two rushed to each other, squeezed over, and almost got into a fight. The bodyguards behind them saw that their boss was being run on, and they also ran up to help, and the scene became chaotic for a while. At this time, a familiar car suddenly stopped in front of the hotel. Yan Bingxue rolled down the window and said to Su Chen and Lin Fifan over there, Husband, get in the car, let's go home. Seeing Yan Bingxue, Su Chen immediately smiled and led Lin Fifan to his car. Ike and Lucy, who were huddled together, were stunned. Ike was disturbed by the noise of the bodyguards around him and shouted, Give me all assistance. The two sides finally stopped fighting, but Su Chen was already in Yan Bingxue's car. Ike hurried over and said, Mr. Su, look. Su Chen glanced at him and said, Mr. Ike, I'm sorry, my wife has come to pick me up and go home. Goodbye. After speaking, he closed the car window directly, and Ike stood outside, completely caught off guard. Watching Su Chen's car drive away, he angrily said to the bodyguards behind him, Fight, beat me to the death, as long as you are a member of Bao's group. Today, you don't have to show me mercy. Before Lucy could react, the bodyguards who pushed T were all around him. He hurriedly hugged his head and shouted, What are you still doing? Come and protect me. Did I pay you to watch the show? Su Chen sat in the car and was in a good mood watching this farce. Lin Fifan sat back in the back seat, looked at them from the back glass, and laughed, haha, they actually got into a fight. This dog-eat-dog scene looks too interesting. Yan Bingxue didn't know what happened yet, but seeing that Su Chen and Lin Fifan were safe and sound, and the two leaders of the two major groups who were fighting each other, she probably guessed it. On the way back, Lin Fifan couldn't help but send a video to Yuan Lao. Immediately. Teacher, it's great that I came to attend this summit with Brother Su. I watched a lively event. It's a pity that you didn't come, teacher. You didn't see the faces of the heads of the three major groups today. Especially Ike, who pushed T, and Lucy, who pushed Bao's. When we left just now, they all started fighting to let Brother Su ride in their car. Yuan Lao was confused and asked excitedly, "What's the situation?" Lin Fifan vividly described today's wonderful scene, and Yan Bingxue also happened to listen to the whole process. "Teacher, Brother Su's performance is amazing." When they talked to Brother Su alone, Brother Su made them very angry. "I think they will vomit blood when they go back today." Yuan Lao laughed at the other end of the video. After laughing, he said to Lin Fifan, give your phone to Brother Su, and I'll have a word with him. Lin Fifan immediately handed the phone to Su Chen, the co-pilot. "Old Yuan. Xiao Su, your performance is really good. I knew that it was the most suitable task for you today, haha. Over the years, our Dragon Academy has suffered a lot from pushing T, and this time we can finally get it back at one time." Xiao Su, I was really moved when I heard Fifan's words. "I will always remember what you said to Ike. You are a good boy and the hero of our Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry, when you come back, I will sort out these things and report them above. Everything you do for the Dragon Academy and the Dragon Kingdom will be rejected by everyone. Remember." He knew that Push T and Bao S had made a lot of money to poach Su Chen this time, but Su Chen could hold himself in the face of such a big temptation and always keep in mind his sense of national honor. A rare thing. Su Chen smiled and said to Yuan Lao, "These are my duties, and I am not proud. I am a native of Longhua. My achievements are inseparable from the training of the country, and naturally, I have to repay the country." "Okay, that's really good, Xiao Su, you are the pride of our Dragon Academy." Su Chen handed the phone to Lin Fifan again, and Yan Bingxue suddenly stretched out his hand, squeezed his hand gently, and whispered, "Husband, you are awesome. You are also the pride of me and the children. The strongest daddy." 100 million signed in at the beginning. The latest issue of the summit soon appeared in Longhua's TV program in the form of news broadcasts. Suja saw Su Chen's figure appearing at the summit and suddenly screamed in surprise. "It's cousin!" He shouted in his heart, but when he saw the people around him, he didn't dare to shout. Su Chen actually went to the Mecca summit? Since returning from Haigua, he has been following the second grandfather to deal with these matters at home. He originally wanted to investigate the relationship between Su Chen and his uncle after returning to China, but he didn't have time to come back. He has been busy these days. Not even a cell phone to look at. Seeing Su Chen going to the Mecca summit, he immediately turned on his mobile phone to check the latest Douyin, and quickly swiped the video of the wedding. A few days ago, when he saw Su Chen sitting on the big Mecca in the video, Suja was very excited. The last time the two discussed about Meccas at the airport, he felt that his cousin had an extraordinary insight into Meccas. He didn't expect his cousin to have such an achievement, and he really made a Mecca. Seeing this news, he immediately took his mobile phone and went to the study to find the second grandfather. The second grandpa has been very busy these days, and I am afraid he still doesn't know the good news. Suja pushed open the door and rushed in. The second Master Su, who was working seriously in the room, was startled and said angrily, "Why is your child always so frizzy when you do things? Scare Grandpa." "Second Grandpa, I have great news to tell you. The news is so shocking, so I forgot to knock on the door." Suja excitedly walked towards him with his mobile phone. Second Master Su rubbed his aching head, closed his eyes and asked, "What's the good news?" "It's about cousin Su Chen." As soon as he heard Su Chen's name, Second Master Su immediately opened his Eyes. What's wrong with Su Chen? How do you call him cousin? Have you found anything? He is really your uncle's son. Second Master Su asked excitedly. That's not true, but I just saw Brother Su Chen on the news. Brother Su Chen actually made a mecha. What? Second grandpa, look at my phone. Suja showed the second grandfather all the contents on the phone. After reading it, the second grandfather, Su, couldn't help his pupils shaking. This is all true, can't it be peas? Oh, second master, take a good look, these are all videos, not pictures, how could it be from P? And Brother Su Chen also represented the Dragon Academy of Sciences to attend the Mecha Summit. Usually the dean went there. Brother Su Chen can actually appear at the summit. It means that this mecha is real. It was made by Brother Su Chen. Suja was very excited. Didn't I just say it when I came back last time? Brother Su Chen has a very unique insight into mechas. He will definitely be able to make big mechas. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. Second Master Su watched the video several times, but he still couldn't believe it was all true. The more he looked, the more excited he became, until he finally burst into tears. Second Grandpa, why are you crying? I'm so excited. I can't believe that such a good child can still appear in our Su family. Xiaojia, let's go to Zhonghai now to find your cousin. Second Master Su immediately stood up. You go to book a ticket, I'll pack up, and we'll split up. Second Grandfather, let's discuss this matter with my cousin a little bit. I just went there rashly. What if Brother Su Chen is not happy? Although Suja was excited, he was still sober. That's right, then you can ask Yu Su Chen first. The second master walked around the room excitedly. Suja immediately took out his mobile phone and sent Su Chen a WeChat message. Suja, Brother Su Chen? Didn't I bother you? My second grandfather and I are going to play in Zhonghai these 2 days. Can we go to play with you? When Su Chen saw the news, he took his wife and children on their honeymoon in Sanya. Su Chen, I'm not in Zhonghai these days. Suja was disappointed when he saw this news. Second Grandpa, Brother Su Chen said that he is not in Zhonghai these days. Second Master Su was stunned for a moment, slapped his forehead and said, Aren't we stupid? Wasn't that Mecha Summit just held in Sanya? Su Chen just finished attending the Mecha Summit, so he should be still in Sanya. Suja suddenly realized, yeah, I forgot. He smiled and sent another message to Su Chen. Suja, Brother Su Chen, are you in Sanya? Su Chen, well, I'm taking my wife and children out for our honeymoon. There are still a few days to go back. Do you want to come to Zhonghai to play? Suja, well, we're going to play. I thought you were there, so I wanted to find you. When are you coming back? Su Chen, not sure, it should be just a few days. Su Chen was slightly hesitant when he saw the news. Sooner or later, the matter between Dad and the Su family could not be concealed. After the Su family returned, they must have found something, and only then would they come to Zhonghai to find them. But my father's attitude. Su Chen couldn't figure out what his father was thinking, so he didn't tell Suja the specific date when they went back. Suja was not disappointed, and said, it turned out to be a honeymoon then. Su Chen, brother, you, sister-in-law and children have a good time. Let me know when you come back. I will stay in Zhonghai for a while. Su Chen, okay. After Suja finished chatting, he told Su Iri the news here. Second Master Su said excitedly, Xiaojia, It seems that the video you just showed me is true. Suchin just got married for his honeymoon, and he happened to be in Sanya. So this mecha meeting are real. Suja nodded. Yeah, second grandpa, brother Suchen is really amazing. He really made a mecha. And I watched the summit, the scene was wonderful, haha. Brother Suchen pushed them away. I'm speechless, I really won glory for our Dragon Kingdom. When Second Master Su heard this, he immediately said, really? Find out the video, and I'll watch it too. Suja went to search for the replay of the summit at night, and watched it again with his second grandfather. After reading it, Second Master Su laughed loudly and said, Suchen is such a great kid. He has squeezed the representatives of those big groups to death. Haha. Suja smiled and said, yes, second grandpa, brother Suchen is really amazing, so let's get ready to go to Zhonghai. When they come back from their honeymoon, we will find brother Suchen as soon as possible. Second Master Su hesitated for a moment and said, but now we can't be 100% sure that Suchen is your uncle's son, and if I go with you, no one will take care of the family. Suja heard the words and said, then I'll go first, second grandpa, I'll wait for brother Suchen first. When he comes back, I'll tell you right away that you'll be in the past, and now you can handle these things at home. Second Master Su nodded, alright, then you go to Zhonghai first, and Suchen told me as soon as he came back, I can't wait to confirm his identity now. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. 3 days later, Suchen's family returned to Zhonghai. Knowing that they were going home today, Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun went to Su's house early in the morning and brought their chef with them. Suchen and the others got home at noon, and as soon as they entered the door, they smelled the fragrant smell of food. Tuanchuan and Lei threw off their shoes when they entered the door. They didn't even have time to wear slippers, so they ran into the house. Grandpa, Grandma, we're back. Did you miss us? The 4 elders in the family quickly greeted them, and hurriedly surrounded the 2 children in the middle for a while of intimacy. Think, Grandma wants to kill you guys. Grandma misses you too. Grandma looks at the videos and photos you send every day. You had a great time in Sanya, didn't you? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded vigorously. We had a great time playing this time. We thought we were hanging out with my parents, and Sanya was really fun. There are a lot of fun things on the beach. And a lot of delicious food. Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandma, let's go play together as a family. Again during the Chinese New Year. Haha, Tuanchuan, you have just returned from Sanya, so you are thinking about going to play again. What's the matter? Do you think you haven't had enough? Tang Shiyun said with a smile. I had a great time this time, but my grandparents and grandparents aren't here. Next time we want the family to play together. Tuanchuan said with his little head raised high. The 4 old people who heard this were very happy in their hearts. Suma held Tuan and kissed her on the cheek. My family Tuanchuan is so sweet. I go out and encounter a fun place, and I still think about my grandparents and grandparents. Seeing that her sister was praised, Lei was afraid that her grandparents and grandparents would misunderstand that she did not think about them, so she quickly said next to her, Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandma, I bought a gift for you and my sister, and I made it by ourselves. A present. On the day, Suchen went to the summit, Yan Bingxue and Tuan Lei went to the beach to pick up a bunch of beautiful shells when they had nothing to do at home, and then started busy with manual work. Before Yan Bingxue made pearl necklaces for the 2 mothers, Tuanchuan and Lei. were also inspired and decided to use these beautiful shells to make beautiful bracelets for grandma and grandma. Of course, gifts from grandpa and grandpa are also indispensable. In the last 2 days, with the help of their father, Tuanchuan and Lele, completed 2 pieces of shell carving art. They took out the gifts from grandma and grandma first. Children have a lot of whimsy in their heads, so the matching bracelets look very unique. Suma and Tang Shiyun couldn't put it down after watching it, and even put it on their wrists. The bracelets we made with Tuanchu and Lele are so beautiful. As long as grandma and grandma like it, Tuanchuan said happily. And the pearl necklace your mother made for you. The pearl is taken out of the shell. Tuanchuan ran to look for Yan Bingxue. Mom, quickly take out the necklace you made and give it to grandma and grandma. Tang Shiyun said in surprise, did you still buy pearl necklaces? Yan Bingxue said while taking it, I didn't buy it, Mom, I made it myself. There is a handicraft shop in Sanya. I got the mussel shells myself, picked some pearls of better quality, and made 2 strings of pearl necklaces, for the 2 mothers. I heard that Yan Bingxue made the necklace by herself. When Suma and Tang Shuyun received the gift, the smiles on their faces became brighter. Because the pearls are taken by themselves, they have not undergone acquired processing, so it is inevitable that there will be a few flaws on the surface. But these pearls are carefully selected by Yan Bingxue, so the flaws look very small, and it is precisely because of this little flaw that pearls are becoming more and more precious. The 2 mothers immediately put the pearl necklace around their necks. They liked it very much, and matched it with the bracelets made by the 2 little guys. But make them beautiful. Yan Junwei and Dad Su looked at them enviously. Although these gifts were not bought at a high price, each of them represented the children's hearts, and they were made with their own hands, and they were very envious. Yan Junwei snorted twice, looked at the children and said, oh, as expected. The babies and daughters are close to their mothers, we 2 old men don't even have a gift. He originally wanted to make fun of Tuanchu and Lele, but who knew that Tuan. Lele ran over immediately, holding 2 boxes and said, some. Grandpa and Grandpa also have gifts. Yan Junwei and Dad Su looked surprised, but they didn't expect them to have gifts too. These shell pearls that are abundant in Sanya are actually not suitable for men, so in fact, they did not have any hope, but they did not expect to have their own gifts. Lele and Tuanchuan took a box and put it in front of Dad Su and Yan Junwei. They took it in surprise, opened it, and both of them were stunned at the same time. This. Yan Junwei carefully picked up the conch in the box, and only after getting started did he dare to be sure that it was the real conch. Is this carved on a conch? It's too beautiful. Dad Su said in surprise. Tuanchuan, Lele, you shouldn't have made this yourself, but bought it from a store outside? Yan Junwei looked at it with admiration and asked. Lele proudly raised his head and said, Hee Grandpa, we did this by ourselves, but it wasn't me and my sister who did it alone, it was Dad who held our hand. Tuanchuan added, we can do it too, Grandpa, it was Dad who said that we are too young to be safe with a knife. The little guy took credit, but Yan Junwei and Dad Su both knew that the 2 children would definitely not be able to complete such an exquisite carving. But they didn't expect that Su Chen's carving skills were so good. Son, when did you learn to carve? My hollowed-out horse is also very beautiful, and the hair on the tail is vivid, Dad Su said in surprise. Su Chen smiled and said, I have nothing to think about and play on my own. Yan Junwei said in surprise, son-in-law, you can reach this level by thinking about it yourself? This is even more exquisite than the masterworks I bought outside. Tang Shiyun and Suma also came to see. Tang Shiyun smiled and said, "Our son-in-law is smart, and he can learn by himself even better than a master." Suma looked at her son with relief and said, "Chen Chen, this carving is really beautiful." Everyone liked their gifts very much, and Tang Shiyun and Suma also prepared surprises for them. Let's go, and see the reunion dinner we prepared for you. Today we have these dishes, but the chef at home is instructing, and my mother and son. And I made it by hand. It tastes that your two fathers have already tasted it. Excellent, come and eat. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. The family had a lively reunion dinner. After lunch, Tang Shiyun and Yan Zhenwei were there to play with the children, while Suma and Yan Bingxue were packing up the specialties sent from Sonia. "Bingxue, why did you buy so much seafood back? The refrigerator at home is almost too full. I put it in the freezer downstairs, but my father and I will not make these things. We have to wait for you to come back and look at them. Where to put it and when to eat it. Bingxue, pack up these later, and bring half of them back to your parents," Su Ma said. Yan Bingxue shook her head. "No need, Mom, I also sent a copy to my parents. Let's keep these seafood for ourselves. They are all vacuum-packed and can be stored in the freezer for a while. It's all fresh seafood from Sonia, and it was still alive when we bought it." Ma Su smiled and said, "You two children, go out for your honeymoon and think about home. It should be we are all a family during the Chinese New Year. Let's go to Sonia for a vacation with my parents. It's fun there." Yan Bingxue and Su Ma talked about the play plan for the past few days while packing up. After listening to her in person, Su Ma felt that the photos she had received on her mobile phone came alive in an instant. In the living room, Tuanchuan and Lele are also showing photos to their grandparents. "Grandpa and grandmother, look, this is the photo we took when we went diving with our parents. There are a lot of small fish in the sea, and there is a super big turtle. It's as big as me," and giggle. Suchin saw that they were very happy talking there, so he called Dad Su, and the two went to the study together. After closing the door, Dad Su asked suspiciously, "Son, what are you calling me to do in the study?" Suchin said, "Dad, there is something I want to talk to you about the Su family in the imperial capital." He told Dad Su that Suzhi contacted him 2 days ago. After Dad Su heard this, he frowned slightly. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Hey, what should come is still coming. Son, if this child finds you again and tells you that he wants to meet you, will promise him." Suchin glanced at his father and said, "Dad, have you made up your mind?" Dad Su nodded, "Well, I figured it out. Actually, over the years, your mother and I have had you. You are so old now. And it's been more than 20 years since we left home. It's not that I didn't think about going back, but every time I think about it, I don't know how to face it. Yes, the older you get, the harder it is to have the courage to face it all. But now, there is no way to hide. Chen Chen, you are an adult now, and now you have made mechas, and participated in such an important international conference on behalf of the Dragon Academy. I think these things will be seen by the Su family in the imperial capital soon. It will be found soon. Hiding is not a solution. In fact, there is no need to hide, especially now that you are so good. You and Bingshua's career and family are here. It is time for me to face all this." Suchin heard what his father said, and immediately said, "Dad, you can just follow your own ideas. You don't need to think about me and Bing Shue. If you really don't want to see them, even if they come, I can handle it." Dad, Su shook his head, looked at his son with a smile, and said, "Silly boy. Dad knows that you have strong abilities and are not afraid of the Su family in the imperial capital. In fact, we and them are not opposed to each other." "That's right, Dad, after all, you are a family." Although things were very unpleasant back then, it has been so many years now, and many grievances are now gone. Suchin advised. Dad, Su nodded, "Well, son, you're right." Suchin said, "When they come over, let's sit down and have a good chat together. These things may all be solved, Dad. In fact, things between family members are not that complicated, just like me and you and the imperial capital. The Su family is also thicker than blood." This sentence seemed to wake Dad, Su, all of a sudden. He raised his head in shock and looked at his son with flickering eyes. "Yes, son, you are right, the family, how can there be so many obstacles to overcome?" Suchin nodded lightly. "Well, Dad, don't worry, I think Suja will come to me soon, although I didn't say when I will come back, but since they are ready to come to Zhonghai, they definitely want to found you. Well, the next time Suja contacts you, you shouldn't be rejecting him, Dad," Su said. After the two agreed, Suchin sat with Dad Su in the study for a while. Father and son did not speak, sitting by the window smoking. In the smoke, Dad Su looked at his son and said with relief, "Chen Chen, you are really a very sensible child. Dad now feels that many things are not as transparent as you, and some things require you to come teach Daddy." Suchin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Dad, my son has grown up, and I will be your and mother's support in the future." Papa Su's eyes were slightly red. "Yes, in the past, your mother and I took care of you growing up, but now, times have changed, and many things, your mother and I can't keep up, and the future is still in the hands of you young people." "Yes, son, Dad is really happy that you made a Mecca." Dad didn't have time to talk about this at the wedding that day, but when I saw the big Mecca, my dad was really happy. My son is a big hero in my heart. I believe that when I meet the Su family, they will be very happy to know that I have such an excellent son as you." When Dad Su thought of his son, he suddenly felt that his heart was full of courage. Although he ran away from home back then, there was nothing he could do. Because if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to be with his wife. Instead of marrying a woman you don't love and don't know, and live an illusory life, it is naturally better to be with the woman you love. It has been more than 20 years since he married his wife, and the two of them have a very good relationship. Although their life is not as wealthy and superior as when they were in the Su family in the imperial capital, their life is also very happy in the ordinary working life of the two of them. Happiness. The most important thing is that he and his wife have raised such an excellent son. Even the people of the Su family in the imperial capital will be very shocked and surprised when they see their son again. Because his son is so good. Even if he didn't grow up in the imperial capital Su, he was no weaker than anyone. Chen, your mother and I have never done anything great in our life. We think the most amazing thing we have is having a son like you. Don't worry, this time Dad doesn't need to hide it anymore. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. The next morning, Tuanchuan and Lele went to school happily. The two people's school bags were full to the brim, stuffed with the gifts they brought back from Sonia. This is the first time they have taken such a long vacation since they went to school. I heard that they were going out with their parents, and the teacher immediately approved the vacation. And when they are playing outside these days, the classmates will send them messages at night and call and chat with them. So when they came back, Tuanchuan and Lei did not forget the children in the kindergarten and brought them a lot of beautiful shells as gifts. I believe they will like it very much. In the kindergarten, the children happily surrounded Tuanchuan and Lei, who had not appeared for several days. Lily hugged Tuanchuan excitedly. Tuanchuan, Lei, you are finally back. We miss you so much. You haven't come to class these few days. We all feel that it's boring to go to school. Tuanchuan giggled and said, Lily, my brother and I are the only ones who didn't come to school. All the other children came. How could it be boring? Others are different from you. You are the pistachio in our class. You and Lei are not here. We all miss you so much. But it's all right. You are finally back, and we can have classes together again every day. Tuanchuan nodded happily. They put their school bags on the desk. We even brought you gifts. Wow, are there any gifts from us? Tuanchuan, Lei, you are so kind to us. The last time we went to your house to play, we also brought back a lot of gifts. I didn't expect you to bring us gifts when you went out to play. Tuanchuan, Lei, we love you so much. Wow, so many beautiful shells, the children exclaimed. The whole classroom was very lively. All the children gathered around Tuanchuan and Lei's desks, watching them take out a lot of beautiful shells and all kinds of novel conch shells from their school bags. These are things they have never seen in Zhonghai. Wow, Tuanchuan, Lei, where did you get so many beautiful shells? Did you buy them back? Are so many expensive? Lily asked. Tuanchuan shook his head and said with a smile, these were not bought by my brother and I, these were picked up by my brother and I on the beach. There are so many fun things on the beach, especially after the tide has receded. There will be a lot of beautiful shells and conch shells washed up on the shore, and my mother took us to pick up a lot of them. These are all picked out by us. They are very beautiful. Lei said to everyone, you can choose whatever you like. These are the gifts that I and Tuanchuan specially brought to you. The children swarmed up and concentrated on picking up shells and conch shells. This is so pretty. This one is also very beautiful. I think the shells selected by Tuanchuan and Lei are very beautiful. Big Tiger, don't take so much. These are what Tuanchuan and Lei brought to all of us. You hold him in your arms, so other children can't get them. The big tiger pouted and said, but these shells are very beautiful. I want every one of them. Then you can't take them all. You took away the other children, didn't you? Seeing that everyone was arguing, Tuanchuan came over and said, Big Tiger, if you like it, you can take a few more, but you can't take all of them. We are all classmates. These are the gifts that my brother and I brought to you. Just like the toys last time, every child has a share, so we can play together. Okay? Seeing that Tuanchuan was so cute, Dahu scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and then put the shells in his arms back on the desk. Okay, then I'll pick a few beautiful ones, and you can just pick the rest. Thank you for all the fun. When the teacher came in, he saw such a happy picture. Knowing that Tuanchuan and Lei were back, the teacher was also very happy. I often see the teacher jumping over immediately, holding a bracelet made of shells in his hand. Although all the bracelets were given to grandmother and the teacher, each bracelet was carefully crafted by them. Different shells are selected, so the styles are completely different. Tuanchuan and Lele also prepared gifts for the teacher. You guys are really great. Did you have a good time in Sanya with your parents this time? Would you like to share with your classmates the experience of going out this time? You have been out for more than a week this time, so you must have played a lot of fun things. The children miss your teacher and want to know about you. What have you been playing outside? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily when they heard the teacher's words. So today's first lesson became a travel sharing between Tuanchuan and Lele. The children also liked this kind of course arrangement. After choosing the shells, they happily returned to their seats and looked at Tuanchuan and Lele on the podium with anticipation. The place we went to this time is Sanya. There is an endless sea there, and it is a blue sea. It is completely different from the sea here. It is very clear, it looks blue, and the color of the sky is exactly the same. The sky and white clouds over there are also very beautiful. My brother and I went swimming and diving with my parents and saw a lot of beautiful little fish. The small animals in the water are just like what we saw in the aquarium before, but in the aquarium we can only see them through the glass, but when diving in the water, we can get very close to them. Reach out if you can touch them. Lele smiled and said to her sister, but Tuanchuan is a little timid and didn't dare to touch the fish. Ha ha ha. The children below laughed loudly. Tuanchuan blushed a little embarrassedly, and said with a smile, hee, I don't want to disturb the little fish. Later, we went out to the sea to go fishing. We competed with our parents to fish, but we didn't catch a single fish. Dad is very good. He caught a lot of fish, because my brother and I lost the game. So we went to be responsible for selling all these fish and earned more than 700 yuan, which is now in our bag. When school is over tonight, my brother and I will invite everyone to eat ice cream. Great! The children cheered. The teacher also applauded. Children, our group music is really good. We learned to make money by ourselves at such a young age. We should all learn from them. Tuanchuan and Lele stood proudly on the podium. During the whole class, they were happily sharing their experiences in Sanya with their classmates. Looking at the envious eyes from the children, Tuanchuan and Lelexin felt extremely happy. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Suja actually arrived at Zhonghai 2 days ago. Although he knew that cousin Suchen had not come back, he couldn't help but wanted to see cousin Suchen as soon as possible, so he came over after he had agreed with the second master. There was no way to see Suchen, but Suja was not idle either, and decided to go to the place where Suchen's cousin worked first. It would be great if I could confirm that cousin Suchen is the uncle's child. In the past few days, on the first stop of Zhonghai, Suja went to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. He knew that cousin Suchen worked here. Lin Fifan came back on the second day of the summit. Brother Su and his sister-in-law took their children on their honeymoon there. He didn't want to disturb him. He was embarrassed enough for the whole day of the summit. Just after the lunch break at noon that day, Lin Fifan went out to buy coffee, and found someone standing at the door of the Dragon Academy, looking inside. He immediately walked over and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do outside the Dragon Academy?" Suja was startled by the sudden sound, turned his head and looked at Lin Fifan with big eyes. Lin Fifan was stunned for a moment when he met the opponent's face. What's the situation? Why does this little boy look a bit like Brother Su? Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you know that this is the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and you can't go in casually? Suja reacted and said with a smile, "I'm here to find a friend." Friend? Who? Lin Fifan asked. Suja said, I'm here to find Su Chen. Su Chen? Are you here to look for Brother Su? Lin Fifan looked at the young man in front of him, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the boy looked a bit like Brother Su. Seeing that he knew Su Chen, Suja nodded and said, well, I'm here to find cousin Su Chen, but he said he was on vacation in Sanya at the moment. I'm not sure if he came back, so I came here to see. One look. It seems that you really know Brother Su. He is indeed on vacation in Sanya. It will take 2 or 3 days to come back. Lin Fifan said after hearing that the other party came to look for Su Chen. Hearing that Su Chen will be back in 2 days, Suja was very happy, and wanted to inquire more about his cousin, and thought about it. I see, think. You and Su Chen's cousin are colleagues. Do you want to have a cup of coffee together at noon? I'm not familiar with this place, and I want to find a place to sit, but I don't know the way. Lin Fifan nodded. Okay, then I'll take you there. I'm just going to buy coffee. The two went to the cafe. Suja took the initiative to buy a cup of coffee for Lin Fifan, and the two sat down to drink and chat. Cousin Su Chen is usually super good at the Dragon Academy? I saw that he made a big mecha. When I met him at the airport last time, we talked a lot about mechas. I think he knows a lot. Lin Fifan is now Su Chen's little brother, so when he heard Suja's words, he instantly felt a sense of sympathy. So he enthusiastically opened the chat box. Yeah, Brother Su is amazing. He is the youngest in our Dragon Academy, but he actually made a mecha within a few months of his arrival. Now he is a legend in our entire Dragon Academy. I went to Sanya yesterday. I went to the Mecha Summit with Brother Su. If you want to watch it, you can find the replay on the internet. Your cousin, Su Chen, was so handsome. Lin Fifan remembered what happened yesterday, now also feel very excited. Suja nodded frantically. I saw that Brother Lin, and it was because of that I knew that cousin Su Chen had really made a mecha. I sent him a message last night, but he was still on vacation in Sanya, and hasn't come back yet. I'll be back in 2 days. By the way, how did you meet? Suja told Lin Fifan how he and Su Chen met, and Lin Fifan said in surprise. After listening, so it's you. I heard Brother Su talk about it, and after he came back, he kept saying that there was someone over there who helped him. It was you. Then you are the most precious guests of our Dragon Academy. Would you like to go in and visit? I'll take you in. Okay, then thank you Brother Lin. After some operations, the two established a deep friendship. When they left, Lin Fifan agreed to Suja. When Su Chen came back to work, he immediately sent a message to tell him. So Su Chen returned to the Dragon Academy of Sciences on the first day of work. Not long after entering the office, he received a WeChat message from Su. Brother Su Chen, are you back? I've been to Zhonghai for 2 days. Su Chen knew that when they came this time, it was not necessarily that he would not leave, and his father also promised to face it bravely this time. So he didn't reject Suja again. Well, I just came back yesterday, and I have come to work today. Suja, Brother Su Chen, do you have time at noon? We had a good time chatting at the airport last time. I still have a lot of things I want to ask you. Shall we have a meal together at noon? Su Chen, my wife and I have an appointment to have dinner together at noon. Suja couldn't help being a little disappointed when he saw this news, but then Su Chen sent another message. But I don't have much work to do this morning. Let's have a cup of tea when I'm done with the business at hand. Suja, okay then I'll treat you to tea. Brother Suchen, what kind of tea do you like to drink? Suchen, no, I'll invite you to drink tea. After all, it's you who came to Shanghai to play, and I should do my best as a landlord. You wait for me for a while, and I'll send you an address later, you can directly, it's good to go. An hour later, Suchen arrived at the tea house he and Suja had agreed upon. When he entered, Suja seemed to have waited for a long time. The water in the cup in front of him was half empty, but he was not bored at all. After seeing Suchen coming, he stood up in surprise and excitedly moved towards Su Chen. Dust beckons. Brother Suchen. You're here, I'm here. Suchen walked over and sat down, and Suja immediately handed over the menu. Brother Suchen, what kind of tea do you want to drink? He looked at Suchen with a smile, and the love and admiration in his eyes were beyond words. It's not a bad feeling to have such a little cousin. Suchen ordered a pot of tea. There is no need to be polite to Suja, because Suja didn't come to meet him today for tea. Brother Suchen, I saw you on TV a few days ago. You went to the Mecca summit, right? Suja asked happily. Although the news had been confirmed, he still wanted to hear Suchen say it with his own ears. After all, it is such a great thing to do a Mecca. Well, when I was on my honeymoon in Sanya, there was a summit there. Suchen said. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Brother Su, you are so amazing. I was shocked when I saw you on TV. You were so handsome when you were on camera. Besides, I heard them say you made a Mecca. After my second grandpa and I came back from Haigua, we have been very busy. I haven't looked at my phone for several days, and I haven't even seen the news of your marriage, Brother Suching. Later, I saw you on the news, and then I just searched for some news on the internet and found that you married your sister-in-law just a few days ago, and you also used a Mecca to welcome you. Brother Su, you are too romantic. Sister-in-law must be very happy at that time. Thinking of the wedding that day, the corners of Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise. Suja saw him smiling, so he dared to ask, Brother Su Chen, have you really made Meccas? No country in the world has made Meccas yet. Then you made this Mecca. Isn't it the first in the world? Suchen nodded. Well, this is the first Mecca of the Dragon Kingdom, and it will become the first Mecca in the world. Wow. Brother Suchen, you're amazing too. When you said those words to me at the airport that day, I felt that you had a very deep understanding of Meccas. But I didn't expect that you were about to get off the plane at that time. Armor is done. Suja was extremely excited. Meccas are really exciting things for young people like them. Seeing that only Suja came here, Suchen had some doubts in his heart. Are you here alone in Zhonghai this time? Suja nodded and said immediately, I came alone, and the second grandpa wanted to come with me, but there are too many things at home, and he hasn't finished it yet, and I want to be the first to do it. When you see cousin Su Chen, you should come and play first. When Suchen heard this, he just smiled lightly and didn't speak. Suja glanced at him, pursed his lips, and said, Cousin Suchen, I'm so enthusiastic about you. Do you feel a little bit weird? Actually, there's one thing we haven't told you, Cousin Suchen. When my second grandfather and I met you for the first time in Thailand last time, we found that you look a lot like my uncle. But my uncle went out of the house when he was young, and he hasn't come back all these years. I just saw pictures of my uncle when he was young, and you really look like you now. Brother Suchen, I really like you, and I don't want to lie to you, so I'll tell you the truth. In fact, my second grandfather and I both think that you are probably the son of my uncle who has been separated for many years. I can ask something about your father? Suja's frankness made Suchen couldn't help laughing. He looked at Suja and said, "Don't ask, my father is your uncle." Ah? Really? Suja shouted excitedly. The people around looked over, and he stuck out his tongue mischievously. Brother Suchen, are you telling the truth? Well, I knew your identities when I knew you were the Su family in the imperial capital, but at customs, because I wasn't sure what my father's attitude was about this matter, I didn't tell you anything at that time. Suja looked at Suchen in shock and joy. Cousin Suchen, no, cousin. It turns out that my cousin already knew who we were. No wonder you were willing to tell me so many mechas at the airport last time. Things, and encourage me. Regarding the mecha, I don't encourage you because of your status, but your idea is very good. Hearing Suchen's praise, Suja was very happy. Cousin, with your affirmation, I am more firm in my goals. In fact, my father has never been very supportive of what I am going to do, and thinks my idea is too bizarre, because now mechas are all over the place. I haven't built it yet, so I want to be a mecha operator, but now that my cousin has made the mecha, my wish will soon be realized. Suchen nodded. Come on. Cousin, you already know everything, so if you are willing to come to see me today, does the uncle also know about this? Suja asked, carefully. Well, when you contacted me last time, I was still out on my honeymoon. After I came back, I discussed this matter with my father. I know that you will come over. It will be a matter of time for everyone to meet. My father agrees that I will talk to you. Meet and agree to talk about everything. Great. Suja's eyes turned red with excitement. Cousin, in fact, the uncle has left the house for so many years, and everyone in the family misses the uncle. You see, although I have never seen the uncle, but the picture of the uncle has always been placed in the house, and I can see it at any time. That's why I know that there is an uncle, and no one has covered up the deeds of the uncle. In fact, we all hope to see the uncle again. Cousin, now that you have come to see me, and the uncle has agreed, can I see the uncle? My father, my grandfather, and my second grandfather told me a lot about my uncle since I was a child. Now that I see you, my cousin, I want to see my uncle more and more. Yes. Suchen nodded in his expectant eyes. Suja was ecstatic, squeezed his fists excitedly, and asked, Cousin, shall we go see uncle now? By the way, cousin, it seems that you are still at work now, so when you get off work, we will go to see uncle right away, okay? Seeing his excited look, Suchen knew that if he was asked to wait until he got off work, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything else in a day. His mecha had been completed, and he was not in a hurry, so he decided to take Suja with him now. Go home and meet Dad. Before taking Suja back, Suchen, I want to send a message to my father first, so that Su's father and Su's mother can be prepared. After receiving the news from his son, Dad Su jumped off the sofa, and Mom Su, who was picking vegetables over there, laughed. Old Su, what are you doing? Scare me. Dad Su turned his head, his eyes were slightly straightened, and this expression frightened Mom Su. She hurriedly walked over, took Pa Su's arm and said, What's the matter, Lao? Su, why are you looking like this? Don't scare me, what happened? Wife, my son just sent me a message saying that he met my nephew today, and he took his nephew home right away, saying that he wanted to see me. Su Ma was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, is it the Su family's nephew? N. Dad, Su nodded. Su's mother's face was also slightly pale. She walked back to the dining table and continued to pick vegetables. After half a minute, she suddenly looked up at Su's father and said, Old Su, have you seen nephew? What is it? Kind of child? The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. I'd better go upstairs to change a piece of clothes. Where are the clothes my son and Bing Shua bought for us last time? She was anxious to leave, but Dad, Su, grabbed her. Wife, don't worry. Suma raised her head, how can I not be in a hurry? Old Su, when you brought me home back then, I just wasn't ready, which made your family's meal so unpleasant. This time, I must prepare well. Suma's eyes were red. Said. Dad, Su took her arm and didn't let go, and said softly, it's okay, wife. Those things have passed, and now we have been married for so many years, we are all old, and our son has also married and had children. If you come over, they won't mention what happened back then, and they won't oppose us like they did back then. Ma Su looked at him for a while, and her tense nerves suddenly relaxed. She smiled lightly and said, yes, Lao Su, in the blink of an eye, it's been so many years. Dad, Su took her hand and clasped her fingers together, it's okay, wife, it's all over. If you don't want to see him later, let me tell him. Mother Su hurriedly shook her head, no, it doesn't matter, I'll prepare tea. And make tea for you later. Dad, Su sat on the sofa in the living room, looking outside from time to time, as if waiting for something. At this time, Su Chen and Su Zhou were on their way home. Su Zhou seemed very excited, chattering all the way. Cousin, if the second grandfather knew about this, he would be super happy. In fact, the second grandfather said before that he was 90% sure that you were his cousin, but we haven't found anything yet, so we don't dare to be 100% sure. Sure, I didn't expect that, cousin, you know it before us. I'll see my uncle soon. If the second grandfather finds out, he will definitely come over as soon as possible. But I'm going to see the uncle first. When the uncle agrees, I'll talk to the second grandfather and my grandfather. Su Chen didn't say much, and drove all the way home. When entering the house, Su Zhi suddenly pulled him. Cousin, wait a minute, I'll make some mental preparations. Su Zhi looked a little nervous. He stood at the door and took a deep breath. When he saw Su Chen looking at him, he smiled a little embarrassedly, hey. It's the first time I've seen Uncle himself. He paused for a while before saying to Su Chen, cousin, help me open the door, I'm ready. Su Chen opened the door, and Mom and Dad Su, who was inside the door, was also startled. She quickly stood up and walked to the entrance. As soon as Su Zhi entered the door, he saw Su's father and Su's mother. The three looked at each other, and suddenly, Su Zhifan knelt on the ground and shouted, Uncle, I finally see you. Dad, Su did not expect that the first meeting with the Su family would be like this after more than 20 years. Su Ma was also completely stunned. Su Chen, who brought Su Zhi back, is quite calm. With his knowledge of Su Zhi, these 2 times, this kid can indeed do such a thing. Get up, kid. Dad, Su finally came to his senses and hurried to pull Su Zhi up. He looked at Su Zhi seriously and said, you are Haoshi's son, right? Su Zhi nodded vigorously, yes, uncle. When I left, your dad wasn't married yet. I didn't expect you to be so old. Now. Dad, Sue said emotionally. Hee, uncle, I'm a few years younger than my cousin, so that's normal. Is this the auntie? The auntie is so beautiful. No wonder my cousin looks better than the uncle when he was young. It turns out that the genes of the auntie are also so good. Suja, a child with a sweet mouth, praised his words. Suma suddenly laughed. Good boy, come in and sit. Go in, don't stand at the door. Suchin led them into the house. Dad, Sue looked at Suja and asked, Son, what's your name? Uncle. My name is Suja. Suja. Dad, Sue repeated, nodded, and said, It seems that your dad still remembers our original agreement. Suchin asked, curiously, Dad, what's the agreement? Dad, Sue recalled the past and said with a smile, when we chose names back. Then, we all got backups and added characters. I am from Hao, and I added a modest. Suja's father was called Haoshi. At that time, we were still young, and when the old and new cultures were changing, we felt that the name of the generation was too crude, so at that time, a few of us young people agreed that our children would not be so complicated in the future, and just called the name with 2 characters. Suja opened his eyes and said, Yes uncle, all the younger generations in the family have 2-character names. We were surprised before it turns out that uncle, you made an agreement with them. Dad, Sue nodded, remembering the bits and pieces from the past, and the smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't help deepening a bit. Uncle, in fact, everyone in the family has missed you all these years. Although you are not by our side, my father, my grandfather, and the second grandfather often tell me about your youth, and you are still in the family. Photos of you and everyone's family photos, my dad has always kept photos of you and him in the study. Uncle, everyone has been looking for you for so many years. If they know that I have found you, they will be very happy. My second grandfather and I haven't told my father about this since we met my cousin from Haigua last time. And my grandfather, they would be very happy if they found out I have seen my uncle. Now, can I tell them the good news? When Dad Sue heard this, he couldn't help but stunned. Although it was only a fleeting expression, Suchin still caught it. Your father and your grandfather, how have they been all these years? Dad Sue didn't answer Suja's words directly, but suddenly changed his mind and asked. Suja is now completely immersed in the joy of seeing his uncle. He didn't notice Papa Sue's emotional changes at all. He said cheerfully, they are all fine. Grandpa and the second grandpa are still in good health. My father's words may not be the same. Just like back then, Grandpa kept saying that my dad was really an ignorant son, and he also said that I was similar to my dad. Laughing and laughing all day long, and didn't look like an adult, hee. Dad, Sue was amused by him. Son, don't take these words to heart, they are old people who like to educate us as juniors. In fact, your father was very good back then, and you are not bad now, so lively. Cheerful, Uncle likes it very much. Great, Uncle likes me. Chen. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Uncle, before I actually met you, I knew that you would definitely like me. Because I saw that my cousin was raised so well by you, and I felt that Uncle must be a super dad. Uncle, I'll call Dad and the others and tell them the good news, okay? They must be eager to see you tonight. Our family will be able to reunite in Shanghai. Suja mentioned again this matter. Dad, Sue nodded and said, well. Suja happily went to call but Su's father looked a little wrong. Seeing this, Su Chen asked his father to go to the balcony with him. "Dad, what's the matter with you? Don't you really want to see people at home? If you don't like it, I'll go tell Su Jin now and tell him not to call home." "Dad," Su shook his head, "no need, son, it's fine now. I've thought about what it would be like to meet the people of the Su family a few times before, but I didn't think about it today. I feel it is good." Su Chen felt relieved when he heard that his father said it was good. He put his hand lightly on his father's shoulder and said, "Dad, it's all right. I'm here. This is Zhonghai, not the Su family in the imperial capital, and now you are doing well, and when we meet again, they will be happy for you." "Dad," Su glanced at his son and said with a smile, "Well." In the living room, Suja excitedly called the second grandfather, and after talking to the second grandfather, he called his father and grandpa one by one. After a circle of phone calls, the Su family in the imperial capital is now in chaos. The family gathers in the living room. The third Master Su asked the second Master Su, "Second brother, where is that kid Xiaoxia? He just called me to say that he found Hao Qian, is this true? Hasn't he been with you these days? What time to go to Zhonghai?" Su Haoshi looked at his father in surprise. "Did Xiaoxia call you too?" "Dad. He also called me just now, saying that he found his uncle, and he was at his uncle's house now. My God, I don't know if what this kid is saying is true or false. How did he find Big Brother? We have been searching for so many years without any news." Second Master Su waved his hand and said solemnly, "Xiaoxia didn't lie to you. Second brother, if you say this, I will believe it. Xiaoxia is usually unreliable. When he just called me and told me, I couldn't believe it at all. After all, we have been friends for so many years. I've been disappointed too. Many times, and now second brother, you say the same thing. Are you really looking for Hao Qian?" Third Master Su looked at Second Master Su with red eyes. Second Master Su nodded, "It should be true." "Hey, second uncle, what is it? Do you know something? Can you give us some insight on what you and Xiaoxia are doing recently? If you really find Big Brother Hao Qian, that's really a happy event. These words will be discussed later. Now that Hao Qian has been found, and Xiaoxia has already met him, what are we still discussing here at this time? Go directly to Zhonghai," said Second Master Su. Third Master Su and Su Haoshi were stunned for a moment, and immediately said with joy, "It seems that what Xiaoxia said is true. Let's go to Zhonghai to see Hao Qian now." "How do I get there?" "Book a ticket, the plane is the fastest," said Su Sanyi. Second Master Su smiled and said, "No, I've already arranged a private plane. The car will arrive soon. Let's pack up and go downstairs." The second Master Su took the lead, and the third Master and Su Haoshi were very excited at the back. "Your second uncle said that, so it seems that the news this time is true. It's great. I didn't expect to see Hao Qian in my lifetime." "Dad, what are you talking about? You and the second master are both strong. Now we have found the Big Brother again, and our family can be reunited in the future. It's unbelievable. The stinky boy in our family usually doesn't keep up, but this time he actually brought back some good news. I don't know how he found the Big Brother. You too, stop dawdling, how did you find it? I'll explain it to you in detail later on the way, and leave now." Second Master Su shouted in front. The three of them rushed straight to the airport. On the private plane, the second master talked in detail about how he met Su Chen in Haigua. Just after listening to the beginning, Su Haoshi and Su Sanyi couldn't help but be shocked. What? Did you find Hao Qian after seeing Hao Qian's son? Hao Qian already has a son. Su Sanyi was surprised. Second master Su rolled his eyes at him. Third, are you confused? How old is your little Zhanao? Haoshi is sitting next to you. You thought Hao Qian was a young man who just left. It's been more than 20 years, and Hao Qian and Lin Xiu were in such a good relationship back then, and they will definitely get married and have children soon after they go out. Third master Su patted his head and said with a wry smile, yes, I'm really confused. I always feel that Hao Qian is still the young man who was called second uncle and third uncle around us back then. In a flash, it's been more than 20 years, their children are in their 20s, right? You saw it at the auction in Haigua, so Hao Qian's children are also very good now, right? Huh? The invitation letter to the auction is not something anyone can get. Speaking of Su Chen, Su Eri's eyes suddenly lit up. That's a pretty good young man, I can tell you without exaggeration, this kid is even more powerful than Hao Qian back then. Su Sanyi and Su Haoshi glanced at each other, and their eyes lit up. Back then, Hao Qian was the proud son of heaven. In the entire capital, there was no second such outstanding child to be found. He was the proudest existence of their Su family at that time. But now the second master said that Hao Qian's child is even better than Hao Qian back then. Second uncle, tell us quickly, what was the situation at that time? Su Haoshi asked excitedly. Second master Su told everything that happened in Haigua, including their conversation at the airport later. After listening to the third master Su, he nodded and said, what a good boy. He is brave and resourceful at such a young age, and he is also a good boy who repays his gratitude. Hao Qian has educated his son very well. Su Haoshi said, second uncle, listen to you, Su Chen is a very promising child. He is only 24 years old, and he can represent the Dragon Academy to attend such occasions, and there are more than 20 at every turn. The $1 billion transaction also attracted the military drills of the Dragon Kingdom. This kid is a big deal. Second master Su nodded excitedly, yes, I was just guessing at the time, but now I've made sure that this kid is a genius. Have you watched Douyin recently? Second master Su asked. Chen. The third master shook his head, I can't see that thing, it's all young people's stuff. Su Haoshi was playing, but he didn't know why the second uncle suddenly mentioned Douyin. Haoshi, then tell your dad what the most popular video on Douyin is recently. Su Haoshi thought about it for a while, and said directly, if you want to talk about the most popular video, it must be the Mecca wedding a few days ago. That battle, that posture, it was really magnificent. Wait. It seems that the Mecca wedding took place in Zhonghai, and the Hao Qian family is also in Zhonghai. Is this a coincidence or? Su Haoshi didn't dare to elaborate on the possibility that he thought of at this time. Second master Su smiled and said, yes, that's exactly what you think. That Mecca was made by Su Chen. I wasn't sure yet, but Xiaozhe has already asked. And it's true. What Mecca? Su Sanyi, who didn't play with his mobile phone, looked at his shocked son and said, what video, you can show me too. Don't bully me, an old man who knows nothing. Su Haoshi came back to his senses, and quickly took out his mobile phone to Find the video of the mecha's welcome to his father, and said while watching. Dad, the second uncle means that the male protagonist in this video is the groom who sits on the mecha, is the son of brother Hao Qian, and this mecha was made by Su Qian himself. The third master Su slipped his hand and the phone fell directly. Su Haoshi didn't feel bad at all, both of them were very excited. Second brother, is this true? Third master Su asked, in disbelief. Second master Su nodded, that's right, Su Qian is the first person to make mechas in Long Kingdom, and the first person to make mechas in the world. No, I'm so happy, I feel like all this is like a dream. Second brother, did our Su family really have such an excellent child? I thought that our Su family would hand over to Xiaojia in the future. You bastard, I'm afraid it's over, but now, I feel that our Su family will definitely get better and better in the future. Hao Qian, this child has been so good for more than 20 years. He used to be excellent, but now he has raised his child to be so good. Su Haoshi also blushed and said excitedly, my eldest nephew is actually the one who made the mecha. Big brother is really amazing, how can you give birth to such a good child? When I see big brother, I must learn from him well, and let us Xiaojia chat with Su Qian more, maybe I can get some inspiration, I can do better in the future. I really want to meet Hao Qian and Su Qian right now. Second master Su smiled happily, Su Qian is not only outstanding in his career, you can also see that he is emotionally the same as our Hao Qian, he is a brave child, he got married just after graduating from college, and he even organized the wedding. It's like his father in this respect, and, when I was in Haigua, I heard them accidentally mention that they have a pair of twins at home, a boy and a girl, both of them are more than 3 years old. The third master Su was very excited, but Su Haoshi couldn't help laughing. Haha, it seems that Su Qian has inherited Hao Qian's eldest brother perfectly when it comes to matters such as feelings, and he has a daring temperament. In the past few years, our Su family has been thin, and in the end, the eldest brother has done the best. Second uncle. How long does it take for the plane to arrive at Zhonghai? Can our plane stop directly near my eldest brother's house? I can't wait to meet the big brother and his family. It's coming soon, this is a private plane, do you think it's a helicopter? It can only be parked at the airport, and we can get there quickly by car. Second master Su said angrily. Third master Su thought about it for a while and said, it's too slow to take the car. Let someone call a helicopter and fly directly to the vicinity, so that you can see Hao Qian and the children sooner. When second master Su heard this, he immediately clapped his hands and said, this is a good idea, I'll let someone arrange it now. Su Haoshi said, second uncle, can you let someone buy some gifts? Brother Hao Qian lives together as a family now, and he has children. We haven't seen each other for many years. It's a shame to go empty-handed. Don't worry, I prepared all these, as well as the children's red envelopes. And cash, Su Iri said with a smile. 2 hours later, the helicopter stopped on the roof of an office building outside the community. The three of the Su family got off the plane, carrying large and small bags of gifts in their hands, and happily entered the villa area. At this time, Su Qian had just finished the phone call with Yan Bingxue. Because of Su's sudden arrival, his appointment with his wife had to be cancelled at noon. Yan Bingxue estimated that Su's mother and Su's emotions were on the side. She originally said that she would come back, but Su Qian asked her to talk about it at night, because she didn't know what the meeting would be like. There were too many people, and Sue's father and Sue's mother would probably more. Nervous. It was these words that prevented Yan Bingxue from picking up the two children. In advance. Sue's father and Sue's mother have already prepared the meal, but it has been on the dining table for half an hour. No one is going to eat. Everyone is sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting. 2 hours ago, Second Master Su called and told Suja that they were already on their way to the airport. They should be there in 3 hours by private jet. As soon as Sue's mother heard it, she immediately went to prepare lunch. Although Sue's father was nervous, but Su Chen was by his side, and Suja kept making him happy. Time passed quickly. Now that the meal is ready, and the time is getting closer, Papa Su and Mama Su are sitting on the sofa, her posture getting more and more tense. There was a sudden movement outside. Suma stood up nervously, looked at the door and asked, "Are they already there?" Su Chen gently held her mother's shoulder and said with a smile, "Mom, that's just the sound of a patrol car outside. Don't worry, since they said they would come, they will definitely come." Ma Su nodded, "Yes, they said it would take more than half an hour to arrive. In 3 hours. I put the food in the incubator to heat it up, and when they came, I could have the hot meal just in time." "Okay. Dad," Su nodded. Sue's mother went to the kitchen to keep the food warm. At this time, there was a sudden movement outside the door. Su Chen stood up and said to Sue's father and Suja, "They should be here." Sure enough, the next second I heard the sound of the doorbell ringing. Suma just happened to deal with the heat preservation, and when she heard Su Chen's words, she came out of the kitchen. Su Chen got up to open the door. Dad Su, holding the remote control in his hand, stood up and was changing channels. Suja followed Su Chen to open the door. As soon as the door opened, all three of the Su family stood at the door. "Rich. Xiao Su, we met again. No, this time, shouldn't I be able to call you Chen?" "Chen?" Second Master Su said with a smile. The third Master Su and Su Haoshi next to them both saw Su Chen for the first time, and they were excited but didn't dare to do any unnecessary actions. "Second Master, Grandpa, Dad, why are you here so soon? Didn't you say it would take 3 hours to arrive?" Suja walked towards them happily. Second Master Su said with a smile, "It's your grandfather who reminded me that we came directly by helicopter when we got to Zhonghai." Suja said with a smile, "It seems that you all want to see Uncle soon come in. Uncle, aunt and cousin have been waiting for a long time. The food prepared by aunt in the house is going to be cold. It smells delicious. I've endured it for a long time." Su Chen and Suja walked in with the three of them, and when they reached the entrance, Su Dad and Su Ma stood in the living room and watched them. The 5 people looked at each other, and their eyes instantly turned red. Su Haoshi was the first to rush up and hug Dad Su all of a sudden. "Brother, we finally meet again. Hao Qian." Second Master Su and Third Master Su also came over and held Dad Su's hand tightly. No one said a word, but there seemed to be 1,000 words in those eyes, and everything was silent. Su Ma took care of everyone to eat, and sat at the dining table. A few members of the Su family, except Suja, didn't move their chopsticks, and sat at the dining table and shed tears. Dad Su was also very excited. Su Chen added vegetables to them and said with a smile, "Everyone is finally reunited. Dad, elders, you all eat quickly." Dad Su nodded and greeted, "Second uncle, third uncle, Haoshi, all eat." Second Master Su and the others just started to move chopsticks, wiped their tears and said, "Hao Qian, it's great to see you again after so many years." Dad, Sue smiled and said, I didn't expect that one day we would be able to sit at the same table for dinner. Suja said while eating, second grandpa, uncle, we will definitely meet. We have been looking for uncle for years, and there have been several good news in the middle, but all of them were full of hope, and finally came back. Disappointed, but this time my second grandfather and I finally got it. Right. Sue how she looked at his son and said to his elder brother with a smile. Brother, the second uncle just told me on the plane that they found you. Because they met our nephew Chinchin in Haigua, Chinchin and you are young. When they looked like each other, you said, isn't this God destined to let us meet again? Dad, Sue was filled with emotion, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Seeing this, Suchin hurriedly said, Uncle and two grandfathers have been looking for their father all these years, and God must have seen it, that's why we met in Haigua. The thing of blood is really wonderful, it's a family and we will meet sooner or later. Master Su nodded, Chin Chin is right, we are all a family, even after so many years apart, there will be a day when we will meet again. Come on, let's raise a glass and have a drink together to celebrate our family's reunion finally. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups and made a crisp sound in the air. After dinner, Dad, Sue, and the three elders of the Su family sat on the sofa, chatting. Ma Su made them a pot of tea and brought it over. Su Iri looked at Su Ma, with guilt written in his eyes. My niece, come and sit for a while, don't be busy. Su Ma was stunned, looked at everyone in the Su family, and then looked at Su Pa. She was slightly excited. This was the first time that the people of the Su family recognized her and Hao Qian's affairs and called her niece-in-law. Dad, Su was also very happy when he heard it. He took his wife's hand and let her sit beside him. On the other side, Su Chen and Su Zhou were sitting in the restaurant. Su Zhou was busy booking a hotel for dinner on his mobile phone. Just after lunch, Su Iri said that he would book a hotel in the evening, go out to have a reunion dinner together, and want to see Su Chen's wife and children, and the whole family would come. While watching, Suja asked Su Chen's opinion. Cousin, what kind of food do you and sister-in-law like to eat? Is it better from Zhonghai, Sichuan, or Cantonese? Or dishes from other countries? Su Chen heard his cousin's call so smoothly, smiled, and said, it's all right. You can choose. In the afternoon, Su Chen went to Chao Fan Group and told Yan Bingxue about what happened at home. Yan Bingxue was also very happy after hearing this. It's great. Mom and Dad finally figured it out. Their family can be reunited. And Mom and Dad are also very happy. Su Chen nodded, walked over and hugged his wife and said, yeah, I saw them sitting together for dinner today, although they were a little restrained. Because they hadn't seen each other for many years, but when they chatted later, they talked about a lot of things from the past. Laughing happily on the sofa, I haven't seen them conceive so quickly in a long time. Wife, let's go to dinner tonight, and I'll show you the people at home. Yan Bingxue nodded, looked up and asked him, husband, do you think they would like my granddaughter-in-law? The Su family in the imperial capital is very powerful. Su Chen smiled, hooked her nose and said, idiot, isn't my wife good enough? With our current strength, even in front of the Su family, we don't have to worry at all. Besides, all the people who came today are here. You are a relative who has a good relationship with your father, and they will definitely like you. Yan Bingxue nodded when she heard the words, okay, but I have a meeting in the evening. It was decided many days ago. If I can't push it, I might arrive later. If you don't have time, you can go there first. I'll pick it up after. work. Let's go with the kids. Then I'll accompany you. Suchin said. No need, husband, this is a very important reunion dinner, and my parents definitely hope you can accompany them. You go first, and the children and I will arrive later. There will be no delay. Suchin thought for a while, then nodded and said, okay, call me when you're almost there, and I'll pick you up downstairs. In the afternoon, Second Master Su and the others didn't leave. They sat at Su's house and chatted with Su's father. In the evening, they set off to the hotel together. The car was sent by Suchin. It was the family's 9-seater nanny car. He drove his own car in front of him. As soon as Suja saw Suchin's car, his eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, cousin, your car is a Rolls-Royce Global Limited Edition? The one that's close to 200 million, right? This big red car logo is too cool. When Su Haoshi saw these two cars, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Haoqian, it seems that although you are not in the Su family these years, you are still developing well without the support of your family. Amazing. Dad, Su said with a smile, Chinchin is indeed very promising. When he was in college, he taught himself mecha, and then he made a lot of money quietly. Now he works hard to buy houses and cars. Su Haoshi's eyes widened in surprise. Chinchin bought this villa and this car himself? God, it seems that our eldest nephew is really not an ordinary person. On the way to the hotel, several elders of the Su family asked about Suchin in detail. They were shocked enough to know that Suchin made mecha before, but they didn't expect that the child's talent was much more than that. Suchin's earning ability is also first class. After meeting at the hotel and sitting in the box, everyone looked at Suchin with surprise and joy in their eyes. Because Yan Bingxue and the children were coming later, everyone didn't order food first, but sat and chatted together. The topic naturally revolves around Suchin. After everyone reunited in the afternoon and talked about the past, everyone continued to chat about Suchin. Su Haoshi said with envy in his eyes, brother, teach me, how can I raise such a good child? After I listened to the deeds of this child Chinchin in the car, I couldn't believe it, a child who just graduated from college actually to be able to be excellent to this level is really better than you were back then. The third master Su recognized this sentence very much. Haoqian, you were already the best child in the family back then, and the whole emperor couldn't find a second one. I didn't expect you to give birth to a son who is much better than you were back then. Let's Jia Chinchin, it's not just a simple matter of being young and ambitious. He made a mecha. This is something that will shock the world. Second Master Su said with a smile, Chen Chen, when I met you in Haigua last time, I thought you were a very good child. I didn't expect to hear the news of your making mecha after returning to China. When I was in the car, I heard your dad say that you have saved a lot of money by yourself when you were in college. Now times are different, and a child like you, who started from scratch, can achieve this position, even the elderly like us. I have to admire it. Listening to their praise for their son, Su's father and Su's mother both had happy and proud smiles on their faces. Dad, Su said with a smile, second uncle and third uncle, I don't dare to say anything else, but this child Chinchin is really the pride of me and her mother. We didn't actually do anything, mainly because the child strives for himself, a lot of everything she taught herself in college, and we both got the light of our sun. Chinchin, please tell us how you did it, so that the child of our family, Xiaozha, can learn more from you. If he can have 1% of your efforts, he will not be as bad as he is now. That's it. Su Haoshi said with a smile. Su Chen smiled and said, it's all trivial things, I'm just doing what I should do at my age. I didn't know where my talent for learning things came from before, but now I listen to everyone. Having said that, I think it must have been inherited from my father. Dad, Su looked at his son and felt very proud when he heard this. Although he knew that his talents could not be compared with his son's, but his son was able to say this in front of his elders, he was really proud of being a father. Chatting and chatting, Su Chen talked about the last time he was in Haigua. Second Grandpa, what happened last time in Haigua? Thank you very much. If you hadn't been generous enough to come up with 2 billion in cash, it would not have been so easy to sign the contract at that time. Second Master Su waved his hand quickly, I didn't help much, and we're exchanging for equal value. Chen Chen, you have always taken such trivial matters into your mind, we are all a family, so what are the 2 families? What about words? Su Haoshi next to him said with a smile, second uncle, Chen Chen still remembers this little thing, which shows that the child is a grateful person. Xiaozhe, haven't you always wanted to see uncle? Now you have not only met uncle, but also your cousin. Your cousin is so good. You should learn more from him. Suzhou raised his hand beside his head, yes, Dad. He smiled and looked at Su Chen and said, I like my cousin, and I will definitely learn more from my cousin in the future. Half an hour later, Yan Bingxue arrived with the 2 children. Su Chen went downstairs in person and introduced them. The family pushed open the door and came in. The Su family in the box immediately looked over. Seeing the 2 cuties Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, the elders of the Su family were very happy. There are a lot of toys and gifts in the lounge area of the box, all of which were prepared by them in the afternoon. When Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were on their way, Yan Bingxue had already told them about the situation at home, knowing that these people were relatives of grandparents, and the 2 little guys were not afraid of life at all. He took the initiative to greet everyone, and the 3-year-old child was extraordinarily well behaved and bowed to the elders in the private room. Hello everyone, I'm Lei Lei. Hello everyone, I'm Tuanchuan. The voices of the 2 little guys are so cute that the hearts of those who listen to them are about to melt. The elders of the Su family quickly stood up, took out the big red envelopes prepared in their pockets, and put them in the hands of the children. These red packets can be seen from the weight alone, and the cash inside must be very rich. When Tuanchuan and Lei Lei received the red envelope, they didn't immediately hold it in their hands, but looked up at their parents and asked them if they could accept it. Seeing this action, Master Su hurriedly said with a smile, Tuanchuan Lei Lei, we are all your grandfather's family, your elders. These are elders. Seeing your meeting gift, this red envelope can be accepted. Su Chen also nodded to the 2 children, take it, thank you Grandpa. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei happily put away the red envelopes and said sweetly, thank you, Grandpa. Not to mention how happy he was. Second Master Su looked at the 2 little cute babies and said to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, the 2 children are so cute. Suzhou waved at the children, Tuan, Lei Lei, come over here, here is a gift prepared by my great-grandfather and grandfathers, just now my uncle helped you to look at it, there are a lot of fun toys in it, do you want it now? Are you here to unpack the present? As soon as they heard that there were fun toys to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, the 2 rushed over immediately. Suzhou also played with the children and sat with them on the floor, to unpack gifts. Su Haoshi glanced at his son, then said to Su Chen next to him, Chen Chen, my son is only 1 year younger than you, but compared to you, it's really impossible to compare. Su Chen said, Xiaozhe is actually quite an excellent child, and he has his own goals and ideals, and he is also working hard for them. I believe his wishes will soon be realized. Su Haoshi knew that his son's goal was to become a mecha operator, but he thought this idea was too unrealistic, because he didn't know when the real mecha would come out. However, now that Su Chen has made a mecha, does that mean that his son's wish may also be realized? This thought made Su Haoshi look at Su Chen in front of him with more relief. The family happily sat down for dinner, with Tuanchuan and Lei hands still holding toys. The group asked Su's father and Su's mother, grandpa and grandma, which one is the great-grandfather? We know now that it was the uncle who just accompanied us to open the toy. There are so many family members at home all of a sudden, the two little babies are still a little unclear. So Su Chen introduced them to the Su family, and then took Yan Bingxue to get to know everyone. It was the first time that Su San and Su Haoshi saw Yan Bingxue, and they just knew Yan Bingxue's identity, so they couldn't help being a little surprised. It turns out that my niece is the president of Chaofan Group, so she is the only daughter of Zhong Haiyan's family? Su Haoshi asked. Yan Bingxue nodded, my father is Yan Jinwei. Su Haoshi laughed and said, this is such a coincidence, I met your father a few years ago. And I also met you when you were young. You seemed to be just 2 or 3 years old at that time, and I felt you at the time. This little baby is so beautiful, I didn't expect you to be my niece-in-law one day, which is really nice. It's been a long time, you were too young at that time, I guess you have forgotten about it. The reason why the third grandpa can remember it for so long is entirely because you were cute and beautiful at the time, just like Xiao Tuanchuan now. She's an unforgettable little girl. Second Master Su said with a smile, it seems that the fate of our family meeting has long been doomed, Haoqian, now that everyone is here, let's raise a glass again. Everyone happily raised their wine glasses. Tuanchuan and Lei were too small to reach them, so Su Chan and Yan Bingxue hugged one each, and asked them to hold a glass full of juice with everyone. After taking a sip, Tuanchuan and Lei were happy. Tuanchuan said sweetly, it's really great, it turns out that there are so many people in Grandpa's house. After that, our family will be a super big family. And it will definitely be very lively. The little guy's cute voice and these warm words immediately made everyone at the table happy. This is a reunion night, everyone is destined to be very happy, the wine table is staggered, Coach Yan Bingxue and Su Ma also drank a lot of wine tonight. Dad, Su drank the most. When he reunited with the people at home, his mood was obviously very high. After hearing what Tuanchuan said, Dad Su thought of his father and mother. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. When they left, Dad Su, Haoshi Su, and Master Su all drank too much. Su Haoshi sighed and said, brother, it's great to see you all again. Dad Su nodded, well, more than 20 years have passed. The two of us are no longer the young ones we used to be. When I saw you today, I didn't recognize you for a while. I thought about how my old little brother became a wrinkled old man. I thought about it later, am I not a wrinkled old man myself? Haha. Su Haoshi waved his hand and said, brother, I recognize everything else, but I don't recognize you when you say that my face is wrinkled. I have taken good care of me over the years, just so that when I see you again, you can recognize it at a glance. I come. And you're not an old uncle. Although you're not as handsome as Chen Chen. Now, you're almost the same as when you were young. Dad, Su shook his head, I'm getting old, I'm a grandpa now. Speaking of being a grandfather, eldest brother, I really envy you. Why do you think your family Chen Chen is so obedient and arrogant? Not only do you have to worry about your career, but you are also so excellent in marriage and relationship. You have brought back such a good daughter-in-law just after graduating from college, you are married, and you already have a child, so you really don't have to worry about it for half a year. Look at my Xiaoxia again, he's 20 years old, he's like a bastard all day long, running here and there, not to mention marriage, he doesn't even have a partner. Haoshi, don't keep saying that, I think Xiaoxia is a good kid, just like you. When you were young, lively, and likable. The two of them were almost hugging each other. Suja rubbed his head with a headache, looked at Suchin over there apologetically and said, Cousin, don't worry about it, this is what my dad looks like after drinking too much. There are so many words. Suchin smiled and said, it seems that the two of them are really brothers. And my dad said a lot. The two took their fathers to the car. The Su family came abruptly today, and they didn't prepare anything in advance in Zhonghai, so they booked a better hotel near Su Chen's house. Su Zhe put his father and grandfather, who had been drinking too much, into the car, and Yan Bingxue called a few chauffeurs, just in time to send everyone back together. Basically, everyone from the Su family in the imperial capital got into the car. Second Master Su was about to get into the car, but suddenly stopped. After seeing Su Chen put Su Dad back in the car, he walked to Su Chen's side. Chen Chen, do you have time? I want to chat with you. Su Ma, Yan Bingxue and their two children were already seated in the car. Seeing this, Su Chen said to his wife, Wife, take the children and parents back first, I will take them to the hotel, and then go home again. Okay. Yan Bingxue nodded. Second Master Su also drank a lot of wine today, but he didn't drink too much. He just had a headache. When he arrived at the hotel, Su Chen ordered him a cup of sober tea, and the two sat in the room chatting. Chen Chen, I suddenly called you over, do you think it's a little strange? Su Chen shook his head, it's not surprising, second grandpa, do you have something to say about my dad? Second Master Su glanced at him, gave him a thumbs up and said, You are really a very smart child, you should have seen it when you were at the wine table today, although your father was very happy after meeting us, he was still in his heart. There's always something hidden in the face. I did see this. Su Chen nodded. Second Master Su sighed, looked out the window and said, Your father must be happy that everyone can meet again, but if you want your father to have the biggest knot in his heart, this knot should be your grandfather, that is, my eldest brother. Back then, your grandfather didn't accept your father marrying your mother. And he insisted that your father marry another woman from a wealthy family. In the end, your father ran away with your mother. Your grandfather is indeed at fault in this matter. In fact, we thought at the time that it would be no problem for your father to marry your mother. After all, our Su family has a great family, and we don't need to rely on our in-laws. But your grandfather was stubborn at the time, because the daughter-in-law your grandfather chose was the daughter of your grandfather's brother. He always liked it, so he wanted your father to marry her. But when it comes to love, how can you force it? Your grandfather is too hard-tempered to listen to anyone's words. Your Father and your grandma tried to persuade them to no avail, and your grandfather wants to get your father engaged. Your father ran with your mother on the first day of the engagement. Already. After a few years, your grandfather regretted it and wanted to find your father back, but your father is very smart. He doesn't want to be found. Even if we searched the entire Dragon Kingdom, we couldn't find him. Fortunately, now, I finally see your father. It's the conflict between your father and your grandfather. I don't think it's easy to solve it. Chen, the second grandpa called you to chat, mainly to tell you that now we know about you and your parents, so soon, your grandfather and your grandma will know too. Suchen nodded, well, I know. Chen, whether your father is willing to forgive your grandfather or not. We can't be the master, it depends on your father, but your grandparents only have your father and one son, and now your grandparents are 70 years old. Half of his body was buried in the ground. Although your grandfather didn't say anything over the years, we can all see that he regrets forcing your father to marry the girl he liked. Suchen understood what Second Master Su meant, and hoped that he could reconcile the relationship between his father and his grandfather. And he is indeed the most suitable candidate. Second Master Su and their father reunited after a long absence. They haven't been together for so many years. Many words are not suitable for them. Only Su Chen, who is a son, is suitable to be the middleman. I see. Su Chen said. When Su Chen returned home, Dad Su had already fallen asleep. Ma Su was sitting in the living room outside chatting with Yan Bingxue, and when they saw Su Chen coming back, they both looked at him. Suma asked, Chen, have you sent them all back to the hotel? Are your third grandfather and your uncle okay? Su Chen shook his head, it's okay, Mom, you don't have to worry, they went straight to sleep after they went back. Ma Su smiled, pointed to the room and said, your dad too, he fell asleep as soon as he came back. I was afraid of disturbing his rest in the room, so I just sat outside for a while. Su Chen thought of what the second grandfather said, pointed to the bedroom door and said, then I'll go in and see Dad. Go. Su Chen entered the room. Sure enough, Dad Su had already fallen asleep. Ma Su took good care of him. Although Papa Su fell asleep as soon as he came back, Ma Su wiped his face and body and put on clean and comfortable pajamas. Seeing this scene, Su Chen raised his mouth slightly, looked at his father on the bed and said, Dad, look, your choice back then was always right, and your relationship with your mother has been very good for so many years. I haven't even seen you quarrel. You two truly love each other. I think if Grandpa sees our family living together so happily now, he will definitely regret not supporting your relationship and marriage with your mother. Dad Su drank too much and is now in a deep sleep. He couldn't hear what Su Chen said at all. Even if he fell asleep, he still had a slight smile on his face. It seems that he really is today very happy. When Su Chen got up, he helped Dad Su to tidy up the quilt, and then turned around and walked out of the room. Mom, it's getting late, so hurry up and take a rest. I've been busy all day today, and I made a large table of meals at noon, and go to bed early at night. Ma Su nodded. She also drank some wine tonight. Her cheeks looked flushed, and she seemed to be in a good mood. After watching their mother go back to the room, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned to the bedroom on the second floor. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue talked about what the second grandfather called him to the hotel today. After listening to Yan Bingxue, she said, "Husband, so you want to reconcile the relationship between father and grandpa?" Suchin shook his head. "No, I'm an outsider, I only stand on my father's side, although I know that grandpa regrets it, but if my father doesn't forgive him, I won't reconcile the two of them. Relation." Yan Bingxue nodded. "Yes, because we are outsiders, we don't know what happened in the past year, and we don't know if what happened in the past year caused any harm to our parents, so we don't compare the things that we forgive or not forgive to blend in. We are on the side of the parents, no matter what they decide, we will support it. Backslash. It was already half the morning when Dad Su woke up on the second morning. The headache after the hangover made him feel a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, Mom Su had prepared sober soup for him and drank a bowl of hot soup. "I finally came back to my senses," Dad Su said with a smile. "Wife, I'm really old now. I drank a little and got drunk all night, and I feel uncomfortable all over." Su Ma smiled and said, "I know that I drink so much now that I am old, you stupid old man. I'm not happy to see the second uncle, the third uncle and the younger brother." When Suma heard this, she gave her hand a slight pause, looked at the old man, and said, "Old Su, there is something I actually wanted to ask yesterday, but when the elders were all there, I didn't say anything. There are so many elders from the Su family in the second capital, but your father. Old Su, do you think your father is still angry?" Dad Su thought of his father, and the smile on his face suddenly condensed. He said in a deep voice, "If he is angry, he is angry. I did nothing wrong. If I hadn't resolutely eloped with you back then, the two of us would not have the future we have now." Dad Su didn't regret his original choice at all. At noon, Suchin suddenly came home for dinner, and the three of them sat together with Su's mother and Su's mother. "Son, why did you go home for lunch today? Don't you want to eat with your daughter-in-law?" Dad Su asked. Suchin said, "Dad, when I come back for dinner, I actually have something to tell you." Suchin told Dad Su and Mom Su what the second grandfather told him last night. After Dad Su finished listening, he put down the chopsticks in his hand and fell silent. He could ignore his father's thoughts, but he could not ignore his mother's thoughts. At that time, his mother supported him, but his father was powerful, and he did not agree to marry Lin Xiu. That led him to elope with Lin Xiu. Now that so many years have passed, his father and mother have not given birth to a second child. Now that I am 70 years old, I don't know when I will die suddenly. Especially his mother. Thinking of this, his brows became even heavier. Suchin said, "Dad, you decide this matter. Do you want to let the second grandpa tell grandpa and grandma about seeing us? No matter what you decide, I will support you." Dad Su made a decision in his heart. Now that he decided to see Suja and the others, he had already made plans to meet his father and mother. Immediately, he picked up his mobile phone, called Su Iri, and told Su Iri that he could tell his father and mother the news of seeing him. When Second Master Su heard this, he was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Hao Qian, if eldest brother knew that he had found you, he and his sister-in-law would definitely go crazy with joy. For so many years, my eldest brother regretted his opposition to you and Lin Xiu for a long time. Over the years, he and his eldest sister-in-law have been looking for you in private. He thought we didn't know, but we all knew it in our hearts." "Very good. Hao Qian, I'm so happy that you can figure it all out now, then I'll call my eldest brother now and tell him that we have found your news, and they will definitely come over immediately. Dad, Sue said, yeah. The Sue family in the imperial capital at this time. Mr. Sue found that the family seemed to be a little deserted in the past few days. He sent someone to take a look, and sure enough, everyone in the family was gone. When Suja wasn't there, he always felt that there was something missing at home, but that kid likes to play, and often goes out for 10 days and a half months, which is not surprising. But now the second child, third child, and how she are not at home, which is a bit wrong. So he sent someone to check, and found that there was one less private jet at home. After checking the whereabouts, he found out that everyone went to Zhonghai, and the place where Suja went a few days ago happened to be Zhonghai. What are all these guys going to Zhonghai for? Are you going to travel? Why? Didn't you tell him about such a big thing as the family went on a trip? No, it shouldn't be a trip. If it's a trip, the whole family must go together. And there's no need to mobilize a private jet in such a hurry, right? For some reason, Mr. Su suddenly remembered the video of the Mecca welcoming his relatives that he saw a few days ago. At that time, the video made a lot of noise on the Douyin platform. He also saw the news, and the groom's face flashed in the video. However, Mr. Su still remembered the young man at once, because the young man looked so much like his son. Mr. Su was stunned on the spot, and immediately sent his assistant to check the young man's information, but because he knew so little, there was still no result after so many days. In the end, Mr. Su asked his assistant to come back, not because he didn't want to know about his son, but because he had been looking for his son for so many years, and he had received useful information several times. I can't bear this kind of disappointment anymore. Originally, this matter has passed, but now Mr. Su saw that everyone went to Zhonghai, and the Mecca welcome video happened to be from Zhonghai, and he always felt that there was some connection between these two things. It must be a big news that so many people from the Su family can be dispatched at the same time. Could it be that they have found Hao Qian? Does this have anything to do with the young man in the Mecca greeting video? Hao Qian has been away from home for so many years. He and Lin Xiao had such a good relationship back then. After leaving home, they should get married and have children soon. If you have children, you should be about the same age as that young man, right? Thinking of all the possibilities, Mr. Su was very excited. He had a strong premonition in his heart that everything he thought was true. And this time he really seemed to find his son. With this thought in mind, old man Su couldn't help trembling. Zhonghai. It must be in Zhonghai. I'm going to Zhonghai now. Mr. Su was about to call his assistant and ask him to arrange a trip to Zhonghai, but as soon as he picked up the phone, he received a call from Mr. Su. Brother, I have good news to tell you. Second Master Su said excitedly on the other end of the phone. Su Jianqing had already guessed what was going on in his heart. He suppressed his excitement and asked in a trembling voice, "What's the matter?" These 3 words, he bit each word very hard, for fear that he would accidentally reveal his trembling voice. We found Hao Qian. It is indeed this thing. They did find his son. Ha ha. Su Jianqing was overjoyed, but to the second master, Su, on the phone, he said reproachfully, "Who asked you to find that stinky boy? How many times have I told you over the years, since he ran away from home, then he no longer from our Su family? Brother, when is this? Don't be angry, we have really found Hao Qian. We all had dinner together last night. What? They had already met yesterday, and only told him the news today. Did that stinky boy forget who is her biological father? Why did he see his brothers first, but he refused to see him? Su Jianqing was really angry now. What are you going to do to eat with him? He is no longer from our Su family. Don't you guys want the Su family too? Big brother. Second Master Su was dumbfounded on the other end of the phone. It's a good thing that Hao Qian found it. We are in Zhonghai right now. The Hao Qian family is also in Zhonghai. Hao Qian asked me to call you this call. Yesterday we actually wanted to tell you the good news, but we were afraid that your arrogant temper would not be able to accept it for a while. Today, but Hao Qian called me personally and asked me to tell you the good news. I'm going to arrange for you to meet on the weekend. What do you think? What? Have to wait until the weekend? But today is only Wednesday, so don't you have to wait 2 or 3 days? Since everyone has been found, why not meet now? Who cares about him coming? I don't have time this weekend. Su Jianqing said angrily. Su Iri smiled and said, brother, don't worry, Hao Qian is living a good life. Now, he not only has a son but also a grandson and a granddaughter. The 2 children are going to school in the next 2 days, and the young people also have to work, so I decided to schedule your meeting on weekends. Hearing this, Su Jianqing raised the corners of his mouth happily. His son has a son and grandchildren. That doesn't mean that he has grandsons, great-grandsons, and great-granddaughters. It is good. It is good. It is good. However, he didn't show excitement on the phone, and he hung up the phone after a cold snort. Then he immediately threw away his phone and laughed happily in the room. Ha ha ha. Finally found my son. After so many years, I finally found my son. After walking back and forth in the house for a few times, Su Jianqing's mood calmed down a little. He put his hands on his waist and said, why, when I meet my son, I have to listen to the arrangement of the second child? Su Jianqing pursed his lips and said fiercely with a smile on his face, I'll go to Zhonghai right now and catch them off guard. After finishing speaking, Su Jianqing happily took the mobile phone to call the assistant and asked him to arrange a private jet immediately. He is going to China shipping immediately. After calling and ordering everything, Su Jianqing immediately went to his bedroom. I'm going to Zhonghai soon. I can see my son today, and I heard that there are grandsons and great-grandchildren. This can't be sloppy. Su Jianqing stood in front of the mirror and took a careful look. He touched his cheek and said to himself, when did you become so old? I remember when that stinky boy left, I was quite young, and I didn't have so many wrinkles on my face. Why do I look like an old man now? If I knew earlier, I should have listened to the old woman's words and went to the beauty salon for maintenance. Su Jianqing sighed angrily, took a razor and shaved again, washed his face again, and used the old woman's facial cleanser or something. After some operations, he went back to the mirror and looked around. Finding that the skin was indeed a lot whiter, Su Jianqing said with a smile, it seems that these things are really useful. I look better now than I just did. After the satisfactory effect, Su Jianqing suddenly realized what he had done and frowned immediately. Why do I care so much about meeting that stinky boy? I'm going to teach him a lesson. The stinky boy hasn't even returned home after leaving for more than 20 years. It's time to teach him a lesson. After thinking about it, Su Jianqing felt a little sad in his heart. More than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and he has grown old and wrinkled. His son should no longer be a young man like he was back then. Right? Su Jianqing can't even imagine what his son looks like at this time. He walked into the cloakroom and carefully selected clothes. I took one suit after another, but the results were not very satisfactory. Since I got sick, everything at home has been handed over to the second child to take care of it. He doesn't show up much in the business field. Comfortable. But today I'm going to see my son's family. After more than 20 years, I can't just wear an ordinary silk gown as usual. But these suits have been around for years, and I don't know if they're out of date. Su Jianqing tried several sets, but he was not very satisfied. He was thinking about whether to ask someone to buy 2 more sets when the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. The old lady Su ran in a hurry. "Old man, how she just called me to say that they found Haoqian in Zhonghai." As soon as he came in, he saw that the bed was full of suits, and they were all those suits from a long time ago. They were taken out from the shelf, as if they had just been tried on, and were placed in a mess on the bed. "I already know the news. The second child just called me and told me." The old man said while holding the clothes on himself. Mrs. Su was stunned for a moment, then glared at him and said, "You stinky old man, why didn't you tell me the first time about such a big thing?" The old lady's eyes were red, and she grabbed the old man's arm and said, "You stinky old man, what are you doing here? The son has been found, shouldn't we go to Zhonghai to see him now?" "The old man," Su said angrily, "didn't I already ask the assistant to prepare the private plane? They will arrive in a moment, and a helicopter will come to pick us up. I will find a suitable set of clothes now. TSK, I haven't worn these clothes for a long time, and they don't look good. Why don't you buy 2 sets of clothes now?" Mrs. Su threw her clothes away. "What time is it? You still have your mind on this stinky beauty. What can be more important than seeing your son now? Just wear whatever clothes you want. Hurry up and go see your son." Su Jianqing frowned and said, "Who doesn't know that he is going to see him? Besides, no one is in a hurry to come to see us. Why are we in such a hurry?" Back then, he didn't want this family and chose to run away from home, but now it's hard to pay it back. Do we have to rush to see him? Stinky old man, what are you talking about? Don't you want to pick up your son? Haven't you been looking for him secretly all these years? Now that you have finally found the child, stop talking to me here," said the old lady. "No," said happily. When the old man heard this, he didn't say anything to refute it for a long time, and finally he had to say, "The second child just told me, now it's not just that stinky boy. He and Lin Xiao have already married and had a child, and we not only have grandsons, but they are also married, and we also have a pair of twins, both of whom are over 3 years old. This time we went not just to see that stinky boy Haoqian alone, but to see his whole family. Do you dress up in nice clothes so that our grandson and grandson-in-law don't see each other? We think we are a sloppy old man and old lady." The old lady Su only knew that they had found her son, but she didn't know the situation on the son's side. Now that she heard Su Jianqing say this, she immediately laughed in surprise. "Haoqian's children have already given birth? Then have we become great grandfather and great-grandmother? Great, this is great. Old man, you're right, we must dress up well when we meet the children for the first time. If we can't just pass by like this, I also have to choose clothes carefully. You haven't worn these suits for many years. It's been a long time. It's out of date, and now let someone buy you 2, but the weather is so hot, it's not suitable to wear a suit, right? I'd better let them buy you two suitable ones. Madame Su anxiously went around the cloakroom, frowned, and said, I stay with you stinky old man every day, and I haven't bought clothes for a long time. These clothes of mine don't look good either. Let's go, let's go. Now go to the mall to buy clothes on the spot, dress appropriately, and go straight to the kids. The two rushed to the shopping mall. On the way, Mrs. Su was very happy and said excitedly, Jian Qing, how fast do you think this time passes? Hao Qian has been away from home for more than 20 years in a blink of an eye. I've been thinking about what it will be like when we find our son, but I really didn't expect that by the time we meet our son, we've already become great-grandpas and grandma. By the way, since the grandsons are married and have 2 children, shouldn't we prepare more gifts to take with us? We can't go to see the children empty-handed, and the red envelopes must be bigger. The old man, Su, got a headache from his quarrel, frowned, and said, You don't need to buy gifts, just bring red envelopes. In fact, what he thought in his heart was that there was no need to care about these things. The most important thing now is to see his son and children. As for material things, he and the old lady will keep these things for his sons and children in the future. On the private plane from the imperial capital to Zhonghai, Mrs. Su was so excited that she chatted non-stop. Old man, what do you think your son and daughter-in-law have become now? I remember when they left, they were still young boys and girls. After so many years, I can't believe that they both have grandsons and granddaughters. Old man, what kind of person do you think our grandson is? Our son was so handsome when he was young, and his daughter-in-law Lin Xiao is also a beautiful little girl, so our grandson must be very handsome. Su Jianqing thought of the young man, he brushed on Douyin, and snorted softly. Can my grandson be handsome? Don't look at anyone's genes. When old lady Su heard this, she rolled her eyes at the old man. Seeing that his face was not good, the old lady immediately lowered her face and said, Stinky old man, what is your expression? What's wrong with my expression? Su Jianqing said unconvinced, It's enough for me to be willing to see that stinky brat, but I have to make me smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he was greeted with a roll of eyes from the old lady. Su Jianqing, can you give me some sobriety? You are 70 years old now, can you not be like when you were young, and your temper will come up at every turn? Is it time for you to lose your temper? It's been more than 20 years. We finally found our son. You have to go to see people with a cold face. I can tell you that I have given up after so many years. Besides, it was not because of you that the child ran away from home. Reason? Stinky old man, I'll make it clear to you. I'm happy in my heart now. I haven't seen my son for so many years, and now I'm finally going to see him. Later, you can't shame your son, daughter-in-law, and children. We are here. If you dare to treat others with this attitude, then I will ignore you. Su Jianqing snorted in dissatisfaction, You haven't seen anyone yet, so you're talking for that stinky boy? Of course I'm going to speak for my son, Mrs. Su said confidently. Su Jianqing frowned. Said, What is your attitude? You dare to blame me for the things that happened back then, but I also want to marry him a good wife. What's wrong with me? How do I know that he likes that girl so much that he ends up being private in the end? Running away, this journey is decades. As he said that, he covered his chest again, which seemed a little uncomfortable. The old lady felt a little distressed when she saw this scene. After her son left, the old man fell seriously ill. I haven't been in good health over the years. However, I feel distressed, but this is also what the old man deserves. Immediately, she snorted coldly, if it wasn't for the fact that you had to force our son to marry whoever, and agreed to the daughter-in-law chosen by his son, would it be like this? It's all your own doing. No wonder who. Su Jianqing snorted coldly, not willing to say anything or express his position. The old lady Su's temper came up again, and she frowned and said, anyway, my attitude has been made clear to you. If you are willing to face the children with this cold face later, then I will not care about you. Anyway, I'm on the side of my son and daughter-in-law. I'll get along well with them. If you don't want to get along well with them, then we'll leave you behind and leave you alone as a lonely old man. Su Jianqing was almost breathless when he heard this. What a lonely old man, he has already found his son, why should he be a lonely old man? Su's house. Second Master Su called and said that Big Brother and the others decided to come over today, take a private jet, and should be able to arrive this afternoon. Third Master Su and Su Haoshi are not too young now. They drank too much last night, and after a hangover, they were not taken care of like Papa Su. They woke up today with severe headaches, so they decided to come over at night to join in the fun. Therefore, Mom and Dad Su have to meet Su Jianqing and his wife later. Thinking of seeing Mom and Dad soon, Dad Su couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Su's mother was even more nervous than him. After all, it was Su's father and mother who opposed their marriage the most. As soon as she heard that they were coming, she immediately became anxious. I'm going to prepare dinner. I remember that people at the reunion dinner in the imperial capital like to eat dumplings. This is an old tradition. I will go and make noodles now. Su Ma hurried into the kitchen to get busy. Su Chen knew that her grandparents were coming over, so she immediately called Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue said that she would go home immediately after finishing the matter at hand. Su Chen took advantage of this moment to pick up the two children and come back. When they got home, Su's mother and Su's father were busy making dumplings. Su's father rolled out the dumpling skin, while Su's mother made the dumpling stuffing on the side. Neither of them said a word, and the air seemed to be filled with suppressed tension. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other, squatted down, and whispered to the children, Tuan Tuan Lei, your great-grandfather and great-grandmother will come to the house later. Grandpa and Grandma are a little nervous now. Will you go and help them? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded immediately, and the two little boys put down their schoolbags and ran into the restaurant obediently. Grandpa and Grandma were back. The sweet voice attracted the attention of Su's father and Su's mother. The old couple immediately put down their work and looked at the two little guys happily. Grandpa and Grandma, are we going to eat dumplings at home tonight? Ma Su smiled and nodded, yes, Tuanchu and Lei, today, there are two very important guests in the house, it's your great-grandfather and great-grandma. They are all from the imperial capital, and the imperial capital likes to eat dumplings the most. So today we prepared dumplings for them, and we can eat dumplings together in the evening. Wow, that's great. Tuanchuan likes to eat dumplings, and Tuan Tuan also really wants to see great-grandpa and grandma. The little girl acted coquettishly around Su's father and Su's mother, and the expressions of the old couple instantly relaxed. Lei climbed up on the stool and knelt down beside Dad, Su, Grandpa, my sister. And I will help you make dumplings together, okay? We also want to make dumplings for Grandpa and Grandma. Dad Su's hands were stained with flour, so he could only lower his head and rub Lele's little head with his head. Okay, our family Lele is really filial. If your great-grandfather and great-grandma know that the dumplings are yours. Tonight 2 people helping to wrap will definitely eat more happily. Tuanchuan quickly ran to the kitchen to wash his hands, shaking his wet hands. And said, Tuanchuan will also help make dumplings. With the addition of the 2 of them, Su's father and Su's mother's nervousness eased a lot in an instant. Seeing this, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also washed their hands and joined the dumpling-making process. An hour later, Su Jianqing and his wife arrived at Zhonghai. The old lady Su got into the car excitedly, but Su Jianqing's movements slowed down, dawdling, looking like she couldn't walk, and the expression on her face was also tense. The old lady urged in the car, "Old man, hurry up. The children know that we are coming, so they are probably waiting at home." Su Jianqing got into the car reluctantly after hearing the words of family affection, and watched the scenery outside the window flash by, feeling more and more nervous. I haven't seen that bastard for so many years, and I don't know if they can still recognize each other now. Back then, he was also confused, thinking that the daughter-in-law he chose for his son was the best, and that he had paved the way for his son's future. As long as his son walked well. Who would have thought that his son was so stubborn that he insisted on marrying Lin Xiu, and finally the son ran away. Later, he realized that emotional matters were not something that he, the parents, could be involved in. Children and grandchildren have their own children and grandchildren, and the future path is the children's own, not his plan. It's just too late to understand this. Over the years, he has been sending people around to find Hao Qian, but Hao Qian wanted to avoid him back then, and since ID cards and other things had not been popularized at that time, Hao Qian didn't want him to find him, and he couldn't find it at all. Fortunately, now I finally found Hao Qian. I just don't know if Hao Qian will forgive him. As he got closer to the destination, Su Jianqing's face became more and more tense. When Mrs. Su saw this, she thought he was still stubborn, so she didn't even bother to answer. Anyway, she knew the old man, and she went to her son's house later. The old man must be unable to hold back his true form. I heard someone ring the doorbell. Su Dad and Su Ma immediately put down their work and got up and walked towards the entrance. The 4 people inside and outside the door are actually a little nervous now. Old Madame Su's nervousness contained a trace of excitement. The door of the entrance slowly opened, and the moment Dad Su saw his father and mother, his eyes immediately turned red. The old lady rushed up crying and hugged Dad Su. Hao Qian. Dad Su's emotions were also a little moved, and he hugged his mother. On the other side, Su Jianqing's face became more and more tense, his eyes fell on Su Dad's body, and his brows could not help wrinkling. After the old lady Su and Dad Su separated here, Dad Su looked at the father. Over there. Seeing Su Jianqing's cold face, Dad Su ignored him and ignored him. Mother Su greeted them to come in and sit down, and the old lady Su happily walked ahead. Seeing Su Jianqing's stern face, she pinched him secretly, which made Su Jianqing's face even colder. Seeing this, Mrs. Su didn't bother to pay any attention to him. Dad, Mom, sit down. Dad Su said. The old lady Su immediately sat down with a smile. Su Jianqing sat next to her and snorted softly. When Dad Su and Mom Su heard the voice, they couldn't help but get nervous. At this moment, two sweet voices rushed over with fleshy, small cannonballs. The two little pistachios, Tuanchuan and Lele, finally broke free from their parents' restraints and rushed into the living room, but they ran to the sofa and saw the unfamiliar grandpa and grandma, and suddenly stood a little shyly in Sue beside mom and dad. The two small radishes that appeared suddenly caught the attention of Sue Jianqing and Mrs. Sue, and both of them couldn't help being stunned. At this time, Su Chen and Yan Bingshui arrived and said quickly, "Tuan Tuan. Lele, call someone." After listening to their parents' words, the two little guys bravely shouted, "Good grandfather, good grandma." Su Chen and Yan Bingshui also shouted, "Grandpa, grandma." The old lady Su was very happy. She was about to hold the two children, but one hand grabbed in front of her and scooped the two children away. Su Jianqing's face turned from cloudy to sunny like a sky that suddenly cleared up. Just after a cold face, it was suddenly filled with a kind smile. "Hey!" Su Jianqing responded, wrapping the two little guys in his arms. The four members of the Su family were a little stunned when they saw this scene. The old lady Su chuckled and shook her head, with a completely expected expression. "Two little cuties, what are your names?" Su Jianqing cooperated with the two little guys, and his voice became childish. Tuanchuan and Lele were a little shy, but when they saw that grandpa and grandpa looked alike, they felt a little close in their hearts. "Grandpa, my name is Lele, I'm giggling." "Grandpa, I'm my sister, my name is Tuanchuan, we are twins." "Haha, music band, your name is so cute, you look so cute too." "Come on, Grandpa has prepared big red envelopes for you." Su Jianqing took out two big red envelopes from his arms and put them in the hands of the children. With the addition of the two little guys, the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Su Jianqing looked up at Su Chen and Yan Bingshui, smiled and nodded to them. Took out the other two red envelopes and said, "This is the red envelope that Grandpa prepared for you." It was in a hurry and the preparation was not sufficient. "I will supply you later when I come back." Su Chen and Yan Bingshui hurried forward, took the red envelope and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Su Jianqing smiled brightly and looked at his grandson and grandson-in-law with satisfaction. He doesn't have the indifference he had when he first entered the door, he is completely a kind old man. It's just that this amiable look never fell on Dad, Su. Seeing that the two children were occupied by Su Jianqing, the old lady Su saw Su's mother go to the kitchen, so she simply got up and went to find her daughter-in-law. Su Ma was not happy when she saw Su Jianqing watching them, so she was a little nervous, so she went back to the kitchen to continue making dumplings. When old lady Su came in suddenly, Mother Su was startled and said quickly, "Auntie, why are you in the kitchen? Go to the living room and sit and play with the children. It's messy here, don't get dirty." Seeing her panic, Mrs. Su hurriedly said with a smile, "Daughter-in-law, you and Hao Qian have been married for so many years. What's the name of your aunt? Just call your mother." Su Ma was stunned for a moment, her eyes quickly turned red, she nodded lightly and said, "Mom." And Madame Su replied happily, looking at the dumplings on the table, she said in surprise, "Would you like to make dumplings today?" Ma Su nodded, "Well, knowing that you and Dad are coming over, we will discuss making dumplings to eat. According to the customs of the imperial capital, today is also a reunion dinner for our family." Old Mrs. Su looked at Su Ma with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Daughter-in-law, you are really attentive. Come, I will help you make dumplings together." No need, Mom, it's almost done here, so don't get your hands dirty. Before Ma Su could stop it, the old lady, Su, over there had already washed her hands. She made two and said with a smile, I haven't cooked for many years, and my craftsmanship is really bad. Compared with yours, the dumplings I make are really ugly. Su Ma looked at the round dumplings, with big belly. As a long-term cook, she knew that this kind of dumplings had to be boiled before they were cooked. But this is a piece of mother-in-law's heart, and she didn't say much. Old Lady Su knew that the dumplings she made were not good, so she slowed down a lot, and chatted with Su Ma while making dumplings. Daughter-in-law, you have worked hard all these years. Su Ma was stunned for a moment, then shook her head hurriedly, it's not hard. Mom, Hao Qian and I have been ignorant over the years. Mrs. Su looked at her and smiled softly, I won't mention the past. Now that I see your family living so well, I know that all this is inseparable from your credit. Hao Qian and you have proved to us with facts that his choice was right. Su's mother didn't speak, but she felt a lot in her heart. The red eyes were not easy for the old lady to see, so she could only bow her head and make dumplings with tears in her eyes. The old lady Su continued, I just knew when I saw our family, Hao Qian, you have taken good care of him over the years. When he was at home, he was spoiled by me since he was a child and cultivated the bad problem of picky eaters is that at that time not only was he thin, but his health was not very good, but I just met him, although he is middle-aged, but he has a strong body and a ruddy complexion, and it looks like you are taking good care of him. There are also children at home. I have heard some things about my grandson when I was on the road. You have raised your children well, daughter-in-law. Back then, the stinky old man and I were too stubborn. At that time you have been wronged. Su Ma quickly shook her head, and Duda's tears all fell. Mom, didn't you just say that you don't mention the past? Since those things have passed, we can meet again as a family now, just best result. The old lady Su nodded and looked at Ma Su with relief. Yes, the old man and I are really happy to find you. Just now the old man was like that. Don't you admire him just because he is stubborn and angry with your own son? We are both grateful to you in our hearts. And what happened back then, we were also at fault, and we have to apologize to you and Hao Qian. Mom. Su Ma hugged Mrs. Su. Two women cuddle in the kitchen. In the living room, Su Jianqing sat on his lap with a child in one hand. Pulled Su Chan and Yan Bingxue to sit on the sofa next to him and didn't leave a place for Dad, Su at all. Dad, Su could only sit on the single sofa next to him. Chen, at your age, you should have just graduated from college now? Why did you start working so soon? Su Chen said, Grandpa, I haven't got my university diploma yet. It's just that I started to work for internships in the next semester of my senior year. And I haven't even started working for a few months. Su Jianqing looked at his grandson in shock, took a deep breath and said, Hey, you entered the Mecha Research Department of the Dragon Academy of Sciences before you got your diploma? As far as I know, this Dragon Academy should be a national institution, and it needs to go through layers of selection and examinations to enter, and without a graduation certificate, shouldn't it be possible to sign a contract? Su Jianqing said. It stands to reason, but the reason why I entered the Dragon Academy was specially invited by their dean, so I don't have to go through these procedures. Su Chen told his grandfather the process of seeing Lao Lao at that time. After Su Jianqing heard it, he immediately smiled and looked at his grandson with pride. The dean of the Dragon Academy has a good eye. By the way, Chen Chen, I seem to have swiped your video on Douyin some time ago, but I'm not sure if it's you. Is that the video of the mecha welcoming the kiss? If it is that, then it is indeed me. Su Jianqing was shocked again. It's really you. You made that mecha? Well, that was the first work I completed at the Dragon Academy. Su Jianqing was so shocked that he was almost speechless, and quickly grabbed his grandson's arm, one hand shaking involuntarily. Haha. My grandson is actually the first person to make a mecha. Chen Chen, you are so awesome. With a younger generation like you in the Su family, I really feel like I can smile at Jiuquan even if I die now. Grandpa, our family has just reunited now, what are you talking about to die? Su Chen smiled. Su Jianqing laughed. Yes, it's me who said it wrong, or my grandson is sensible. Good boy, you have made the first mecha now, and you will definitely have a bright future in the future. You will become the pride of our Su family. Grandpa is proud of you too. After praising his grandson, Su Jianqing began to ask Yan Bingshui again. When he knew that Yan Bingshui had taken over the Chaofan group at a young age, he said with surprise, "Daughter-in-law, you are so amazing. It seems that you and our family Chen are really strong alliances to take care of such a large group at such a young age." After praising his grandson and his grandson-in-law, and after praising his grandson-in-law, he started teasing the two children. Su Jianqing was enjoying the joy of a family relationship, but he refused to look at Su's father next to him, and his eyes were deliberately avoided, obviously neglecting him. Dad, Su noticed it, but didn't care. Because he didn't solve it in his heart, he couldn't do it to honor Su Jianqing. Therefore, he did not take Su Jianqing's behavior to heart. Su Jianqing felt uncomfortable when he saw that his son ignored him and had no taste. It felt so shriveled, as if a fist hit the cotton. He originally wanted to neglect his son on purpose, and then his son came up to honor him, saying compliments or apologizing to him, but he didn't expect his son to be so arrogant. He didn't look angry at all, and he was drinking tea there alone. The old lady, Su, over there looked into the living room from the kitchen, saw the situation in the living room, and noticed that her husband was deflated. She was very satisfied. After washing his hands, he came to the sofa and played happily with Tuanchuan and Lele. Due to the addition of Mrs. Su, the sofa here is obviously not enough to sit on. As soon as Su Chen remembered, Mrs. Su suddenly said, "Chen Chen, you are sitting here. Grandma has something to tell you." As she said that, she hit Su Jianqing. "Old man, sit next to your son. I can't. See how crowded the sofa is now." Su Jianqing glared at her, held it back for a long time, and finally sat down beside Dad, Su, without saying anything. Although it is a single-seat sofa, the space is not small. It is not crowded for two people to sit together, but side by side, body next to body. Both father and son seemed to be not used to it. The old lady Su, over there, was very happy to play with her two children and chat with her grandson and granddaughter-in-law. It was a beautiful scene of family happiness. Su Jianqing and Su's dad were sitting together, neither talking to anyone. Su Jianqing felt a little embarrassed, then he began to look around, and finally his eyes fell on the family portrait on the wall. Seeing the happy, smiling faces of his son's family, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. Dad Su glanced at Su Jianqing and saw the emotion in his eyes, but he didn't Speak. At this time, the doorbell of the house suddenly rang. Suchin went to open the door and followed Suzhou. When he came back, Second Master Su, Third Master Su, and Su Haoshi are all here. The house became lively in an instant. The dumplings on Su Ma's side were already in the pot. Seeing that everyone was coming, she smiled and said, "Everyone is here. You should sit and chat in the living room first. The dumplings in the kitchen are already in the pot. I can have dinner." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked up to their mother and said softly, "Mom, you've worked hard." Su Ma smiled and shook her head. "It's not hard, I'm happy." Yan Bingxue said, "Mom, let me help you in the kitchen." Mother Su hurriedly pushed her out and said with a smile, "No, cooking dumplings is such a simple job, don't we have to stand by the pot with the two of us? Both of you, stop standing in the kitchen. It's a good kitchen. You've made it very crowded. Go out and chat with the elders. The person they want to meet now should be you." The hot dumplings were quickly brought to the table, and a large group of people sat down around the table. Second Master Su said happily, "This is really good, now our family is gathered together. It's been more than 20 years for this reunion dinner, and there are so many children in the family, brother and sister-in-law, you two must be so happy today." Madame Su nodded with tears in her eyes. "Happy? Today is the happiest day of my life." Su Jianqing did not speak, and sat there with a cold face, like a black-faced Bao Gong. Seeing this, old lady Su pinched his thigh under the table. Su Jianqing frowned in pain, and looked at his wife complainingly. Although the two of them did this little action under the table, Su Jianqing's reaction was so obvious that everyone saw it and couldn't help lowering his head and snickering. Su Jianqing was embarrassed, frowned, and said, "I'm all eating, why are you staring at me? I have rice on my face." It's good not to say this. As soon as they finished speaking, Second Master Su and Third Master Su laughed outright, and the juniors also wanted to laugh. But because of their status, they only dared to cover their mouths and laugh secretly. Tuanchuan said very simply and sincerely, "Grandpa, your mouth really has rice." Grandma said to keep a little bit on her mouth when eating, so that you can eat a little more when you're hungry at night. Is Grandpa also keeping a late night snack? This sentence made everyone laugh even more happily. Su Jianqing was embarrassed and funny, but it was his great-granddaughter who said this. He couldn't lose his temper. After the episode, the atmosphere on the table was much more relaxed. Except for Mr. Su Jianqing's deliberately straight face, everyone's mood was very high. Su Ma went to bring out another pot of dumplings. The hot dumplings shook a few times, and Su Ma greeted warmly, "This is the dumpling stuffed with pork and cabbage that just came out of the pot. Everyone should eat more while they are now. Otherwise, it will be all glued together after a while." After Su Ma finished speaking, she took the public chopsticks, took everyone's bowls, and added dumplings to everyone's bowls. Everything was normal at first, but when she got to Su Jianqing, Ma Su saw his serious face, but she couldn't help but get nervous. The outstretched hand didn't dare to take the bowl in front of Su Jianqing, so he just stood there awkwardly. Su Jianqing glanced at his daughter-in-law, twitched the corners of his mouth stiffly, and handed over the bowl himself. Only then did Mother Su confidently put dumplings for him. Su Jianqing took the bowl, and actually said, "Thank you, don't be too busy, eat more yourself. I see that you have been arranging it from the time it came to the table. I'm Eating with the big guys, but I haven't eaten a few myself. Dumplings made so hard, can't be all busy for everyone. Suma nodded and put a few dumplings into her bowl. Su Jianqing took a bite of the dumpling stuffed with cabbage, and suddenly laughed, and everyone looked at him. He suddenly said, "This tastes really good." When everyone heard this sentence, they couldn't help but stunned for a while. And then everyone's face showed a happy smile. Su's mother smiled, and Su's father held her hand under the table. Su Jianqing's remarks are his recognition of his daughter-in-law and his acceptance of the fact that the two of them are together. With these words, the atmosphere of the next meal became more relaxed. After dinner, Second Master Su and the others knew that tonight was a very meaningful night for the eldest brother and sister-in-law's family, so they directly said after eating, "Brother, sister-in-law, Haoqian, Qinchin, we will start today." Gone back. Suja looked at the elders blankly. "Second grandpa, what are you doing when you go back so early?" "I just saw my cousin today." Su Haoshi grabbed his son and said, "I just know how to play your grandfather. And I drank so much wine yesterday, and I'm not feeling well now. Can't I go back to rest early?" Suja didn't understand what they meant, looked at Su Chen and said reluctantly, "But I still have a lot of things to tell my cousin, or you. Don't talk nonsense so much. We all drank, but you didn't drink, and you are responsible for driving." Su Haoshi no longer gave his son a chance to speak, and directly pulled him out the door. The whole family went out to see them off. After their car drove away, Su Jianqing suddenly said, "Then let's go quickly. What if we can't book a hotel later?" Mrs. Su glared at him, pointed to the big villa behind her, and said, "What are we going to do? Isn't there a room for our husband and wife in such a big place as the child's house? I can't live here." Su Jianqing blurted out. Su Chen watched the whole show tonight and knew that his grandfather was duplicitous, and that his father actually missed grandma very much and was reluctant to let her go, so he said, "Grandma, Grandpa, the guest room has already been tidied up, the two of you will be waiting for a while. Just go and live. Actually, there are enough rooms in the house. The second grandpa and the others can also live at home, but they insist on staying outside, so they are left to go to the hotel outside, but the grandparents will definitely want to live at home when they come." When Mrs. Su heard her grandson's words, she immediately said to Su Jianqing, over there with pride, "If you don't live here, then you can go out and live by yourself. Anyway, I'm staying at my grandson's house." Su Jianqing opened his mouth, frowning tightly. "I wanted to stay, but I had already said what I just said. I thought the old woman would persuade him to order, but who knew that the old woman would go down the steps given by her grandson and leave him here without embarrassment. Or embarrassment." The little cuties followed Su Chen and said, "Grandpa, you can stay here. This is the first time for you and Grandma to come to our house. How can you go out and stay in a hotel?" Su Jianqing was just one step away, and when he heard the words of his granddaughter, he immediately said with a smile, "Our family is right, of course it is appropriate to live at your house for the first time, so I will stay." Mrs. Su rolled her eyes at him and took the lead in pulling Su Chen into the house. The family sat together watching TV. Su's father and Su's mother were a little cautious, not to mention Su Jianqing, sitting alone in the middle like a black bread man. The old lady Su took Ma Su's hand and chatted with a smile. "Daughter-in-law, this family is really well organized by you and Chen Chen. This child is really well raised. You must have worked hard all these years, but now, Chen Chen has grown up, And this child is so promising. He started a family and started a business. Early. In the future, you can rest assured and enjoy the happiness. On the other side, Su Jianqing looked at Su's father, looking like he was hesitant to say anything. Seeing this, Su Chen winked at his wife, and the two stood up immediately, hugging Tuanchuan and Lei and talking. Grandpa and Grandma, it's getting late. It's time for the two little guys to go to bed. Let's take them upstairs to take a bath first. Dad, Su nodded. Su Jianqing is still a little unfinished, and wants to continue playing with the two children for a while, but it is inappropriate for him to keep a cold face in this situation. So everyone didn't say anything, and watched the couple go upstairs with the child in their arms. There were only 4 of them left in the living room. The voice of Su Ma and Mrs. Su's chatting was gone, only the background music on the TV was left. The atmosphere was even more embarrassing than before. Old lady Su bumped Su Jianqing hard and motioned him to say something nicely. But Su Jianqing is a stubborn old man, his lips are pressed tightly, but he doesn't want to open his mouth. The old lady Su said, "Hao Qian, Shower, you two have worked hard these years. It was your parents' fault before. Your father has always regretted preventing the two of you from getting married. He also said that if he sees Hao Qian and Shower again, he will slap himself a few times and apologize to you." Su Jianqing said immediately, "I didn't say this, don't talk nonsense. Where did he say he was going to slap himself a few times? His regret is real. But I definitely didn't say I was going to beat myself up. My own wife is so unreliable, I'm just talking nonsense." The old lady Su said, "Oh? Is that so? I remember you said you regretted it." "I mean, I regret forcing Hao Qian to marry that person, but I didn't say I would slap myself a few times." The old lady Su said to Dad Su, "Hao Qian, did you hear that? Your dad really regrets it. Can you forgive me?" As soon as Su Jianqing heard this, he knew that he had fallen into his wife's pit. He originally wanted to refute, but when he heard the last sentence of the old lady, he looked at Dad Su again with flickering eyes, as if waiting for Papa Su's answer. Even the 2 hands were nervously grasping the sofa cushions. "Dad," Su said, "Mom, Dad knows it's wrong, it's fine. As for whether to forgive or not, we'll talk about it later. Because if there was no forced marriage from his father, he would not have fled south with Lin Xiu and settled in a small county town. In the first few years, the two suffered hardships because they gave birth to Su Chen, and they were foreigners. At the time, it was not recognized by the locals. Later, gradually, the children started to go to school and read, and after they became teachers, the situation improved. People started to respect them, and even gave them eggs and duck eggs. And with wages, the family of 3 gradually lived a good life. But, no matter what, going to a new place to live is not always better than living in the hometown. Moreover, he also cut off all contact with his friends. It would be a lie if he said that he didn't resent his father who beat the Mandarin ducks in those years. Because if it hadn't been for their father's stick to beat the Mandarin ducks, their family would have lived a better and happier life. But things have already happened, and he will not be stubborn in the past. It's just that I can't forgive Su Jianqing for the time being. When Su Jianqing heard his son's words, his blood pressure immediately rose, and he fainted. She was so frightened that Mrs. Su hurriedly supported Su Jianqing, and then, among the people who pinched him, she quickly took out the blood pressure lowering medicine from Su Jianqing's pocket and gave Su Jianqing 2 pills. Finally, Su Jianqing opened his eyes weakly. When Dad Su saw this scene, his heart was moved. Only then did I realize that my parents were really getting old and getting old. Haoqian, Mom knows that you and Shoer have suffered a lot over the years. If you didn't have your father's stick to beat Mandarin ducks, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. You can't forgive your father for the time being. Mom thinks it's understandable. How about we punish your father for making us delicious food every day? Dad, Su said in a deep voice, Mom, you are so old, it's actually a mistake that you haven't been filial to you all these years as a son. Dad's health is not good, so don't let him go to the kitchen to make food. You still want to be angry with me? Su Jianqing asked weakly. He actually knew that his health was not good all the time, and he was even afraid that he would suddenly die one day. The most frightening thing is that he will not see his son before he dies. So he has been holding on to his body all the time. Fortunately, God opened his eyes and finally let him see his son and his family. But unexpectedly, after meeting, the son did not forgive him. It's not anger, Dad, Su said. Su Jianqing closed his eyes, then opened his eyes and said to Su's father and Su's mother, Haoqian, Lin Xiu, 23 years ago, it was indeed my fault. I should not forcibly break up you, beat the Mandarin ducks, force Haoqian and whoever marry. Half of my body is about to sink into the ground now, and I just want to see you before I die, and now people have seen it, but Haoqian, Lin Xiu, you too won't forgive me. I really can't be reconciled to death. While talking, Su Jianqing's 2 lines of clear tears came out. He couldn't bear to be a duplicitous person any longer. He wanted to be good with his son. I don't want any more conflicts. I also don't want to miss this good opportunity to reconcile with my son because of my stubbornness. When Dad Su heard this, his eyes sparkled, and Mom Su clenched his hand. Then the two looked at Su Jianqing together, and Dad Su said in a hoarse voice, Dad, you don't need to say that. If you are in good health, you will definitely live a long life. I forgive you. Su Jianqing breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Su Ma. Su Ma said, Dad, I forgive you too. I hope you and your mother will take care of your health. Su Jianqing cried again, this time loudly. Old Mrs. Su smiled and wiped away her tears. She hugged her son and daughter-in-law, and said with great relief, it's great, it's great. Finally let go. Haoqian, Shoer, your dad and I will definitely take good care of our bodies. We will also help you take care of your grandchildren. Early the next morning, when Su Chen and the others woke up, they found that Mrs. Su and Su Jianqing were not at home. But there was a note on the table. Su Jianqing's phone number was also left on it, and it was written that they went out to buy things. Su Chen called Su Jianqing and asked them if they knew the nearby road. After all, the two of them are old, and he is really worried that they will go out when they are old and don't know how to come back. Su Jianqing said happily, Chen, don't worry, although your grandmother and I are old, we can still use Baidu to navigate, and we won't get lost. Thank you for your concern. It feels so good to be cared about. Sure enough, it still feels good to be at home. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen told his parents about his grandmother's situation, and Su's father and Su's mother were relieved. Dad Su told Su Chen about the situation last night on the balcony. Said that he had forgiven Su Jianqing. Su Chen said that no matter what Dad Su decides, he will support it. Dad Su smiled. This time it was a very relieved smile. It's like the stone that was pressing on the bottom of my heart was loosened. After chatting for a while, the father and son went back to the restaurant for breakfast. It just so happened that the final exam was approaching now, and Su Chen didn't want the child to continue to ask for leave, so after breakfast, he sent Tuanchuan and Lei to the kindergarten, and then he and Yan Bingxue also went to work in the company. In the evening, the whole family returned to the house. Su Jianqing and the old lady also came back at this time. They were in a very good mood with their big bags and small bags. Children, it just so happens that you are all back. Come here, my grandfather. And I have bought you a lot of gifts. Everyone has it. Hearing that there were gifts to be received, Tuanchuan and Lei happily ran over, holding large and small bags of toys, very happy. Mrs. Su called Yan Bingxue and Su's mother over, took out some exquisite jewelry and said, "Daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law, we were in a hurry yesterday, we didn't buy you gifts, we went to make up for you today. A welcome gift, let's see if you like it." Yan Bingxue and Su Ma opened the gift box, which was full of precious jewelry, which was very valuable at first glance. Yan Bingxue was okay. Ma Su saw these things, but she was a little embarrassed to accept them. "Mom, these gifts are too expensive. I don't usually wear jewelry. Give these things to Bingxue. She is young and beautiful." The old lady Su said with a smile, "I bought so much for the two of you. The things I bought for you, my daughter-in-law, are not suitable for young people. The people of grandson and granddaughter have to learn to be better too themselves." Yan Bingxue also said, "Mom, grandmas, just take a piece of your heart." After hearing this, Mom Su nodded happily, "Okay, then I'll accept it, thank you, Mom." After Su Jianqing gave the 2 learning computers to the child, he pulled Su Chen over again. He took out an expensive suit. "Chen, Grandpa also knows that you have everything, but Grandpa and Grandma have to buy you something. We bought you a suit, see if you like it or not." Su Chen took a look at it, smiled and nodded and said, "Good looking, Grandpa. And Grandma's eyes are really good." After Su Jianqing finished speaking, he looked at Dad Su over there, "Come here too, everyone has a gift, how could it be without you?" He handed an exquisite gift box to Dad Su, and Dad Su took it and looked at it, and there was an exquisite pen inside. Seeing this gift, Papa Su's eyes instantly turned red, and he looked up at Papa with emotion. Su Jianqing snorted lightly and said, "Don't be so moved, your mother and I have really been thinking about it all these years. You used to give you a pen for your birthday every year, but none of your birthdays have been missed over the years. There is a large row, this one is a new one, and the others will be seen when you get home." Everyone received a gift, and the family enjoyed it. Su Jianqing and Mrs. Su said happily, "In addition to buying these gifts for you today, we also did a big thing." Su Chen asked curiously, "What big things did grandparents do?" Su Jianqing proudly took out a real estate certificate from the bag. "We bought the villa next to you. After the next door is renovated, we can come here often." The Su family immediately became happy when they heard this, and Tuanchuan and Lei happily clapped their hands and said, "That's great, from now on, his grandfather and his grandma can often come to the house to play." Su Ma said, "Mom, what are you doing with this waste of money? The house that Chen bought is very big, and that room will always be reserved for you and your mother. You can come and stay at any time you want, and you can stay as long as you want. How long will we live? This is our own home." The old lady Su waved her hand and said with a smile, "Show her this money. Can't be saved, your dad and I know in our hearts. How do you young people like to live with the old man? You two are fine, help me. Chen Chen and Bing Xue. Take care of the two children. We two old people live here. Isn't that hindering you young people? So we simply bought the house next door and lived. In the future. In your own house, you can stay here for as long as you want. And you can come over when you turn around when it comes to a door. Su Mama knew the strength of her parents' family, so she didn't say anything more. During dinner in the evening, Su Chen called the second grandfather and the others. Today's reunion dinner was a happy one. After Su Jianqing and Dad, Su released their past suspicions. They didn't keep their faces straight today. The atmosphere was very harmonious during the meal. Tuanchuan and Lei sat between her and Mrs. Su, accompanied by two little babies. Su Jianqing was more than usual. Eat 2 bowls of rice. The members of the Su family were very happy when they saw Su Jianqing's expression. While the family was having a reunion dinner, Su Eri's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone directly at the dining table, and it was fine at first. But his expression changed slightly after a while. I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said. Su Eri's face became more and more ugly. Everyone is watching. When the second master hung up the phone, the third master, Su, saw that his brother's face was not very good, so he lowered his voice and asked, Second brother, is there something wrong at home? Second master Su shook his head, looked up at the people on the table, and said with the corners of his mouth hooked, It's nothing, just a small problem. It can be solved with a phone call. Let's have a good meal. Now that the eldest brother's family has just been reunited, and they have only found Hao Qian, he doesn't want to ruin the atmosphere at the table at this time. However, Su Chen could see that after answering the phone call, second master Su had been very worried. Although he tried to cover it up, his eyes and actions could not deceive people. After dinner, second master Su and the others sat down for a while before going back to the hotel. Su Jianqing and Mrs. Su got up to see them off, turned to Su Chen and the others and said, Chen Chen, we want to go to your second grandfather to see how they live. Let's go out and we'll be there in a while. Return. Yan Bingxue originally asked Assistant Zhang to send the second grandpa and the others back. Now Su Jianqing and his wife are also going, so Yan Bingxue asked Assistant Zhang to bring them back later. After they all left, Su Chen returned home. Su Ma and Yan Bingxue were there to play with the two children, and Su Chen went to find Su Pa. Dad, the second grandpa just received a phone call at the dining table, and his face is not very good looking. Is there something wrong with the Su family? Dad, Su frowned and didn't want to hide anything from his son. He knew that his son had grown up now, and many things were more thoughtful than he thought. When I was passing by, I happened to hear your grandfather and your second grandfather chatting on the phone. It's about the Su family. The situation of the Su family is a bit complicated. In your great grandfather's generation, it was still an ancient society. It's not like it is monogamous now, and there are not so many messy family conflicts. At that time, in addition to marrying your great-grandma, your great-grandfather, he also took a concubine, which is now the Xiao Su family. Little Su's family? Su Chen repeated suspiciously. Dad, Su nodded, you should know something, right? Su Chen really survived the Xiao Su family. He nodded, I know a little. This Xiao Su family and the imperial capital Su family were originally a family. But some industries were divided, so there was an additional Su family. After all, the Su family, the family has a big business, and it is normal for such a large industry to be divided into several branches. Dad, Su waved his hand, son, this situation is not as simple as you think. If it is a normal division of the industry, then of course it is a good thing. Everyone is a family, fighting for the same goal, but this little Su family and our Su family home is not one heart. Let's talk about the past. Your great-grandfather's generation actually married a third bedroom in addition to a second bedroom, and I won't talk about the third bedroom. When I was at home, the number of people was thin. It is estimated that there's no one left now. The key is that when your great-grandfather was still in the second room, this lady was still favored and gave birth to a lot of children. I remember that since I can remember, the second room has not been very safe. When your great-grandfather was still alive, it wasn't so obvious that everyone fought openly and secretly, but after your great-grandfather left, the sovereignty of the family fell to your grandfather. At that time, your great-grandmother was not very healthy. Well, I will follow your great-grandfather soon, but the one from the second room is still there, relying on his age. He is a demon at home all day long. At that time, the second room was staring at the tiger, and wanted to take the master's power from your grandfather's hand, but it was not as good as it is now, and the difference in identities was an insurmountable gap. They wanted to get this position. Their name is not right. Bad words. Later, your grandfather strived to be good, and soon he was in power, and the second room also restrained a lot. It's just. Having said that, Dad Su didn't say anything further. But Suchin quickly guessed it. When his grandfather was in charge of the house, the second room was relatively safe, because at that time his grandfather had the ability, and he had the son of his father, the son of heaven. Everything seemed logical, and there was no such thing as the second room. But later, his grandfather beat the mandarin ducks and wanted to force his father to marry another woman, which caused the two to break up completely. And his father was forced to run away from home. Then his grandfather fell ill again because of this, and the master's power was handed over to the second grandfather. At that time, the second room probably wanted to take the opportunity to rise. No wonder the second grandpa's face was so bad just now. It is estimated that the struggle between the second room and the second room has hardly stopped over the years. Moreover, the ancient era has long since passed, and now it is a new era. The identity issue that has always suppressed the second room is no longer the focus of everyone's attention, and the second room will definitely be more arrogant. On the other side, Su Jianqing and the others arrived at the hotel. They didn't come to visit at all. Su Jianqing made a special trip to see Second Master Su for the family affairs. There was no one else at the moment, so Second Master Su told the truth. Brother, you're right. The second room must have heard some rumors. We knew that we might have found Hao Qian, so we called. It was so noisy that we were going to hold a family meeting now. What meeting are they going to hold? Su Jianqing asked, while suppressing his anger. Second Master Su lowered his head. What they mean is that I'm old now, and it's time to think about the successor, and they also got my medical report from last year, saying that my health is not as good as before, and I must advance and advance. Just be prepared, which means that this family meeting is held to select the heir. Su Jianqing was so angry that he flipped the table on the spot. The heirs of the Su family, when will it be their turn to speak? They don't even think about who they are. Second Master Su frowned slightly. Brother, this matter has already passed on. The patriarch sighed, and you know that we are all about fairness and justice. Now, and those old feudal ideas have long been abandoned, and the second room always makes a fuss about this matter. The patriarch's side is not easy to explain. I am afraid that they can only turn a blind eye to these things. Brother, don't be angry, now we finally found Hao Qian, this should be a happy time, don't get upset because of those people. When it comes to the current state of family reunion, Su Jianqing's mood is a little better. Second Master Su said, well, brother, let's go back tomorrow, this family meeting is definitely inevitable, let's go back first to see what's going on. You and sister-in-law stay here first, stay with Hao more, be humble children. Su Jianqing frowned immediately and said, then how can it be done? You can't always deal with this mess alone, I have to go back with you. Second Master Su smiled and said, just stay here, eldest brother, Hao Qian. And the others don't know about these things, don't let the children get involved. On Su Chen's side, after listening to what Dad Su said, he opened his mouth and said to Dad Su, Dad, the second grandpa just answered the phone at the dinner table and his face was not very good. I guess this matter has something to do with us. Relation. Maybe it's because the second house knows that the second grandpa has found you, and they are worried that your existence will affect the issue of inheritance. After all, there is only Suzhou in the Su family now, but if you go back, the situation will be different. And when you were famous back then, it was understandable for them to be afraid. After listening to what Su Chen said, Dad Su didn't speak. The father and son came out of the room and waited until Su Jianqing and his wife returned. When Su Jianqing and his wife entered the door, they had a happy smile on their faces, as if they really just visited the hotel and came back in a good mood. Dad Su asked, Dad, how did you guys go to the second uncle's place to play? It's very good. Their hotel environment is not bad, and we just came here and found that Zhonghai has developed really well over the years, and it is not worse than the imperial capital at all. The environment here is better than that here in the imperial capital. It's not bad for you children to choose to develop here. Su Jianqing didn't mention anything else. Dad Su asked, Dad, the second uncle answered a phone call just after dinner. I don't think he looked very well. Is there something wrong with the imperial capital? You can come here. It's been a few days, if there's anything going on at home, don't hide it from me. Hearing this, Su Jianqing's eyes softened a little, and said with a smile, What's the matter, don't you understand your second uncle's ability? Although it's not comparable to your father's prestige back then, but these years he also keeps the house in good order. You don't have to worry so much, it's nothing major, your second uncle took care of it. Su Jianqing obviously didn't want to say more, and Dad Su didn't ask any more. After Su Chen returned to his room at night, he was lying on the bed and told his wife about these things. After Yan Bingxue heard the situation on the Su family's side, there was no surprise on her face. She leaned on Su Chen's arms and said, There are many right and wrong in the wealthy family, especially when encountering such a large family. It also involves the issue of inheritance rights. The situation of the Su family is to be expected. Before, my parents kept saying that the reason why they wanted me to have a child was that they didn't want to have any differences in the division of property in the future, which would cause brothers and sisters to turn against each other. Su Chen nodded. Although Dad didn't say anything, I could tell that he actually wanted to go back and help. If Dad really wants to go back with Grandpa to deal with these things, I can't let the old couple go back alone. Yan Bingxue nodded and said, "Husband, I understand everything you said, and I support you. No matter what you do, I will support you, no matter what kind of world the imperial capital is. I am willing to stand. I'll face you next to you." Yan Bingxue looked at him firmly and said. Su Chen looked at his wife and asked softly, "Wife, you are so kind." He, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The next morning, Su Chen received a text message from Second Master Su. They said that they had been away from home for many days, and now they have to go back early. They will come back in a few days and meet again in Zhonghai. Su Jianqing and his wife stayed, and they enjoyed the warm family time with Su's father, Su's mother, and Su Chen's family like nothing else. This was the case for the next week. Second Master Su, who had left, didn't say anything about it. At the beginning, he often called to start the video. In the next few days, even the video and the phone were omitted. On the other hand, Suja would occasionally send a few WeChat messages and chat with Su Chen if he had nothing to do. However, Su Chen could see that Suja was not as active as before. Su Jianqing often looks down at his mobile phone at home these days. Every time he looks at his mobile phone, he hides secretly and frowns tightly. Su Chen accidentally bumped into it a few times, and guessed in his heart that the situation in the imperial capital was a bit grim. But Su Jianqing didn't say anything, and they didn't ask much. No matter what the situation on the imperial capital's side, Zhonghai's side is still peaceful. This week of the Su family was slightly different from the usual one, because the summer vacation was approaching soon. The two children had their final exams on Friday this week, and Su Chen's graduation ceremony was also on Saturday this week. Su Chen announced the news during dinner, and Su Jianqing and his wife were overjoyed. Great! It turns out that Chen hasn't attended the graduation ceremony yet. I thought I had missed all the major events in the first half of Chen's life, but I didn't expect to miss a graduation ceremony. Although I couldn't attend Chen's wedding, it was great to be able to attend his graduation ceremony. One thing, said the old lady, Su. Su Jianqing added excitedly beside him, yes, let's go to Chen's graduation ceremony, and we can also give him flowers in person when he graduates. Su's father and Su's mother are also very excited. This is his son's college graduation ceremony. Yan Bingxue heard that her husband's graduation ceremony was coming soon, and she was looking forward to it. Who would have thought that she could still attend her husband's graduation ceremony? This is not something ordinary people can do. So after eating, Yan Bingxue secretly called everyone, and started to discuss the preparation of surprises for her husband's graduation ceremony with Su Chen behind her back. Su Jianqing and his wife had this intention, so the family hit it off. Yan Bingxue said, Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad, the final exam of the two children is on Friday, and the graduation ceremony of my husband is on Saturday. This time is just right. When it comes to Saturday, we can bring the completed exam with us. Tuanchuan and Lei went to my father's graduation ceremony together. Suma said happily, okay, Chen probably didn't think that since his graduation ceremony can be attended by the whole family with him. Mrs. Su said, then do we have to prepare some surprises? Bingxue, did you call us all here to discuss this matter? Yan Bingxue nodded happily, and said with bright eyes, I want to prepare a Super unforgettable graduation ceremony for my husband, but if I prepare this surprise alone, it will definitely not be as meaningful as preparing it together. I believe that my husband also hopes to see his parents and grandparents on that day. Sue's father, Sue's mother, and Su Jianqing looked at each other with anticipation in their eyes. Flowers are definitely indispensable. At the graduation ceremony, flowers are given to the children when they come off the stage after taking their graduation photos. We will send them flowers, said Mrs. Su with experience. Yan Bingxue nodded. Well, Grandma is right, flowers are definitely essential. But we have to prepare some other surprises. Would you like to send some gifts? Suma suggested beside him. Dad, Su shook his head. As for gifts, our son has everything, and recently parents bought gifts for their children. Each of us brought a big gift to the school for our children. Other students saw a lot of them. Not good. Su Jianqing agrees with his son's idea. Haqian is right, we can just give gifts at home. Since it's the child's graduation ceremony, it's better to be alone than everyone else. I want to talk about the day of the graduation ceremony, to prepare a surprise for the students, but to make Chen happier. Yan Bingshua's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes. What Grandpa said reminded me that we can prepare free food and coffee on the day of my husband's graduation ceremony, and then all the students in my husband's school can come and eat casually. Wouldn't it be a lot of fun? Daughter-in-law is a good idea. Su Jianqing nodded. The old lady Su added, this method is really good, and I think that since we are going to attend Qinchen's graduation ceremony, we must be dressed up to attend. After all, when we go to school, the representatives will be dusty face. Yeah. Grandma is right, we must dress a little more solemnly that day. My husband must be wearing a bachelor's uniform that day, and we have to unify our clothes. Yan Bingxue said happily. If you want to unify your clothes, then let's just make a dress suitable for a child's graduation ceremony. They discussed for more than an hour, and finally decided to divide the work. In the past 2 days, Su Jianqing and Mrs. Su were in charge of getting the dresses, Mom and Dad Su were in charge of the snack cart that day, and Yan Bingxue had to go to work, so she only needed to get flowers. Suchen found that the house was weird these days, and they were always secretly saying something behind their backs. And every time they were caught by themselves, everyone would say nothing, as if they had agreed. What little secret do you have behind your back? Suchen asked his wife in private, but his wife didn't say anything, so Su Chen simply didn't ask any more. The family gathers together and hides it from themselves. They must be discussing what surprises they are going to give him. Thinking about it carefully, only his graduation ceremony was worth preparing for surprises recently. Suchen didn't have much to look forward to for his graduation ceremony, because all his work has been done now, and the university life started as early as the moment he came out for the internship, and it was basically announced that it was over. But now, because of the things the big guy prepared in private, Su Chen actually looked forward to the final graduation ceremony a little more. On Friday, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue got up early in the morning. Today is the final exam of Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei. In the past few days, Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei are picked up by Su's mother and Su's mother. Sometimes Su Jianqing and his wife will also follow, take the kids home together. But because today was their final exam, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue decided to pick them up in person. When the two of them arrived at the gate of the kindergarten, they found that Most of the people who came today were young parents. Many people have gone to Su Chen's house to attend their children's family gatherings before, so they are very familiar with Su Chen and his wife. Everyone greeted warmly at the gate of the park. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, you also sent 2 children to take the exam? Yan Bingxue nodded, yes. Lily's mother said, most of the people who come today are the parents of their children. Don't look at the usual pick up and drop off from grandparents, or something, but on such an important day as the final exam, parents have to come to see their children even if they ask for leave. Everyone chatted. In the Su family at this time, the 4 elders were also at home, discussing the learning status of the 2 children. Su Jianqing asked about the previous academic performance of the 2 children and wanted to know how the 2 children would fare in the final exam this time. Papa Su and Mama Su were proud to show them all the certificates of their children. Our family Tuanchuan and Lele performed very well in school. You see, these are the certificates they got back from school, so I don't think we need to worry about the final exam this time. The 2 children will definitely perform well. Su Jianqing and Mrs. Su happily took the children's certificates to see, but Su Jianqing frowned slightly after reading it. Most of these awards are not related to grades. This is related to craftsmanship. This is a 3 good student. This is related to children's performance in school and grades. It seems that this is the only one, but it can be taken in the final exam. It's the children's mastery of knowledge, which is only linked to grades. Su's father and Su's mother only knew that the children had won a lot of certificates, but they didn't see which ones were. Now that they heard Su Jianqing say this, they took the certificates over to take a look. After reading it, Ma Su frowned and said, Dad seems to be right. Old Su, we haven't paid much attention to Tuanchuan and Lele's academic performance. Dad Su said, I don't think it's a problem. The child's development is relatively good in all aspects, and his academic performance is definitely not bad. Besides, Tuanchuan and Lele are very smart children. That's right, but because of the marriage between Chinchen and Bingxue this semester, and people like us have also come over, the 2 children often ask for leave and delay a lot of blood at home. I don't know if it will affect their final exam results. That's right. A few days ago, they went to Sanya for their honeymoon with their parents. They played for a week. It was very difficult for the children to relax. The final exam was so soon, I don't know if it would be affected. In this way, the parents who were full of confidence in their 2 children's final exam suddenly became a little worried. On Yan Bingshua's side, she sent a text message to Su Chen, husband, let's go earlier, the babies will finish their exams at 4:30, how about we leave at 4 o'clock? Su Chen just happened to have little work in his hands, so at 4 o'clock, he and his wife set off to pick up the children from the kindergarten. When they arrived at the gate of the kindergarten, many parents were already waiting here, and everyone was discussing their children's usual learning situation in the school. It's all pretty easy. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were also chatting. As soon as Tuanchuan and Lele came out, the 2 of them immediately greeted them, one holding their daughter and the other holding their son. The 2 little guys didn't rush over happily as usual, but looked a little sluggish. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue glanced at each other, and when they asked about the results, they all went on the same. It seems that the child is not doing well in the test. On the way back, Yan Bingxue turned back several times to ask about her grades, but was stopped by Su Chen's eyes. Because Tuanchuan and Lei sat in the back seat without saying a word, no one mentioned today's exam. The kindergarten exams are issued on the same day. After the exam in the morning, the teacher corrected the papers at noon. The reason why they waited until 4:30 in the afternoon was not because the exam had to be taken until 4:30, but because the teacher had to mark the papers. So the two children should already know their grades by now. They went home in silence along the way. Because they came back earlier, Su's father, Su's mother, and Su Jianqing and his wife were not at home. Su Jianqing bought the villa next to it, but the next door is a rough house. Now he is busy with decoration. Although it is handed over to the decoration company, some materials still have to be seen by himself. After Tuanchuan and Lei went home, they didn't see their grandparents and great-grandparents, so they said to their parents, "Mom and Dad are a little tired from the exam today. I want to go upstairs to rest first." Yan Bingxue nodded gently and said softly, "Go, Tuanchuan, when dinner is ready, Mom will go up and ask you to come down for dinner, okay?" The little girl went upstairs sullenly. Lei also said that he wanted to go upstairs to do his homework first. As soon as they left, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but feel sad. "Husband, are you saying that Tuanchuan and Lei did not pass the exam today? They are too abnormal today. They are usually very lively." After returning home, why would they want to do their homework for the first time? They must be thinking about playing first. Well, what's so wrong today must be because the results are out, and it's not ideal. Su Chen put her arms around her shoulders and patted her comfortably. "Wife, don't think so much, even if the children really didn't do well in the exam. It doesn't mean anything, it's just the result of a final exam. You can see that both Tuanchuan and Lei feel sad. At this time, we as parents should encourage them well." Yan Bingxue nodded lightly, yes. After the four parents came back, the first thing they asked was the whereabouts of the children. Su Chen told the parents about the unhappy things that the children were not happy about after returning home. Everyone guessed that the two little babies did not do well in the school test. As soon as the four old men heard this, they immediately said, "It doesn't matter if the test is not good, the kindergarten grades can explain something." The four old people are very optimistic. Mrs. Su told Su Jianqing, "Old man, don't ask the children about their grades. Later, if they want to say it, they can say it. If they don't want to say it, let's pretend that nothing happened." Su Jianqing nodded, "I know, let's encourage the child later." Mother Su hurriedly entered the kitchen. "I'm going to cook something delicious for the two children." During dinner, Tuanchuan and Lei came downstairs, still holding their exam papers in their hands. All the papers were tightly rolled up. The two little guys lowered their heads and looked like defeated roosters. Su Chen walked over quickly, touched the heads of the two little guys, and said, "Tuanchuan Lei, what's the matter with you?" Yan Bingxue asked, "Baby, did your results in the final exam today not be satisfactory?" The two little guys didn't speak, but their expressions had already tacitly agreed. Su's father and Su's mother next to him, as well as Su Jianqing and his wife, hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter to Tuanchuan Lei. The results of one test can't tell anything. Even if we don't do well this time, we can still work hard next time. Yes, and this is just a small test for kindergarten. Children, there will always be times when you study well and not study well. During this time, you are all busy with the wedding of your parents at home, so you have a good Academic performance. Slip down a little bit, don't worry. Tuanchuan and Lele lowered their heads, listening to everyone's comforting. Tuanchuan and finally couldn't help it, and laughed, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, you've all been fooled. The big guys showed it, and then the two little babies put their test papers on the table and said happily, my brother and I both took 100% on the test this time, and all of them were 100%. The big guy hurriedly surrounded them and found that all the 6 papers were 100%, and everything in Chinese, mathematics, and English was correct. My brother and I are tied in the class. The first place is the first place, and the second place has not been tested. We have so many points, and they only have more than 90 points. Only my brother and I are all 100%, Tuanchuan said proudly. Suchin looked at the two children and smiled helplessly. Tuanchuan, Lele, how can you make fun of the family like this? Everyone was worried about you just like the way you were just now. Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie, I just wanted to give you a surprise. With my brother. The teacher said that we did very well in the test this time. After returning home, my parents and the family would definitely be super happy, so I thinking about it with my brother, I will give you a bigger surprise, let you both be sad and happy first, so you will definitely feel better. Su Jianqing picked up the little girl, put it in his arms, and held it high. Our family is so smart, so young, do you want to praise first? Tuanchu and Lele, you both won the first place in this exam. You are the pride of your parents. Dad, Su also happily said to Mom Su, I can't believe that our two little guys, who have often asked for time off recently, can still be the first in the class. Su Jianqing said cheerfully, our family Tuanchuan and Lele are the smartest babies. The entire Su family had a great time eating this dinner, and Suchin also took a photo and posted it on the Moments, which attracted countless blessings. Saturday is Suchen's graduation ceremony. The weather that day was very good, the sky was clear, and Suchin went to school early in the morning. Today is the last day, and I am afraid it is also the day when the students in the class gather together. After graduation, everyone will have their own jobs. Even if the alumni reunion is held, it is estimated that they will not be able to be present. Suchen's 3 roommates also arrived early. They have been busy looking for jobs recently and have been living in the dormitory. As soon as Suchin came back, they immediately cheered happily. Guyu, brother Su, you're back. Zhang Yubin, damn it. Brother Su is back. Chen Jiqiang, brother Su. I miss you so much. The 3 roommates got off the bed immediately and ran over to surround Su. Chen. I'm back. Suchin listened to these familiar voices and looked at the familiar scene, and his heart was moved for a moment. This was the last time he came back, and the things on his bed were exactly the same as when he left. He walked over and found that there was no ash on the table. Chen Jiqiang said with a smile behind him, Brother Su is quite satisfied with how he cleaned up. I know you are coming back today to take graduation photos. We specially cleaned the dormitory yesterday. Thank you, big guy. Suchin said with a smile. Brother Su, you are too polite. These are what we should do. Brother Su is someone who does big things. As for the small things like the dormitory, leave it to us. Guyu said with a smile. Brother Su, you are so awesome, do you know that you are now a mythical figure in our school? The last time I went to your wedding, I was really frightened. Your wedding team also, it's amazing. Zhang Yubin said excitedly. Gu Yu and Qin Jiqiang nodded in agreement. Brother Su, I can't believe that you actually made a big mecha, and it only took such a short time. I've said it before. Our brother Su is not an ordinary character, and he will definitely rise to the top in the future. Brother Su, go Fugue, don't forget each other. Su Chen looked at the star eyes of the three of them and said with a smile. Don't worry, I will never forget you. By the way, how is the job search for the three of you? I asked you to submit a resume to Chao Fan, but what happened to the result? The roommates all studied car design, which is related to the major of the Chao Fan group. Su Chen knows three roommates. Although he is usually a little lazy, he still learned a lot of things professionally. After joining the Chao Fan group and marrying Yan Bingxue, he mentioned this, and Yan Bingxue immediately asked them to hand over their resumes to the group. When this matter was mentioned, the three roommates immediately became excited. Brother Su, all three of us have handed resumes to Chao Fan group, and all three of us have been accepted. Brother Su must have helped you and your sister-in-law, we know it in our hearts, don't worry, wait for us after joining the Chao Fan group, we must work hard, we will go to training after graduation, and we will never embarrass you and your sister-in-law. Chen Jiqiang said with a smile. Su Chen nodded, well, the Chao Fan group's training is very good, the things we learned in college are just theoretical knowledge, the real thing can only be learned through practice at work, without this platform, you will do it well, and you will definitely have a bright future in the future. Follow us brother Su, to have meat to eat, then how can you say it, one person is right, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. As soon as Qin Jiqiang said this, he was immediately beaten by his two roommates. Qin Jiqiang, who do you think are chickens and dogs? You want to be chickens and dogs. We just want to be human. We follow brother Su, we are all brothers of brother Su. The atmosphere in the bedroom is very good. Dong dong dong. There was a knock at the door. Su Chen was about to open the door, but was stopped by his roommate. Qin Jiqiang said in a low voice, Brother Su, you can't open the door at this time. It is estimated that your fans are coming over again. If the door is opened, our doctor will not be able to get out. Su Chen looked at his look like an enemy, and asked, suspiciously, my fans? Yeah, Brother Su, you don't know yet, the news that you made a mecha spread in the school after you got married, and those videos were posted everywhere on the school's website. Now you are our school. The legendary figure of yours, your fans come to our dormitory every day to knock on the door, and we have been noisy for half a month and haven't slept well. It finally calmed down a little in the past 2 days, probably because they finally believed that you haven't lived in the dormitory for a long time, but today is the day you came back to take your graduation photos. It is estimated that many fans came over. Su Chen thought it was a little funny, but he didn't expect that he would be famous in school. But now her life focus has been placed on work and family, these things in the school are a thing of the past for him, so it is not in his plan to be in the limelight in the school. So he stayed in the bedroom with his 3 roommates, pretending not to hear the knocks. Brother Su, I have to say, you are really good. You said that we both graduated from a university and all studied car design. How can you be so good at mecha? I see it on your wedding day. When I got to that big mecha, I was almost shocked. Brother Su, the news has not been fully announced yet. When the news of your Mecha is fully announced, then you will become a hero that the world will always know. Brother Sue. The four of them had been sitting in the dormitory chatting until after 9 o'clock in the morning, when they changed into their bachelor's uniforms. Seeing Suchin come out wearing a bachelor's uniform, the roommates gave thumbs up. This is too unfair. Why are everyone wearing bachelor's uniforms? Brother Sue is completely different from us, Piyu said with a bitter face. Brother Sue is a walking clothes rack. Look at your little fat body, how can you be as handsome as Brother Sue? Chen Jiqiang's words made everyone laugh. Piyu pouted and said, Chen Jiqiang, the two of us are half a pound, so don't talk about me, we can't compare to Brother Sue's figure. Suchin looked in the mirror. This dress was really handsome on him, and it formed a sharp contrast with the three roommates behind him. He took out his phone and took a picture to send to his wife. Yan Bingxue quickly came back. Husband, you look so handsome in your bachelor's uniform. But the meeting on my side hasn't ended yet. These people are too long-winded. I estimate that it will take half an hour. After I finish, I will rush over as soon as possible. I love you, husband. At this time, Yan Bingxue had already been waiting in the school with her whole family. She said that to Suchin on purpose, and planned to surprise her husband later. This trick is still learned from Tuanchuan and Lele. When Suchin saw Yan Bingxue's words, he didn't care much in his heart. His graduation ceremony was not a big deal, and his wife could come or not. After changing into academic uniforms, the three of them went out. Along the way, the four long legs walked extremely fast, not because of a hurry, but because once they slowed down, I am afraid that it would be impossible to move an inch. Because they met Suchen's fans as soon as they went out. When Suchen was in the dormitory just now, he heard them say it was a little funny, but only after he went out did he realize how serious the situation was. All the students who came were younger and younger students, all young and lively, and they stayed in the dormitory downstairs early. Although they just knocked on the door and didn't get a response, they still didn't leave. When they saw Suchen and the others coming out, they immediately surrounded them. God Su. I finally met God Su. Senior Suchen, can you sign a name for me? I really adore you. Senior Suchen, can you take a photo with me? I really like the big mecha you made. You are my role model. Suchen was surrounded by three roommates, who were like his bodyguards, reluctantly avoiding a path in the crowd. But there were more and more people watching, and in the end it was impossible to walk. For this graduation ceremony, each class took graduation photos in batches. And the school's auditorium could not accommodate so many students at one time, so only one major and one major could come. Every major has time. Although Suchen went out an hour earlier, if he moves forward with his current home, it is estimated that he will not be able to reach the school auditorium after an hour. In the end, Suchen was really helpless, sweating profusely, and he could only say loudly in the crowd, "Everyone, be quiet. I'm glad to receive such a warm welcome from everyone, but today is my graduation ceremony, and we are going to take part in the final graduation photo. Can you calm down your enthusiasm for a while and make way for us?" After Suchen said something, the fans backed away one after another, and there were people standing on both sides. Wherever Suchen walked, there was always a burst of cheers. Chen Jiqiang said excitedly in the middle, "I lost and followed Brother Su. Why did I suddenly feel like walking the red carpet behind me?" Me too, but I always feel that Brother Su is the only one walking the red carpet, the three of us. This is his bodyguard. I'm willing to be Brother Su's bodyguard, too. We are also willing. The onlookers shouted loudly when they heard Zhang Yubin's words. Suchin chuckled lightly and quickened his pace. The more people walked towards the auditorium, the more people gathered, but because Su Chen had said something before, the big guy didn't swarm up like before, but stood on both sides of the road and took pictures with his mobile phone. Where Suchin walked, all the people behind him spontaneously followed. Such a lively scene is really no less than a star going out of the street. When walking towards the auditorium, Suchin noticed a strange phenomenon. The students who came and went were holding desserts, coffee, and milk tea in their hands. And those people would take the initiative to nod and smile at him. If it weren't for the fact that there were classmates in front of them who were actively maintaining order, it was estimated that they would come up and talk to Su Chen. Because the things in everyone's hands are of the same brand, Su Chen couldn't help but be a little puzzled. When approaching the entrance of the auditorium, Su Chen met his classmate. These people are not those little fans, they went directly to Su Chen's side. Brother Su, thank you for the desserts and snacks, and coffee. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his brows slightly. After several people said this, Su Chen finally felt a little strange, so he asked a girl who thanked him. Student Chen, can I ask where all these things come from? The female classmate looked at him for a while after hearing this. Huh? Su Chen, didn't you prepare all these things for everyone? Is there such a thing? Yes, there are 3 snack carts at the entrance of the auditorium, and there are desserts and snacks with banners on them, saying that you prepared them for everyone, and that students in the school can take them freely. Now many people are queuing there. In addition to the students in our class, there are many younger brothers and sisters there. Brother Su is so cool. On the last day of his departure, he actually prepared so much food and drink for everyone. Gu said with a thumbs up. Suchin felt more and more strange in his heart. He didn't prepare these things. Seeing that his face was not quite right, Chen Jiqiang lowered his voice and asked, Brother Su, what's the matter with you? Suchin shook his head. It's okay, it's just that I didn't prepare the snack cart. Ah? But they all said that the car was pulling your banner. Could it be your support car? Brother Su, did your fans prepare such a surprise for you? I think it's possible that these juniors are really crazy. I saw that there are posters selling Brother Su in the school canteen. Suchin smiled. He didn't expect his charm to be so powerful, haha. Brother Su, you don't know how famous you are in the school now, let alone posters, even your surrounding signs are all over the place. Last time I saw a primary school girl's keychain on it. It's all your pictures. That's right, Brother Su, you must be busy with work and haven't seen the school forum. It's all the confession posts that the schoolgirls sent you, and there are many elementary school brothers who also participated in it. The few of us usually go there when we have nothing to do. Reply to those posts on the forums. We're all super proud to be your roommates. Suchin felt that these young people were really enthusiastic. But doing something as big as a mecha by yourself is indeed a supreme honor for this school. When he finally reached the entrance of the auditorium, Suchin subconsciously went to find the 3 snack carts. This is not difficult to find at all, because the big banner fell in front of the school's auditorium, with a few large characters clearly written on it. Congratulations to Suchin on graduation. Suchin looked in the direction of the snack cart and immediately saw his wife, parents, grandparents, Tuanchuan and Lele sitting in the snack street, eating and greeting everyone warmly. Suchin hurriedly said to his roommate, "I know who prepared this snack cart. It was a surprise prepared by my family. I'll go look for them first." Suchin went to his wife and family. Yan Bingshui greeted him with a bouquet of flowers. All behind him were envious eyes and voices. "It's actually my sister-in-law and brother Su's family who prepared the snack cart. It's too romantic. I envy brother Su. We have just graduated from college, and we rely on brother Su to do all the work. Not only does he have a successful career, but he also has a happy family and 2 cute little babies. It's the pinnacle of life. Brother Su is the eternal God in my heart, YYDS. My wife and children came to attend the graduation ceremony with my family. I really envy brother Su, and my eyes are sore with envy. I'm calling my mother now to get me a bouquet of flowers for my graduation ceremony. Is it still too late?" After Suchin walked over, Yan Bingshui handed him the flowers in her arms and said with a smile, "Husband, congratulations on your graduation." She opened her hands and hugged Suchin. Suchin walked over and hugged his wife, whispering in her ear, "Wife, didn't you say you are still in a meeting? When did you learn to lie to me?" Didn't I learn this from Tuanchuan and Lele? If you want to raise your eyebrows, you have to give your husband a surprise. Husband, these things are surprises prepared for you by me, my parents, my grandparents, and my 2 babies. Do you like it?" Suchin looked at the 3 cars and the big banner over there, nodded, and said, "I like it, wife, thank you." Suchin stood outside for a while, then went to take graduation photos with his roommates. The classmates have basically arrived, and seeing Suchin's classmates are all around. "Brother Su, congratulations. We all saw your wedding on the internet, as well as the big mecha you made, brother Su, you are so amazing. Congratulations to Suchin, now it's a bumper harvest in career and love. It's really enviable. Everyone is a classmate. Suchin has already won the starting line before graduating. It's really enviable and jealous, but more than happy. Being able to become classmates with Suchin is probably the greatest pride in our lives." That's right, Suchin is a superhero who made mechas. In the future, our school, including our classmates, will have a bright face when they go out. Wan Pin and Lin Tianxiang stood around the classmates, looking at Suchin inside, with a little dodge in their eyes. The last time they were at the class reunion, they were in such a commotion. With Suchin, they shouldn't have come forward at this time. But Suchin has made a mecha now, and he will definitely have a bright future. In the future. Since the last time, Lin Tianxiang's family has suddenly had a major incident. In just a week, the company was under investigation. It was only later that he learned that it was the Chaofan group who sent the message. Only then did he know how serious it was to offend Suchin. During the recent period of time, it can be said that the family has been very difficult, and the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. If they can have a good relationship with Suchin at this time, maybe Yan Bingshui can let them go. Not to mention Wan Pin, he came from an ordinary family, how dare he offend Su Chen now? Thinking of this, the 2 of them made their way through the crowd and squeezed into the middle. The students of the last class reunion were still vivid in their minds. At this time, watching Wan Ping and Lin Tianxiang standing in front of Suchin, they couldn't help but look at the show. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Suchin instantly cooled down. "Student Suchin, congratulations to you," Lin Tianxiang said with an Embarrassed smile. Wan Pin smiled dog-legged next to him. Student Su Chen, you are really amazing. We have all seen the videos on the internet. I already knew that you must be unusual. When Su Chen heard what the two of them said, he snorted coldly, turned his head and walked into the auditorium, ignoring them at all. Wan Pin and Lin Tianxiang stood awkwardly where they were, and the students around them also regarded them as air. When taking the graduation photo, everyone wanted to be next to Su Chen, but of course his position was known to his roommates. As for Wan Pin and Lin Tianxiang, they were directly squeezed to the last row. With Wan Pin's height, the photo directly, no one can be seen. When taking the graduation photo, Yan Bingxue and her family were watching at the door with their two children in their arms. Su Chen looked at them with a smile on her face. That moment happened to be captured, leaving a perfect graduation photo in the end. After the graduation photo was taken, many parents rushed to send flowers to their children. Su Chen's side is the most lively. There are many people coming, everyone is holding flowers in their arms, even the little guys Tuanchuan and Lele are holding small bunches of flowers in their hands. Congratulations to our grandson for graduating today. Congratulations to my son on his successful graduation. Congratulations to my husband for graduating. Congratulations to Dad for graduating from college. Su Chen's arms were full of flowers, with a happy smile on his face. Seeing this scene, the students around were envious. Su Chen's family is too happy. The whole family came to congratulate him at the graduation ceremony, so envious. My parents went on a trip and missed my graduation ceremony. Let's look at Su Chen's classmates' house again. There is no harm in comparison. After the graduation photo is taken, there is still some free time. Everyone can take pictures in the school and invite students to take a group photo together. As soon as they walked out of the auditorium, everyone rushed up, all surrounding Su Chen. Many classmates came up to ask for a group photo, and Su Chen seemed to be a very busy person. The family did not disturb Su Chen's graduation ceremony, and stood by the snack cart next to him, watching all this with a smile. Tuanchuan raised his head and said, Dad is very popular at school. Yan Bingxue touched her head and said proudly, because my father is very good, so my classmates like and adore my father. Lele said thoughtfully by the side, I will also become a good person like my father in the future, and become a role model for many people. Su Haoqian, Lin Xiao, and Su Jianqing, who heard this, said happily, OKR. Group Lele is so smart, we are all 100% in the exam. I will definitely become a very good person like my father in the future. The family was chatting when suddenly, Yan Bingshua's eyes narrowed and she walked towards Su Chen, quickly. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, they turned their heads to look and saw a group of girls surrounded by Su Chen, none of them wearing bachelor's uniforms. They should be elementary school girls in the school. Yan Bingxue walked straight over, stepped forward and grabbed Su Chen's arm, as if sworn to sovereignty. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. He glanced at his wife gently, and said to these elementary school sisters, we're going to take pictures. Let's talk again when we have a chance. Next, Su Chen took his family around the school, and when he met the library of the teaching building, he introduced the children and family members and talked about some interesting things that happened in the school. For the first time, Su Haoqian heard his son talk about his experience in college, which was both novel and gratifying. Thinking that his son has learned a lot in this university, and becoming what he is now, The campus in front of him seems to have become sacred in his eyes. Tuanchuan and Lele also listened with gusto, took their father's hand and said, "I hope I can go to college as soon as possible, and hope that I can become a good person like my father in college in the future." Suchin took a group photo with the two of them in front of the school, saying that the two babies would definitely be admitted to a better university in the future. After all, their two little babies are genius babies with full marks. Because it was the last time I came to the school, everyone decided to stay in the school cafeteria to eat at noon, and taste what Suchen has been eating every day for the past 4 years. When you eat in the school cafeteria, you use your meal card. You put money into it yourself, and then swipe your card to buy it. If you want to eat, you need to borrow the student card of the school's students to pay by card. Suchen forgot how much money he had in his student card, but when he went out for an internship from the school, he didn't have much cash on him, and it seems that the amount in the card should not be much now. Today, the whole family is going to eat here. Suchen wanted to order all the food in the cafeteria for them to taste, so he decided to go and recharge the meal card first. As a result, when he arrived at the card punching window, the other party screamed excitedly when he saw Suchen. "You are classmate Suchen." The staff looked at Suchen with bright eyes. Suchen nodded lightly, not expecting that he would really become a well-known figure in the school now. "Help me charge my meal card of 500 yuan. Suchen handed over his meal card. The other party quickly waved his hand and said, "Student Suchen, you don't need to charge your meal card." "Huh? There shouldn't be much money left in the meal card when I leave. I'm going to stay here for lunch today. Help me recharge 500. The staff smiled and shook his head. "I really don't need it. Suchen, you don't know yet, you are now a hero in our school. When the principal was in the meeting a few weeks ago, he talked about your deeds in front of all the students in the school, and every day the radio station broadcasts all the stories about you, knowing that you are coming to the graduation ceremony today. The principal has already ordered that all your consumption in the school is free of bills, and the school will give you honorary medals and bonuses." Just after Suchen heard these words, a counselor's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Student Suchen, so you are here." The counselor trotted over and saw Suchen excitedly said, "I've been looking for you for a long time. I was in charge of the graduation ceremony of another class, and when it was over, I immediately wanted to go to your class to find you, but I was late. One step, they said you had already left, and I was thinking of trying my luck in the cafeteria, but I didn't expect you to eat here, which is really nice. Instructor, do you have anything to do with me?" Suchen asked. "It's nothing important, just a happy event. Student Suchen, the school is aware of your outstanding achievements in work. The principal specially prepared an award ceremony for you this afternoon. The school has prepared bonuses and honorary medals for you. I would like to ask if you have time in the afternoon? It doesn't matter if you are not free today, we can postpone it to another day, and then we will gather all the classmates of this class. If they come to see you, they will definitely be willing." When the people of the Su family heard this, they all looked at each other happily, with a bit of pride in their eyes. "I didn't expect Suchen to be so famous in the school." In the end, Suchen's meal card was not filled. The counselor said hello directly to the cafeteria, and the staff delivered the meals prepared today in the form of small plates, which filled a long table. Each dish is served in small plates. The portion is not much, but there are many kinds. Everyone in the cafeteria was shocked by this picture. This is still the cafeteria of the school. This is simply a table full of Chinese. More and more people gathered in the cafeteria after hearing the news, and seeing Su Chen in the middle took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Because the school staff greeted in advance and called the security guard to maintain order, no one came to disturb the Su family for dinner. Such a grand demonstration scene, and then people like Su Jianqing have never experienced it. He smiled and said, I really didn't expect to follow our grandson, and actually experience the feeling of being a star, haha. Because there were more and more classmates watching, after Su Chen and the others finished eating, they went to the teaching office under the escort of the security guards. Originally, they should have gone home at this time, but the sudden addition of the commendation meeting forced them to stay until the afternoon. The playground in the afternoon was very lively. For the first time, Su Chen discovered that there were so many students in the university. The playground was so huge that it was almost impossible to stand. Su Chen stood on the viewing platform and looked at the densely packed heads, and many people made banners with his name written on them. There are still people holding photos and posters of the support. This posture is really no less than a star opening a conference. The principal came in person and stood on the rostrum to read Su Chen's commendation lines. Everyone should know that our school has produced a very powerful hero, and that is our senior graduate of automobile design, Su Chen. I believe that everyone has heard about Su Chen's deeds recently. Su Chen is really amazing. Now he has entered the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Mecha Research Department of the Chaofan Group. Within a month, we have developed the first combat armor for our country. There was thunderous applause from the audience, and everyone shouted in unison, Su Chen, eternal God. The voice continued for a long time, and in the end the principal had no choice but to tap the microphone lightly to calm everyone down and continue to read his manuscript. Our school is proud of Su Chen. As Su Chen's upcoming alma mater, the school feels very proud, and the school has prepared a medal of honor and a scholarship of 100,000 yuan for Su Chen. I will personally give Su Chen classmates present awards. Let's applaud to welcome classmate Su Chen. The deafening applause almost overturned the entire playground. After Su Chen took the stage, the students below became even more excited. The family members of the Su family sat on the rostrum and watched what happened below, with relieved and proud smiles on their faces. Even the two children, Tuanchuan and Lei, couldn't help blushing. Mama, I think Baba is amazing, so many people like him. Even the principal's uncle praised us. Dad was amazing. He even held such a big commendation meeting for Dad. When my brother and I won the first place, the teacher also praised us, but we didn't call all the students in our class them. Lei smiled and said to his sister, Tuan, Dad is different from us. Dad is not as simple as 100% in the test. Dad made a big mecha, so he can be praised so much. Yan Bingxue touched the heads of the two children and said happily, you too learn from your father, and you will definitely be like your father and become an idol that everyone admires. The lively graduation ceremony finally ended, and Su Chen got his degree certificate and graduation certificate. Along the way, Tuanchuan and Lei held 2 certificates in love, and now they are already looking forward to their future university life. Su Jianqing answered a phone call halfway through. In the past few days, a phone call came in. He went back to his room alone to answer the phone, but now the family was sitting in the car, and he kept thinking about the phone. So he could only answer it. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone. Anyway, Su Jianqing's face was very ugly. Su Chen and Su Dad saw it and didn't ask any more questions. After arriving home, Su Jianqing was hesitant to say anything, and sat on the sofa sullenly drinking tea. Su Ma and the others went to Zhang Luo's family for dinner. The two children went out to play for a day and were a little tired, so they went back to the room to rest first. When there were only Su Jianqing and Su Chen and his son left in the living room, he hesitated for a long time and finally summoned the courage to say, Haoqian, Chen, you two come to the study with me, I have something to tell you. Of course Su Chen and his son knew what he was going to say. Grandpa has been very worried these days. Su Chen didn't ask, he just said it when he wanted to. When they got to the study, Su Jianqing closed the door and said sadly, Chen, Haoqian, I called you here because I want to tell you something about the house. Su Jianqing's expression was very sad. Seeing this, Su Chen poured 3 cups of hot water, and the three sat on the sofa together, waiting for Grandpa to speak. Su Jianqing frowned and said, Our family has just reunited. When we were having a good time, I don't want to disturb the atmosphere with these troubles, but now your second grandfather is also in charge of things at home. It's just a leisurely day, enjoying the family happiness with you here, but I can't just sit back and watch what happened to the Su family. Actually, a few days ago, the second child went back suddenly because the house was not peaceful. Do you know about the situation at home, Chen? Su Jianqing looked at Su Chen and asked. Su Chen said, Grandpa, if you have any questions, just tell me directly. Dad has already told me about the situation at home, and I probably understand it. Su Jianqing looked at his son and grandson and nodded gently. Since you all know it, it's not that troublesome to say, that is, the second room probably knows that we have found out about the two of you, so things have become more and more uneasy recently. They didn't know where they heard the news. Knowing that we all came to Zhonghai, they hurried to hold a family meeting. Actually, this matter has been chaotic for several years. The second room has become more and more arrogant and domineering because of the policy changes over the years, always thinking about the right of inheritance. It's been making trouble before, but we've suppressed it all. This time, I guess we know that we found out about the two of you, so I wanted to cut through the mess, called the second child back, and held a family meeting. When I was on the road just now, I received a call from the second child. He just told me about the situation over there after the meeting. Su Jianqing took a sip of tea and said solemnly, You have seen it too, before we found you, there is only Suja, a child of the right age in our family. The second child is older, they say that the second child is now this it looks like, we have to quickly decide on the heir, or else, the Su family will have a great career in the future, and if something really changes, everyone will be caught off guard. When they met today, they kept emphasizing that Su Zhizai was 20 years old or that he was still young enough to care. The second child is now over 60 years old. If they don't decide on the issue of inheritance, it will be unreasonable. When Su Haoqian heard this, he frowned and said, They are so anxious, do they want to be clear about the issue of the inheritance? Yeah. Su Jianqing nodded. Actually, since the beginning of the new era, the issue of their second room status is not as strict as before, so they have become more and more arrogant these years. Su Haoqian said angrily, What are they thinking? Dad, if I remember Correctly, didn't we have a discussion about the inheritance when I was still at home? I remember very clearly. At that time, we distributed 1/3 of the Su family's property to the second room. The ones they had in their hands were not enough. Now they are thinking about it again? Su Jianqing glanced at him and said with a cold snort, "Humph, just as they were incompetent at the time, they couldn't afford to hand over the property to them. More than 20 years have passed, and they have almost lost the third of the property that they had been allocated. If it wasn't for your second uncle, it is estimated that those properties of the Su family would have been long ago. It's been bought by someone else." Chapter 340 Returning to the Imperial Capital. Su Chen understood after hearing this, and said with a chuckle, "This is a bit interesting. They can't manage themselves. They have relied on the big room to eat all these years, and now they still want to grab the big room's bowl? Qin Chen is right, the faces of those people are really ugly," Su Jianqing said angrily. "However, the development of the second room in the past few years is really good. Those industries have indeed been defeated in their hands before, but they have learned a lot in recent years, and the means are tough, and naturally they want to be more many. Your second grandfather dealt with these things in the imperial capital alone. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally, so he called me today to hope that I could go back." Su Jianqing looked at his son and grandson, and said in a deep voice, "Haoqian, Qin Chen, I called the two of you here, but I actually hope you can go back with me. Our family has been reunited now, and you must recognize your ancestors. Those who return to the ancestry, this time, I want to take you back together. Let the patriarch be a witness, add the names of Qin Chen and the children to the family tree, and then hold a lively ceremony to tell everyone, my Su Jianqing's son and grandson have returned home beautifully." Su Haoqian looked at Su Chen and said, "I have no opinion, but now Qin Chen and Bing Xue are both doing well on their own. It is up to the two of them to recognize their ancestors and return to their ancestors." Su Jianqing looked at his grandson with a bit of anxiety in his eyes. "Qin Chen, are you willing to go back with Grandpa? Although the family hasn't been able to do anything for you over the years, our family is finally reunited now, and I hope you can go to the old house to take a look." Su Chen looked at his grandfather and father and said, "No problem, since grandparents have already come over, then we naturally have to go back to the old house in the imperial capital to have a look. I'll go back and tell Bing Xue about this to see if it's convenient for time and work." Hearing his answer, Su Jianqing immediately showed a relaxed smile, nodded quickly and said, "Okay, then you and grandson-daughter-in-law have a good discussion." After their grandfather and grandson talked, Su Chen went back to the room and talked to his wife about it. After listening to it, Yan Bingxue said without thinking, "Okay, husband. Didn't I tell you, no matter what you decide, I will support you unconditionally. We have already met our grandparents now. It will be a matter of time before we return to the Su family in the imperial capital. Now that grandfather and second grandfather are in trouble, of course we juniors can't just sit back and watch. It's just that the children are on summer vacation recently, and because husband, you made the mecha so quickly, your work and the work in the mecha research department of the Chaofan Group are not under pressure for the time being. It's a lot easier. Let's go back with grandparents tomorrow." "Okay, wife, then let's go to the imperial capital with our family tomorrow." After Su Haoqian went, he also went to the kitchen to talk to his wife about it for the first time. The old couple decided to go back to the imperial capital with their parents tomorrow. During dinner, Tuanchuan and Lele heard that they were going to the imperial capital tomorrow, and the two little guys were very happy. It's great, our family can go out to play together again tomorrow, and this time we'll go to Grandpa and Grandma's house. The old lady Sue corrected next to her, Tuanchuan Lele, not to go to the house of the great-grandfather and great-grandmother, but to go back to our own house, which is also your home. Grandpa and Grandma's house is our home, said Tuanchuan sweetly. That night, the Sue family prepared their luggage, called the second master, Sue. And they all fell asleep early. Prepare to fly to the imperial capital early tomorrow morning. Knowing that they were coming, second master Sue breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing that Su Chan and Su Haoqian were also coming back together, they also brought the children with them. Second master Su happily told third master Su. Great, our family can finally meet again in the old house. I've been waiting for this day for more than 20 years. Third master Su was also very happy. I'll have someone clean the inside and outside of the old house later, tidy up the rooms, and prepare a place for the children to live tomorrow. After arranging all this, Su Sanyi looked at Su Iri and said, Second brother, Haoqian is back, you won't be as tired as you are now, and this time there is Chinchin. Chinchin is really excellent children, we have the two of them here in the big room, and it is estimated that the second room will no longer dare to make a fuss about the scarcity of people. Second master Su had a smile on his face, his expression was much more relaxed than before. He nodded and said, yeah, it seems that I came back with two children, Chinchin and Bingxue. The two of them are so young. This is a great achievement, and when we have a meeting in the future, our waist will be straighter. That night, the old house was very lively, and it was still brightly lit until midnight. All the servants were summoned to work overtime urgently. Even the workers in the garden outside were called back to weed and trim flowers. The whole yard is lit with lights, which is particularly dazzling on this mountainside. The second room heard the news and immediately called an urgent family meeting. Sitting on the single-seat sofa over there is an old man with white hair. He looks to be in his 60s or 70s, about the same age as Su Jianqing and Su Iri. This person is the current elder of the second room, Su Liang. On the sofa next to him sat a middle-aged man in his 50s and a young man in his 20s and 30s. The middle-aged man was Su Liang's son, Su Yuanzhong, and the young man was his grandson, Su Zishuan. The three of them are now the pillars of the second room, and the three of them were the most violent at the family meeting before. Su Liang is old now, and Su Yuanzhong is no longer suitable to compete for the position of heir. The two of them pin all their hopes on Su Zishuan. In addition, Su Zishuan is still a good candidate. In recent years, many teachers have been invited to specialize in training. Now that the times have changed, their second room can also invite excellent teachers to be the heirs and train them just like sending them away. Looking at the eyes of the eldest grandson, Su Liang, at home, he was very proud. He snorted lightly and said, did Su Jianqing still think that only the son he raised is the son of heaven? After so many years, he still hasn't given up, so what if he finds someone back? He's already a lousy old man in his 40s or 50 years old, and he can't compare to our Zishuan. Su Yuanzhong also looked at it proudly, and said to his son with satisfaction, our family Zishuan is really good, much better than that Suzha who thinks About turning on armor all day long and makes his spring and autumn dream. As long as Zishuan is there, the right to inherit it must be our second room. Chapter 341 Arrive at the Su family in the imperial capital. Su Zishuan listened to his grandfather and father's praise with a proud smile on his face. He does have some skills and has won a lot of awards over the years, and his abilities in all aspects are outstanding. He is also bound to win the inheritance rights of the Su family. However, he is not like his grandfather and father, who was complacent all day long, and he still sees the current situation very clearly. Grandpa and Dad just received a message from the foot of the mountain that today's old house is very unusual, the lights are bright, and the workers have been called back, and even the yard is being pruned uniformly. They made such a big, it looks like the old mansion is going to have guests. Su Zishuan said sharply. Su Liang snorted coldly, humph. It seems that they really found the person. Judging by the situation, they are planning to bring the person back to the old house? Su Zishuan nodded. The old mansion made such a big commotion. It must be that the old man, Su Jianqing, will bring someone back early tomorrow morning. After searching for so many years, he has not given up. He found someone with his temperament and disposition. It must be the first time. Bring it back, and with the excitement we had at the family meeting yesterday, they must have changed it non-stop. Su Yuanzhong laughed and said, "What's the use of coming back in a hurry now? Haven't I seen anyone in the past 20 years? It's too late to come back now." Dad, Zishuan, I don't think we need to do this. Anyway, what if that Su Haqian came back? Now that he is 50 years old, is it possible that the Su family can really be handed over to him? And over the years, he ran away from home for a woman and gave up everything in the Su family. Without the Su family as his backing, I don't believe he can still be as proud as before. Su Zishuan glanced at his father and said, "Dad, let's talk about these words. At home, don't talk nonsense after we go out. If the right of inheritance is not in hand for a day, we have to live a day of keeping a low profile. Since they are coming tomorrow, I will go to the old house tomorrow, and have a good meeting with this uncle, who I have never met before." At 10 o'clock in the morning the next day, Su Chen's family arrived at the airport in the imperial capital. Second Master Su and the others had already arrived, standing outside the airport waiting for them. Seeing a group of them coming out, Su Jia immediately waved to them excitedly. "Cousin and sister-in-law, we are here." The family hadn't seen each other for a few days, but when they got in the car, they felt that there were endless topics to talk about. The car is driving on some unfamiliar streets. The air quality of the imperial capital and the air quality of Zhonghai are different. The imperial capital belongs to the north and is relatively dry. Moreover, due to the great development in recent years, the air quality has plummeted. Gray. However, after the car got close to the old house, the air here was much better, because the old house of the Su family was built on the fragrant hill in the imperial capital. The green area here is very large. Natural photosynthesis purifies most of the air. When the car enters the foot of the mountain, you can clearly feel that both the air and the vision become clear and open. Tuanchuan and Lele lay on the car window and looked at the unfamiliar scenery along the way. At this time, they saw the maple forest next to them and said happily, "Wow, this place is so beautiful." Suja wants to introduce to them, "Tuan Tuan Lele, this is Fragrant Hill, eh?" Famous scenic spot in the imperial capital, it's not the most beautiful time. Yet, looking at the outside full of maple trees, when autumn comes, all the maple leaves will be all turned red, and the whole mountain seems to be red. And red, and it looks beautiful. Tuanchuan and Lele listened to his description with a bit of longing in their eyes. Really? But that has to wait until autumn. It's still summer. These leaves are all green. When will they turn red? Should have to wait about 3 months. What? 3 months later, my brother and I have already started school. At that time, we can't stay here. We have to go back to school, to go to school. Wouldn't it be impossible to see the beautiful maple leaves here? Tuanchuan said with some disappointment. Suchin touched her head. It's okay, Tuanchuan, even if you go to school, we can still come over. When you guys come back together on the weekend, we can see the red maple leaves all over the mountains when we see Grandpa and Grandma. With round eyes, nodding brightly, he stretched out his little thumb and said, Okay, Dad, then we'll settle it. You can't go back on it, we'll pull the hook. Suchin also stretched out his little finger and hooked his daughter's little finger, listening to her milky voice, and said, The hook and the hook, it cannot be changed for 100 years, stamp it. The 2 thumbs of the father and daughter touched each other, talked happily, and continued to see the scenery. When the car approached the old house, the field of vision suddenly became wider. There were no maple trees in this area. In the distance, they could see a large yard that could not be seen. The grand iron gate was electric. Their car drove to a nearby camera. Turning around, when he saw the license plate, he took the initiative to open the door. After they entered, the door behind them closed again. When the car drove in, there was a large fountain covering an area of about 20 to 30 square meters, with a statue of a goddess erected on it, holding a kettle in his hand, and a steady stream of fountains poured down from it. There are flowers and green plants on both sides of the road, and the air is full of fresh fragrance. Looking forward from here, you can only see the large greenery and the looming golden top hidden behind the large green. The car drove forward for almost 10 minutes, and Lao Zhai's mysterious veil was finally lifted. It was a castle built in a mountain, as if it had come out of a fairy tale. And it seemed to have brought them into a fairy tale. Tuanchuan liked this style very much, and happily pulled his parents and said, Mom and Dad, our home here is like a big castle, the castle in the fairy tale. Must look like this. If I live in it, I will have you become a princess? Suching hugged his daughter and said, Our family has always been a little princess. The castle was continuously enlarged in their field of vision. When the car stopped in front of the door, they could no longer see the whole picture of the castle. In front of them was the magnificent gate, which was more than 3 meters high. There is a huge stone lion at the door. The carving is very delicate, and even the eyes are vivid. Tuanchuan stretched out his hand in Su Chen's arms and touched it gently, and said with great surprise, I just saw this lion and thought it was alive. When they arrived at the door was opened, and a white-haired old housekeeper stood respectfully inside the door, slightly hooked his waist, and smiled politely at everyone. Gentlemen and ladies, you are back, and lunch is ready. Chapter 342 Xiao Su's family is here. After finishing speaking, when everyone walked in, he stood in front of Su Chen and his wife and Su Haoqian and his wife. Master Haoqian, Master Su Chen, the second master, has already arranged the rooms for the 2 of you. I'll take you to the upstairs room, to put away your luggage. The inside of the old house is very large. This house alone covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters, and there are countless rooms inside. The place to enter is a spacious front hall. There is not much furniture, most of them are exquisitely carved furnishings, and soft leather sofas, obviously just a short rest area for the guests. Crossing this area and going inside is the entire space on the first floor. Apart from the servants' rooms, there are only the large living room, dining room and conference hall. Although the exterior of the old house looks like an ancient castle from the last century, everything inside is modern high-tech, and the old house is also accessed by elevators, and they went straight to the third floor. Su Haqian and his wife's room was on the left, and someone led them there. The housekeeper personally sent Su Chen and the others to the room on the right. Although it is said to be a room, it turned out to be a suite after opening it, and the kitchen and dining room are complete, which is almost the same as the apartment with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms outside. There are 4 bathrooms in the house, and each room has its own. There is also a public toilet outside, which is called a room, which is really a bit extravagant. The housekeeper said respectfully behind him, "Master Su Chen, this is the room that the master has prepared for you. There are 3 bedrooms in the house. You and the young lady and 2 children can choose at will. If you don't like this place, we have prepared another one. There are several alternative rooms for you to choose from." Su Chen looked at it, waved his hand and said, "No need, this room is fine." Okay, Master Su Chen is equipped with a call bell in each room with different buttons. You can call us according to your requirements. Now, please put away your luggage with the young lady and the children and take a break. I'll wait outside. I'll take you to the restaurant to have dinner with you later. After they put their luggage away, they followed the housekeeper to the restaurant downstairs. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X, Second Master Su has prepared a large table full of lunch, including imperial dishes, local dishes, and small dishes for children dessert. At this time a bell suddenly came from the door, and someone arrived. The housekeeper quickly came to report, "Master, the people from Xiao Su's family are here. It's a new era now, and the people from the second room have given themselves a nice name outside, called Xiao Su's house. With their identities and status, they cannot call themselves the Su family. But they rely on the Su family for meals on weekdays, so they call themselves the Xiao Su family." Upon hearing that they had arrived, Su Jianqing rolled his eyes. They move fast. The second master said next to him, "Everyone has already come, and they must have heard the wind. Even if they are not allowed to come in, I guess they will come by every means. Just let them come in and see." The old lady Su said angrily, "Let them come in, we have nothing to be afraid of. Haqian and Chen have already gone home anyway. We will tell the patriarch soon. When the time comes, we will recognize our ancestors and return to the clan. These things they will know too." The butler got the order and went to open the door. The car of Xiao Su's family drove in outside the door. Looking at this luxurious old house, the eyes of the 3 of Xiao Su's family were full of desire. Su Liang opened the car window, took a breath and said, "The air on this fragrant hill is still good." Su Yuanzhong nodded. "The location of the old house is really good. Back then, the old house was specially designed by a well-known designer. Although it has been so many years, the older the house is, the more fragrant it is." Su Zishuan looked at his grandfather and father, and said with a smile, "Sooner or later, this place will be ours." She knew that grandfather and father were only born when they stayed in the old house for a month and then they had to move out after the full moon. They could not live in the old house as they were. Although he was born in modern times, and he hadn't lived in his hometown for even a month when he was born, this old house also held extraordinary significance in his eyes. For grandfather and father, this old house is an affirmation of their identity, so they yearn for it, but for themselves, owning this old house is equivalent to owning the position of the Su family's inheritance rights, which can only be lived by becoming the heir. Come inside this house. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X, the car is parked in the yard, there is still a long way to go, it takes about 10 minutes to walk, but every time they have to walk this way. Because in front of the big room, the second room will never be recognized. At this time it was a great shame for Su Zishuan to actually abide by such rules. He looked at the old castle-like house in the distance, and the ambition in his heart burned vigorously like a prairie fire. By the time they arrived at the old house, Su Chen and the others had already had dinner happily for a while. Except when they first knew that they were coming, Su Jianqing's mood was affected a bit. After the official meal, everyone put this matter behind. Qinchin Bingxue, can you two be used to the food in this imperial capital? Yan Bingxue nodded, I'm used to eating, although we usually live in Zhonghai. But now there are restaurants all over the country in Zhonghai, and sometimes go out to eat and try other flavors. This imperial cuisine is very suitable for children. Appetite. Hearing what he said, everyone looked at Tuanchuan and Lei over there. The two little guys really liked the food of the imperial city, because many of the dishes here are sweet and sour, and children like it. When the Shaosu family arrived, they saw such a happy scene. The restaurant in the old house is larger than the space on the first floor of their house. They live in such a luxurious old house, and eat the same lunch as a full-fledged meal, but their home can only be shrunk in a villa of more than 300 square meters. Thinking of this, Su Zishuan couldn't help but lightly clenched my fist. But he quickly let go of his hand again, stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, Grandpa, I heard that you went to Zhonghai to play some time ago and only came home this morning. We rushed over as soon as we heard the news. Come and see you and Grandma. Su Jianqing snorted lightly without smiling, as a reply to his words. This polite greeting was not answered, and Su Zishuan did not feel embarrassed at all, as if he suddenly found a few more people at the table, and said, quite surprised, Grandpa came back this time. It seems that he brought a few strange guests with him. Ah? Chapter 343 Uncle is also your name? Call sir. No one from the Su family spoke, just watching Su Zishuan sing a one-man show by himself. Su Liang couldn't bear to see his grandson being left out in the cold. His family's arrogant son, when did an ordinary grandson suffer this kind of grievance? Every time he came to the old house of the Su family, he saw that this group of talents from the Su family was always not treated like a treasure. Treat. Su Liang is older, although his identity back then was a bit unjustifiable. But now he is a lot of age, and he still has some weight in his words. He looked directly at Su Haoqian and said, Yo, isn't this Haoqian? I haven't seen him for more than 20 years, and I almost didn't recognize him just now. It seems that more than 20 years have passed. Big brother still hasn't given up looking for Haoyan. Congratulations, big brother, and finally got what you wanted to find your son. Su Jianqing still ignored the people at his table and ate his meal silently, as if he was not affected by the few people standing there. Su Zishuan followed his grandfather's words and said, "Oh, I really don't know. Taishan. It turns out that this is Uncle Haoqian, whom my grandfather and father have mentioned many times. Although Su Haoqian has not been at home for many years, he has never been a vegetarian." Hearing this, he snorted softly, "I haven't come back for so many years, why? Are there no rules in the house now? What should you call me when you see me? Haven't your grandfather and your father taught you? Although it has been 100 years, a large family with deep roots such as the Su family has inherited many things. For example, people from the Shao Su family cannot live in the old house, and future generations must use the honorific title when they see the old house. And the younger generation of the second room cannot be called uncle. The title of uncle can only be called by someone who was born in an orthodox way. Like Suzha. When the second room saw him, he should have been called young master in the early years, but now he should be called Master Haoqian. Right. Su Zishuan's smile froze on his face. What he hated most in his life were those old rules, because from the time he was born, these things had been with him. Although Grandpa, Dad, and everyone in the family said that the times are different now, he is now the young master of the Su family, but that kind of innate thing makes Grandpa and Dad always inferior when they talk and do things. So much so that he hated the idea. So hearing Su Haoqian's words at this time, Su Zishuan's mouth twitched a few times. Second Master Su felt dark in his heart, but as the head of the family, he couldn't let the atmosphere go on like this. So Second Master Su gently patted the back of Su Haoqian's hand. He smiled and said, "Haoqian, you may not know it yet. Now the second house has been renamed Shao Su's house. After all, the times are different, and people don't want to pretend to be their concubine. The rules, which have been followed up to now, are not much left. There are some things that we should know by ourselves, and there is no need to have the general knowledge of others." These words seem to be persuading Su Haoqian, but in fact they are referring to the identity of their second room, and Su Zishuan's fingers tightened. He took a deep breath, raised his head again, and resumed his smile. He didn't forget the purpose of coming here today. After saying hello to Su Haoqian, he looked at Su Haoqian next to Su Haoqian with a look that made Su Haoqian manage well just now, and suddenly collapsed. This face, how is this face so familiar? It seems like I've seen it before. Where have you seen it? Su Zishuan couldn't remember. But Su Yuanzhong, who was watching his son being ridiculed next to him, was already a little unhappy, and he asked directly, "Grandpa, what you brought back from Zhonghai this time doesn't seem to be just. Mr. Haoqian is alone. Who are these people sitting, and these two children?" Su Jianqing glanced at him. "I need to report my family affairs to you?" Su Yuanzhong was stunned for a moment, and almost had a seizure on the spot. Su Liang pulled him, turned to look at the second master, Su, over there, and said, "Second master, since they are all from the family, this person has already returned. How much should I introduce you? In case we go out later, we don't even know the identity of the other party. When we are in the business field, it is inevitable that others will see jokes, right?" Second Master Su and the others didn't plan to hide anything. Anyway, Haoqian and Qinshan would soon recognize their ancestors when they came back. They were just too lazy to introduce them to the people in the second room. But now that people have asked, Second Master Su, as the head of the family, opened his mouth and said, "You all know this one, it is the young master, Hao Qian, who left home to develop in other places, and the young master next to him belongs to the young master, Hao Qian. Son, Mr. Su Chen, sitting next to. Master Su Chen is his wife, and the two children are the young master and young lady of this family. Since you've already asked, let's say hello. Although according to the old rules, you have to kowtow and salute when you see them, but now that the times have changed, you can avoid kowtow. Let's everyone is eating, don't spoil the atmosphere, bow and salute, even if it's a treat. They are just here to inquire about the news, who especially here to invite and to salute. The faces of the three members of Xiao Su's family were ugly, but they asked about it. Now that second master Su has introduced them and taught them the rules, they have to do it. Su Zixuan is the youngest, and although he is full of vigor, he has been keeping a low profile over the years, and he has long understood a truth, knowing that a man can bend and stretch. So he took the lead and bowed to Su Haoqian. The two behind him followed suit. But when facing Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, their movements couldn't help but hesitate a bit. Especially Su Liang, who is in his 70s after all, but now he has to respectfully salute two young people in their 20s, and he is somewhat unable to overcome this hurdle. Su Zixuan gently pulled Grandpa's clothes beside him, and then Su Liang lowered his head, but his neck was stiff, and he could vaguely see the blue veins protruding on it. Master Su Chen, young lady. Su Chen didn't speak, nodded slightly, and agreed. In the eyes of Su Zixuan and the others, this is a good example of the young master. Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong didn't look good, but Su Zixuan stared at Su Chen for a while. The more I looked at it, the more I felt like I had seen this face before. After the ceremony, Su Jianqing waved his hand. I've seen the people, and the ceremony has passed. What are you still doing here? Are you going to watch us eat here? This was clearly to drive them away. Su Zixuan pulled his father and grandfather, and said respectfully, Grandpa, since you and Grandma are in good health, we won't disturb your meal. End of this chapter. Chapter 344. Su Chen is a little familiar. Before going out, he turned around and said, Second Grandpa, please think about the matter we said at the family meeting yesterday. There will be a family meeting tomorrow, and the patriarch will also come to participate. I hope you can make a decision early on this matter. The patriarch and his old man are already old, so it's better not to worry him about such trivial matters. They came over with a belly of anger and a belly of grievances, and they finally regained a little face with a word before going out. After going out, Su Zixuan looked preoccupied. After Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong got into the car, they started to lose their temper. Are these people in the old house still alive decades ago? I really think I am the owner of this house. Those who follow the rules every day, don't see if they can keep it. Zixuan, your last sentence is very good, you just want to put some pressure on them and let them know who the future owner of this old house is. Su Zixuan said nothing. The grandfather and father next to him finally realized that something was wrong. Su Liang looked at his grandson and asked worriedly, Zixuan, what's wrong with you? Su Zixuan looked up at Grandpa, frowned and asked, Grandpa, Dad, do you think that Su Chen is a little familiar? Su Liang shook his head. No, Su Haoqian's son is nothing special except that he is handsome, right? Su Yuanzhong patted his son and said, Zixuan, what are you thinking about? Su Zixuan frowned. I always feel like I've seen him somewhere, but I can't remember. He looks very familiar, because he looks very similar to his father when he was young. I just found out when I saw it at a glance. You must have seen Su Haoqian's photos before. Su Yuanzhong didn't think that said intentionally. Su Zishuan still had some doubts. It's not quite right, I don't think it's as simple as a photo. Oh, haven't they been in Zhonghai all the time? When did we meet in the imperial capital? Son, don't think about these useless things. Now those people have returned to the old house. I guess the meeting tomorrow will not be completed. So simple and easy. Originally there was only Suzhou alone. We were confident, but now there is another kid, and we don't know him. I remember. Su Zishuan suddenly interrupted his father's words. He frowned and shouted. Su Yuanzhong heard something wrong with his son's voice. Zishuan, have you really seen this Su Chen? Su Zishuan ignored his father's words, took out his mobile phone nervously. Opened Douyin, searched for Mecha, and soon a video of Mecha Young appeared. It sure is him. Su Yuan and Su Liang didn't know what happened, and asked, curiously, what happened to Zishuan? Where have you seen this Su Chen? Su Zishuan raised his head and said solemnly, Grandpa, Dad, do you remember when I told you a few days ago that our Dragon Kingdom's mecha has come out? Su Liang nodded. Remember, you were the one who told me about this at the time. I can't play mobile phones when I'm old, and I don't understand the things about you young people. You said that someone in Zhonghai made a big mecha, and also used this mecha to welcome relatives, and engaged in a very romantic battle. What does this have to do with Su Haoqian and the others? Su Yuanzhong finally woke up a little, grabbed the key words, and said, the video of the mecha welcoming relatives took place in Zhonghai. Su Haoqian and the others are also from Zhonghai. Zishuan, you said you have seen this Su Chen, and now we are talking about this again. Video, shouldn't Su Chen have anything to do with this mecha? Su Zishuan nodded lightly, his eyes heavy as never before. This Su Chen is the protagonist of the mecha's wedding. I just thought he was familiar. I just checked the video again, and found that it was him. Moreover, his wife and 2 children appeared in the video. One person, maybe I was the one who admitted the mistake, but it is absolutely impossible for a family to appear together. What? Su Chen is the protagonist of the mecha? Then isn't he the maker of this mecha? Su Yuanzhong asked in shock. Su Zishuan did not answer, but the answer was self-evident. The atmosphere in the car suddenly quieted down, and the faces of the 3 Xiaosu family were slightly pale. After a while, Su Liang said, if this is the case, then the situation may be a bit serious. In the past, our rhetoric on the team leader's side has always been that there are few people in the Su family, and now there is only Su Zhe, the heir of the right age, but Su Zhe is only 20 years old and has no achievements in his career, so he needs to the successor is decided by means of election, but if this Su Chen also joins, sigh. As he spoke, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. Su Yuanzhong, who was next to him, followed up, if Su Chen really made mechas, then his achievements are not to mention being the heir to our Su family. Even if it is a better position, he is worth it. Don't grow other people's ambitions here and destroy your own prestige. Although Su Chen is really good at making mechas at a young age, our families Zishuan is not worse than him. Su Liang said. Su Zishuan, who had not spoken for a while, suddenly sharpened his eyes. Grandpa, Dad, it seems that this time I will meet a suitable opponent. Since this Su Chen is Su Haoqian's son, the succession of candidates may be a little more variable, but the more things go on like this, the more Interesting it is. Competing with that suja all day long, I have long felt boring, and now there are more with a Su Chen, things will finally be more interesting. Son, this is not a game. If Su Chen really made a mecha, then we must not take it lightly. Su Liang nodded and said with approval, Zixuan, your dad is right, if Su Chen is really the maker of the mecha, and he is Su Haoqian's son, he wants to inherit everything from the Su family, just right. Su Zixuan sneered, all of this is just speculation, although the video of the mecha welcoming relatives has come out, more than half a month has passed, and until now, the official Dragon Kingdom has not released any news about the advent of the mecha. All the information on the internet is speculation. Whether the mecha is true or not is unknown, and as for Su Chen, the maker, it is even more of a mystery. Grandpa, Dad, don't worry, I won't underestimate the enemy. Regardless of whether this Su Chen really made a mecha, I will treat him as a strong opponent. End of this chapter. Chapter 345 Old Patriarch. Now there is another competitor in the Su family. It seems that the matter of our inheritance rights needs to be decided as soon as possible. Tomorrow will be the second family meeting, and the patriarch will also come to participate. Let's make a quick knife at this meeting. Cut the mess and settle the matter of the heir as soon as possible. Both Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong agreed. Su Liang said, it must be fast, and Su Haoqian must not be allowed to easily recognize his ancestors and return to the clan, otherwise the addition of this Su Chen will definitely bring about variables. We have been planning to live in this old house for so many years. We all see how much Zixuan has suffered since he was a child. Can't make any mistakes at this time? When they came out of the old house, this time, the three of them looked back, their eyes filled with determination. After they left, Su Jianqing put down his chopsticks and rolled his eyes in disgust. I'm really in a bad mood. When I choose someone else to eat, I'm not afraid to spoil other people's appetite. Second Master Su said gently beside him, Big brother, they are definitely coming, they must come to check the fan when they get the news, since Haoqian and Qianqian have already greeted them. Tomorrow is the family meeting. Shouldn't we have made plans earlier? Su Jianqing said, we planned to do it a long time ago. I have discussed it with Haoqian and Qianqian. The matter of recognizing our ancestors and returning to the ancestral family is certain. Haoqian's name is now in the family tree. Chen and Bingxue and the names of their two children are added, and then a big ceremony will be held in a lively manner. When the time comes, the whole emperor's famous people will be invited to participate, so that they can return to the Su family beautifully. Second Master Su nodded, I think so too, I just don't know the attitude of Haoqian and Qianqian, so I didn't say much just now, since both Haoqian and Qianqian have agreed, I will mention it to the patriarch at tomorrow's meeting. This matter. Haoqian, do you still remember this old patriarch? The second master asked. With a smile. Su Haoqian nodded, of course I remember, it's Grandpa's brother, right? Speaking of which, this is the only elder in the family now. It's really appropriate to elect him as the team leader. That's right, it's your little grandfather. Maybe it's because of his good temper. He doesn't fight for others. He lived a little longer. Now he's over 90 years old, but his body is still tough. If he knew, you will be very happy when you come back. Tomorrow we will go to this meeting together, and bring Qianqian and Bingxue along with the two children. We will write there. Names on the family tree of our Su family in person. The next morning, at the 10 o'clock family meeting, at around 9:40, the old patriarch came to the old house. This kind of important family meeting is held in the old house. Although the patriarch's status is relatively high and he is old, he was only a young master after all, and Su Haoqian's grandfather was the head of the family. So now that the family meeting is going to be held, he still has to come to the old house in person to participate. As soon as the old patriarch came in, second master Su did not take the initiative to greet him. "Third uncle, you are here." The old man was holding a cane, with gray hair and wrinkles on his face, but he could still tell that he was a very kind old man. In the somewhat cloudy eye sockets, a pair of eyes were full of loving light. His back was slightly hunched, and he looked like he was only 1.7 meters tall. But when he was young, he was about 1.8 meters tall. Now that he got older, his body slowly hunched down. Although he holds a cane in his hand, he can see that his legs and feet are still very neat, and he can hear it even more when he speaks. He is in good health and full of energy. Second Master Su is now the head of the Su family. Even if the old patriarch sees him, he has to call his nephew Second Master. This is the rule of a big family, so even if the little Su family hates it, they have to abide by it, because everyone abides by these rules and etiquette. From top to bottom. "Third uncle, today is a good day. I have great news to tell you. Didn't my eldest brother and I go to Zhonghai some time ago? In fact, we went there this time because we got news about Hao Qian. This time, it's not groundless. We really found Hao Qian." The old patriarch raised his head in surprise when he heard these words, and his turbid eyes instantly brightened. "What? Did you really find Hao Qian? This is really great. Hao Qian has been floating outside with his child for more than 20 years, and he is finally able to return home. By the way, where is Hao Qian now? Now that you have found it, why don't you bring him back? I haven't seen him for a long time and I can still see him before I die, and when I go underground, I have the face to meet my big brother." Second Master Su said with a smile, "Third uncle, don't worry, Hao Qian has already gone home. Big brother brought them all back yesterday." The patriarch asked suspiciously. "Yes, it's them. Hao Qian has been married for so many years, and his children and grandchildren. Now they are a big family." The old patriarch laughed twice. "That's great, I didn't expect that we Hao Qian are already grandfathers, but Hao Qian was with that girl Lin Xiu back then?" "Yes, third uncle, your memory is really good. I'm old, I can't remember the recent events, but the past events are getting clearer and clearer. I still remember when Hao Qian brought the girl back. She was a pretty girl, and the two of them stood in a special place. It's a good match. I even talked to that little girl. She's a good girl." Second Master Su supported him and said, "Well, it's really good. She took good care of Hao Qian and gave birth to a very good son." "Third uncle, they are over there. I will show you in the past. I will show you Hao Qian's son, daughter-in-law, grandson and granddaughter." "Okay, you take me there now. This is really a big happy event for our Su family." Second Master Su brought the old patriarch over. Su Haoqian and his family were already sitting there waiting. Seeing the old patriarch coming, Su Haoqian stood up excitedly. Although the old patriarch was in his 90s, he was not confused yet. He recognized him at a glance, and hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Hao Qian, you are Hao Qian. After so many years, you have really changed a lot. 3 grandpas. Su Haoqian shouted with a smile. Lin Xiao next to him also shouted, and the old patriarch looked at the past and said in surprise, "Is it Miss Lin Xiao? The second master told me just now that you are now a grandmother, not the same as back then, but I see you it's still as beautiful as it was back then." End of this chapter. Chapter 346, Want to prove blood relationship? Check your DNA first. This remark made Su's mother smile. The old patriarch looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue on the side, and Su Haoqian introduced from the side, "Third grandpa, this is my son and daughter in-law, Su Chen and Bingxue." Okay. That's great. Hao Qian, look at this son who was raised by you. He was carved out of the same mold as you back then. No, he's even more handsome than when you were young. The old patriarch looked around Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and then went to see the 2 children. He was very happy. It's great, our Su family has several more children, and the family will be bigger in the future. Your grandfather and his grandfather will be very happy to know that. Second Master Su said with a smile, "Uncle Third, the children are all back now, and a family meeting is being held today. Let's announce the identities of the children at the meeting today. Hao Qian's name is in our house. However, Lin Xiao and Chen Chen are not here yet, so let's take advantage of today's conference and add their names to the family tree together." The old patriarch nodded, "Okay, our Su family hasn't had any new children on the family tree for a long time, and now there are several more at once. This is a big happy event. Every time you have a meeting recently, you talk about inheritance rights. When I hear these things, my old man has a headache. Fortunately, there is a happy event at today's meeting." Just as the old patriarch finished speaking, the troublesome person over there came. The 3 members of Xiao Su's family entered the door and immediately walked towards the old patriarch. "Patriarch, have you arrived? We just said that a car will be sent to pick you up." The old patriarch smiled and nodded at them, with a bit of alienation in his politeness. After a while, people from the 3rd room also came, but a middle-aged man in his 40s came to the 3rd room. He didn't seem to be in good health. He coughed several times within a few minutes of coming in. Su Chen remembered that his father said that there were very few people in the 3rd room, and now there are not many left, and he is still a sick child. No wonder the 2nd room is so rampant. Everyone is here, and the family meeting officially begins. At the beginning, the patriarch was happy to share the good news with everyone. Today, in addition to those from the Su family's main house, there are also a few seniors with high morals and respect from some of the outer doors. Almost all of them are in their 70s or 80s. There was a large table full of people, and when they heard the news of Su Haoqian returning home, many elderly people were very happy. Only the 2nd room didn't look good, especially when the patriarch announced that Su Chen and the others would be added to the family tree. Su Liang raised his hand almost immediately. "Old patriarch, I am against this matter." This seemed to be expected, so when they heard Su Liang's voice, everyone didn't look surprised, but they all turned their heads to look elsewhere. With a bit of helplessness in the eyes of the old patriarch, he looked at Su Liang and said, "Little Su family, what are your opinions on this matter? Hao Qian is the child of our Su family, and now it's hard to come back. This is a big happy event, and the number sign has started a family outside these years, has a child, and 2 lovely grandchildren. This is all of us. The descendants of the Su family will naturally have their names written on the genealogy. Su Liang said, according to what they had discussed at home. Old patriarch. Young Master Hao Qian can return home. We are all very happy, but the more this happens, the less we can't be carried away by the joy. After all, Master Hao Qian has been away from home for more than 20 years, and there has been no news for more than 20 years. Now he suddenly came back with his son, daughter-in-law, and 2 children. The identity of Master Hao Qian is naturally beyond doubt, but the descendants of old patriarch, writing your name on the genealogy is a very important matter. You can't be sloppy. It's a child of our Su family. Of course our Su family recognizes it. Those who come here will add their names to the genealogy. Xiao Su's family, what do you mean? Hao Qian brought the children back. Everyone is very happy. If you don't have anything important at this time, talk less. The old patriarch has always had a good temper, but because of his mild temperament, what he has always admired the most is the prosperity of the family and everything, especially the grandness of the family. This kind of thing is very important to him. It's all about making trouble. This is the child of the Guansu family, and he is inevitably a little unhappy. Su Liang smiled and said, Old patriarch, don't misunderstand, Master Hao Qian. Don't take it to heart, I'm not targeting anyone, it's just that you have been away from home for so many years, and the children you brought back suddenly need to recognize their ancestors and return to their ancestors. Adding a name to the genealogy has to go through a process, doesn't it? If you want me to say, it's okay for the Suchin family to add their name to the family tree, but no matter what, they have to prove that he is the child of our Su family. Second Master Su coldly snorted and said, how do you want to prove it? How? Qian and Suchen are sitting here, and they are also sitting together. People with good eyes can see these facial features, unless they are blind. Guessing. Su Liang was scolded for a bit, feeling a little unhappy in his heart, but he still said with a smile on his face, this world is so big, there are no wonders. Second Master, don't blame me for being strict, it was only at the conference the day before yesterday that we received the question of the right of inheritance. Today, there are suddenly a few more people claiming to be descendants of the Su family on your side, which is a bit of a coincidence. Right? Everyone is here today, I'm not against anything, I just want to make sure. If I can do a DNA test and come up with a test report, it can be regarded as speaking with facts, and then Master Suchen wants to recognize his ancestors. Zong, that's the right thing to do. In fact, the little Su family can see that Su Chen and Su Haoqian looked a lot alike when they were young, so it looks like they are biological, but they are still doing this today, just to make them feel unhappy. Let them easily recognize their ancestors and add their names to the family tree of the Su family. And the most important thing is that they will mention another thing later. If Su Chen successfully adds his name to the family tree, it will inevitably give him a powerful presence, and he will be even more domineering later. So this DNA test is actually just to give them a slap in the face. The faces of everyone in the Su family are not very good looking, and they have never heard that their children want to add their names to the family tree, and they have to do DNA. This is obvious to embarrass them. Even if the DNA proves that there is no problem at all, doing this alone will make people unhappy. No one from the Su family spoke, and the old patriarch was a little embarrassed. Of course, he felt that this DNA was unnecessary, but someone raised it. There was criticism at this meeting. As the oldest person, he could not ignore any voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 347. Xiaosu's family is shocked. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly said, "Okay." Su Haoqian turned to look at his son in surprise. Did the son actually do this? Not quite like my son's way of doing things. Su Zishuan's eyes fell on Su Chen alone from beginning to end, with some consideration and exploration, as well as strong hostility. Su Chen greeted him without any fear, his eyes were a little more domineering than him. I think what Xiaosu's family said is right. The matter of children and grandchildren is very important, and it must not be sloppy. DNA needs to be tested. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Haoqian and the Su family were even more puzzled, not knowing what medicine he was selling in this gourd. Only Yan Bingxue sat there calmly, taking care of the two children gently, but her eyes were the same as Su Chen's, as if she was born with imposing manner. She is not worried at all, she completely trusts her husband, and her husband is not someone who will make her suffer. Su Liang didn't seem to have expected that Su Chen would agree so easily. Clearing his throat and said, "Master Su Chen really knows the whole thing. Since Master Su Chen agrees, let's test the DNA now." After getting this report, it's not too late to write the name on the genealogy. Su Chen turned to look at the second grandfather over there and asked, "Second grandfather, we should have a private doctor at home. Isn't it easy for my father's team to call over to do this test? It shouldn't take half an hour to get the results, right?" Second Master Su didn't know what Su Chen wanted to do, but he asked. He nodded and said, "No problem, then I'll call them now." Su Chen nodded and said, "Yes, but second grandpa, you need to call more doctors and bring more sets of instruments, so don't make everyone wait too long." "How many sets will it take?" "It won't take too long for the test." "But there are so many of us," Su Chen said with a smile. A few people from Xiaosu's family over there were puzzled. Just him and two children, there are only 3 people in total, how can it be called so many? At this time, Su Chen looked at the crowd and said, "I think what Xiaosu's family said just now reminds everyone that our Su family is a big family, and the issue of children is very important. Since we need to test DNA, then let's all do one. Does the child of the Su family have to have a proof?" As soon as he said this, there was an uproar at the conference table. Su Liang frowned and said, "All of us have always been members of the Su family, what's the point of this?" Su Chen said without changing his face, "We don't use the word casually. My grandfather is the veritable eldest young master of the Su family, and the great-grandfather has passed away, so of course there is no need to verify. But you, and your son and your grandson, after all, it was born in the second room, whether it is from our Su family, we have to check it out." Su Liang blushed. He proposed to test the DNA, that is, he wanted to give Su Chen a disgrace and embarrass them on the spot. Now Su Chen asked their whole family to test their DNA. If they really did it, it would be 100 times uglier than Su Chen. Especially for himself, this DNA test is done with his father, but the old man has already passed away. If he wants to use DNA, he has to do it together with Su Jianqing. What is this called? Su Yuanzhong saw that his father's face was not good, he frowned and said, "Master Su Chen, are you doing this too much? The reason why we asked you to test your DNA is because Master Haoqian has been away from home for so many years. We brought a child back, and everyone just wanted to see it with our Oh nice. We have always lived in the Su family, so why do we need DNA to prove our blood relationship? Su Chen sneered, my father, the orthodox grandson of the Su family, needs to verify the DNA. You children who moved out of the old house as soon as they were born need to be verified even more. Su Yuanzhong stiffened his neck, held his head up for a long time and finally could only say, the old man never suspected this kind of thing. The old man must have never thought that his great-grandson would go home. And he would have to bring a DNA certificate. It's you who proposed the DNA test. We've already agreed, so why don't you dare to do it when you're here? Could it be that you're a thief with a guilty conscience? Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong have already issued their certificates. Su Zishuan looked at the situation and could only say, Master Su Chen, my grandfather just made this suggestion just to let you recognize your ancestors and change your name to be more reasonable. If you don't want to, then it's not going to happen. Su Chen patted the table lightly, his face a bit stern. I never disagreed. From beginning to end, right? Your second room is really good at talking. It's you who don't want it now, and you are the one who wants to test the DNA. You said, do you think it's only the three of you who talked at the family meeting? Second grandpa, call the doctor and bring your equipment. Since these words have been raised, today's DNA must be tested, or not tested. Su Chen's battle was very beautiful, and second Master Su was overjoyed, so he hurriedly called. The patriarch bowed his head and smiled, and did not stop anything from beginning to end. The faces of the three of Xiao Su's family were extremely ugly. Everyone was happy to see jokes. What do you call this? Su Chen and the others came back from outside, so the child needs a DNA test. But the second room has always wanted to rely on the Su family over the years. But in the end, they still need a DNA test to prove that they are an offshoot of the Su family. The end. Soon, the family doctor called by second Master Su arrived. These are the family doctors of the Su family. When facing Su Chen and the others, they were naturally pleasant, but when they arrived at Xiao Su's family, they pulled out a few hairs. Su Liang was angry at first, but before he was ready, a few hairs were pulled out. The pain made him grin for a while, and he almost got angry on the spot. But after looking at the people around him, he finally held back. Su Zishuan's face is the most ugly. He is the most favored child of Xiao Su's family over the years. In addition to his self-confidence, he is already famous at a young age. Many people will call him Young Master Xiao Su when they see him. If this matter spreads out today, it would be a shame. Because of this little episode, the meeting had to be postponed for half an hour, but the result is self-evident. Su Chen is of course Su Haoqian's son. And the two children are also from the Su family. There is no problem with the blood relationship of Xiao Su's family, but after such a situation, they will lose the spirit they just had. The old patriarch took the DNA test report and announced happily, now everyone has seen the result. Su Chen is the child of our Su family, so today I will let everyone be a witness together, to show how Qian's wife, child, and daughter-in-law. The names of grandchildren and granddaughters are also added to the family tree of our Su family. End of this chapter. There was warm applause in the conference room, and everyone congratulated Su Jianqing and the others. When Xiao Su's family encountered such a situation, he had to continue to smile and say congratulations, but that smile was uglier than crying. At this time, Su Chen also handed over their DNA report to the old patriarch. Su Chen said with a smile, patriarch, this little Su family has proved their identity today. These DNA test reports are of great significance to them. Why don't you keep this one? Doubt their identities, this thing is also evidence. Su Zishuan clenched his fists tightly and looked straight at Su Chen over there. Why do they need to use this kind of thing to prove their identities? Su Chen clearly just embarrassed them even more. Because of the delay in this matter, it was time for lunch, and Su Zishuan hated having lunch in the old house the most. He likes this old house, but he is unwilling to appear here in his current capacity, let alone eat here. Every time he meets to eat, it is the most painful moment for him. Because as the little Su family in the second room, they can only sit with the sidelines of the Su family, and they are not even qualified to eat at the main table. Seeing Su Chen and the others sitting at the main table over there, happily chatting and laughing with the old patriarch over lunch, Su Zishuan's meal was like a stick in his throat. After finally getting to the afternoon meeting, Su Zishuan took the initiative to mention what happened at the meeting the day before yesterday not long after the meeting started. Old patriarch, I called you here this time mainly because of the matter we discussed at the family meeting last time. The second master is old now and has been in charge of the Su family for many years. It's time to take a good rest, and when you're taking care of your life, those of us who are juniors don't want him to work too hard. Moreover, the Su family has a great business and has a lot of usual affairs. It is indeed necessary to decide on the heirs earlier. I invite you to come here today, mainly because I want to invite you to be a witness and start our heir election. When the old patriarch heard these words, he immediately sighed indifferently. The second half of today's meeting may not be easy. At this time, Master Su said, the second room has been living on the subsidies of our Su family for all these years, but I didn't expect it to be a repayment of gratitude. Since I care so much about my body, I will explain it to you today. Right. I'm really old. I've been in charge of the family for so many years, and now I'm a little powerless. I haven't talked about the successor before. That's because Hao Jian hasn't returned home. The third family's Suzha is only 20 years old. It's not too prominent. If the Su family's huge family business is handed over to him, I'm a little worried. But now Hao Qian has gone home and brought Su Chen back with him. Now Su Chen is the grandson of our Su family's eldest son. It is justifiable for him to be the heir of the Su family. Su Zishuan never thought that second master Su would announce this directly. Before Su Chen didn't come back, second master Su had been avoiding the issue of inheritance. Originally, he could have declared Suzha as the heir, because as the child of the Su family, he was justified. But as long as he dared to raise this point, Su Zishuan could immediately question it. What the heir of the Su family wanted, but talents with excellent abilities in all aspects, Suzha's current conditions were simply not up to the standard. But now that Su Chen came back, second master Su would directly ask Su Chen to be the heir. It seems that Su Chen's production of mecha is basically confirmed. Su Zishuan's heart was slightly heavy. The old patriarch over there seemed to be a little surprised, but he was simply stunned for a while, and then said, second master has worked hard for the Su family for so many years, and now I want to rest. Those of us who are taken care of by you naturally agree. How the children of the Qian family have just recognized their ancestors and joined the family tree of our Su family. That is, the current eldest grandson of our Su family, let him take over the position of the head of the family, but Before the patriarch's words were finished, Su Zishuan suddenly raised his hand. Everyone looked in his direction. The corners of Su Zishuan's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the old patriarch and said, "Patriarch, is it too hasty to make such a hasty decision?" "Xiao Su's family, what do you have to say?" the old patriarch asked helplessly. Second Master Su said from the side, "I've always decided the heir earlier. This time, isn't it from your little Su family? Now that I've announced the heir, you say it's too hasty to decide? What on earth are you trying to do? As the eldest grandson of the Su family, do you have any opinions?" Su Liang was a little excited, but Su Zishuan stopped him talking like this. Su Zishuan said with a smile, "Second Master, you are the head of our family. And young Master Su Chen is the eldest grandson. If it was put decades ago, there would be no problem with this distribution of inheritance rights, but isn't it a new era now? Even our is a person elected by the people who is competent." Su Jianqing snorted coldly and said, "Listen to this, is your little Su family trying to compete for the position of the heir? Oh, it's not that you didn't give your family a chance back then, it's because you couldn't keep it yourself, and now you still want to grab the position of the heir of the Su family? Don't weigh how many pounds or tails you have." Speaking of this matter, Su Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. Back then, the Su family did distribute 1/3 of the tea to Grandpa, but at that time Grandpa was just a child born to a concubine. Whether it was education or training from childhood, they were completely inferior to the heirs of the Su family, and those properties were quickly lost in his hands. Su Zishuan didn't want to mention this, so he said lightly, "Don't get me wrong, Grandpa, I don't mean anything else, it's just that young Master Su Chen has just returned home, and I think he is still very young, so the position of the heir is very important. It's not just your main house, we all depend on the Su family for food. So I believe that everyone thinks the same as me, and they all want an heir who can carry the burden of the Su family, so who can be the heir, everyone still has to speak with strength. If Master Su Chen wants to become the heir of the Su family, no matter what, you will have to go through several tests to convince everyone, right? I don't think so. To decide the heir, we will decide in the form of a competition. Since Su Chen Shao is also a candidate personally appointed by the second master, then he will be the challenged party, and we can challenge him. If young Master Su Chen can win the duel, then we have nothing to say." Hearing these words, the old patriarch looked at the Su family with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Although the people around didn't speak, no one stood up to refute what Xiao Su's family said. It has to be said that Su Zishuan has the ability to fool people. Logically speaking, their trivialities are not qualified to participate in the competition for the successor of the Su family. But Su Zishuan said that the matter of the heirs was related to their future jobs, and they had to take it seriously. Second Master Su said without thinking, "Our Su Chen, although a little young, is a very good child, he." Second Grandpa. Su Chen interrupted the second grandfather's words and smiled at him. Master Su understood what he meant, and put the right to speak into his hands. Su Chen glanced at Su Zishuan over there, and then glanced at the people around him. Second grandfather trusts me and puts the position of the family inheritance in my hands, then I naturally can't live up to his expectations. If there is a comparison, let it go. He has nothing to fear. He has the system in hand, and the skills he possesses are all top-notch. Besides, the achievements he has made at his current age are probably at a level that someone like Su Zixuan has never been able to achieve in his lifetime. Xiao Su's family has been thinking about the inheritance rights for many years. If they don't let them lose their hearts, I'm afraid they won't be reconciled. Okay. Master Su Chen is indeed a cheerful person. Since that's the case, let's have a good discussion and see who wants to challenge the heir of Master Su Chen. Su Zixuan said excitedly, but after he finished speaking, the people around lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak at this time. This is also expected, these people rely on the Su family to eat, they don't dare to argue with the Su family, they just want to eat a meal. And Su Zixuan didn't take them seriously at first. Seeing that no one spoke, Su Zixuan continued, then let me do this first competition. Master Su Chen, in order to become the head of the Su family, the most important thing is to have the ability to protect yourself. Although it is okay for the Su family to have a bodyguard, but if the heir doesn't have any skills, he will be in danger. I can only be blinded, so I want to challenge Master Su Chen to a free fight with you. I believe you won't be afraid to fight, right? Su Zixuan spoke with great confidence, and after he finished speaking, the people around him took a breath of worry, and some people were already whispering. Su Zixuan wants to fight freely with Master Su Chen, isn't this an obvious bully? Who doesn't know that Su Zixuan won the gold medal in the fighting competition before? Su Jianqing and Su Eri had a dark face, obviously they were aware of this matter. The old patriarch looked at the atmosphere and was about to make a round, but suddenly heard Su Chen say, okay. End of the meeting. According to the results of the final discussion, Su Chen, as the heir, must first undergo 3 rounds of tests. As the challenged party, as for the challenger, there is no clear rule on who it is. Anyone who is from the Su family can voluntarily fight and challenge Su Chen. The 3 rounds of the test are divided into 3 days in total. What is the theme of each challenge? In what way to challenge, you need to inform the content of the Su City exam in advance the day before the competition. This first competition, Su Zixuan had already explained at the meeting. And Su Chen has already challenged, so tomorrow morning's match will be a free fighting duel between Su Zixuan and Su Chen. When Xiao Su's family returned home, they couldn't help but feel happy. Su Liang said, that's great, I didn't expect Su Chen to agree so easily, even though he has some skills, unfortunately he is still too young to be hooked by us easily, he must not know. Zixuan, you have how awesome. Su Yuanzhong looked at his son proudly, pointed to the honorary certificates and medals in a cabinet over there, and said, if Su Chen sees these things, I guarantee that he will regret his decision today. Su Zixuan stood in front of the cabinet and picked up one of the trophies, which read Gold Medal in International Fighting Competition. Su Yuanzhong stood beside him and said with a smile on his face, son, fighting is your forte. You have been studying hard over the years, and you have won so many medals and trophies. Your grandfather found the best for you. Teacher, we will win the game tomorrow. Su Zixuan's fighting teacher was the champion of the last World Fighting Championship, and he is the proud disciple of this champion. He has been studying with the teacher for about 5 years. He has been studying hard for the first 2 years, and the next 3 years. Participate in various competitions and constantly improve yourself in practice. The trophies, medals, and certificates in front of him are the best proof for him. At this time, Su Zixuan thought that at the meeting today, their whole family Was forced by Su Chen to do a paternity test with Su Jianqing, so he couldn't help clenching his fists. What Su Chen did today, I will return it to him tomorrow. Even if he is really the maker of that mecha, how can he definitely not be my opponent in terms of fighting? Today, in front of so many people, he asked our family to do a paternity test with Su Jianqing. I must avenge this revenge. Speaking of this matter, both Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong's expressions changed. Su Liang snorted coldly and said, "Yeah, who would have thought that kid would dare to say that at a meeting? The people of the Su family have always been arrogant, but no one has ever dared to treat us like this at the conference. It seems that this Su Chen is really not easy to mess with," Su Yuanzhong said with a frown. Su Zishuan smiled. "No matter what kind of person he is, it's a pity that he is still too young. He doesn't even know my details, so he dares to fight against me. Tomorrow, I will show him my strength." Hearing his son's words, Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong's expressions softened slightly. Su Yuanzhong said excitedly, "Son, don't be merciful tomorrow. I remember when you went to the international fighting competition last time. In the end you beat that mortal enemy to the point where you couldn't even get up, even the front teeth both dropped." Thinking of that scene, Su Zishuan licked his back molars and said with a smile, "Yes, I heard that he was in the hospital for more than 3 months. And his legs are still a little lame. Then you will follow that day when you deal with Su Chen tomorrow. You don't have any identity on the battlefield. Since he voluntarily fights with you, he will be disabled or injured in the end. What kind of ending will he bring? Yes, we have been in the old house for the past 2 days, and we have suffered a lot. When we get to the ring tomorrow, we have to find the place back." Su Zishuan's thoughts coincided with his father's. After all, in the matter of fighting, he already felt that he was invincible all over the world. When you come to power tomorrow, it is best to sign the military order in advance. If Su Chen can be sent to the hospital, maybe the subsequent competition will be completely useless. Thinking of the beautiful scene tomorrow, the faces of the 3 Xiaoshu family couldn't help showing evil smiles. Everyone in the Su family was sitting happily and having dinner together. There were 2 little pistachios, Tuanchuan and Lele, laughing at the table. When the second master talked about today's meeting, he laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. "Chen, you scolded them at the meeting today." The Xiaosu family was so happy. Their 3 DNA reports are still in the hands of the old patriarch. It is estimated that they will never erase this in their lives. Shame to go. Su Jianqing smiled and said, "Humph. They are overly self-sufficient and can't figure out their identity. They want my grandson to report his identity with DNA, without thinking about who he is." "Chen, what are you doing today? It's so beautiful to say." The second master looked at Su Chen and said, "Chen, you are going to fight Su Zishuan tomorrow. Do you have any confidence in this matter?" Su Zishuan has a lot of skills in fighting, and he also won the first place in the world fighting competition before. As for his name, he has a master who was a former World Series champion, and he has been studying with him for 5 years, and he has won a lot of awards in the competition in the past few years, so I am afraid he has some skills in this regard. Su Chen calmly picked up the fishbone for his daughter, chuckled and said, "Second grandpa, don't worry, I will never fight an uncertain battle." Yan Bingxue is someone who has seen her husband's skills with her own eyes. Thinking of her husband's performance in Haigua, she is not worried about tomorrow's game at all. Second Grandpa, don't worry, my husband's fighting skills are also top-notch. Originally thinking of Su Zixuan's ability, everyone was somewhat worried about tomorrow's game, but now that Su Chen and Yan Bingshui have said this, the Su family is completely relieved. Su Jianqing looked at his grandson and said with admiration, "Our family Qinchin is excellent in every aspect, he can even do mechas," since he said that tomorrow's game will be no problem, then I have confidence in him. I also believe in cousin. Cousin is so powerful, he will definitely beat that Su Zixuan to the ground tomorrow. This Su Zixuan has always regarded martial arts as something he is proud of. So he dares to challenge his cousin with this matter, but he certainly doesn't know how powerful our cousin is, how can he be afraid of him? Su Zhe is simply Su Chen's little fanboy. When he talks about his cousin, he can't help but show his star eyes. In his heart, Su Chen is now an omnipotent god. After the meal, the Su family rested early today. The Su family had a great time in today's meeting, and they were all waiting for tomorrow's game. Let the little Su family know the strength of the eldest grandson of the Su family. At 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, everyone arrived at a martial arts hall in the Su family. This is the venue for today's game, and the scene has been cleaned up in advance. In addition to Su Qing and Su Zixuan and their families from both sides of the game, there were also many relatives of the Su family who came from outside the family. There were many more people than yesterday's meeting venue. Many young girls and boys came to watch the fun. The old patriarch was also invited over. Witness to 3 trials. Su Zixuan can be said to be in high spirits today. Coming to this martial arts gym is like being on his field. When he saw Su Chen coming, he looked at each other fiercely, and his eyes were full of provocation. And Su Chen directly chose to ignore this look. The provocation sent out did not get any response, it was like a fist smashed out and hit the cotton, which made people feel angry for no reason. The two needed to change their clothes in advance. When they competed in the arena, they were shirtless on the upper body and loose-fitting sports shorts on the lower body. Su Zixuan was already triumphant when he changed his clothes. Looking at the muscular body in the mirror, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. In my heart, I already thought that after going out later, the cheers of the girls outside must be deafening. Now these daughters, all like muscular guys. And my muscles are perfect. I believe that in the competition of stature, Su Chen is completely impossible to be his opponent. After all, although Su Chen's height has passed the test, but the figure he was wearing before looked too thin, how could he have such perfect muscles? Su Zixuan walked out the door proudly, and sure enough, he heard the cheers of the girls. He was about to smile and wave at everyone, but when he looked up, he found that the direction the girls were looking at was not his side. The smile on Su Zixuan's face froze, and he turned to look at the dressing room next to him only to see Su Chen standing at the door of the dressing room, naked upper body showing smooth muscles. Just one glance at Su Zixuan couldn't help but froze. It is also a man who relies on his own understanding of muscles. Su Chen's figure is absolutely amazing. My muscles are very strong, and that's because the usual hard workouts and constant protein powder supplementation can maintain them so well. However, the muscles on Su Chen's body are completely different, with smooth lines and perfect shapes that can be seen at a glance. This is completely independent of any protein powder or external force, and is all based on his own exercise. Natural and relying on shaping are naturally different. Although his muscles are larger than Su Chen's. The overall appearance is not as good as Su Chen's. No wonder the women screamed at him like crazy. When his hope was lost, Su Zixuan couldn't help feeling a little unhappy, but fortunately, the competition started soon, and he felt that as long as he was on stage, he would still be able to find his place back. After a while, Su Chen became his defeat, and the cheers would naturally come back. When Su Zixuan took the stage, he deliberately chose a handsome move, pulled up the rope next to the ring, jumped, and flexibly jumped into the ring. After doing this, he looked at Su Chen over there defiantly, but Su Chen still didn't look at him, jumped lightly, and directly stepped over the rope and entered the ring. Such a smooth movement, coupled with that face, naturally attracted another burst of cheers. Su Zixuan's teeth were almost broken. After Su Chen entered the ring, the people of the Su family immediately surrounded him, ran over to grab Dad's clothes, and gave him a kiss on the face. "Dad, you have to cheer up." Yan Bingxue and her son also cheered for her. On the other side, the Shaosu family refused to show weakness, and brought two old men to cheer up. How could it compare to the family of four over there? Su Zixuan was very upset after losing everything before the game started, but fortunately the game started soon. After the referee blew the whistle and announced the start of the game, Su Zixuan put all his anger on his arm. Life. The people watching the lively round originally wanted to watch a lively competition, but when they saw Su Zixuan's fierce shooting posture, they couldn't help but sweat for Su Chen. This is too ruthless. It's all a family competition. Is it necessary to make such a move to kill? There was a question from the crowd. Su Yuanzhong glared at them and said angrily, "Since it's a game, then you must abide by the rules. The rules of the game are to defeat your opponent. If you don't understand, talk less." His remarks naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the crowd, but no one dared to say anything. After all, everyone knew that Su Zixuan was truly unparalleled in this regard. Su Chen in the stands was completely different from Su Zixuan on the opposite side. Su Zixuan's shot was very poisonous, and his eyes looked like he was going to eat people, but Su Chen seemed very relaxed, dexterously avoiding Su Zixuan's every move. He couldn't feel the evil spirit of Su Zixuan at all, but he had an innate sense of aristocracy and a strong aura. Su Chen was agile and did not take the initiative to meet the enemy, but avoided every attack of Su Zixuan like a leopard fighting its prey. After a few minutes, Su Zixuan, who hadn't met the opponent, couldn't help but get a little angry, and roared on the stage, "Su Chen, can you fight?" Before Su Zixuan's words were finished, Su Chen's eyes suddenly firmed up, a trace of coldness swept across his eyes, and then he squatted down halfway. And a small long leg on his right leg swept directly on Su Zixuan's calf. Su Zixuan stumbled and almost fell. Before he could react, he suddenly received a heavy fist on his cheek. Su Zixuan was dizzy after these two fights. He leaned against the edge of the ring and spat out a mouthful of blood while the referee waved his hand. The eyes that looked at Su Chen became more and more fierce. At this time, Su Chen has almost figured out Su Zixuan's routine. The international champion's punching also has a certain pattern. As long as he understands this pattern, it will not be difficult. Next, Su Chen began to move to win the enemy. I have to say that Su Zixuan is really powerful. He was irritated by Su Chen just now, and he was not too conscious when he spoke, so he suddenly took two hits. The two punched each other and swept their legs at each other, but they were able to dexterously avoid the attack and seize every opportunity to shoot. The tricks were opposite, and it was very lively. No one in the audience said anything, and they were all attracted by the game on the stage. Su Zixuan had a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead, and the look in Su Chen's eyes gradually changed. In the 10 minutes of this fight, he found that Su Chen's skills were very strong, and his fighting skills were no worse than his own. Although he was fully absorbed in the second half, Su Chen didn't take advantage of it, but he didn't hurt Su Chen in the slightest. For the spectators off the field, it was a fantastic fighting match. In the ring, Su Chen and Su Zixuan are coming and going. The strong figure, and the flowing and powerful fights are really unpleasant to watch. However, the faces of the two members of the Xiaosu family, who were watching the play below, were not very good looking at this time, and their eyes were full of unexpected surprises. They know Su Zixuan's ability in fighting. For a long time, this is what they choose to be proud of. Su Zixuan has won many international awards. Every time he encounters a party or a family meeting, they all have to brag about it. In their eyes, Su Zixuan is the invincible player in the world. But I didn't expect Su Chen to be able to do so many tricks under Su Zixuan's hands, and from the perspective of their spectators, the two of them are not on a par with each other now, and it's hard to tell the winner. I really didn't expect it. It turns out that Su Zixuan is not the only one with such a powerful martial art. The new eldest grandson of our Su family is also very powerful. I heard that Su Zixuan won the first place in international competitions before, and Su Chenxiao can also tie with him. Isn't that also an international level? Master Su Chen is really amazing. He looks so young, he is several years younger than Su Zixuan. But you can tell from his figure that he must be a trainer. I'm also a man. I can see it clearly. Master Su Chen's figure looks like the birth of a trainer. The girl next to him didn't quite understand, and asked suspiciously, aren't the two of them in good shape? There's a lot of chicken, but Master Su Chen's muscles look more beautiful and harmonious, and Su Zixuan's muscles are too strong, but a little strange. The man who was questioned said proudly, you girls don't understand, right? Just like us normal people exercise, if we are very self-disciplined, we can exercise a body like Su Chen's young master, but Su Zixuan's body is light. Relying on exercise is not enough. If you want to make such a big muscle, you must add some external protein powder or something. Ah? Why are you chasing those big muscles? You have to eat protein powder. Especially, isn't this a fraud? I don't think this Su Zixuan is as good as the legend. Every time people in their family say that he won the first place in some competition, I thought he was invincible all over the world, but now it seems that he and young master Su Chen is of the same level. These discussions under the stage became louder and louder, and also reached the ears of Su Chen and Su Zixuan in the ring. Su Chen didn't take these words seriously at all, and dealt with the game without distractions. But Su Zixuan is different. Fighting has always been something he is proud of. But now those people are saying that he is not good, questioning his ability. Su Zixuan couldn't help but break his heart, and Su Chen suddenly punched him twice, one left and one right on his cheek and eye socket. Su Zixuan stumbled directly into the guardrail next to him. He felt dizzy for a while, and there seemed to be countless little stars lit up in front of him. In this state, he could no longer fight, so he raised his hand and called for a pause. The referee declares halftime. With Xiaosu over there, Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong immediately surrounded him, looked at their son worriedly and asked, Zixuan, are you all right? Su Zixuan shook his head, but the next second he spat out a mouthful of blood. And a tooth. He spat fiercely, and his eyes swept towards Su Chen over there. Su Yuanzhong frowned and asked, "Son, what the hell is going on? Haven't you tried your best yet?" "Why? How could he lose unscathed, but how many times did his son suffer? Although my son was also injured in the previous game, the opponent will definitely be injured more than him." Su Zixuan gritted his teeth and said, "It's nothing, this Su Chen does have some skills, but if you want to beat me, it's impossible. I just got distracted and was attacked by him. As long as I concentrate on playing with him, this kind of thing will never happen in the second half." When Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong heard what he said, they could not help but sigh of relief. "That's great, Zixuan, today is the first test, we have to give each other a slap in the face. You can't be distracted later, you're injured. Grandpa and Dad are very busy down there, worried about you." Su Zixuan did not respond to his grandfather's words. In fact, he was in a very solemn mood at this time. What he said just now was just for his grandfather and father, but he knew in his heart that Su Chen was a very strong opponent. And you have to be fully focused and not be distracted for a moment. Su Zixuan really felt a little strange. He had never heard of Su Chen in the fighting world. Why was Su Chen so powerful? He couldn't help but look towards Su Chen and saw that Su Chen and his family were playing on the edge of the ring. Don't take the game too seriously. The opponent was lucky, but he was safe and sound, so the Su family was naturally happy. Seeing Su Chen coming down, Tuanchuan immediately gave him a high five. "Dad is amazing, he beat his opponents down." Lele was also very excited. The little boy resonated most easily when he saw such a boxing match. He clenched his fists and studied handsomely. Dad just waved his fists. "Dad, you just hit so handsome." Seeing that his son was so active, Su Chen simply held his hand and corrected his actions. "Lele, do you want to learn? Dad can teach you." "Okay." Ding, congratulations to the host and son for punching in the fighting skills. Together, the host can be rewarded to upgrade the ultimate fighting technique to advanced fighting technique. Would you like to upgrade it now? When Su Chen heard this voice, the corners of his mouth twitched. The system is so powerful. Judging from the situation where he and Su Zixuan fought just now, Su Zixuan's ability is indeed very strong, and it is comparable to the number of intermediate-level fights rewarded by his own system. The next half. If you want to beat the opponent, you have to look for flaws, but now that his skills have been upgraded, Su Zixuan can no longer be his opponent. Sure enough, the system is in hand, everything is worry-free. Activate skills. The halftime break is 5 minutes in total. This game will be decided in one round, so there can only be one chance to rest in the middle, and the next is the final duel. Su Zixuan and Su Chen stood on the ring again, and the moment they saw Su Chen again, Su Zixuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is it his delusion? Why do you think that after a few minutes of rest, Su Chen seems to be stronger and more imposing than before? Su Zixuan didn't dare to think too much, and quickly shook his head. Facing an opponent like Su Chen, he couldn't be distracted any more in the second half. Even if he couldn't win against Su Chen, he had to tie it. If he lost the first game, wouldn't it make the Su family even more domineering? Su Zixuan is still confident about himself. Although Su Chen is powerful, he has not participated in many games after all. As long as he uses snacks later, he will definitely find his flaws. The referee declared the game to continue. This time the situation was completely reversed from the beginning. Su Chen seemed to be very proactive, while Su Zixuan had been avoiding the opponent's attack. Some people in the audience said, did they change their routines? At the beginning, Master Su Chen had been avoiding, in order to see the other parties punching routines. Why has it been replaced by Su Zixuan now? Two people after playing for so long, doesn't he have a clear understanding of the opponent's strength? Although it is the same move, Su Zixuan's use is really not very beautiful. Although young Master Su Chen has been dodging, he is able to dodge with ease. But why do I dodge Su Zixuan so embarrassed in the stands? These people are totally misunderstood. Su Zixuan didn't change his way of playing at all. The reason why he kept avoiding it was because he found that Su Chen was completely different from just now when he came back to power. Although the routine of punching is not much different from the previous one, the strength is several degrees higher than just now. The momentum is like a rainbow, and his hands and feet are like a big wind. Every time he hits, he feels that he is powerless to parry, not at all. If you dare to pick up your opponent's moves, you can only flee in a hurry. In this way, how could it be possible to hide without embarrassment? What exactly is going on? Su Zixuan didn't dare to think too much, for fear that if he was distracted, he would be beaten down by Su Chen accidentally. But he can really clearly feel that Su Chen's strength is far above him now. But it was obviously not like this just now. Why, after a 10-minute rest, Su Chen's fighting skills suddenly improved by leaps and bounds? Although Su Zixuan has been very careful, he is not Su Chen's opponent at all. When he fled in a hurry, he was punched by Su Chen, and the bullet hit the railing on the edge, causing him to sweat coldly. The referee gave him a chance to breathe. Su Zixuan's eyes have completely changed now. Looking at Su Chen over there, the initial provocation is far gone, and gradually turned into fear. Judging from his years of actual combat experience, he has already lost, and he will either admit defeat now, or be beaten to the ground by his opponent, and be declared lost by the referee later. According to his experience as a professional player, he should resolutely admit defeat at this time, because he has no chance of winning at all. But in this situation, he just can't say the words to admit defeat. The competition was brought up by myself, and fighting has always been something I am proud of. If I say it on this matter, it will not only affect the competition in the next 2 days, but also the words he said outside will also become a loud slap in the face, hitting him hard in the face. An international champion has lost to a young man in the fighting world who doesn't even have a name. If this story spreads, how will he gain a foothold in this field in the future? Due to hesitation about these matters, he had already missed the dozens of seconds that the referee paused in the middle, and Su Chen's punches and kicks attacked again. This time, Su Zixuan, who knew that he had no chance of winning, was even more embarrassed. And in the end, he couldn't even dodge. Su Chen's fists added together, and Su Haoshuan was quickly beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back, and his entire body fell to the ground. Su Chen flew up and knelt directly on his back, with a beautiful move to defeat the enemy. The referee reacted first, blew a whistle, and began to shout numbers, but the sound of shouting numbers was overshadowed by the deafening cheers below. The referee could only raise his voice and shouted loudly, "Now I announce that the winner of this game is Master Su Chen." The referee raised Su Chen's arm, and the crowd burst into cheers again. After Su Chen stepped down, the people of the Su family immediately surrounded him, happily surrounding Su Chen in the middle. Chen Chen, you are so amazing. This game is simply unparalleled. Cousin, the last few punches you played were so handsome. Your level can definitely be ranked number 1 in the world. Chen Chen, Dad didn't expect you to be so good. This match just now can be recorded in the history books. It's much more exciting than the boxing matches I usually watch on TV. That kid Su Zixuan is usually most proud of his fighting messenger. I didn't expect to lose so thoroughly today. Our family Chen Chen is really amazing. It seems that there is nothing he can't do. The crowds who were watching before also came over, and Fate was in the crowd to congratulate Su Chen. Congratulations to young Master Su Chen for also influencing the first competition. Young Master Su Chen is really amazing. He is indeed the eldest grandson of the Su family. Master Su Chen's skills are really good, much better than that Su Zixuan. He keeps saying that he is the best in the world in martial arts and has won a lot of games, but the result is that we are not the loser of our young master. Su Chen. Master Su Chen just made a move. He is really too handsome. Today's game is really exciting. Su Zixuan on the stage could no longer get up, and when he heard these words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong hurriedly stepped forward to support him, called the servants in the house, and quickly lifted him up. Su Zixuan looked unconvinced, but he knew that he was not Su Chen's opponent at all. Even if he stayed today, it would only be a shame. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Grandpa, Dad, we lost this game today. Let's go." Su Yuanzhong was a little unconvinced, but seeing his son like this was really distressing, so he could only give up today's game for the time being. But before leaving, he vowed to Su Chen, "Master Su Chen, my grandfather will play tomorrow's game. My grandfather wants to compare the finances with you. If Master Su Chen wants to take over the entire Su family, he will definitely take care of it in the future. If the Su family's entire ledger can't even read the financial statements, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. See you tomorrow morning." Su Chen only left this sentence. They were surrounded by the crowd again. And the 3 of Xiao Su's family, like lost dogs, left the martial arts hall in dismay. As soon as he left the martial arts hall, Su Liang said very angrily, "This Su Chen is too much. He even beat our family Zixuan like this. It's just a test, he wants my grandson's life." They seem to have forgotten that it was they who told Su Zixuan yesterday that they must not show mercy in today's competition, but now the person being beaten is Su Zixuan, and they immediately changed their words. Sitting in the car, Su Zixuan spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard what his grandfather said, and said angrily, "Damn Su Chen. Today, my state was not very good. At the beginning, I underestimated the enemy, so I was beaten a few times by him, so that later." Although he knew that he could not beat Su Chen, Su Zixuan refused to admit defeat. Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong quickly comforted him. "Zixuan, it's all right, it's just a win or loss of a game. You don't have to worry about it. Grandpa and Dad believe in you. You are the best. You have won the first place countless times. Yes, son, it was a fluke that Su Chen was able to win today, and he deliberately avoided your moves at the beginning, just to see your routine. And then he took advantage of your words to shoot at you, which is obviously playing in. Those who win are not bright enough. I must compete with him again. I'm going to beat him to the ground." Su Zixuan said unconvinced. Su Liang patted his grandson on the shoulder. "Zixuan, your injury is too Serious, I'm afraid you need to rest for a while, now it's the most important thing to take care of your body, don't worry about Su Chen's contempt, it will be tomorrow. There's a grandpa. Speaking of tomorrow's game, Su Zixuan and Su Yuanzhong breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuanzhong said with a sneer, this Su Chen definitely can't think of it. Dad, you have been learning to read financial statements all these years. We will win the test tomorrow. How can he, a yellow-haired boy, compare to you? Dad. In the early years, Su Liang was clamoring to divide the family property. At that time, the Su family's old house divided 1/3 of the property to them, but due to the poor management of the Soviet Union itself, these assets were eventually recovered into the hands of the Su family. Since then, Su Liang has realized that he has received too little education, and his ability in business is too weak, so he began to study hard and practice hard. His main focus is the financial direction, because he feels that he is in charge of a company. Money is the most important thing. This is his strength, just like martial arts is Su Zixuan's strength, he used this to challenge Su Chen, just to win. Don't worry, tomorrow's game is up to Grandpa, Su Liang said confidently. Su Zixuan looked at the smiles on his grandfather and father's faces, but couldn't smile for a while. Grandpa, Dad, this Su Chen doesn't seem to be that simple. Sister Do and I have never heard of this character, but his skills are indeed very good. Yesterday, she agreed to my game. I listened to it today. When it came to Grandpa's challenge, he didn't hesitate at all, and I wonder if he has left behind. Zixuan, I know you lost the game today, and you feel very uncomfortable, but it doesn't matter, we still have 2 matches, as long as one wins Su Qing. Then he wants to sit in the position of the Su family. Inappropriate name. And this Su Chen is so young, he has just graduated from college, and has been working for a few months. According to what we found in our data, he has been engaged in mecha research work, and he must know nothing about the company's financial management. It's definitely not my opponent. Su Yuanzhong nodded at the side, looked at his son's face, and said, Dad, we naturally believe in your ability, but what Zixuan said is right. Today, Su Chen's performance is really impressive. It's an accident, but the more this is the case, the more we can't let him win. If he really becomes the head of the Su family, then our life will be difficult in the future. Look at his aggressiveness towards us at the meeting yesterday, and today he beat our Zixuan like this, our Liangzi is settled. Su Liang nodded, you are right, no matter what, we must win the game tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, and we cannot let Su Chen become the heir to the Su family. Inside the martial arts hall, the old patriarch walked towards Su Chen and the others, and the people around saw him coming and dispersed automatically, making way for the patriarch and the old man. Master Su Chen, your skills are really good. The game just now was very exciting. I want to congratulate you for winning the first game, Master Su Chen. I believe in you, your strength will not be a problem for the game tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. In fact, the 3 games held this time are not for you. The bad thing, the Su family has been arguing about the right of inheritance all these years. As the rightful heir of the Su family, you want to take this position, but you need some excuses to convince everyone. I know that Xiao Su's family proposed 3 competitions to compete for the right of inheritance. It's not easy for an old man like me to be caught in the middle, but I believe in the strength of the grandson of the Su family. The Written test tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Master Su Chen, is as normal as today. Performance is enough. I believe that the position of this heir belongs to you. Su Chen nodded gently to the old patriarch. After he won the game, everyone looked at him differently. The old patriarch came to explain these words at this time, and he didn't want to offend Su Chen. And those people around came up to congratulate at the first time, but no one said anything before the game started. Everyone is watching Su Chen's strength, and now Su Chen has perfectly proved his strength with a game. The results of the first competition that day were spread, and the entire imperial family received the news. Today, the three major families of the imperial family stand side by side. In addition to the Su family, there are also the Su family and the Hua family. The Su family has been in close contact with the military region over the years, and most of the family business is also related to the military region, doing business for the country. On the Su family's side, the merchants of the past dynasties held most of the lifeline of the commodity economy of the Dragon Kingdom. The Hua family is a family of martial arts. It has its own martial arts hall and has already opened it abroad. With the development of some surrounding industries, it is also one of the three famous families in the imperial capital. When the Su family and the Hua family heard today's news, they held a family meeting at home to discuss this matter. It seems that the pattern of the Su family is about to change drastically. Over the years, Xiao Su's family has been using the Su family's signboard, and that Su Zixuan is still a good candidate. I always thought that this Su Zixuan might really have a career in the future, but I didn't expect that now. The Su family is killing halfway back. An eldest grandson, this Su family is really wonderful. Son Su Chen, the eldest son of the Su family, there have been many rumors recently. I heard that he seems to have made a mecha. He even used a mecha to welcome his relatives at his wedding a few days ago, and today he defeated Su Zixuan, who has always been claiming to be the world's #1 fighter. It seems that this eldest grandson has extraordinary abilities. It seems that it's time for us to find some opportunities to meet this eldest grandson of the Su family. If he really can become the head of the Su family, we'd better say hi to him sooner. The second test on the second day was also arranged in the morning, and more people arrived today than yesterday. A lot of people didn't know how lively it was yesterday, so they didn't come here in advance, but after I went back, I heard about yesterday's game and after knowing Su Chen's strength, more people came today, wanting to be familiar with Su Chen. Su Zixuan was still living in the hospital because he was injured yesterday. So only Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong came to Xiao Su's family. The rule for this competition is to complete the reading of 3 financial statements within half an hour. These financial statements are from some companies under the Su family's name. What Su Chen and Su Liang can see is only the statement part of the financial statements, and the conclusions and summaries are hidden. The final test result of the competition is that the two of them summarize the 3 financial statements, and then compare them with the previously published financial reports. The person with higher accuracy wins. This competition is quite difficult. It may not be so complicated to read financial statements. Many people know some, but to read 3 financial statements within half an hour, this requires not only calculation and financial ability, but also memory. Requirements are also very high. After Su Chen heard this rule, he ticked slightly and smiled at the corner of his mouth. This game is really for him. The super powerful brain that I activated last time I was in Haigua is not Used frequently in daily life, and isn't this game just for super powerful brains? With a super powerful brain, these numbers can be calculated countless times. In just a few seconds in his mind. Su Liang is also confident about this match. He has done this kind of training countless times over the years. When he was in his 40s and 50s, he even signed up for the mental arithmetic class, so he felt that this competition was a piece of cake for him. Before going on the field, Su Liang was already very confident, and even said harshly to Su Chen, "Master Su Chen, yesterday you were lucky enough to win that kid from my family, and I won't show mercy to you today. Your grandson is my defeat. You are begging me to be merciful to you. Don't talk too much, just start." Su Chen sat down in his seat, but didn't go right away. Look at those reports. It is still in the preparatory stage. Before the old patriarch announced the start of the time, his eyes have been looking at the children and wife under the stage, with a gentle smile in his eyes. Su Liang glanced at Su Chen and silently clenched his fists, while he had already started to read the report on the first page at this time. The old patriarch announced the start of time, and Su Liang immediately began to count with his fingers. I saw the fingers of his left hand hurt rapidly, and his right hand kept turning over the report. Looking at Su Chen over there, he turned the report a little faster than Su Liang, but the calculator next to him was put on hold. He seemed to be just looking at it. He kept pinching his fingers and counting. The audience below the stage began to discuss in a low voice. This Su Liang looks like such a thing. I watch those mental arithmetic people on TV who are pinching their hands like this, and his fingers are moving so fast. Calculate such a large number? Why doesn't young Master Su Chen use a calculator and an abacus? Can he calculate so many numbers in his head? He must have given up. Someone whispered this, and the people around them immediately retorted. Impossible. Master Su Chen is absolutely impossible to give up yesterday's competition. Master Su Chen's performance is really excellent. I think Master Su Chen must be well informed. That's right, real masters don't need to do those bells and whistles. Master Su Chen is so handsome, and Master Su Chen may be a hero who made mechas. He can even do mechas. How can this calculation be difficult for him? I believe in Master Su Chen. I also believe that young Master Su Chen is the eldest grandson of our Su family after all, and he is definitely different from us. The person who just spoke heard everyone saying this, so he shrank his neck and said in a low voice, I don't believe Master Su Chen, I just think that Master Su Chen didn't move those tools. Look at Su Liang's manual operation. It's so fast, it's really intimidating to look at. The Su family was also watching the game on the court. Second Master Su frowned slightly when he saw Su Liang's gesture. Since this, Su Liang's poor management has led to the rapid recovery of the property in his hands. After arriving at the Su family, I heard that he has been learning about business management, and now it seems that there are some achievements. Suja said next to him, so what if he learns? He is definitely not his cousin's opponent. You can see that my cousin doesn't need to move his fingers like him in calculations. My cousin is so powerful, he will definitely win today's game. Yan Bingxue also said on the side, second grandpa, don't worry, my husband's expression must be sure. She still remembers that when she was in Haigua, her husband won 70 to 80 million in the casino. Winning a little may be luck, but winning so much money must be very clear-headed and good at calculating. Such a small game with such a smart husband is definitely not a problem for him. Half an hour will soon come, the old patriarch over there has not announced the end yet. Su Chen has already closed the 3 financial statements in front of him. He looked up at his wife and children, and even waved to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei gently on the stage. And Su Liang over there was still doing the last calculation. He kept counting, writing and drawing on the paper, recording some numbers. After the time was up, Su Liang took the lead. He took his own notebook and stood on the stage to say the final figures and conclusions, including the total profit and loss for the year. After Su Liang finished all the conclusions, the old patriarch asked people to disclose the financial report of the year. After comparing the 2 contents, he found that the numbers calculated by Su Liang were exactly the same as those shown in the financial report. Hearing this conclusion, there was an uproar in the crowd. Su Liang on the stage was also complacent, looking at Su Chen below with a provocative gaze. Su Yuanzhong even applauded alone in the crowd, and said excitedly and loudly, "Dad, you are really amazing." In just half an hour, such a large amount of calculation was made, and it was exactly the same as the answer. It seems that the winner of today's game has come out. Hearing his son's words, Su Liang looked at Su Chen on the stage complacently and said, "Master Su Chen, my answer is exactly the same as that in the financial report, so I can be considered a winner. I don't think you need to do any more. Come to the stage, right? If you say it wrong, don't you lose face of the Su family?" The audience who supported Su Chen didn't dare to speak up for a while. But they all looked at Su Chen expectantly. They didn't believe that Su Chen really couldn't compare to Su Liang. But now Su Liang's answer is completely correct, even Su Chen's calculation is accurate, and the 2 can only be regarded as a tie. The old patriarch looked at Su Chen over there with some worry, but saw that he ignored Su Liang's words, stood up and walked to the stage, but he didn't take anything in his hand. Everyone was a little confused about what Su Chen was thinking. Not to mention how huge the numbers on these 3 financial statements are. And these are 3 financial statements. How can you remember them if you don't record them? When Su Liang came to power just now, he took a piece of paper full of writing and drawing. When Su Chen came to power, the audience was silent, and everyone looked at him expectantly. The old patriarch said, "Master Su Chen, please start your conclusion." Su Chen tapped lightly, and started talking about his conclusion before looking at it. He described the final calculation results of the 3 reports in great detail. The old patriarch held the answer in his hand, and the more he listened, the more surprised he became. Seeing the expression of the old patriarch, Su Jianqing and Su Eri couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After Su Chen finished the conclusions of the 3 reports, the old patriarch stood up excitedly, "That's amazing. Master Su Chen, the answers you announced are exactly the same as the numbers in the financial report. This is the final report of the 3 financial statements. I will show it to you on the big screen next. You also heard whether the answers revealed by Master Su Chen are consistent. Please witness it together." Su Liang stared at the screen, seeing that the answer was exactly the same as what Su Chen just said, and he couldn't help being a little surprised. This kid, Su Chen, just finished reading the financial statements so quickly. Without any calculation tools, the only possibility is to do the same mental calculations as him. However, he has learned mental arithmetic for so long, and in any case, he has to use his fingers to do some assistance, but Su Chen was as relaxed as he was reading a book at the time, but he did not expect to do such a huge amount of calculation in his heart. Even a computer needs an assisted one-click. What is the structure of this Su Chen's head? After a brief surprise, Su Liang accepted this fact. Although Su Chen really surprised him, he also answered correctly, at least. The two were tied, and this game was not considered a victory by Su Chen. But at this moment, Su Chen stood on the stage and continued, these three financial statements are the three subsidiaries of the Su family, the first company. In the next 10 minutes, Su Chen explained in detail the content shown in the financial statements, which company is in a state of profit, which company is in a state of loss, the general direction of profit and the branches of loss, including the following strategic shift. Everyone didn't know what he was going to say at first, but after hearing it, they all expressed their confusion. Second Master Su and the others were very surprised. Second Master Su couldn't help but said to Su Jianqing in the audience, "Brother, our family Qinchin is really a business genius. Just by giving him 3 financial statements, he can actually find out so many problems. If our Su family's industry is really in the hands of Qinchin, it will definitely develop better than it is now." After the old patriarch heard it, he could no longer identify what Su Chen said, so he could only find some leaders of the branch on the scene and let them judge whether what Su Chen said was correct. Master Su Chen is really good. If I could hear what Master Su Chen said in advance, I should have changed the direction of the company's development too. Years ago, when I heard what Master Su Chen said, I really listened to what you said. It's better than reading 10 years of books. If the company can have Master Su Chen to lead, it will definitely make great progress. Hearing this, the old patriarch smiled and said, "It seems that young Master Su Chen has a very thorough understanding of the 3 financial statements, and can not only perform a lot of calculations in just half an hour, but also find out the problem is, in today's competition, Master Su Chen is undoubtedly the final winner." Hearing this conclusion, Su Liang immediately stood up and retorted, "I don't agree with such a result. The rules of our game have been said from the beginning. After reading the financial statements, you only need to give the same answer as the financial conclusion. Even if it is a victory, the answers given by me and Su Chen are the correct answers. Did he win? Old patriarch, you can't be partial. I know that young Master Su Chen is also the eldest grandson of the Su family, so you help him, but since young Master Su Chen agreed to these 3 competitions, you must follow the rules, not because he said a few more words and sentenced him to win. This is really unfair to me as a contestant." The old patriarch was a little embarrassed. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Su Chen has a more thorough understanding of financial statements, but the key is that the rules of the game at the beginning are very clear. As long as there is no error in the final conclusion, it should be determined to win. Just when the old patriarch didn't know what to do, Su Chen on the stage suddenly said to him, "The words I said later were just to give some advice to some managers present, and I hope that we Su the family's industry can develop better and better, and this does not affect the conclusion of this competition." Then what Master Su Chen means, the 2 of us are tied this time. Su Liang raised his head and said. Su Chen smiled softly when he heard this conclusion, "Tai? It seems that you haven't figured out how much you have. Old patriarch, please bring the second of the 3 sets of financial statements he just judged to the stage." Su Liang couldn't figure it out, what exactly Su Chen wanted to do. He stood under the stage and stared at him closely. After Suchin got the second statement, he put it directly in front of the big screen. On the third page of this financial statement, there is an obvious error. The average monthly office expenses of this branch is 3,000 yuan. It was 27,000 yuan, but this month it suddenly became 27,800 yuan, which is nearly 10 times the amount, which is obviously an input error. Which company made the financial report? Go down and collect the penalty yourself. Su Liang, you just read the entire financial report, but you didn't find such an obvious mistake. You just did a simple calculation, but you are a complete layman when it comes to managing the company's finances. When Su Liang heard this conclusion, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but panic. He swallowed and defended, "This is a financial statement made by the finance team. How could there be such an obvious mistake?" Although the company's monthly office expenses are similar, sometimes there will be a large number of updates. It is normal for the monthly value to double. Oh, saying that you are a layman, and you have already saved face, you have to ask yourself clearly, don't you? Okay. Then let me explain it to you. Suchin pulled a stool and sat down on the stage, with a relaxed posture, as if he was born with the breath of a king. The company's monthly office expenses are basically flat, and the possibility of large-scale changes, as you just mentioned, cannot be ruled out, but if there is such a change, it should be mentioned in the financial report at the end of the year. This part is not mentioned in the displayed financial report, and there has been a significant increase in office expenses compared with the financial report of the previous 2 years, but no explanation is given. The only possibility is that the finance staff found this out after the fact, and after the financial statements were released, the only way to make up for it was to make it back on the second year's office expenses. You are a person who doesn't cry without seeing the coffin, then let the leaders of this company stand up and pull out the financial statements for the second year. All the office expenses in the financial statements for the second year must be in make-up for the number of misses. As soon as Suchin finished speaking, a man in the crowd suddenly came out. With a cold sweat on his head, hunched his body timidly, and said to Suchin on the stage, "Master Suchin, you don't need to look for the finances of the second year. The report is over, and I myself am here." Master Suchin is really smart. You are right, there was indeed a wrong number in the financial statement for that year. It was originally more than 2,000, but accidentally filled in more than 20,000, and the financial statement was announced. After the statement was made, the financial staff found out about it. The financial staff who made the mistake have been fired from the company, and we supplemented this figure in the next year, and ask Master Suchin to make an excuse. Su Liang heard this man's words, and finally sat back powerless. When he was looking at the financial statements, he really didn't pay attention to these details, because he only had half an hour and such a huge amount of calculation. Even if he had learned mental arithmetic, he had to pay full attention. He put all his energy on computing. How could he have time to pay attention to these things? But how could Suchin know that he hadn't read these financial statements in advance? In order to show fairness, these financial statements were brought over this morning, and there were a total of several hundred copies. They each selected 3 copies. Suchin, it is impossible to read hundreds of financial statements in advance. Even if you have read them in advance, it is impossible to remember each one so clearly. The only part of the report that Suchin could see was when he just took the stage to make the report, and all these financial statements were displayed on the big screen. But he only took 10 minutes to speak on stage, and the second report only took up 4 minutes. In these 4 minutes, Su Chen could actually see this. Mistake? Su Liang realized this, his face turned pale, and he looked at Su Chen on the stage in disbelief. At this time, the old patriarch stood on the podium with a smile on his face and learned the lesson he had just learned. This time, he did not directly announce the result, but asked everyone in the audience. Today's game is so exciting, I don't know how to cut it off as a referee for a while. It's better to call the standard of judgment today in everyone's hands. Who do you think is the final winner in today's game? I have to say that Master Su Chen didn't read Su Liang's 3 financial reports originally. The whole process of the competition is obvious to all. All financial reports are extracted from these hundreds. Master Su Chen can in just a few minutes, the problem in the financial report was discovered, but after reading it for half an hour, Su Liang still did not find anything. I have to say that in the review of the financial statement, it must be our Su Liang. Young Master Chen is even better. Although the rules of our competition are stipulated in advance, the original purpose of this competition is to test the successor's review of the financial statements. I hope everyone can remember this original intention. If everyone only calculates when they read financial reports, what is the difference between that and a computer? We are human. Now everyone raises their hands to vote for young Master Su Chen as the winner. Please raise your hands. After the old patriarch finished speaking, almost everyone in the audience raised their hands. Only Su Liang, Su Yuanzhong, and the people they brought stood there silently, standing out in the crowd. Su Liang originally wanted to argue, but what Su Chen just said was well founded, and now everyone is facing Su Chen, even if he stands up to refute it. This time, he won't count as a tie. Su Chen's explanation has already won him the hearts of the people. In the end, the old patriarch declared Su Chen the winner of today's game, under everyone's vote. Although Su Liang was unwilling, but the matter had come to this point, and he was powerless to return to heaven. I was thinking about calculations at the time, but why didn't I notice such a big omission in the financial statements? Seeing the old man annoyed, Su Yuanzhong said in a low voice, beside him, "Dad. It's all right, if you lose, you will lose, anyway, you are not wrong, it's not your fault that the financial statement is wrong, Chen, but no matter what, you two are tied." Su Liang nodded and said unconvinced, "Yes, we can only say that our family's luck is really bad. Yesterday Zishuan accidentally underestimated the enemy and lost to Su Chen. I happened to draw a book today. Wrong financial statement. There is only one game left for tomorrow, son, we must not lose this next game." Su Yuanzhong smiled, "Dad, don't worry, we absolutely can't stand the last game." There, everyone surrounded Su Chen. "Master Su Chen, how did you do it? So many financial statements, so many figures, you have calculated them all within half an hour, and without any tools, you are really amazing." "It's gone. It's not the most powerful thing is that Master Su Chen was able to discover the problems in Su Liang's 3 reports. We didn't realize it at all when we listened to it. In just a few minutes I found the problem. Wouldn't it be obvious at a glance? Master Su Chen is really a god. Master Su Chen, with a leader like you in the Su family in the future, our Su family will definitely develop, get better and better, and those of us can also follow you and enjoy happiness." Seeing that the big guys were all around Su Chen, the father and son of Xiao Su's family were very upset. Su Liang deliberately kicked the stool in front of him, making a loud noise. It got everyone watching. When the old patriarch saw this scene, the smile on his face was a little less, and he looked at the big guy and asked with a raised voice, "So today's competition is also our young master Su Chen's victory, plus the one yesterday. Su Chen, the young master, has already won 2 games in a row. According to the original regulations, there are 3 games in total, not 2. Mention 2 wins in 3 games, so if someone wants to challenge Master Su Chen in tomorrow's game, there will be another game tomorrow. Everyone happens to be here now, so let me ask, is there anyone who wants to challenge Master Su Chen?" Everyone present shook their heads. We all support Master Su Chen as the heir. Master Su Chen is not only excellent in personal ability, but also in business management. We are all convinced that the Su family can have a master like Master Su Chen. We firmly support young Master Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Liang couldn't help sneering. These people are really used to doing parasites and have no ambition at all. Could it be that you really think that you have been relying on the people of the Su family for food all your life, and even the qualifications to enter the old house need their permission? The Xiaosu family will never give up. Su Yuanzhong took this opportunity to say to Su Chen, "Master Su Chen, today is my father's bad luck," and he accidentally drew a financial report that went wrong. You said that the person in charge of the company should be responsible for the result. I thought it would hurt my father's game. Originally, my father's calculation was not wrong at all, but everyone thinks that Master Su Chen won, so we can only admit it. However, Master Su Chen, if you want to become the head of the Su family, it is not enough to just fight and read financial statements. Young Master Su Chen is still young and may not know much about the business world. In this business world, communication skills are very important. Yes, the Su family has a great business, although there is no need to ask for anything from others. The interaction between this big family is related to the cooperation between the families, and it is also a big event. Since there is no one else to challenge Master Su Chen, then I will come forward to test Master Su Chen's interpersonal skills instead of everyone. The old patriarch was puzzled. How do you compare this kind of thing? There is no judging standard. Su Yuanzhong smiled and said, "Since the idea was proposed by us, then we can't decide the rules, lest some people say that we bully others. Master Su Chen, you can compare as you want, but the final result it still depends on who of us is more closely associated with people from all walks of life." The old patriarch looked at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and said, "When we set the rules, we will inform you." Su Yuanzhong sneered and left the old house with Su Liang. They went to the hospital to see Su Zixuan together. After the match yesterday, Su Zixuan was seriously injured, with multiple cartilage contusions on his body and a broken calf. Due to Su Chen's last fatal blow, he broke a rib and is now lying in the hospital. Can't move. Seeing Grandpa and Dad come back, he immediately asked excitedly, "How is Grandpa and Dad's game today? Did Grandpa win?" Su Chen's boy is definitely not Grandpa's opponent, right? No, but your grandfather didn't count as a loser. Su Liang was so angry that he didn't want to speak, and Su Yuanzhong could only say, with consideration. Su Zixuan was confused. What does it mean that you didn't win, but you didn't lose? That's it. Su Yuanzhong explained the situation at that time. After listening to Su Zixuan, he said angrily, "What is it?" Su Chen can speak well with his own mouth, and the original draw was just said to be like this. By him? But Grandpa is unlucky enough. Among the hundreds of financial statements, I found one that made a mistake, and it wasn't a big mistake. A little expenditure error on office items was made up in the second year. At most, it is being fined does not determine that this financial statement is not valid. And our family is too unlucky to come to these two games. Until now, they don't feel that their skills are inferior to others. In their opinion, Su Chen just won by fluke. Even if Su Zixuan knows that he can't beat Su Chen, he feels that it is because he has been distracted several times on the court. Su Chen hit it like this. As for Su Liang's defeat today, they feel that the problem lies in the report, not Su Liang. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little depressed, Su Yuan said, "It doesn't matter, we were not very lucky in these two games, and we did underestimate the enemy, but we will never lose the third game. We have been in the imperial capital all these years." He has been communicating in many ways, and Su Chen is just a young boy from Zhonghai. What famous people can he know when he first arrives? No matter what kind of game mode, we are sure to win. Su Zixuan nodded, "That's right, we will never lose in this matter." I'm afraid even the loser, the second master, didn't even think about how much effort we have done outside over the years. Su Liang also relaxed a bit and said, "The old man in the Su family must never have imagined that we have been saving money for so many years with the money they gave us, and all of this money has been used for us to socialize. Now, many people in the whole emperor know about our little Su family, and this time there will be many people on our side." At the Su family's side, after winning the game, everyone happily went out to eat to celebrate. They talked about the last game. They are not worried about Su Chen, because Su Chen has won 2 games, and in these 2 games, they also saw Su Chen's strength. Although everyone was a little surprised, Su Chen was so powerful at such a young age, but they didn't ask much, just felt proud. They felt extremely happy that the Su family could have such an excellent child. But this last match must be decided as soon as possible, and the successors' affairs should be implemented as soon as possible, so that the Su family's infighting can be calmed down as soon as possible. Second Master Su looked at the big table for the reunion dinner, and suddenly had an idea in his heart. "Chen Chen, the second grandpa has some ideas about this last game, would you like to listen to it?" Su Chen said, "Second grandpa, say it." "Originally, when you came back, we all discussed that we should let you recognize your ancestors and return to the clan, not only need to write your names in the genealogy, but also hold a very grand jian, and invite the entire emperor's famous family to participate. It is a grand announcement to everyone that our grandson's child has returned home. Now that the Shaosu family has proposed this competition again, I think these 2 things can be carried out at the same time." What Su Yuanzhong meant today. I just want to see who, in today's imperial capital, there are more people who support it. Then let's take advantage of this banquet. When the time comes, Chen will be one party, Su Yuanzhong and the others will be the other party, and they will issue invitation letters in their respective names. On the day of the banquet, we will unify them according to the invitation letters they show. Data, to see who invites the most guests. Doesn't that prove that he has better interpersonal skills? Su Jianqing nodded, "This is a good idea." Originally, these 3 competitions were a waste of time. I originally wanted to wait for the children's names to be written on the genealogy, and then immediately gather everyone and hold a lively occasion to announce the event. This incident has been delayed for 2 days now because of this match, so if the last match can be played at the same time as the dinner, it is naturally the best. Old Madame Su heard this, but she couldn't help frowning and said, "But wouldn't it be too unfair for us, Chen Chen? We are hosting such a banquet in the imperial capital, so the invited people come here. Most of them are from the imperial capital, but Chen Chen and the others have just returned to the imperial capital, and there are not many people who are unfamiliar with this place. There are more invitations that can be sent out." Su Chen smiled and said to his grandmother, "Grandma, it's all right, even though I just came to Zhonghai, after these 2 days of competition, I believe many people have heard of my name and sent invitations in our name. A lot of people will come voluntarily, even if they haven't seen me before." Su Jianqing nodded and looked at his grandson with admiration. "Chen Chen is right, these 2 games have laid the foundation for Chen Chen, I believe that. Now all the big families in the imperial capital have received the news, and know that our Su family's eldest grandson I have already returned, and I know that our eldest grandson is not easy, and he won 2 games as soon as he came back." Su Iri said next to him, "Not only that, but behind Chen Chen, but our entire Su family, the second room now claims to be the Xiao Su family, but what are their identities? These big families in the imperial capital are very clear. Chen Chen is the eldest grandson of our Su family, everyone sees this and must know whose invitation to come here." So everyone decided on the mode of the game and immediately told the old patriarch. The team leader told the Xiao Su family about the format of the competition, and the Xiao Su family also readily agreed. "Great, I really didn't expect the Su family to play in this way. I thought the situation would be a little more complicated, but I didn't expect them to choose the easiest one. That's fine. We spent so much money doing things outside for so many years. Send them an invitation letter this time and they will definitely come." This time, Su Chen lost the game. Even if he is the grandson of the Su family, how can he know as many people as us, and what kind of powerful people can he know in this place? I am afraid that the only people he can invite are some people from Zhonghai. This is the imperial capital, Dad and Grandpa, we have to hurry up and get ready to talk to those people on the phone more in the next few days, prepare some generous gifts. I believe they will know that only we are sitting in the seat of the Su family's patriarch, they can get more. Due to the way of the game this time, the final game is scheduled for a week. During this week, Su Chen and Su Zixuan will send invitations to everyone in their own names. On the day of the banquet, everyone only needs to hold an invitation. For the next week, Su Zixuan lay in bed and couldn't move, and could only keep in touch with those who had been with him by phone. On the other hand, Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong were out all day, inviting all kinds of people to dinner. Looking at the atmosphere at the Su family's side, it was obviously much more relaxed. Su Chen didn't seem to care about the final competition, and he hadn't even started to prepare the invitation. He stayed in the old house every day, and went out to play with his children, his wife, and his parents when he went out. The next morning, when Su Chen was playing outside with his wife and children, he suddenly received a call from Lao Yuan. During his visit to the imperial capital, Su Chen and the elders took leave. Since the Mecca had been completed, Yuan Lao naturally approved his leave, and said that if there were any problems at work, he could also handle it remotely, allowing him to go back to his hometown as much as he liked. Family reunion. Today, when I received a call from Mr. Yuan, Su Chen knew it was about work. so he went to the side to answer it. Xiao Su, are you still in the imperial capital? Well, Mr. Yuan, I probably have to stay in the imperial capital for a while. Is there something wrong with my work? Yes, there is something wrong, but you don't need to come back, you are just right in the imperial capital. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Yuan said happily, Xiao Su, it's about the mecha. Didn't you say that you have already done all the tests on the mecha? But the weapon has not been completed due to the limitation of the venue? Now the above approval process has also come down. The imperial capital military region wants to see you, and I hope we can send the mecha over, and then you can test the weapon function of the mecha within the military area. After hearing this, Su Chen said to Yuan Lao on the other end of the phone. It would definitely be more convenient if the mecha was brought to the military area of the imperial capital. In addition to testing the weapon function of the mecha, you can also some actual combat drills, so as to ensure the full functionality of the mecha. Haha, I still want to say that you have considered it more comprehensively. These things can be done after the mecha arrives in the imperial capital, but now the people in the military area want to see you. In fact, you have made mecha for a while, but the above is going through the process. This matter is very important, so I haven't asked you to talk to you before, but in fact, people in the military region have long wanted to see you, and this time you happen to be in the imperial capital again, after the mecha has passed. I believe they will announce this big event soon, when the mecha comes out. Xiao Su, you will be a famous hero in the world. When Su Chen heard this, there was a little smile in his eyes. I really didn't expect that he would make the mecha in just a few months. Now that he thinks about it, he is really amazing. When the combat armor really comes out, all these speculations will be confirmed, and everyone will know his name, Su Chen. Xiao Su, I called you today mainly to tell you that the military region hopes to transport the mecha to the imperial capital. You can rest assured that the people in the military region will be responsible for the escort, and there will be no problems in the process. Okay, Mr. Yuan, the mecha is in my working cabin. I'll tell you the password now. On the day Yuan Lao finished calling Su Chen, the mecha that was far away in Zhonghai had already been transported into the imperial capital. In just a few hours, this news has been uploaded on the internet. Because today the entire expressway is restricted, the restricted area is opened, and all private vehicles are separated. The large mecha, transported in the middle, was very conspicuous, and many car owners took videos and posted them on the internet, which caused an uproar. Everyone is talking. Isn't this mecha the one that appeared in the mecha greeting video from Zhonghai before? Why is it now on the highway? Is it going to be transported to another place? This is the highway to the imperial capital. It seems that the mecha is going to be transported to the imperial capital. Is the mecha of our country coming out soon? It's amazing. I didn't expect that the plot that appeared in the sci-fi movie was actually discovered in front of my eyes. Last time I just swiped Zhonghai's mecha on the internet to welcome my relatives. I didn't expect to see the real big mecha this time. I have to say that the Dragon Kingdom is a real bullshit. The world has not yet made a real mecha, and the Dragon Country has already appeared mecha, and our country will soon become the world's #1. It's so shocking, brothers. The effect of the video is far less shocking than what the eyes can see. I don't know who made such a big mecha. Same question, when will the mecha be officially announced? I really want to know who makes the wonderful hero. The entire internet was discussing the news about the Mecca being transported into the imperial capital, and the imperial capital naturally heard the wind. This Mecca is about to be transported to the imperial capital. It seems that our country will soon announce the news of the advent of the Mecca. The groom, who appeared in Jia Yunqing's video earlier, is sure to be the eldest grandson of the Su family? If it is true in this way, the children of the Su family have made a big Mecca, which is an incredible event for the entire imperial capital. If Su Chen is really the maker of this Mecca, everything is as rumored. We have to think about it carefully and have a good relationship with the Su family. Su Yuanzhong ran outside all day today and didn't even have time to look at his mobile phone, so naturally he didn't know the news on the internet. At this time, he was with Su Yongxing, the son of the head of the Su family. He booked the best hotel in the imperial capital. There were only 2 people to eat, but he booked a big box. So willing to spend money, of course, is for the last competition. The previous 2 games have been lost, and now there is only the last game left. If they still lose, then their Xiaosu family will have no chance at all. Su Yuandong and Su Liang have been busy outside these days, busy with this matter, and Su Yuandong attaches great importance to being able to invite Su Yongxing today. The Su family is one of the 3 major families in the imperial capital. If they can invite people from the Su family, they will definitely get extra points in the end. Holding the red invitation, Su Yuanzhong said, "Master Su, let's say we are going to hold a grand banquet. This is the invitation. You will bring your family here with this invitation." Su Yuanzhong, I understand what you said, but let's just have a meal today. Don't keep talking about the banquet, the Su family hasn't given permission yet, no, in a hurry. Su Yongxing is also an old fox. He knows the grievances between the Xiaosu family and the Su family. If the Su family really holds a dinner party, the Su family will announce that they will send invitations to the outside world, but now it is the Xiaosu family. The person who sent it. I always feel that this is a bit strange. The recent troubles in the Su family have also been heard outside. He knows that the little Su family is competing with the eldest grandson of the Su family for the right of inheritance, which must be included in it, so I specially booked a meal today, but I didn't dare to promise anything it will. The current situation is undecided. At this time, he can't stand in line casually. If he stands in the wrong place, it may be a little troublesome to communicate with the Su family in the future. During this meal, Su Yuanzhong had already mentioned the invitation 3 times, but Su Yongxing just refused to agree. He kept thinking about his right and left. The status can only be endured. Master Su, you are a sensible person, so I will tell you straight to the point. In fact, this dinner is also a struggle between us and the new eldest grandson of the Su family. I understand your concerns. Very close, our little Su family admires the Su family very much, and now the Su family and the Su family are in a parallel position. I know that many times the Su family refuses to let go, such as the commercial property rights on Fragrant Hill. Speaking of this, Su Yongxing's eyes changed slightly. Su Yuanzhong knew that the opportunity was coming, so he quickly took out a check from his bag and put it in front of Su Yongxing. Master Su, this is a little thought prepared by our Xiaosu family for you. You also know that it is not easy for Xiaosu family to keep a low profile these years. Although this is a small sum of money, I can give you a promise. This is the Xiaosu family has obtained the inheritance right this time. And the commercial property rights on Fragrant Hill are prepared for your Su family. Actually, we haven't figured it out all these years. The Su family's business economy is doing so well, and Xiangshan is a tourist destination. Isn't it a good thing that everyone can make money by giving away the commercial property rights? Now our family owner can't figure it out. If we get it the right to decide, the first thing to do is this song. Su Yongxing asked, is this true? Of course it's true. If Master Su is worried, we can sign the contract in advance. Su Yuanzhong pushed the invitation forward again. Su Yongxing was about to reach for it, but the phone beside him suddenly rang. He picked it up first. I'm sorry, I'll go take a call. Su Yuanzhong smiled and nodded. Su Yongxing walked out with his mobile phone, and came back after 2 minutes. Master Su, look. Su Yuanzhong, I'm so sorry. I just answered a phone call. There is a sudden emergency at home. I'm afraid I won't be able to finish the meal with you today. His attitude changed suddenly. Su Yuanzhong quickly stood up, took the invitation and said, Master Su, if you have something to do, go to work first, but this invitation. Let's talk about the invitation later. If the Su family really wants to hold a banquet, and when they announce the news, then it will not be too late for us to ask for the invitation. Master Su, this invitation is naturally not in a hurry, it's just the land on the fragrant mountain. Su Yongxing waved his hand, picked up his things and walked out. Su Yuanzhong, I have to advise you on this matter. Now if the Su family has the final say, the second Su family, you little Su family, still have to be measured in what you say and do. This is all I have to say. Thank you for your hospitality today, I will go first. Looking at his back as he left in a hurry, Su Yuanzhong was a little confused. What's the situation? It was obvious that the two of them were about to talk about it just now. Why did they go out to answer the phone and the other party's attitude changed completely? Su Yuanzhong returned to the hospital, depressed, and just walked to the door and ran into Su Liang. Dad, you went to the Hua family, how is the situation? Why did you come back so soon? Su Yuanzhong asked. Su Liang said angrily, what else can I do? I've been kicked out. The Hua family is a tough bone, which is similar to what we thought. If we can't take it, we can't take it. By the way, how is the situation on your side? The Su family should agree. They have been coveting the land on Fragrant Hill for a long time. Su Yuanzhong frowned, and Su Liang felt something was wrong when he saw his expression. Su Liang frowned and said, what is your expression? Could it be that you didn't succeed on your side? We made a lot of effort on the Su family's side. And we all promised to give them the land on Xiangshan Mountain. How could they disagree? Hey, Dad, don't ask me, I still don't know what's going on. I had a good chat with Su Yongxing, but when he talked about the land, he was obviously hesitant, and he was ready to reach out for me. I received an invitation, but he answered a phone call in the middle of it. It only took 2 minutes. After coming back, his attitude towards me changed drastically. No matter what I said, he was unwilling to accept the invitation, and he didn't even give me food. Right, just leave. Let's leave after answering the phone? Su Liang was also at a loss. The two returned to the ward and told Su Zishuan about it. Su Zishuan just said something softly and he knew it. He didn't seem surprised at all by this. Son, why do I feel like you know we will fail? Su Yuanzhong asked. Suspiciously. Su Zishuan took the phone, opened the latest douyin and threw it to the two of them. I knew for a long time that the two of you would come back without success. Grandpa, Dad, a big event happened today. Understood. Su Yuanzhong and Su Liang took over her mobile phone and watched the latest douyin. This mecha. That's right, this is the mecha in the mecha greeting video I showed you last time, so this mecha has a close relationship with Su Chen. Now that the mecha has been transported into the imperial capital, everyone is guessing that the mecha of the Dragon Kingdom will be officially launched soon, and Su Chen is guessed by everyone as the maker of this mecha. Grandpa and Dad, do you now know why Su Yongxing suddenly changed his attitude after receiving a call? He must have also received news about the mecha, so he refused to cooperate with us. Su Zishuan lay on the hospital bed and said solemnly, this situation is too unfavorable for us, we must hurry up. If the government really announces the advent of the mecha at this time, then Su Chen's identity as the manufacturer will be confirmed, and then others will dare to offend Su Chen, and everyone will rush to compliment Su Chen, even if we no matter how much you did before, it will become useless like Su Yongxing. Today, when Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong heard these words, their faces became solemn. The only thing we can do now is to race against time, and we must get everything done before the official announcement of the mecha. Yes, Grandpa is right, we are very passive now, the only thing we can do is to hurry up. My health is getting better these 2 days, and tomorrow I will visit those people we have been with before with you, send out these invitations as soon as possible. Be sure to be strong before Su Chen becomes famous. Su Chen in the old house of the Su family received a call from Mr. Yuan, saying that he was invited to go to the military region to practice mecha tomorrow. Suja was very excited when he heard the news. He walked over to Su Chen and said, Cousin, can you take me with you tomorrow? I really like the armor, but I know I'm not qualified now, you take me to see it first, okay? I couldn't attend your wedding last time. I've always felt so sorry in my heart that I couldn't see the mecha you made with my own eyes. This is a rare opportunity, so take me with you. Tuanchuan and Lele heard that they could see the big mecha again, and they were super excited to circle around Su Chen. Dad, we're going to see the big mech too. Lele wants to see how Dad drives the big mecha himself. Dad, take Lele over there too. Su Chen looked at the three of them and smiled and said, no problem, since you all want to go, let's go together tomorrow. Long live cousin. Oh yeah, Daddy is so good. Seeing them so happy, the Su family grew up with a look of relief and excitement. It's great, the mecha has been transported to the imperial capital. Does that mean that the news of the mecha's arrival will be announced soon? Second, Master Su asked. Su Chen nodded and said, it should be like this, the news of the advent of the mecha has not been announced before, on the one hand, because I want to use this mecha to welcome my relatives, and on the other hand, because there are weapons testing and actual combat aspects of testing were not completed due to site constraints. Now the mecha has been transported into the imperial capital, and tomorrow they will call me to do the final test. After all the tests have passed, the good news should be announced. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was very excited. If the mecha is officially launched, then the name of our dust will be recorded in the annals of history. Our Su family can have such an excellent child as Chen Chen, I really didn't Dare to think about it before. Son, you will soon become a hero in everyone's eyes. Dad is really happy and proud of you. Su Haqian patted his son on the shoulder and said. Second Master Su heard about the game and said with a smile, Chen Chen, you are really a powerful child, even God is helping us. The last game was originally about the ability of interpersonal communication, but at this time, the mecha was transported to the imperial capital. As soon as the news of the mecha's advent is announced, the name of Chen Chen will become a household name by then. I am afraid that we will not need us at that time. Chen Chen sent them invitations, and they rushed to the door to ask for invitations. Su Jianqing nodded, yes. If those people know that Chen Chen is the maker of the mecha, then there is no need for Chen Chen to send them invitations. I guarantee that there will be countless people who have stepped over the threshold of our family and want to meet Chen Chen every day. So, there is absolutely no chance for Xiaosu's side to win. They have been spending money outside to socialize for so many years. I would never have imagined that my cousin is so powerful. Suja said happily. Su Chen smiled lightly, raised his brows and said, even if they make more preparations, it's useless. Interpersonal communication in the business field is not something you can just stick to it, you can only stand at the top if you are strong. The next morning, Su Chen took Yan Bingxue, 2 children, and Suja to the military area. The car could only drive to the gate of the military district, and was stopped outside. Su Chen lowered the car window, and as soon as the other party saw Su Chen and the documents he showed, he immediately gave Su Chen a respectful military salute. Mr. Su, you are here. Su Chen nodded lightly and asked, is it not possible for vehicles outside to enter the military area? Where should I park the car? The military region does have regulations that foreign vehicles cannot enter. But Mr. Su, you are a distinguished guest of our military region, and the above has already instructed that you can drive in your own car, but I just want to trouble you to wait here for 2 minutes, I've already called. The car will come soon and our car will show you the way. After speaking, a group of people gathered around, but none of the cars were too close, leaving a private space for Su Chen and the others, and they all held weapons, standing straight around, forming a solid protective circle. Seeing this posture, Suja said with bright eyes, cousin, you are really awesome. I never thought that one day I would be able to follow my cousin and come to the military area to receive such treatment. Su Chen thought it was nothing, he made mechas for Longua, but this matter would shock the whole world. It is reasonable for the people in the military region to treat him like this. The vehicle that led the team came over quickly, it was actually an armored tank, followed by a whole team, and they entered the military district in a mighty way. The convoy took them directly to the open field, and the huge mecha was placed in the middle, which was extraordinarily magnificent. It was the first time that Suja saw the mecha, and he was almost incoherent with excitement. My God, my God. Cousin, is this the mecha you made? This is too spectacular. It's bigger than what I've seen in the video. Wow, this looks so cool. What material is this made of? Is it the titanium alloy you told me about before? It's amazing. I didn't expect a science fiction movie to come into my life one day. Awesome. Suja circled around the big mecha in surprise, as if Grandma Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, exclaiming in various ways. Tuanchuan and Lele were watching and laughing. Why does Uncle seem to have never seen the world at all? We have already seen this big horn of Uncle Suja, and when my parents got married last time, we were still sitting on the shoulders of the big mecha. The scenery above is amazing. You sit on the top and see the person below. Just like that little ant. Suja looked at the talking group with admiration, and was full of longing for the scene she depicted. But what he is looking forward to more is not sitting on the shoulders of the mecha, but sitting in the cockpit of the mecha. The family was laughing and arguing that a group of people suddenly came over. There, surrounded by an old man, who was the one at the wedding of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, who appeared last time. Later, Yuan Lao told Su Chen about the identity of this person, and Su Chen knew that he was the boss of the military region, Chen Xiaoping. No wonder he was surrounded by upright security guards when he came to the wedding last time. Today, there was a whole team behind him, but when Chen Xiaoping walked in front of Su Chen and the others, those teams stopped 3 miles away. Seeing Su Chen, Chen Xiaoping immediately walked up happily, bent down and stretched out his hand. Mr. Su, I've made you wait for a long time. Su Chen shook hands with him. No, we just arrived. Chen Xiaoping said with a smile, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, but you have to make a trip in person. It's because we can't do anything about this mecha. It's the first time we've seen such a big thing, and we don't dare to feel free to get started. You can only let his maker, you come over in person. Suja has been in the imperial capital for a long time, so naturally he knew Chen Xiaoping. Seeing his attitude towards his cousin, Suja admired his cousin more and more. Cousin is really amazing. Even a big man like Chen Xiaoping has to be so polite to his cousin. With the character of cousin, the Su family will definitely get better and better in the future. Chen Xiaoping pointed to the mecha next to him and said, Mr. Su, you said you only came here today. We have already seen the mecha in advance last night. But don't worry, we didn't touch this mecha casually, just watched your submission. The data that came up, the data alone has made us very shocked and dumbfounded. Although I haven't personally seen you rehearse this mecha, but Mr. Yuan sent me a video before, and a few of us discussed these data and reports yesterday. We all know that this mecha is definitely fine. Mr. Yuan said that you have done some basic tests when you were in Zhonghai, and now you are short of actual combat drills and weapons tests. However, the Dragon Academy of Sciences in Zhonghai could not provide a suitable venue. Now we have prepared the venue. All the explosion-proof systems are installed around here, and you can operate and practice here as much as you like. Mr. Su, to be honest, after reading all the mecha data yesterday, we all felt that this mecha would be very powerful, so today's actual combat exercise, I want to personally observe it. No problem, but to ensure the power of the surrounding security mecha is not trivial, the explosion-proof measures must be very strong, and if you want to see it, you have to stay far away. This is not an ordinary weapon attack. Su Chen said. I understand, Mr. Su, the explosion-proof measures here have been done very well. Usually, the actual combat exercise here is only 3 explosion-proof. But yesterday, after knowing that the mecha was coming, we sent people to reinforce it overnight, and all the surrounding the residential area is all emptied. You can rest assured to do actual combat drills here. Su Chen nodded and looked at the surrounding environment. The space and range should be enough. The mecha can blast at a fixed point. Mr. Su, do we have to stay far away? I really want to see the real combat. Armor up close. In Chen Xiaoping's somewhat cloudy old eyes, a look of excitement flashed. Su Chen smiled and said, when I get into the cockpit, you can stay and observe. But once the actual combat drills start, you have to go to the podium over there. Chen Xiaoping nodded. Okay, it seems that we can only go to the rostrum over there to watch. Everyone, come with me, there are binoculars prepared over there, because I knew the children were coming, so I prepared some in advance. Tea and snacks. Su Chen is still the first person to receive such good treatment in the military region. Now that the mecha has just been made, there is no professional mecha operator. As the manufacturer, Su Chen is most familiar with this mecha and can only go into battle in person. He opened the cockpit and walked up the ladder. Yan Bingxue and Su Zhe also followed Chen Xiaoping to the rostrum. Chen Xiaoping prepared a lot. In addition to tea and snacks, there were all kinds of small cakes, as well as the children's favorite toffee. After the adults arrived on the podium, they immediately picked up the binoculars and looked at Su Chen in the center of the playground. It's really spectacular, Chen Xiaoping exclaimed. Su Zhe's face was full of envy. Cousin is really amazing. This is like bringing the movie into reality, entering the cockpit from the ladder. This is too handsome. He said silently in his heart that he must become an excellent mecha operator in the future. It would be great if he could drive the mecha made by brother Su Chen. Their Su family has a talent like brother Su Chen, and as a cousin, I have to work harder. I didn't have this opportunity before, but now brother Su Chen has laid the foundation. He has made the mecha, and his ideals have room to realize. After Su Chen entered the cockpit, the huge mecha standing on the playground suddenly seemed to come alive. At the moment when the huge body moved, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They searched the words in their minds and found that they couldn't find a word to describe how they felt at the moment. Especially when the mecha raised its arm, it really seemed like a sci-fi movie came into reality. Su Chen controlled the huge mecha and circled the open field. When passing the rostrum, he waved the mecha's hands and waved at everyone. Tuanchuan Lele also happily waved to him and shouted loudly, "Come on, Dad." Su Zhe's arms were about to break. "Cousin." Su Chen could hear the voices outside. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and drove the big mecha back to the other side of the field. After determining the explosion-proof location, Su Chen first raised the left arm of the mecha, revealing the giant cannon barrel inside. The design of this combat armor is a left-handed barrel and a right-handed shield, so that it can be both offensive and defensive. The weapon in the left hand is an energy cluster rifle, which is used as a series of weapons for amplification or conversion through a medium and is mainly fired by lasers. The crowd didn't hear too much noise, but they saw the laser beam falling like a meteor, and wherever it went, a big hole was smashed. After the bullet landed, the explosion sounded endlessly. This scene was really shocking. In the swirling luss in the sky, the huge mecha is like an undefeated god of war, standing in the midst of the flames. This is too spectacular. I didn't expect the weapons of the mecha to be so powerful. This mecha can simply defeat thousands of troops. Mecha is worthy of being hailed as the most powerful weapon in modern times. If such combat power is really on the battlefield, unless it is a nuclear weapon, who can match it? Chen Xiaoping was so happy that he almost danced. In the army for decades, he has been on countless battlefields. This is the first time he has discovered that there is an insurmountable gap between human beings and technology. Immediately afterwards, the huge mecha reached out and gave a signal. Chen Xiaoping immediately understood and ordered the team that had been prepared over there to shoot a missile towards the huge mecha. This approach is very risky. If the mecha cannot withstand this blow, then the mecha that has just been made will probably be destroyed. And the mecha maker Su Chen himself is still in it, so Qin Xiaoping was very uneasy when he heard Su Chen's request yesterday. He told Su Chen that this was just an actual combat exercise, not a real battlefield. There was no need to use missiles. Such a tough weapon could also be replaced by bullets. But Su Chen insisted on using the missile, and Qin Xiaoping still remembered what Su Chen said at the time. For weapons to be used on the battlefield, you must put yourself in the shoes of each exercise and think, this is the battlefield. The enemy will never be merciful to you. If you are timid in the exercise, how can you become the most powerful weapon in the war? When Qin Xiaoping heard these words at the time, he couldn't help but look at Su Chen with admiration. This young man not only made a mecha, but also has considerable confidence in himself and the mecha. The huge missile was launched, and sparks seemed to be wiped out in the air. Yan Bingxue could not help clenching her fists, and Suzhou was also very excited. Everyone's eyes couldn't be separated from the huge mecha over there. Just as the missile approached, the huge mecha suddenly stretched out its left hand. And the huge shield seemed to unfold in an instant, abruptly. Take the blow. The huge sound, accompanied by the ground shaking, made everyone stunned. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. So amazing. The mecha is unscathed. The shield perfectly blocked the missile's attack. Damn it, it's like a dream. This mecha is even more powerful than the sci-fi movies. After Su Chen completed the exercise perfectly, he parked the mecha in the center of the field, and walked slowly in the midst of the swirling war. At that moment, his body seemed to be plated with the golden light of a god. And he was the undefeated god of war on the battlefield. Yan Bingxue's excited eyes were slightly red, and when Su Chen came over, she rushed up to hug him. Husband, the exercise just now was really exciting. Tuanchuan and Lele also went up and hugged Dad's thigh. Dad, your mecha is really good, and Dad is also super awesome. Dad's mecha can go to the battlefield to fight monsters. When the family finished speaking, Qin Xiaoping just walked up, shook Su Chen's hand excitedly and said, Mr. Su, your presentation just now was so wonderful, I couldn't believe my eyes. The design of this mecha is absolutely perfect. Whether it is offensive or defensive, there are no flaws. I really didn't expect the mecha made by Mr. Su to be such a work. Mr. Su, from the demonstration just now, this mecha has no problems at all. Even if it is put into the battlefield now, it is a powerful weapon that perfectly defends against the enemy. It's really not a problem. I just tried all the systems, and they run very smoothly. There are no problems with the weapons and defense systems. In this way, all the performances of the mecha have been tested. Su Chen said. Qin Xiaoping nodded excitedly, Mr. Su, since this mecha has been tested, let's discuss the official launch of the mecha. Su Chen and the others came back from the military area, and Su Zhe and the two children chatted non-stop along the way. After entering the door of the old house, Su Zhe immediately ran excitedly to tell everyone that what had just happened in the military area. The elders of the Su family heard that the mecha was very successful, and felt happy for Su Chen. They also heard Su Zhe vividly describe how powerful this mecha was, and everyone's face was full of pride. Chen Chen, although I couldn't see your mecha drill with my own eyes, but when I heard Xiao Zhe say this, I couldn't help thinking of the scenes in those sci-fi blockbusters. Son, Dad is so proud now. Dad doesn't even know how you came up with it. There are so many high-tech things that many dads haven't even heard of. Not long after Su Chen went home, he received a call from Chen Xiaoping. Mr. Su, I have just reported the situation of the Mecca to the top. The leaders above have decided to announce the news of the advent of the Mecca tomorrow. In fact, everyone has been thinking about this issue before, but I just heard. You say that you will use Mecca to welcome you, and the final test of the Mecca has not been completed, so this matter has been delayed, and now that you are on the ground there are many, and the test of the Mecca has been completed, so the country wants to announce the news earlier, and the time will be set tomorrow, whether it is suitable or not. If there is any inconvenience, you can set a time. No problem tomorrow. Su Chen felt that this time could not be more suitable. Although he didn't take the competition with the Xiaosu family in his eyes. Since they raised the challenge, they must lose more thoroughly. In the previous 2 matches, Su Chen won very well, and in the last match, they had to fight so that they were powerless to fight back. The advent of Mecca at this time is excellent news for Su Chen. Okay, since you agree, then we will announce the news tomorrow. Mr. Su, as mentioned above, as the maker of the Mecca, your name will also be announced in the press conference when the Mecca comes out, and the Dragon Kingdom has decided to award you our Dragon Kingdom Highest Technology Award, which is widely recognized in the world. It can be regarded as some names, and it is second to none in our country. Although this award cannot be compared with the Mecca you made, it is an exclusive honor. As for other awards, they will continue to be issued in the future. Su Chen told the people in the family the news on the phone, and everyone in the Su family was very happy. The old lady Su said excitedly, "Today is really a good day for our family. Let the kitchen prepare more delicious food at night. Let's celebrate." That night, all the elders of the Su family drank too much except Su Chen. And after returning to the room, they were still excited and couldn't sleep. Su Haoqian and his wife were lying on the big bed in the old house, looking at the ceiling. Silly wife, how come we are so powerful? How can we give birth to such a powerful son? Lin Xiu burst out laughing, glared at him angrily and said, "It's our son who is amazing. How can you praise yourself when you praise your son?" Haha, I'm telling the truth. Without us, there would be no son, but our son is really good at it. Wife, I really can't sleep. I'll go out for a while, so I won't disturb your rest. Lin Xiu nodded, and Su Haoqian went out of the room, only to see Su Jianqing sitting there as soon as he arrived in the living room. Dad? Why haven't you slept yet? Su Jianqing said while drinking tea, how can I fall asleep on such an important day today? You ran out, is it because you can't sleep? Su Haoqian nodded, yeah, when I think that we, Chen, will become a household name in the world tomorrow, I get excited. Who isn't? Do you think Chen would have fallen asleep at this time? Su Jianqing asked. For Chen, he has a plan for making mechas, so tomorrow he shouldn't be as excited as we are, but at this time, their young people are sleeping so late, and they must still be awake. Dad, why are you asking this? Su Jianqing stood up and said, then let's call Chen up, I want to take you to the ancestral hall behind. Su Haoqian was stunned for a moment, then said happily, then I'll call Chen. After a while, Su Chen came out of the room, and Su Jianqing waved at him. Chen, let's go to the ancestral hall in the back together. There is a large ancestral hall at the back of the old house of the Su family, which houses the tablets of the ancestors of the Su family. For all the people of the Su family, the ancestral hall is a solemn and sacred existence. As soon as you walk in, you can immediately feel the solemn atmosphere. Su Jianqing led the two of them down the aisle and lit a stick of incense before the ranking, and bowed before the spiritual seat. The ancestors of the Su family, forgive us for visiting you late at night. Today is really a different day for our Su family, and tomorrow will be a more exciting day than today. Standing behind me are my son and my grandson, who haven't been home for many years, but now their names are written into the family tree. Today, I brought my grandson Suchen over to visit you, and by the way, I would like to share a happy event with you. Suchen is a very good kid. He made a real combat armor for our dragon kingdom. You must not know what a mecha is. This is a very powerful weapon. This is what Chen made. Contributions are equivalent to the four great inventions long ago, the steam engine that changed the times in the past, and the atomic bomb after the founding of our dragon kingdom. The mecha made by Chen is a modern weapon that is more powerful than these. He is the first person to create an era of new weapons. Tomorrow, the news will be widely announced, and our long kingdom will also issue a high science award to Chen. You must be very happy too, right? Su Jianqing said happily. After he finished speaking, he lit 2 bouquets of incense, and handed one to Su Haoqian and the other to Su Chen. Su Haoqian said while offering the incense, all ancestors are on top. Haoqian is finally back. Haoqian not only came back by himself, but also went home with his excellent son. When Su Haoqian said this, his face was full of pride. With a son like Su Chen, he stood up straight in front of his ancestors. Su Chen didn't say anything, and quietly put a bunch of incense on the ancestors. 9 o'clock in the morning the next day is a moment of great significance for the world. Long Gua held a new mecha conference at 9 o'clock that day. In the following hour, international public opinion exploded directly, and the internet was paralyzed for a time. The domestic influence is also very large. Platforms such as Douyin directly collapsed in the background. Everyone seems to have something to say about the advent of mecha. The news of the day was all about mecha, and every news mentioned the name Su Chen. On this day, Su Chen's name seemed to be endowed with a powerful meaning and became a household hero. After seeing the news, Yan Jinwei and his wife immediately sent a video to their son-in-law. Chen, your mother and I just watched the press conference on TV. Congratulations, the mecha finally came out successfully. Congratulations Chen. You are now a great hero for all mankind. Especially our dragon kingdom. It is estimated that everyone already knows your name. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Su Chen said with a smile in the video. Although Tuanchuan and Lele are only 3 years old, they feel proud from the bottom of their hearts when they know that their father's mecha came out and his father became a big hero. Happy chatting with my grandparents in the video. Yan Jinwei was so excited that even looking at Su Chen's eyes through the video, he was full of praise. It is an honor for their family to have such an excellent son-in-law. At the end of the video, Su Chen told them about the Su family's plan to hold a banquet. Mom and Dad, do you have time to come to the imperial capital recently? The Su family is going to hold a large banquet this Sunday, and then we will officially announce our return home. If you have time, come and attend this banquet together. Let's gather together. Have a good time together. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun nodded immediately. No problem, it just so happens that we haven't seen you for a long time, so I think you're thinking about it. We'll definitely be there on time when the banquet is held. Okay, then I will send you an invitation with the time and place marked on it. If you want to come, let us know in advance, and Bing Shua and I will pick you up. I'm going to pick up my grandparents too. Tu Anchuan quarreled on the phone. Tang Shuyun laughed hard on the other end of the phone. Okay, all of you will come when the time comes. In fact, you don't need to pick us up. We can just go over there and we can reunite at your home. The major families in the imperial capital also saw the video of the Sucheng Mecca. Both the Su family and the Hua family are discussing this matter. Hua family. I really can't believe that this eldest grandson of the Su family is so capable, and actually made a Mecca. It seems that the news we saw before is true. Yes, there is such a character in the Su family, and the future development should not be underestimated. Invitations. The key is that this eldest grandson is still so young. I really can't imagine how he will develop in the future. Su family. I can't believe that the rumors on the internet are true. Fortunately, when I met with the Xiaosu family that day, I didn't promise them anything. The Su family held a banquet this time, probably to officially welcome the children home. Those people from the Xiaosu family have hit a hard nail this time. Yeah, we were still hesitating at first, and we didn't know whose hands this Su family would fall into in the future. After all, there is only Suzha, a child of the right age, from the Su family's side, and Su Zixuan from the little Su family's side. These years have been in the limelight again. I originally thought that the bookshelf in the imperial capital was going to change, but I didn't expect that a direct grandson suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. This direct grandson even made Meccas. Such an excellent child must be Su, the heir of the family. That's right, I think the successor is mostly settled. I didn't accept Su Yuanzhong's invitation that day. It seems to be the right decision. We can't sit still now. The press conference of this Mecca has been held. Everyone knows that Su Chen is the producer. We must hurry up and visit this eldest grandson, so let's talk to Su. The family is very close, and we can definitely get invitations, but we have to show our attitude. That's right, I'm going to prepare a gift right now. Let's go to the Su family to visit this eldest grandson. The Hua family came to the conclusion that it is time to meet Su Chen as soon as possible. And Yan Jinwei just hung up the video 2 hours later, and he called Su Chen again. Chen, this is really a headache. The threshold of our house is about to be broken. Your mother and I are directly blocked in the house. We can't go out, and the phone doesn't dare to be turned on. When the phone is turned on, people keep coming. When I called, it was all about you. Many people said they wanted to meet you, and all the people who called were big and powerful people from Zhonghai. We don't know what your attitude is, so we haven't responded to these messages yet. How should I and your mother deal with this? Yan Jinwei subconsciously handed over the decision to Su Chen. All of this was within Su Chen's expectations. He knew that once the Mecca conference was held, the time would be ripe. This situation is a good time to directly announce the banquet. So he asked Yan Jinwei not to give any reply for the time being. If everyone asks, it means that the Su family is preparing to hold a banquet. If they want to see him, they will ask the Su family for an invitation. Then he said to the second master, Su, second grandfather, the time is almost up now. Let's announce that the Su family is going to hold a banquet at this time. Second master Su nodded happily, and immediately ordered someone to do it. He looked at Su Chen happily and said, Chen Chen, this is the last game, and we will definitely win. Xiao Su's family is rushing to send invitations to others, but we estimate that there are many people here. People who want to see you don't have to send them in person, they will send them to the door themselves. In the next few days, Su Chen did not take the initiative to contact anyone. But the situation of the Su family was similar to that of your family, and the threshold was about to be breached. Not a single guest came in here in the old house. But the prayers that come and go every day and all kinds of precious gifts are sent to the old house like water. Many people handed Su Chen a greeting card and wanted to see Su Chen, but Su Chen has not seen anyone in the past few days, and the news released only said that everyone would naturally see it at the banquet. So everyone focused their attention on the Su family's banquet this time. Many people were trying to get the invitation to the banquet, and it had to be signed by the Su family and Su Chen. The Su family had been preparing invitations for several days in a row, but it was enough to leave these matters to the servants. In the old house, everyone was happy, as if they were not affected by the competition at all. Everything is in Su Chen's plan. After Xiao Su's family saw the Mecca's press conference, the three of them all had a dirty look on their faces. Su Zixuan's legs were still bandaged, and a steel plate was placed on his chest. He sat on the hospital bed depressed, and smashed the remote control on the floor. Damn, why is it at this time? Is this Su Chen intentional? Su Yuanzhong sighed and said, Zixuan, the current situation is not very good. At this time it was announced that Su Chen was the mecha maker, and the whole country regarded him as a hero. Everyone wants to see Su Chen, let alone the imperial capital. Everyone in the whole country probably wants to see him. You said, why is God always like this? Why do you always help that Su Chen? What's the use of complaining here now? You still have to think of a way. Su Liang said with a frown. Su Zixuan calmed down and said, the more this is the case with Grandpa and Dad, the more we can't give up easily. Now the Su family must think that they will win, but we still have to keep working hard. We have already given away so much before. I can definitely get some of the invitations back, but if it really doesn't work, let's increase our stakes. Su Yuanzhong said, but we don't have much chips left in our hands. After you said that we should hurry up that day, your grandfather and I immediately went back and sorted out the property in the house. The money sent out these days, there are too many to count, and I don't have much left in my hands. If you want to buy off those big men, I'm afraid this amount of money will not be enough. Then organize it properly. I don't believe that our family can't even get this amount of money for so many years. If the cash is not enough, then use the real estate. If the villa we are living in is mortgaged to the bank, we should be able to mortgage about 100 million yuan. Su Zixuan seems to be red-eyed now, even the one they live in. The house is not spared either. Su Liang hesitated in his heart when he heard his grandson's words. Zixuan, our house was left by our ancestors. If we mortgaged this house, it would be a waste. If we lose in the end, the Su family is not willing to give us a cent, then what do you live by? Grandpa, the arrow is on the line at this time, and I have to send it. If we give up at this time, wouldn't the money given out earlier be in vain? Su Zixuan said with a frown. But we can't win in this situation. No matter how much money we give, the Su family and the Hua family don't like it. We spent a lot of money to invite some useless people, and it also created an opportunity for them to meet Su Chen. Isn't this making wedding dresses for others? I think we should give up, let's just admit defeat with the Su family. The mecha video has been released. Su Chen has become a hero in the heart of the people of Longhua. Let's continue to fight him at this time. The result has been. Imagine it. How can you say such a thing, Grandpa? How long have we been planning to get the right of inheritance? Over the years, our family has been frugal, not just to move all the money out. Our purpose is to come to Su's house. How can we give up at the last moment? Let them admit defeat, then will we still have a day to live? I'm afraid that if we don't admit defeat now, we'll lose so thoroughly, then, that the Su family won't even give us a bite of food. Su Liang's words left Su Zixuan and Su Yuanzhong speechless. The reason why they can so arrogantly claim the inheritance right here is because they have gotten a lot from the Su family over the years. But thinking of admitting defeat to Su Chen and those in the old house, Su Zixuan still felt unwilling. But Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong seemed to have made up their minds. Su Zixuan was lying on the hospital bed alone, unable to move. The two of them went to the old house of the Su family with a bunch of gifts. The Su family was sitting in the living room watching TV. When they heard that the two of them were coming, Su Jianqing froze. What are they doing here? The housekeeper said, they said that I came to see Master Su Chen and wanted to tell him something. They had other ideas about the last match. And they brought a lot of gifts when they came. Both of their hands were full. They just asked me to bring them in for young Master Su Chen. Of course the housekeeper didn't take those gifts. He was the housekeeper of the Su family, so he wouldn't listen to the Xiao Su family's orders. Every aspect of the game has been decided. Now the game is about to end. What else do they want to say? Su Jianqing said angrily. Su Haoqian chuckled and said, I guess they saw the Qinchin Mecha conference. So they hurriedly wanted to come over to show their affection. Maybe they came here to admit defeat with so many gifts. Second Master Su agreed with this statement. Hao Qian is right. Su Liang is a cowardly person. Now that they know they can't win, they want to surrender as soon as possible, and admitting defeat is also in line with their second room style. Chen Chen, what do you think about this? After all, it is Su Chen who is competing with them. If they really want to surrender, it depends on whether Su Chen agrees. Su Chen sat there to play with Lei with Tuanchuan, and said without raising his head, get them away. The matter of the game was provoked by them. Since the game has already started, it will not be so easy to end. If you feel that you can't win, you surrender immediately. What is the opponent's experience? Now the decision of this game is no longer in their hands. The second master nodded approvingly, and said to the housekeeper over there, what are you still doing? Didn't you hear Master Su Chen's instructions? Go and drive those two out. Su Liang and Su Yuanzhong were kicked out. This was their first time, and they couldn't even enter the door of the old house. After returning to the hospital, Su Liang told the story angrily. Su Zixuan was also very angry. A fist slammed on the bed. Su Chen is really deceiving. Grandpa, I told you a long time ago, we must not admit defeat at this time. You see, even if your children admit defeat, Su Chen will only take advantage of this opportunity to fall into the trap. If we admit defeat, we will only lose face, but if we don't admit defeat, we can still lose a fight to the death. And, what's so scary about us? Anyway, our little Su family is a branch of the Su family. Even if we really lose in the end, what can Suchin do to us? Grandpa, Dad, you are more courageous, and you are reluctant to let your children have a wolf. This time we have to break the boat, even if we say it thoroughly, there will still be the Su family to support us in the future. The Su family's banquet started on time on the weekend. Before that, the news had already spread. I had only heard that the tickets for the concerts and fan meetings of well-known stars were sold at sky-high prices. As a result, this time, the Su family banquet, there were actually many people who paid a lot of money on the internet just to ask for an invitation. The banquet was held in the old house. The space here is large enough. The foyer on the first floor has been cleaned up, and there are sofas and long tables on it. There are a variety of desserts on it, and the servants are holding all kinds of wine glasses. Walk through the crowd. It was very lively at the entrance of Su's house. Second Master Su stood there to greet the guests, and the old patriarch personally sent someone to count today's invitation information. Here is the final conclusion of the last game. During this week, Su Chen and Su Zishuan respectively issued invitations for the banquet in their own names. Each invitation had their signatures on the back. Whose invitation did these guests bring? Which means who was invited by him. The banquet started on time at 6 o'clock, and at 4 o'clock, people came one after another in the old house. A steady stream of luxury cars drove in and parked in the parking lot of the old house. The old patriarch personally read the invitations brought out by each guest, then looked at the statistics staff and wrote down the corresponding names. It has now been half an hour, and 15 orthographic characters have appeared under Su Chen's name, and each of them represents 5 guests. Looking at the bottom of Suja's name, there is still not even a horizontal line. Seeing this scene, the old patriarch slightly raised his mouth and smiled. Everything seems to be expected. The competition between the Xiaosu family and the eldest grandson is simply self-inflicted humiliation. The banquet started on time at 6 o'clock, so at 5:50, the gate of the old house was officially closed, and the statistics on the old patriarch's side also ended. Su Zishuan also arrived today. Although his body has not recovered, he is still in a plaster cast, but today is such an important day, he still came with his grandfather and father, sitting in a wheelchair, without the momentum of that day. Su Yuanzhong walked around the room anxiously. Su Zishuan said, "Dad, just sit quietly for a while, the result will be out soon. We have sent out thousands of invitations, and we will definitely receive some back." At this time, everyone in the Su family walked in with the old patriarch, and the butler, behind him, brought several large stacks of invitations to the floor. Before the banquet started, I wanted to announce the third competition. As a result, there were more than 1,200 guests today. Among them, there was no one who came with invitations from Xiaosu's family. All invitations were named after Su Chen. What? No one? How is it possible? Su Liang stood up and said in disbelief. The old patriarch pointed to the invitation card next to him as the referee of this competition. I have calculated the conclusions fairly and impartially. Here are all the invitation cards. There are also surveillance videos at the entrance of the old house. You can view these invitations. You can also check the surveillance video. They can trust the old patriarch's words, and if they really want to cheat, there is no need to say that they don't even have an invitation. Su Liang fell down on the sofa, his face pale. Although Su Zishuan was very unconvinced, he knew that they had lost a crushing defeat in this match. The people from the Xiaosu family were silent, and the second master said at this time, Patriarch, since the conclusion of your competition here has come out today, is Qin Chen's position completely secure this time? The old patriarch nodded with a smile, and looked at Su Chen over there with relief. Yes, according to what we said at the meeting, Master Su Chen has passed 3 competitions, and he won each one very beautifully, so Master Su Chen is the worthy heir of the Su family. Second Master Su looked at the 3 Xiao Su family over there. Do you 3 have anything else to say? The 3 of the Xiao Su family bowed their heads, but in the end Su Liang couldn't bear it any longer, and took the initiative to say, Second Grandpa. We have nothing to say. Young Master Su Chen is indeed very capable, winning 3 games, the position of the heir belongs to him. None. When Su Yuanzhong saw his father talking, he quickly said, Master Su Chen is indeed the eldest grandson of our Su family. Naturally, there is nothing to say about his abilities. Su Zishuan saw that both his father and grandfather opened their mouths, and saw that everyone was looking at him. Although he was unwilling, he had to bow his head. Master Su Chen is the worthy heir. Knowing that they had no chance to win, Su Liang quickly took advantage of this time to make up for the mistakes they made earlier. Second Master, young Master Su Chen, we ordered these 3 games before because we wanted the Su family to be better able to inherit. These 3 games are all for the sake of the successor's ability. Now I see that young Master Su Chen is so powerful, we are all at ease. For all the previous things, please also ask Master Su Chen to have a lot of them, so don't have the same knowledge as us. When Su Zishuan heard what his grandfather said, he was very angry. They came here today because they wanted to check the last game, but now the result is out. What they said was so embarrassing, and Su Zishuan didn't want to stay anymore. Today's banquet was prepared by the Su family for Su Chen and the others. Nothing to do with them at all. And none of the people in the venue came for them, everyone came for Su Chen. And even if they stayed, it wouldn't play any role. All the accumulations over the years seem to have evaporated at this moment. Although their family has exhausted everything, there is still no one on their side. Su Zishuan said with a look of dejection, today is a good day for young Master Su Chen and Master Hao Qian, so we will not bother. After he finished speaking, he pushed his wheelchair and called his father and Grandpa to leave together. Su Chen, who had not spoken for a while, suddenly opened his mouth and said, Do you want to leave now? As soon as he finished saying these words, the housekeeper immediately sent someone to stand up, blocking the way of the 3 Xiaosu family. The 3 members of Xiaosu's family looked up at Su Chen. Don't understand what he means. Su Zishuan said, Master Su Chen's last game was that we lost, and we have already acknowledged your identity. The purpose of this banquet tonight is to announce to everyone that you and Master Hao Qian have gone home, and that you will be with us. It has nothing to do with the Su family, and we are only afraid of getting in the way of your eyes when we stay. It seems that you are quite self-aware. Don't worry, I won't let you participate in today's banquet, but after talking about the game, it's too good for you to want to leave so easily. Su Chen sneered. Said. Just when the 3 of Xiaosu's family didn't know what Su Chen wanted to do, Su Chen suddenly took a document from the second master. This is the agreement of the year that I asked the second grandfather to find out. I looked at the content of the entire agreement. The agreement said that the Su family at that time divided 1/3 of the property to Su Liang, and the remaining 3 point. The second is inherited by the Su family. It was written very clearly in the agreement that this third of the property is the inheritance of your little Su family, but the result is clear at a glance. In the following 10 years, Su Liang's poor management caused the third of the property to be inherited. The family property was in decline, and finally, when the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, it was taken back by the Su family. In this way, this third of the property has been lost in your hands. And it's very clear in the agreement that the 1/3 of the family property at that time was the foundation of your life, and the remaining 2/3 had nothing to do with your little Su family. Master Su Chen, what do you mean by that? Su Liang's face turned pale. Su Yuanzhong and Su Zixuan may not know the specific content of the agreement, but he signed the agreement himself, and he knew it very well. So hearing Su Chen talking about the agreement, Su Liang couldn't help but feel scared in his heart. In his fearful eyes, Su Chen sneered and said, I mean that the property that originally belonged to you has now been destroyed by yourself, so there is no relationship between the current writer and you. Originally, the second master was also kind. Considering your ancestors, you can be considered to have made contributions to the Su family, so even after your industry has been reclaimed these years, the Su family has given you some financial support. But these are contractually totally illegal. Today, I took out this contract, just to tell you that the Su family will not give you any more financial support in the future, and you can't use the name of Xiao Su's family to swindle and deceive outside. From those 3/1/2 of the industrial losses have been recovered, and the relationship between you and the Su family has been clearly defined. If you dare to go out under the name of the Xiao Su family in the future, then we will use the content of this agreement and pursue your corresponding legal responsibilities. Both Su Yuanzhong and Su Zixuan didn't know what happened. Why did it suddenly become like this? Su Zixuan asked his grandfather in a low voice, Grandpa, why haven't you mentioned the content of this agreement before? Su Liang frowned tightly. The content of the agreement is indeed what Su Chen said, but the key is that after he accidentally lost all his family property, the Su family also reclaimed all these enterprises. Master Su Chen, you are still young, and some things may not be clear. Although the first third of the property was handed over to me, it was all recovered by the Su family, so there are still some of the Su family's properties. The third, how could it have nothing to do with us? Su Chen took out a few more documents and threw them on the coffee table in front of them. Take a good look at the original 1/3 of the industry that lost all of its money in your hands. The Su family chose to save the company when it was on the verge of going bankrupt in order to restore its own industry, although these industries are indeed returning now. I bought the Su family, but the Su family reclaimed the property in the form of an acquirer, and you also got the money from the acquisition, so these are equivalent to the Su family's complete buyout, and they have nothing to do with you. Su Zixuan probably understood the whole thing. He didn't expect it to be so serious. I didn't expect that this Su Chen had just returned to Su's house, and he was so bold that he wanted to sweep their second room out of the house. Without the support of the Su family, how would they live in the future? In the past few days, for this banquet, they have taken out all the funds and property they have accumulated over the years. If they are swept out by the Su family now, then they will really have to go to sleep on the street. Su Zixuan clenched his fist tightly, and kept reminding himself in his heart that a man can bend and stretch. He took a few deep breaths, raised his head and looked at Su Chen and said, Master Su Chen, you are saying that to sweep us out of the house. We are part Of the Su family anyway, right? Although my great-grandmother has passed away now, even if the old man is gone, they can still be seen in the sky. If you want to sweep us out of the house, aren't you afraid that the ancestors of the Su family will not be able to see it? If my great-grandfather was alive, seeing that you are so bold and dare to challenge the eldest grandson of the Su family, what do you think he would do with this matter? Suchin tilted his head slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Zishuan, these things are all yours to ask for. The second grandfather's handling of the problem has been kind enough over the years. Your little Su family was originally a bereaved dog after your great-grandmother died. You also know that times have changed. This is in the past. You needed to abide by the rules to have a bite to eat, but now you don't want to abide by the rules. Then we will also use the thinking of the new era to solve the problem. You are just the children born by the junior three, and you want to enter the house? When the three of Xiao Su's family heard these words, they all clenched their fists, but they did not dare to refute Su Chen. Su Chen said coldly, I'm not as kind as my second grandfather. The second grandfather is willing to give you a bite to eat these years, but you are not grateful. But go to the bowl and look at the pot. Trying to eat this, the pot is served, and now this pot is mine. I don't have such a good temper. Since you want to serve the pot, then I will lift all your dog pots. From now on, the Su family will not give you another bite to eat. Su Chen, how could you do this? Su Zishuan finally couldn't bear it any longer, and stood up from the wheelchair excitedly, but with the cast still on his leg. He couldn't stand still, and fell directly to eat shit. Su Chen walked in front of him, the slender leather shoes kicked his face, looked at him condescendingly and said, I know you must be very angry now. Very dissatisfied, but unfortunately you are not my opponent at all. I've finished speaking. Now please get out of the Su family's old house, and you will no longer be eligible to enter the Kai family. The Su family will no longer care about the lives of the three of you. If you have any dissatisfaction, if you do, just hold me back. Su Chen gave an order, and the housekeeper immediately had the three of them thrown out. The banquet the day before yesterday officially started. The Su family solved the trouble in the backyard and went back to the front hall in full costume. At today's banquet, except for the members of the Su family, Yan Jinwei, and the Gu family, most of them saw Su Chen for the first time. So when Su Chen and the others came to power, the people below had already started talking quietly. This eldest grandson of the Su family is really a talent. He is even more handsome and young than he looks in the video. It's really terrifying. I didn't expect this eldest grandson to make such a big contribution to the Dragon Kingdom at such a young age, and only made a real combat armor. This time, the Su family has a great eldest grandson. The matter of this mecha is not just as simple as shining the lintel. The Su family has been dealing with the country and doing business all these years. It is a lot of high-tech industries. This time, the eldest grandson of the Su family has made a combat armor, and the strength in the future should not be underestimated. I heard that after the eldest grandson returned home, second master Su soon announced at the Su family's family meeting that he is the future heir of the Su family. If the Su family really has such an heir, then the bookshelves will be in our imperial capital from now on. Even the status of the entire Dragon Kingdom will probably rise to a higher level. Everyone should have never seen Su Chen before. Today's dinner is a good opportunity to make friends with him. As the current head of the Su family, second master Su stood on the stage and announced the identities of Su Chen and Su Haqian. When he introduced Su Chen, the audience burst into applause. After the introduction, Su Iri handed over the microphone to Su Chen. He knew that Su Chen was the protagonist today. Su Chen took the microphone and said to the guests under the stage, "Hello, everyone, I'm Su Chen. I invited you to this banquet today, mainly to meet you all. The Su family prepared some snacks and drinks. Hope you all have fun." After he finished speaking, Su Chen stepped off the stage, and everyone rushed in his direction. Seeing this, Yan Bingxue silently backed away. She knew that today was her husband's home court, and these guests came to meet her husband, which was also a good opportunity for her husband to communicate with each other. So she didn't stay by Su Chen's side. The guests were surrounded by Su Chen, but everyone knew their identities, and the people standing at the innermost were naturally the Su family and the Hua family. In the imperial capital and even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, although the guests who came today are either rich or expensive, they are also very familiar with each other's identities, and they can stand in a position with a few pounds or a few taels. Master Su Chen has really admired his name for a long time. I saw you in person today and found that you are really more handsome than you are on TV. Master Su Chen, I watched the video of the Mecha conference. I really didn't expect that such a high-tech weapon has already appeared in our country. Master Su Chen is really young and promising. Su Chen smiled in the crowd, and coped with everyone's compliments with ease. When everyone came forward, they handed him business cards and said a lot of compliments, hoping to impress Su Chen. And today there are many female relatives at the scene. Most of the ladies in the imperial capital gathered together, especially on occasions like today, when the protagonist was a handsome guy like Su Chen. The girls were particularly excited. Although they knew that Su Chen was married and had 2 children, and they had just seen them on stage, a handsome guy like Su Chen, even if he was married, still made people think connected. Moreover, after stepping down, Su Chen was alone, and now that his wife and children are not with him, those ladies couldn't help but wonder if the relationship between Master Su Chen and his wife was not as good as rumored. If a man as excellent as Master Su Chen can marry him as a husband, it will be a blessing that has been cultivated in several lifetimes. A really good man, even if he is married, there are still countless women who will have illusions about him. It's just that Su Chen is surrounded by a group of men, and it's not easy for these girls to squeeze in. They are all talking about business. If you go to Su Chen to talk at this time, it is not in line with their status and style as a lady. So these ladies could only gather together, and their eyes kept following Su Chen in the crowd over there. Master Su Chen is really handsome, even more handsome than those male stars in the TV series. Yeah, not only is he handsome, but he is also capable. Young people like Su Chen are really thousands of miles away. It's a pity to pick one. Such a handsome guy got married at such an early age. Who said no? I don't know if that woman saved the Milky Way in her last life. But she caught young Master Su Chen's heart so early and let him marry her as soon as he graduated from college. It seems that the 2 of them got married not long ago. The previous Mecha wedding video has passed, and it has been less than a month. Let's play a small step. Everyone was a little dejected, and one girl stood out in particular. This girl is really the pearl of the Su family, the only little granddaughter of the head of the family. The reason why this Miss Su is outstanding is not only because she is more beautiful than other girls, but also because of her dress. Needless to say, the Su family's family background, although they are also famous ladies in the imperial capital, a family like the Su family is not comparable to ordinary families. And that innate temperament can make people notice her in the crowd at a glance. Su Ruhui looked at Suchin over there with a bit of shyness in her eyes, which was obviously an expression of admiration for the other party. Seeing this scene, several ladies and ladies next to each other gave each other a color. One of them deliberately raised his voice and said, "Oh, a person as outstanding as Master Su Chen, we must not be able to climb high, but Miss Su is different." The Su family was originally a family friend. If this young Master Su Chen grew up in the Su family, maybe Miss Su and young Master Su Chen are already childhood sweethearts, and they are destined to marry. When Su Ruhui heard this, she hurriedly retracted her gaze from Su Chen, her cheeks flushed slightly, and said softly, "Don't talk nonsense, Master Su Chen is already married." If he tells his wife to listen to these words, go, I'm afraid you will feel uncomfortable. Although Su Ruhui really liked Su Chen, the moment she saw Su Chen on stage, she felt that this man was so handsome, and it was because of her aesthetics. She felt like a deer appeared in her heart, bang 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 bang. This is probably the feeling of love at first sight. When everyone heard Su Ruhui's words, they all said, "Miss Su, you are too kind. But we don't have any bad intentions. This young master, Su Chen, is so handsome, everyone can see it, and he is so capable that every woman will like him. If he hadn't been married, there would definitely be a lot of people today who would like to marry the Su family. Miss Su, you have also seen that an excellent man like Mr. Su is worthy of anyone. He is not only excellent, but also the eldest grandson of the Su family. If he can return to the Su family sooner. If so, I definitely wouldn't rush to get married so early." That's right, for someone as good as Master Su Chen, those of us don't dare to be delusional at all. But Miss Su, you are different. You are the daughter of the Su family. The Su family and the Su family have been friends over the years. If young Master Su Chen grew up in the Su family, then the two of you are childhood sweethearts. Hearing these words, Su Ruhui couldn't help thinking of this possibility. If Su Chen's father did not leave home, but grew up in Su's family, then he and Su Chen really grew up together. If the two of them were childhood sweethearts, at this age, engagement and marriage would be smooth sailing. Unfortunately, these are all assumptions. But once such an assumption appears in my heart, it is as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, and ripples appeared in circles after circles. Unforgettable. Su Ruhui looked at Su Chen over there again, her eyes full of admiration. A young lady next to him saw this scene and immediately said, "Or let's go to meet Master Su Chen's wife for a while, now that Master Su Chen is entangled by men, we have no chance to come forward and talk to him." She said the last two words, "It's nothing to do anyway, why don't we take advantage of this time to see what kind of person that woman is?" Okay, I also want to see what kind of woman is married to such an excellent man as Master Su Chen. Miss Su, come with us too. Su Ruhui hesitated. Although she really wanted to see Su Chen's wife, before coming to the banquet today, her father and grandfather repeatedly asked her that today's banquet is very important and nothing should go wrong. Miss Su, don't hesitate, don't you want to see what kind of girl we lost to? It's not very good, after all, this waiter is the new wife of Master Su Chen. We have no identity if we rashly look for it. If it makes her and Master Su Chen unhappy, I think everyone at home will also. You should be punished. Su. Ruhui said. Miss Su, you are thinking too much. Let's just go and see. Master Su Chen's wife will definitely not be so stingy. Yeah, Miss Su, although young Master Su Chen is married, it's nothing for us to go and see, and I heard that this girl is also from Zhonghai. We are all from the imperial capital, and Miss Su is from heaven. The proud girl might be ashamed of herself after seeing Miss Su, and she retreated in spite of the difficulty? That's right, Miss Su, I think with your identity, as long as you stand in front of that woman, she will definitely know that she is not worthy of Su Chen at all, and maybe she will quit on her own. These words immediately moved Su Ruhui. She really likes Su Chen very much. If Su Chen can divorce her current wife, then with the relationship between their family and the Su family, and let her grandfather deal with it, maybe she will be able to marry Su Chen. Thinking of this, Su Ruhui couldn't help feeling excited. If she could stand by Su Chen's side, the rest of her life would be very beautiful. So, Su Ruhui hesitated for a while, then nodded and said, then let's take a look. But let's just say hello to this lady. Master Su Chen is so busy right now. It's not appropriate for us to go up there, but as the female family members of the imperial capital, we should also express our sincerity well. You can't talk nonsense in front of this lady. Don't worry, Miss Su, we all understand that in our hearts, the only one worthy of Master Su Chen is Miss Su, but we definitely won't say this in front of that lady. Su Ruhui nodded, and surrounded by the crowd, she found Yan Bingxue over there. Yan Bingxue was sitting on the sofa and drinking alone, bored. Seeing a group of them coming over, Yan Bingxue put down the glass. When I just stepped down, I saw my husband surrounded by a group of men, and now this group of women is coming at me again. Presumably it should be the female family members of the imperial capital who want to socialize with her. Yan Bingxue does not reject these things. After all, she is a female president in the business field, and it is commonplace in such occasions. She was sitting on the sofa, waiting for everyone to arrive. Today was a banquet hosted by the Su family, and she was one of the protagonists. When she sat there, she exuded the air of a hostess. The moment Su Ruhui and everyone saw Yan Bingxue, their hearts flinched a little. Yan Bingxue, who was standing far away from the stand just now, only felt that standing together with Su Chen, their appearances matched very well, but now I walked into one and found out that Yan Bingxue is really beautiful. Su Ruhui always felt that she was outstanding in appearance, but she had to admit that from the perspective of a girl and a normal person, Yan Bingxue's facial features and appearance were obviously more outstanding. But he didn't give up on Su Chen because of this. She felt that Yan Bingxue was nothing more than an appearance. For a man as good as Su Chen, the criteria for choosing a mate could not be based on appearance, but more importantly, connotation. Moreover, he himself has both appearance and connotation. She believes that she will never lose to Yan Bingxue. Su Ruhui regained her confidence and took the initiative to walk up to Yan Bingxue to greet her. Hello, Miss Yan, I am the daughter of the Su family, Su Ruhui. Yan Bingxue knew a lot about the situation in the imperial capital. When she was in Zhonghai, she knew about the three major families in the imperial capital. Later, I learned that my husband was the child of the Su family, so I understood more thoroughly. The Su family is one of the three major families alongside the Su family. It is no wonder that among the crowd, this Miss Su dared to come out and greet her first. Yan Bingxue nodded gently towards her, in response to her self-introduction. She has always been a little cold in front of outsiders, not to mention that she can clearly feel that this Su Ruhue is somewhat hostile to her. In this case, Yan Bingxue does not need to be too enthusiastic. Whether it was herself or her current status in the Su family, she had nothing to fear when facing Su Ruhue. Perhaps it was Yan Bingxue's indifferent reaction that made Su Ruhue and the ladies of the imperial capital a little dissatisfied. Su Ruhue secretly said in her heart, this Yan Bingxue is really arrogant. She had already taken the initiative to greet her, but she still behaved so coldly that she didn't give her any face in front of so many people. She felt that Yan Bingxue was like this, because she was Su Chen's wife, but the more she was like this, the more Su Ruhue felt that she was not worthy of a good man like Su Chen. Yan Bingxue's indifferent reaction made Su Ruhue and these ladies feel a little embarrassed. Obviously a group of them took the initiative to come up to see Yan Bingxue. But after arriving here, they did not speak to Yan Bingxue, and the ladies seemed to see only Su Ruhue alone. Miss Su, this dress on your body is so beautiful. When I saw you in the hall just now, I was shocked. I thought some fairy fell into the room accidentally. Miss Su, I've never seen this dress of yours. Is it a high-end dress? It must be made by everyone. And your jewelry looks good together. Miss Su is worthy of being the most famous lady in our capital. This outfit is so beautiful. I got my outfit and look in a styling store, but this professional look there is still a big gap between the teacher and Miss Su. Su Ruhue knew what they meant by these words. Today, she wore a beautiful evening dress, from the hair to the high heels on her feet. It was carefully matched, earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, all of which matched the clothes. Matching shoes. Looking at Yan Bingxue on the opposite side, on today's occasion, she seems to be wearing a bit plain. He was wearing an ordinary black dress, and he didn't wear too much jewelry, except for a famous watch on his wrist. This outfit looks good from a distance, and with Yan Bingxue's figure and appearance, it makes people unable to pick out any problems. But when women get together, once they start to compare, it is natural that whoever has more luxuries has the advantage. When Yan Bingxue heard what they said, she became more and more sure of her thoughts. It seemed that these people were bad people. What I have said here for a long time is nothing more than wanting to express that the clothes she wears are too ordinary, and they are not comparable to these ladies and gentlemen in their imperial capital. Although Yan Bingxue doesn't care much about her outfits, after all, she is naturally beautiful and looks beautiful in anything she wears, but today is the first time she and her husband greet everyone, so her clothes are also carefully designed. Don't look at this simple skirt, but it is from a famous family. The dress on Miss Su's body is just a high-end dress from a luxury brand, while her own is a handmade work by a well-known designer. The value of both is completely incompatible. It's a pity that these ladies in the imperial capital are used to chasing luxury goods on weekdays. I'm afraid they don't know what real art is. Yan Bingxue ignored them, and these young ladies also felt that they were boring, so they simply changed the style of painting and threw the topic directly in front of Yan Bingxue. Before coming here, they had promised Su Ruhue that they would never have a confrontation with Yan Bingxue, but who would have thought that Yan Bingxue would be lukewarm to them, making them so embarrassed, since the other party didn't give face, then they would naturally don't show any mercy to Yan Bingxue. Miss Yan, on such an important occasion today, how did you dress? A bit Plain, a girl said Yin and Yang strangely. Miss Lin, don't say that. Miss Yan's dress is very beautiful. Although it's simpler, the tailoring and design are very well done, but Miss Yan didn't bring any jewelry. It must be the first time to participate in this kind of dress. I still don't know the rules here. Su Ruhui said with a green tea flavor. After speaking, Su Ruhui still looked at Yan Bingxue and comforted her softly. Miss Yan, what Miss Lin said, don't take it to heart, we all grew up together, and it's usually better to play together, so sometimes the conversation is a little more direct, and it is the first time Miss Yan meets us, and she may not be used to it. Miss Yan is actually quite good. Although there is indeed a little less jewelry, Miss Yan is beautiful, even in such a plain dress. When Yan Bingxue heard these words, she suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. This Su Ruhui seems to be speaking for herself, but in fact, she is not like these women, saying that she does not understand the rules of this occasion and dresses too plainly. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Ruhui, looked at her from top to bottom, and said, "Is this dress on Miss Su Haute Couture? It looks like a Chanel Haute Couture style." Su Ruhui did not expect that Yan Bingxue could see the brand of the clothes at a glance, but when she thought of the value of the clothes, she said proudly, "Ms. Yan's vision is really good, this dress is indeed Chanel's Haute Couture. Because I know that I came to today's dinner party, so I bought this Haute Couture on purpose, but it cost a lot of money. Speaking of which, we girls are really expensive to wear dresses. Each dress can only be worn once. If you wear the same clothes again, you will inevitably be laughed at. These hundreds of thousands of clothes can only be worn once, so it's a bit of a waste, isn't it? Miss Su, with the strength of your Su family, what is hundreds of thousands of clothes? And you are not the most expensive clothes, right? I think your necklace and earrings are worth a lot." Speaking of necklaces, Yan Bingxue seemed to be hesitant to speak. Although she hadn't said anything yet, her eyes were a little weird. Su Ruhui vaguely felt that something was wrong. She reached out and touched her necklace, then lowered her head to confirm, "There is no problem. Miss Su's necklace is a bit special. I seem to have seen this style before. Is it Mrs. Du Zhao's work?" Su Ruhui was secretly surprised, nodded, and said, "Yes, this chain is indeed Mrs. Du Zhao's work. It turns out that Miss Yan has done a lot of research on this. Mrs. Du Zhao's works are not very common. They are relatively unpopular works in the jewelry industry, but I think this necklace is very beautifully designed, so I bought it with a lot of money. There is only one in the world." Everyone gathered around, looking at the necklace on Su Ruhui's neck, and they all praised, "There is only one necklace in the world, no wonder it's so beautiful. I'll just say, this chain looks much better than those bought in jewelry stores. It's gone. Miss Su's eyes are really good." Just when everyone was praising the necklace, Yan Bingxue suddenly chuckled. "Ah. This sound is obviously a little different." Everyone looked at her. Su Ruhui vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell the necklace, but she liked it at a glance, and Mrs. Du Zhao is also a well-known designer. Although she was a little unpopular, the prices of the works she designed were very high. What the hell is Yan Bingxue laughing at? Why did Miss Yan suddenly smile? But what's wrong with this necklace? Su Ruhui asked. Everyone helped Su Ruhui to speak, and looked at Yan Bingxue over there with cold eyes. "Miss Su, what's wrong with this necklace? I think this necklace is beautiful. I guess Miss Yan envy you," can you? Buying such a beautiful necklace, after all, this is the only Miss Yen in the world, even if you like it, I am afraid you can't buy it. That's right, Miss Yen knows a lot about these luxury brands, but I don't think you have any precious jewelry on you. Master Su Chen is the eldest grandson of the Su family. Miss Yen followed behind Master Su Chen. Is it possible that you don't even have the money to buy jewelry? Huh. Yan Bingxue shook her head. You are all famous ladies in the imperial capital, don't you know that in such a banquet, doesn't the more things you wear, the more expensive you look? There is a saying that it is better to be short than to waste. A good match does not need too much ornate embellishment, as long as you feel comfortable. If you want to talk about our Mr. Su, then I have to say one more thing. Since I represent the Su family and Mr. Su, I can't tell everyone to see a joke, right? The lady who just spoke, do you recognize this watch in my hand? She shook her left wrist slightly, and everyone looked at it. This watch was very precious at first glance. The dial was decorated with diamonds of more than 1 carat, and the scale was directly replaced by broken diamonds. The most important thing is that the brand of this watch is Patek Philippe. Although I don't know what the price of this watch is, the average price of Patek Philippe is there, and the workmanship of this watch is very fine at first glance, and you can guess at least a few million. In such a comparison, the sum of their whole body's funds may not be worth the price of this watch. Seeing that they stopped talking, Yan Bingxue looked at Su Ruhui over there and said, Miss Su, I have to persuade you that this necklace should be taken off as soon as possible, lest it be seen later, and she wants to laugh at Miss Su in her heart already. As soon as Su Ruhui heard this, she subconsciously held the necklace around her neck and said with a stiff smile, Miss Yan has been talking about my necklace just now. I don't know what's wrong with this necklace. Please also ask Miss Yan to tell me clearly. Since Miss Su asked so sincerely, I'll tell Miss Su. Mrs. Du Zhao's work should have come out 3 years ago. She had just divorced at that time, and it was during the low period of her life that she had been a little tired of the world, so she traveled all over the world, in one of the small countries, created this necklace. And the overall design of this necklace comes from a dialect of that small country at that time. And the dialect means dirty world, dirty me. As soon as Yan Bingxue finished speaking, Su Ruhui's complexion changed drastically. She clutched the necklace around her neck tightly, wanting to tear it off. The ladies on the side did not expect that this sentence would actually mean this, and looked at Su Ruhui with a bit of sympathy. Su Ruhui was embarrassed and couldn't stay here any longer. She didn't say a word, turned around and ran away with red eyes. The ladies looked at each other in dismay, none of them dared to provoke Yan Bingxue, they all chased Su Ruhui away. Su Ruhui felt that she was really embarrassed and lost at home. She didn't know the characters on this necklace at all. When she bought this necklace, she just thought the design of this necklace was beautiful. But who would have thought that this necklace meant this? It's shameful enough to buy this necklace, and to bring this necklace to such a grand occasion today. The most important thing is that it was pointed out by Yan Bingxue in public, which is too shameful. She felt that in the eyes of Yan Bingxue and all the ladies, she was a person with neither culture nor taste. Su Ruhui ran into the garden alone and cried sadly, and the ladies also chased after them. Miss Su, don't be sad, I really don't blame you for this. Who would have thought that the words on this chain are actually this sentence, we have never seen this necklace so small, and we just think this necklace is just Beautiful, let alone you. If I had the money, I would buy it too. Anyway, it's not yourself who is embarrassed. Who wouldn't say something nice? It's Miss Su, we all don't think it's your fault. If you want to blame Yin Bingxue, it's fine if she knows it herself. Look, this woman is so disgusting. I don't think what Yan Bingxue said is not necessarily true. This necklace is so small, and it's the unique language and dialect of a very small country. We all don't know how Yan Bingxue knows about it. Could it be that he deliberately tricked us into saying this on purpose? I think so too, Miss Su. Don't take what Yan Bingxue said to your heart. This woman is jealous of you, afraid that you will take away Master Su Chen, so she deliberately said these words to irritate you. Su Ruhui didn't believe these words at all. She knew in her heart that what Yan Bingxue said was right, because she even knew the designer's name and style. Then this sentence can't be made up for sure. Originally, I was going to let Yan Bingxue retreat today, but I didn't expect to send it to the door to make the other party laugh. Now I don't know what Yan Bingxue thinks of her. If Yan Bingxue goes back, tell this thing. After seeing Master Su Chen, what face will he have to meet Master Su Chen in the future? Woohoo, she really has no face to live. Everyone saw that comfort didn't seem to have any effect, so someone else began to instigate. Miss Su, I think this Yan Bingxue is really deceiving. And actually makes you cry. That's right, this Yan Bingxue is too arrogant. He and she have no ability. Master Su Chen is the one who has the ability, okay? She just has a good skin. It can be regarded as a vase. She is definitely not worthy of a person like Master Su Chen. After a few of them left, Gu Yusin came over with a piece of cake. Yo, see you in a while, our baby is very popular. Yan Bingxue gave her a white look and said with a smile, which I do you see? That I am popular? Ah, didn't those women come to say hello to you? Gu Yusin asked while eating. She came with her parents today. Anyway, she has nothing to do recently to attend this banquet, and she can still see their baby goddess. Of course not. Yan Bingxue told Gu Yusin what had just happened. Gu Yusin couldn't hold back after hearing it, and burst out laughing. These ladies and gentlemen of the imperial capital are too fun, don't they? Dare to show them off without even recognizing what jewelry they brought? I'm afraid they still don't know what kind of character they are provoking. I was stopped by my parents just now. Otherwise, I'll come to you sooner, and maybe I'll be able to watch a good show. Schwer, you said that these ladies and gentlemen suddenly came to trouble. Is it because they think a little bit about your husband? Yan Bingxue raised her brows. It is possible that my husband has become famous recently. I guess that's right. When you and your husband were on stage just now, those women were discussing below. As a result, when you got off the stage, your husband was surrounded by a group of men. I thought about coming to trouble but I didn't expect that the cold-faced female president of our family is not a soft persimmon. They will only come to provoke you to be unlucky. Schwer, you are really good. Yan Bingxue stuffed a piece of cake in her mouth. Eat your food well, even a cake can't stop your mouth. I'm telling the truth, Sai, I really didn't expect your Mr. Su to be the eldest grandson of the Su family. This status is incredible. The circle of the imperial capital is no better than that of Zhonghai. I'm afraid those ladies and ladies have not yet recognized their own situation, seeing that your husband is so good. I guess he wants to rush up. Schwer, have you figured out how to deal with it? Yan Bingxue chuckled. what do I need to think about? With that confidence, Gu Yusin couldn't help being stunned. Gu Yusin gave a thumbs up. Yes, there is nothing scary about my Schwer. Not only does he have excellent business skills, but also Mr. Su treats my family, Schwer, well. These women who are envious and hateful can only cool down. Miss Su, don't cry, we all think that you are the only one who is worthy of Master Su Chen, that Yan Bingxue must be jealous of you, so she deliberately said those words to irritate you. We can't just forget it, if we run away like this, wouldn't that let her succeed? That's right, we have to go back and have a good match with her, find our place back, and let her know that the ladies in our imperial capital are not so easy to mess with. When Su Ruhui heard these words, her heart was slightly shaken. In fact, she was still brooding about what happened just now, and she was a little angry. Even if Yan Bingxue knew what this sentence meant, she shouldn't have said it. In front of everyone, completely disregarding her face, this is too much. Yan Bingxue must have done it on purpose. They were right. If they left like this, they would be humiliated and lost to their grandma's house today. If they went back and had a good fight with Yan Bingxue, maybe they could get their face back. Thinking of this, Su Ruhui followed everyone back into the hall, and came to Yan Bingxue again. When Yan Bingxue saw them go and return, she just gave them a cold look. After the first round of confrontation, this time the ladies didn't care about their face. He came forward and said directly to Yan Bingxue, Miss Yan, you are going too far. Even if you know these clothing brands, so what if you know the origin of Miss Su's necklace? You are just like this in public. You said it directly. Completely disregarding Miss Su's face, you just wanted to see if Miss Su was ashamed. Miss Yan, we came to associate with you only for the sake of Master Su Chen and the Su family, but as soon as you came up, you made Miss Su cry. You are going too far. You just offended not only Miss Su, but also the circle of celebrities in our imperial capital. Even if you dress nicely and wear a brand name watch, you are just an embroidered pillow. Master Su Chen is a successful man, and he must be standing beside him. It is a girl with both ability and appearance. Not a vase decoration, we want to compare with you. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she sneered and said, the embroidered pillow still has some cotton in it. You said you want to compare with me, what are you? You can't even count as a pillowcase with your appearance. Not only is the inside empty, but even the outside is not a color that everyone can see. The woman who just came forward to speak is indeed very ordinary. Although she wears heavy makeup, she can still see that her facial features are not very good. In Yan Bingxue's words, she directly talked about her pain, and the young lady stomped her feet angrily. With their small family, how could they compare to the Su family? The reason why she dared to be so arrogant was entirely because Su Ruhui was standing beside her. What's the point of just talking? It's not me comparing with you, but Miss Su. Miss Su is the most honorable lady in the imperial capital. Do you not dare to compare with Miss Su after you talk so much? Hey! I said, why your mouth is so stinky? When did our Cher say that we can't compare with you? He has a lot of adults, but he just doesn't want you to lose too much shame, since you are rushing to find abuse yourself. Cher, compare yourself with them. Convince them of what they say. Yan Bingxue looked at the women and said, what do you want to compare? Seeing her challenge, Su Ruhui stood up and said, Miss Yan, we are all rich families, so naturally it is impossible to compare those messy things. Since it is to compare, let's compare an elegant tea ceremony. I don't know if Miss Yen understands the circle of celebrities in our imperial capital. For celebrities, tea ceremony is a compulsory course. If you don't even know this, then going out with your family or husband in the future will be a shame. Okay, let's compare it to the tea ceremony. Hearing these words, Gu Yusen couldn't help but laugh. He said to Yan Bingxue, "What do these ladies in the imperial capital think? Don't you know that Zhonghai is a rich place for celebrities? You probably played better than her when you were 10 years old at the tea ceremony." Because of the tea ceremony, Yan Bingxue asked people to get 2 tables and sat down with Su Ruhui. On the table is the same Biluakun tea. After Yan Bingxue sat down, the whole person seemed to be quiet. When the start of the game was announced, the first thing he did was to admire the tea sets on the table and plan how they should be used later. This is followed by hand washing, which is necessary for hygiene and out of respect for the tea. At this point, the movements of the two were almost in sync, but Yan Bingxue's fingers were slender and fair, and it was just a hand-cleaning movement that people couldn't help but stare. Gu Yusen was sitting leisurely on the sofa, eating cakes, while shooting a video. The camera has been focusing on Yan Bingxue over there. Those ladies looked at Su Ruhui for a while, and Yan Bingxue for a while. The movements of the two were almost identical, and Yan Bingxue's movements were actually a little faster than Su Ruhui. Unexpectedly, Yan Bingxue, who came from this imperial capital, could actually make tea. Yan Bingxue rinsed all the tea utensils with boiling water, and preheated the tea utensils while sterilizing them, so that when the tea was brewed later, the tea leaves would be easier to taste. The next step was to put the tea leaves into the teapot. At this point, Yan Bingxue and Su Ruhui finally had a slight difference in their movements. Those who are more familiar with the tea ceremony will have their own unique way of putting tea, and they will be more appreciative when they look. Judging from this technique, it is obvious that Yan Bingxue is superior, and her posture is very graceful. Then, Haitia poured hot water into the pot and the water came into contact with the tea leaves, and the green tea seemed to wake up instantly. It doesn't take too long to wash the tea, because the tea is made by the head. So when the tea leaves wake up, they quickly pour out the tea soup, so that the tea leaves are washed. The next step is brewing. During the process of pouring boiling water into the pot, Yan Bingxue gently supported the mouth of the pot and nodded 3 times. But did not fill the pot all at once. This is what the tea ceremony performance said. Phoenix nodded 3 times. This has certain requirements for the operator. The kettle should be raised too. Let the water pour down, and then use the power of the wrist to pull up and down to fill the water. Repeat 3 times to make the tea leaves turn in the water. In the process, the posture is more elegant. Su Ruhui also did this action, but only after seeing Yan Bingxue doing it, did he intentionally imitate it, but his technique was not very skilled, and when he nodded the second time, the water accidentally spilled out. This fatal mistake made her frown, but after practicing the tea ceremony many times, she quickly gave up this technique and continued to make tea elegantly. After the tea for both of them was ready, the group of celebrities immediately surrounded them, and Gu Yusen also walked to Yan Bingxue's side immediately. The aroma of tea was overflowing in the air, and it was unclear whether Yan Bingxue's tea was more fragrant or Su Ruhui's tea. However, as long as you open the lid of the teacup, you can find that the bowl of tea that Yan Bingxue brewed obviously took some thought. Gu Yusen said with a smile, "Yo, I haven't seen our baby play tricks for a long time." This ink painting is completely unrecognizable from tea leaves. Su Ruhui was originally surrounded by celebrities, complacent, and when she heard this, she couldn't help looking over here. She is still very confident in her skill in making tea. Although there is a little mistake in the middle, it will not have much impact on the final result, because this is not a professional competition. The most important thing is the final. The tea leaves are not fragrant. Hearing Gu Yusen's words, Su Ruhui couldn't help but feel a little curious. She walked over and took a look. When she saw Yan Bingshua's tea, her eyes widened in surprise. Also a person who is well versed in the tea ceremony, Su Ruhui could see at a glance that Yan Bingshua's tea was very well brewed, the color was bright, and the aroma curled up, and most importantly, he actually used tea leaves to put the shape of a splashed ink landscape painting in the teacup. This is a very high skill in the tea ceremony. Su Ruhui knew that she would definitely lose in this competition, but she was still a little unwilling, and she bit her lower lip and did not speak. The girl who proposed the competition before stood up and said, "Miss Yan, are you in the wrong direction? You and Miss Su are comparing the tea ceremony, not the art. What's the use of doing these bells and whistles? Since it's the tea ceremony, the most important thing is the taste. The two of you have already brewed the tea, so let's find a few people who like to drink tea to judge and decide the winner." Yan Bingshua nodded, yes. She had complete confidence in the cup of tea she brewed. You don't even need to look at the tea Su Ruhui is making. With her level, even if Su Ruhui practiced for decades, she might not be able to catch up. Just when everyone was about to find someone, Second Master Su suddenly passed by here, saw everyone surrounded by one place, and saw Yan Bingshua standing in the middle of the crowd, so he walked up with a smile. "Bingshua, you guys are so lively here, what are you doing?" Seeing two tea tables in the middle, Su Iri asked slightly surprised, "Are you cooking tea?" Yan Bingshua nodded, and the ladies beside him saw Second Master Su, much more well-behaved than before. "Second Master Su, you came at the right time. Miss Yan and Miss Su are competing in the tea ceremony. We are planning to find someone to be a judge. You usually like drinking tea so much. It is really suitable to be a judge." Competition? Second Master Su looked at them and then at Yan Bingshua, as if he had thought of something. He didn't pay attention to the lady who just spoke, and still looked at Yan Bingshua's tone, and asked gently and kindly, "Bingshua, is there anything wrong with you here?" Yan Bingshua shook her head very vigorously. "Second grandfather, it's nothing, it's just that Miss Su wants to discuss the tea ceremony with me." Hearing what he said, Second Master Su was relieved, but Second Master Su also guessed what happened here, but since Yan Bingshua didn't care, the old man didn't say anything more. Today's occasion was originally a time when Yan Bingshua should be allowed to stand up well, otherwise, with Chinchin's current ability and height, there will inevitably be many women who want to take the initiative to post it. Since it's a competition, it's definitely not enough for me to be a judge alone. You guys wait here for a while, and I'll call a few people over. After Second Master Su left, he came back with 4 people, one of whom was the old team leader of the Su family, and 3 other seniors with high morals. It would be unfair if all of them belonged to their Su family, but Second Master Su also called in 3 judges, so that fairness and justice could be guaranteed. The 5 first looked at the tea that Yan Bingshua and Su Ruhui were making. When they saw the tea that Yan Bingshua brewed, they immediately nodded and smiled, looking at each other. This cup of tea is really well brewed. I didn't expect that I can still see the dancing on this tea. Second Master Su, is this the tea your granddaughter-in-law brewed? I really didn't expect that Master Su Chen's wife is so well versed in tea ceremony. Just by looking at these 2 cups of tea, you can tell whose skills are more superb. When Su Ruhui heard these words, her heart suddenly became a little anxious. And she quickly pushed the girl who had been pushing her into the competition just now. The other party saw that they were all old people with high morals and respect. Originally, they didn't want to speak out, but they didn't want to lose to Yan Bingxue, so they said, "Masters, this tea ceremony is ultimately about taste. I think everyone should taste it." After tasting the tea made by Miss Yan and Miss Su, let's make a fair judgment. The old patriarch smiled and said, "Little girl from the Lin family, what you said is wrong. This tea ceremony was originally about the whole process. We didn't come when the 2 of them were making tea just now. Now we are just tasting the tea. Not fair. The tea ceremony is not just about the taste, otherwise what's the difference between making a cup of tea and drinking it yourself? This is an art, and the comparison is originally elegant. Judging from the appearance of these 2 cups of tea, it is obviously Miss Yan Bingshue's. Even better, it doesn't matter if you don't understand, but since Miss Su is a person who is well versed in the tea ceremony, she should understand that there is absolutely nothing wrong with what I said. Su Ruhui was named, so she was a little reluctant, but she could only say, "Old team leader Su is right, judging from the appearance of these 2 cups of tea, Miss Yan's ink painting is indeed more ordinary than mine. Tong's tea leaves look much more beautiful. But since we are competing to find out the final tea, I hope you can taste it. I also want to know how well I am." When Su Iri heard this, he said to everyone, "Since it is a discussion, let's have a good taste of these 2 cups of tea. Bingxue, Miss Su's family, pour this cup of tea into a small teacup, and let's taste it one by one." Yan Bingxue and Su Ruhui poured the tea, and Su Ruhui respectfully handed the teacup to the 5 judges. On the other hand, Yan Bingxue sat on the stool and returned to the tea table. She instantly entered the state of making tea again, and the movement of pouring the tea was also very elegant. After pouring the tea, she still sat in that position and raised her hand to do a gesture of invitation. This is part of the tea ceremony. Su Ruhui knew about it originally, but because it had been interrupted for so long, and now she only cared about winning or losing the game, so she ignored it, and only remembered when she saw Yan Bingxue doing it. Such a mistake happened accidentally, and Su Ruhui was secretly annoyed in her heart. Fortunately, everyone is already drinking tea, and she is still very confident in her own tea. After the 5 judges finished their tea, Second Master Su announced, "Let's talk about your opinions. These 2 cups of tea are very good, but I think this cup of tea brewed by Miss Yan is better, whether it is ornamental or the art of making tea, and the final tea is fragrant and sweet, and the aftertaste is sweet. Miss Su's tea. The soaking is also good, but the taste is still a little worse than Miss Yan's. I also appreciate Miss Yan's cup of tea. The soup is green and clear, and the bottom of the leaves is even and translucent. Since everyone likes Miss Yan's tea, I will also vote for Miss Su. Miss Su's cup of tea is not bad, but compared with Miss Yan, there is still room for improvement." Second Master Su and the old patriarch of the Su family both voted for Yan Bingxue, while only one of the other 3 invited voted for Su Ruhui. But Su Ruhui thinks it is better not to give this vote. The other party must have given this vote for the sake of their family's face. But why did they say this when they voted? I felt that it was a bit ugly that she didn't get a vote, so I sympathized with her for giving this vote. 1. Vote? He clearly voted for her, but said that she was inferior to Yan Bingxue. Isn't this deliberately embarrassing her? Yan Bingxue had already won this game, and the judges went to Yan Bingxue 1. After another. Second Master Su happily laughed heartily, ha ha ha, Bingxue, second grandpa. Really didn't expect you to have such high attainments in tea ceremony, this tea is really good. The second grandfather praised it. Tea ceremony is also a compulsory course for our girls in Zhonghai. In addition, my father likes to drink tea. When he was young, he taught him a lot of learning. Yan Bingshue's remarks were neither overly modest nor conceited at all. Facing the outcome, she was neither humble nor arrogant, and it had to be admirable. Second Master Su, it seems that your family is not only a powerful eldest grandson this time, but this eldest grandson's daughter-in-law is also an excellent girl. Master Jing, what you said, Master Su Chen is such a good boy, and his vision is also very good. Who knows this, but seeing Miss Yan is still annoying, I can't help but be a little surprised. Miss Yan and Su young Master Chen is truly a talented woman, a match made in heaven. When Su Ruhui heard these words, she bit her lip tightly in the crowd. It's okay to be arguing about losing the tea ceremony with Yan Bingxue, all these people are still there saying that Yan Bingxue and Su Chen are a natural pair. She felt that she was really going to be unable to stay in this hall, and she had no face to participate in this banquet tonight. Only these ladies in the imperial capital have heard about the necklace just now. Even if they want to joke, they only dare to joke behind their back, but now they have invited 5 highly respected judges, which must be spread. What a shame. Su Ruhui turned to leave again, but was stopped by the person beside her. Miss Su, what are you doing? I've already lost, what are you still doing here? Could it be that I want to stay ashamed? Miss Su, we can't leave at this time. If you leave at this time, wouldn't you have completely lost to this Yan Bingxue? Miss Su, we said we wanted to compare with Yan Bingxue, but we didn't say that it was only this one. Although we found out that he did win by luck, we can still compare with others, which are better than you. Su Ruhui was thoughtful. She lost to Yan Bingxue for 2 consecutive rounds. She was naturally a little unconvinced, and he wanted to get back the face she just lost in public. After all, she has always been the most popular lady in the imperial capital. That's right, you can't just leave like this, you have to get this face back. What Su Ruhui is best at is naturally her own professional content. She was a self-proclaimed lady of the imperial capital just now, so she chose the tea ceremony. She felt that Yan Bingxue must have never learned the skills of ladies and gentlemen, but now it seems that Yan Bingxue is also very familiar with these things, and compared with herself it's more than that. Since Yan Bingxue is also professionally trained in this regard, of course she won't be boring herself again, this time she is better than herself. In addition to being the most popular lady in the imperial capital, Su Ruhui is also a well-known talented woman in the circle. Because of her identity in the Su family, she was sent to a foreign university to study business administration and majored in marketing. This is what she is good at. Naturally, these ladies knew what Su Ruhui was good at, and they all offered advice. Miss Su, use your professional knowledge to crush her. You are a top student. At the University of Finance. That's right, Miss Su, young Master Su Chen is the heir to the Su family. If you want to be his wife, you must have special talents in business. A person like Mr. Su must marry a good wife. Marrying a vase and putting it at home will not help him much in his career, and Master Su Chen will definitely despise her in the future. Su Ruhui thought so too, but when she saw second Master Su and the others over there, she thought about it and said to the ladies and ladies next to her, I am really confident in professional content, but I will use my major to match up with others. Compared to Miss Yan, will this bully her a bit? She will not be used as a gun by these women, she will be the one who kills with a knife. Why is this bullying her? He was arrogant, and she agreed to the competition just now. But this second Master Su and the others are here, I'm a little scared. Su Ruhui said with a tea flavor. Seeing her so soft and weak, those ladies and ladies took the initiative to stand up and say to Yan Bingxue over there, Miss Yan, you are indeed slightly better in terms of tea ceremony, but we all feel that this is the eldest grandson of the Su family's daughter-in-law, at least have some marketing skills. I don't know if you dare to compare with Miss Su on this point. Second Master Su was smiling and talking to Yan Bingxue, but when he heard this, second Master Su suddenly changed his face and scolded, what do you want to do? Our Su family's eldest grandson-in-law, her ability depends on her ability. Do you question it? When Su Iri said this, those ladies and ladies were all scared, no one dared to speak, and all lowered their heads. Seeing this, Su Ruhui felt more and more in her heart that Yan Bingxue probably didn't have any ability in this regard, so second Master Su would protect her shortcomings. So she said softly, Second Master Su, you just came late, you may have misunderstood a little, Miss Yan and I are voluntarily discussing, this is just a little game between girls, Miss Yan. I also agreed. Miss Yan is the wife chosen by Master Su Chen. I also believe in Miss Yan's strength, but this mutual discussion is only for the purpose of looking for something interesting for tonight's party and everyone. Miss Yan, you must also have unique insights in business management. Let's learn from each other, what do you think? Yan Bingxue wasn't afraid at all. Isn't Su Ruhui humiliating herself by looking for her to compare her business talents? Okay. Second Grandpa, since Miss Su wants to discuss with me, then I will have a competition with her. Second Grandpa and several elders are here, so you can write the questions. Su Ruhui couldn't help but feel happy when she heard this, and she already thought about how Yan Bingxue would lose face later. Gu Yusin had been watching a good show by the side, but at this time she walked up and looked at Su Ruhui and said, Miss Su's tea ceremony is not very good, but this tea art is good. Young people know that tea art has another meaning. Su Ruhui's face changed as soon as she heard this, biting her lip, looking like she was greatly wronged. Yan Bingxue just chuckled and shook her head, and said softly to Gu Yusin, Ms. Gu, you are better at fighting people in the open and in secret. Cut, I'm telling the truth. This Miss Su smells of green tea all over her body. Second Master Su and the others discussed it and came up with a question. Because this is not a formal business competition, it is just a mutual discussion between banquets, so they chose a relatively simple question. The topic of this time is promoting a shopping mall's bedding products and making a marketing plan within half an hour. Su Ruhui immediately laughed when she heard this question. This question is too simple. In the study of marketing, it is almost a pediatric subject. Therefore, she became more and more sure that Yan Bingxue probably did not have any business talent, so second master Su asked such a simple question. It looks like you won this time. After those ladies and gentlemen heard this question, they also knew that the question was not difficult, so they began to compliment Su Ruhui. Miss Su, you have to cheer up, we all believe that this question is not difficult for you at all. For Miss Su, such a topic is like a pediatric subject. Miss Su is a top student majoring in marketing. Miss Su, you have to be merciful later, just say some of those professional words. If you say too much, I'm afraid Miss Yan won't understand. Hearing these words, Gu Yusen really couldn't hold back, hugging her stomach and laughing loudly, causing the ladies over there to look at her one after another. Yan Bingxue swept back with a cold look, and all the ladies over there looked away. I secretly thought in my heart, how could this Yan Bingxue be so scary? After the game started, the two sides were designing marketing plans on their respective sofas. Gu Yusen sat next to him and said with a smile, Schwer. I think today's banquet is really wonderful. Why do you think these ladies in the imperial capital are so stupid? Where did they get the confidence to compare marketing with you? Don't they know that you are the president of Chaofan Group? Yan Bingxue nodded, today is my husband's home court. When I was on stage just now, I mainly introduced my husband. I attended as his wife. As for my own occupation and company, it is estimated that these ladies still don't know. TSK, I think so too. If they knew that you were the president of Chaofan Group, they probably wouldn't dare to challenge you in this kind of thing. She probably doesn't know about this Su Ruhui, she is still busy studying in school. At that time, you have already begun to take over the entire extraordinary group. How dare you make an axe? I'm really looking forward to seeing her embarrassed to the point of embarrassment. After half an hour, the marketing plan of the two people has been completed. But before submitting it, Su Ruhui suddenly said, Miss Yan, I have a suggestion. You said. Yan Bingxue said lightly. For the sake of fairness, the marketing plan of the two of us will be shown to everyone in an anonymous form. In the last round of competition, Su Ruhui really felt that her skills were inferior to others at first, but then everyone said that the judge was the second master, Su, and he brought the old patriarch, and the important thing was that today was the banquet held at the Su family. Even if everyone looks at the face of the Su family and Su Chen, they will definitely say that Yan Bingxue's tea is better brewed. After hearing these words a lot, Su Ruhui forgot how much she had. She felt that there was a problem in the last round of the competition, so she asked for anonymity this time, but in this way, she was alluding to Yan Bingxue. In the last round, it was Su Chen who won. Yan Bingxue looked at her coldly, snorted softly, and said, no problem. The two put the tablet together, rearranged the order, and handed it to a few judges over there. After the judges read it carefully, they are also discussing with each other. Su Ruhui has been nervously looking at the judges over there, and then looking at Yan Bingxue. She doesn't seem to be worried at all about sitting on the sofa and drinking leisurely with her best friend. The judges quickly made their judgments, because they were anonymous, so they could only choose the marketing plan they liked more. After the results came out, Su Ruhui walked up immediately. She subconsciously went to get the first place marketing plan, but when she picked it up, she realized that it was not her share. How did that happen? Looking at her reaction, Yan Bingxue walked over and took the tablet in her hand. Miss Su, your computer is over there. Su Ruhui couldn't believe it, looked up at the judges, and said, Seniors, I don't know where I lost my marketing plan? Several judges did not know who made the two marketing plans before, they just chose the better one. Only Second Master Su knew very well in his heart that this part must be made by Yan Bingxue. Their grandson-in-law is the female president of Chaofan Group. No matter how well you learn in school, how can it compare to the conclusions and real knowledge you get in practice? Seeing Su Ruhui's red eyes, several judges looked at each other, not knowing how to speak for a while. Second Master Su directly stood up and said, Miss Su, we have seen both marketing plans, because they are anonymous and there is no way to say who we are helping, we just chose the ones that are better in our opinion. It's just a marketing plan.